Chapter 1. The Supreme Commander of the Uchiha Clan. In the 54th year of Konoha, autumn. The autumn breeze is gentle, the treetops adorned in golden hues, with occasional leaves drifting down like graceful dancers in the wind, enchanting and mesmerizing. At this moment, Konoha, though somewhat unsettled by the recent demise of the Hyuga clan's head, found solace beneath the auspicious sunlight as the ceasefire agreement with the Hidden Cloud Village was signed, casting aside any lingering shadows of doubt. This long-awaited atmosphere of peace has finally provided the war-weary Konoha a brief respite from the lingering aftermath of the Ninetales incident. However, in this serene Konoha, in a remote corner far from the village's core, the training grounds of the Uchiha clan are ablaze with fervor. The meticulously aligned formations exude a palpable vitality filled with youthful exuberance. Under the setting sun, a cadre of black-haired, black-eyed youths, bearing the Uchiha fan on their backs, are swiftly racing along the circular track of the training field. Pitter-patter, 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 at a speed that far surpasses that of any 100-meter sprint champion. The young Uchiha, burdened with weights, move in perfect unison, their steps and postures remarkably synchronized. Physical prowess, keen observation, indomitable will should any of these qualities be lacking, these Uchiha youths would never exhibit the iron-willed presence that they do now. Were this scene to unfold in any other clan within Konoha, it would surely evoke heartfelt sentiments from the elder members, who would rejoice at the dawning hope for their clan's prosperity. Yet, you are truly the most dismal generation of Uchihas I have ever encountered. As the final round of 100 laps around the field concludes, the sweat-drenched Uchiha youths stand tall, aligned in ranks at the center of the training ground. However, what greets them is not the anticipated accolades or encouragement, but rather a scornful smile laced with disdain and disappointment. Huffing and puffing, despite the exhaustion weighing heavily upon them, rendering their breaths labored, the pride stemming from their bloodline compels them to hold their heads high, their gazes fixed unwaveringly upon the tall, resolute figure before them. The youngest member of the Uchiha Elder Council, currently responsible for the special training of the clan's youths, and a figure regarded with trepidation by both the Uchiha and the entirety of Konoha. Uchiha Jin. What's this? Are you dissatisfied? Uchiha Jin's cold gaze swept across the assembly, a hint of sardonic amusement playing at the corners of his mouth as he reflected on the effectiveness of his tried-and-true tactics, continuing with an icy tone. Is this minimal training enough to leave you breathless? To call you worthless would be an affront to the term itself. We are not worthless, we are Uchiha, the finest Uchihas. To the keen-eyed Uchiha youths, the forced but unmistakable mockery and disappointment etched on Uchiha Jin's face only cuts deeper, akin to a sharp blade piercing their small but proud hearts. A surge of indignation, born of an unknown source, propels them to respond defiantly. Not worthless? The smile on Uchiha Jin's face grew ever more radiant, his gaze contemptuously appraising the disheveled panting of the youths before him, before he coldly continued. Isn't this merely a smidgen of foundational taijutsu training? Look at your pitiful state. How dare you claim to be exceptional? Taijutsu is insignificant. The Sharingan is the true power of the Uchiha. Amidst the silence, a notably younger and charming boy suddenly stepped forward, defiantly shouting at the dismissive figure before them. Uchiha Sasuke. Upon realizing this boy's identity, a flicker of indefinable light passed through Uchiha Jin's pupils before he returned to his characteristic sardonic demeanor. Today marks the first day for the second pillar to participate in clan training. Having grown up in an environment where he was the center of attention and recently demonstrating notable talent upon entering the Ninja Academy, only someone as unrefined as this novice would be oblivious to why no one dared to counter Uchiha Jin. However, time does indeed fly in the blink of an eye. The fateful convergence of twins has arrived, signaling that the ensuing spectacle is about to commence. How thrilling! Nevertheless, such matters clearly do not affect the day's training regimen. Uchiha Jin is far too seasoned to be fazed by the impetuousness of the second pillar. Oh, have you awakened your eyes yet? Uchiha Jin cast a teasing glance at Sasuke, his simple words causing the latter's cheeks to flush crimson, leaving him rigid and speechless as if his previously impassioned declarations had been choked into silence. So young, Uchiha Jin smirked disdainfully, then turned his attention to the slightly older Uchihas lingering at the back of the line. Are you still smirking? Are you even aware of your own condition? A familiar silence enveloped the training ground once more, and the once fiery gazes now returned to Uchiha Jin. The might of the Sharingan is not to be trifled with, and the Totemo and Threetomo Sharingan are far from the limits of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Jin's impassioned tone held a hint of seduction, and it was clear that his words effortlessly captured the attention of the Uchiha youths below. Their resolute gazes now shimmered with curiosity and fervor. Is there a Sharingan even more powerful than the Threetomo? Sensing the intensifying fervor of the audience, Uchiha Jin had no intention of withholding information and continued leisurely. The so-called Hidden Leaf Village was established by our clan's ancestor, Uchiha Madara, and the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. After they quelled the tumult of the warring states, these two figures, known as legendary ninjas, possess a power akin to that of deities. Now, that self-proclaimed strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is but a mere insect before the old man Madara. What? This revelation not only shocked Sasuke, but also the other Uchiha youths present, as they were hearing about Uchiha Madara for the first time today. There was once such an incredibly powerful figure within the Uchiha. Connecting this with Uchiha Jin's mention of a Sharingan surpassing the Threetomo level, the Uchiha youths felt a stirring within, their hearts quickening as they instinctively sought greater power. Indeed, Uchiha Jin was quite pleased with the reactions from the youths below. After casting a fleeting glance into the distance, he decisively continued. Above the Threetomo Sharingan lies the legendary Manjiki Sharingan, known for its divine power. Under the gaze of this eye, even the mightiest of the Nine Tails must bow down, and so-called shadow-level experts are no more than ants. However, noticing that the desired effect had nearly been achieved, Uchiha Jin abruptly shifted his tone, his voice thick with insinuation. Uchiha Madara, who possessed such a formidable Sharingan, was able to effortlessly defeat the second and third Tsuchikage using only his taijutsu. Do you not think there is a secret behind his overwhelming physical prowess? What secret? Uchiha Jin's description of the Manjiki Sharingan left the Uchiha youths feeling euphoric, as if they were on the verge of awakening divine power, their voices a chorus of murmurs. What is the Sharingan? While the Sharingan is indeed a powerful bloodline limit, it is also a technique based on our eyes, which are part of our physical being. Thus, is it not necessary to possess a robust physique to sustain the capabilities required to wield such powerful eyes? And only with sufficiently strong eyes can the Uchiha clan's formidable Sharingan abilities be realized. Therefore, as Uchiha Jin reached this point, the seductive quality of his words vanished, replaced by a roaring fury that swept over the entire training ground like a tempest. Do you still have the audacity to claim that taijutsu is unimportant? Indeed, just as Uchiha Jin had anticipated, the Uchiha youths, who had previously shown signs of fatigue, now seemed invigorated, their breaths heavy with determination, as if they were ready to plunge into the noble pursuit of physical training. The simplicity of the Uchiha. Although there is not much difference from the past, the increasingly effective motivation of this day still makes Uchiha Jin unable to help but admire his own remarkable CPU capabilities. Ninjas, after all, are always characterized by high offense and low defense. While the potential of physical techniques may seem limited, they actually permeate the battles from the lower ranks to the sage level, making the cultivation of physical skills one of the most effective means of enhancing strength. Especially since the Uchiha clan has inherited the bloodline power from the Otsutsuki clan. Even if what is passed down is merely the in-release power oriented towards techniques, it still provides a significant advantage over those truly ordinary ninjas. Most importantly, acquiring this physical prowess is also a crucial aspect of Uchiha Jin's plans. Sensing the increasingly restless emotions of the Uchiha younglings below, Uchiha Jin whispered in a tone only he could hear. The stronger these Uchiha become. Jin slightly tilted his head to glance at the distant woods, then directed his gaze towards the youthful figures sweating profusely in the training field. A fleeting glimmer of icy killing intent flashed within his gentle smile. the greater the benefits I shall reap after their demise. Chapter 2. The Uchiha Great Filial Son System. Look at Uchiha Itachi, who graduated from the Ninja Academy within a year, became a Chunin at the age of 10, and has now awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. And then there's Uchiha Shursui, whose talents are beyond words. His moniker, Shursui of the Body Flicker, resonates throughout the ninja world, and he has likely already entered the ranks of shadow-level powerhouses. Itachi and Shursui have both endured the trials laid out by our clan compared to their arduous journeys. What does your training amount to? Uchiha Jin's gaze pierced through the sweat-soaked faces of the Uchiha younglings, his tone laden with disappointment for their lack of progress. Indeed, Uchiha Jin spoke no falsehood. Every statement he made was undeniably accurate, for the art of language can be refreshingly unembellished at times. Now, take a look at yourselves. Do you have any idea what the current situation of our Uchiha clan is? Are you aware of how those despicable individuals in the village conspire against us? To be fatigued by this trivial training at your age, how can you even sleep at night? Today, we shall extend our training by 3 hours. Geniuses. As the concluding statement of his leadership speech today, Uchiha Jin thoughtfully assigned the Uchiha younglings an additional assignment, filled with boundless anticipation for their futures. Yes, the Uchiha younglings seemed eager to vent their inner frustrations even after enduring 3 arduous hours of special training. They still provided the loudest of responses. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui, why is it that among all Uchihas, only the 2 of you shine so brightly? Among the crowd, Sasuke felt a mix of pride and shame as his brother was showcased as an exemplary case. A fierce flame of unwillingness began to ignite within him. Instructor, no, Commandant, I too wish to grow stronger. Uchiha Jin lamented that the art of verbal manipulation was indeed the Uchiha's nemesis. Yet his figure vanished in an instant with a resounding pop. Meanwhile, in a cabin 100 meters away, as the smoke gradually dispersed, a languid figure reclined into a chair, casually raising a glass of iced fresh juice to savor a sip. Has it already been 3 years? Reflecting on the somewhat familiar visage of the second pillar from his memories, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. The Konoha F4, Itachi, Obito, the night of the Uchiha massacre. Though I had long anticipated these events, the impending sense of urgency is palpable. Madara, why did you have to leave this world so soon? The sentiment in Uchiha Jin's eyes quickly faded, replaced by an undeniable sense of regret and anguish. Uchiha Madara has actually perished. A figure on par with the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, who together quelled the chaos of the warring states and, after faking his death during the Valley of the End battle, awakened the renegade Uchiha Madara. When the gravity of this realization struck him, the heart-wrenching sensation nearly rendered Uchiha Jin breathless. The torment. This feeling is more unbearable than death itself. Do not misunderstand. Uchiha Jin is not a die-hard fan of Uchiha Madara, nor does he particularly care for the glory and future of the Uchiha clan, and certainly does not harbor any special emotions for someone he has never met. In fact, as a transmigrator, he had initially rejected the idea of reincarnating into this world, where one could easily meet an untimely demise. How infuriating! Is it really so outrageous to shout as a king in the district of Zwan? Does it warrant the computer to explode in protest? Yet, at least in this manner, he could maintain his innocence. Merely traversing into the world of Naruto would have sufficed, yet I find myself reborn as a member of the tragic Uchiha clan. And in the particularly awkward period following the tumult of the Nine Tails. Grass is a type of plant. Had this moment in time occurred a few years earlier? With my understanding of the narrative trajectory of this world, even without any extraordinary aids, I might have possessed a modest chance, perhaps 1 in 10, to alter the course of fate. Thanks to my prowess as a sovereign of Zuin. However, the Uchiha clan, in the aftermath of the Nine Tails turmoil, has already become an object of subtle animosity among all the ninja clans of Konoha. Beneath the veneer of the strongest Hokage, there lurks a traitorous shadow, always poised to undermine the Uchiha and augment his own arsenal of Sharingan. In such dire circumstances, it is utterly inconceivable for Uchiha Jin to escape the tumultuous land of Konoha unnoticed. Even should he succeed, he would inevitably attract the ire of the traitorous Shimura Danzo and numerous others in the ninja world who covet the Uchiha's bloodline, leading to a grim and tragic demise. Yet, should he choose to remain in Konoha, the future appears equally dismal, for this is the Uchiha clan renowned for producing filial sons. First, the Uchiha collectively acted foolishly, betraying a formidable ally who could contend with Shinja Hashirama. Subsequently, there emerged one who inherited the will of fire and regarded them as an evil clan, Shinja Tobirama, who ultimately met an untimely end, followed by Uchiha Kagami, who failed to learn from past experiences and was thoroughly indoctrinated by the will of fire. Moreover, there is a seemingly fearsome yet indecisive traitor clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, who persistently compromises the core interests of the family. The future also harbors a prodigy, Uchiha Itachi, who transcends the narrow perspectives of his lineage, capable of contemplating issues from the vantage point of a Hokage at the tender age of 7. Yet, this family, already steeped in filial devotion, now finds itself welcoming yet another king of filial piety amidst the impending tribulations brought forth by its own kin. The Uchiha Great Filial Son System. It automatically seizes all abilities of Uchiha clan members upon their demise. Such is the simplicity encapsulated in this singular phrase, which forever imprints the majestic figure of Madara Uchiha in the mind of Uchiha Obito, who has come to realize that the chaos of the Nine Tails has already begun. Oh, Madara, how tragic was your end? Why could you not have lingered a few more days? Truly, you deserved better. Why could not Uchiha Madara endure just a little longer? Why did you so hastily sever your own lifeline? Why did you not muster all your strength to persist, even in a grotesque existence? Meanwhile, as the host of the Uchiha Great Filial Son System, I swiftly grasp the correct utilization of the system, yet I find myself at a loss for words to express my incredulity. Is there a possibility? I, Uchiha Jin, it seems, perhaps, should be, might be, a member of the Uchiha clan. Should I honor myself? Forget it. Although the system's design is somewhat disappointing, as an auxiliary tool, the capabilities of this golden finger are indeed formidable. Heaven knows the immense trauma Uchiha Jin's heart has endured upon arriving in this reckless world, where town competitions are held with abandon and even fellow clansmen engage in treachery and mutual assassination. After much contemplation, it appears that the only filial act to grant Uchiha Jin a semblance of stability in this chaotic realm would be to personally escort Uchiha Madara to the underworld. Regrettably, Uchiha Madara's untimely demise leaves Uchiha Jin with no choice but to direct his gaze towards the inept members of his clan around him. Alas, what a pitiful bunch of failures. While Jin shares the Uchiha surname, the sudden transition into an unfamiliar world, surrounded by incompetence and enemies, weighs heavily upon him. As for recognizing Konoha, the bonds of blood with his clan, how could that be possible? A noble soul from the flower-planting family cannot be tainted by such pollution. They are merely intruders in Jin's life, seemingly familiar yet fundamentally alien. Unfortunately, it seems he can hardly return to that land he both resents and cherishes. Thus, whether it be Konoha or the Uchiha clan, to Jin, they are merely them. I am left with only myself. Chapter 3, Shursui, I am your grandfather. Jin, you are uttering those strange words again. Accompanied by this somewhat exasperated remark, an exceedingly rare dumpling-nosed figure within the Uchiha clan suddenly appeared before Uchiha Jin's eyes. Why? It's little Shursui. What brings you here to wander around? At this moment, Uchiha Jin appeared remarkably composed. He had noticed the arrival of Uchiha Shursui long before, and it was evident that the latter had no intention of concealing his presence. This piqued Jin's curiosity about why this individual, who had been evading him, suddenly sought him out. Could it be that my familial plan has faltered? Your statements are exceedingly perilous. The atmosphere within the village and our clan has grown increasingly tense. And now you dare to mention that forbidden figure. Are you not aware that such words could plunge our clan into an abyss? At this moment, the shadow on Uchiha Shursui's face had enveloped his brow, and the crimson glow deep within his melancholic eyes grew increasingly intense. Uchiha Madara. He is a taboo subject within the village, a name that must not be uttered. Had it not been for this individual, the first Hokage would not have met his untimely demise, and the first great ninja war would not have been ignited so prematurely. Even though the Uchiha clan did not openly follow Madara and appeared to remain unscathed by that incident, they secretly became one of the deepest sources of criticism from various ninja clans in Konoha. It can be said that Madara's existence is something that must be thoroughly buried in the annals of history, both for the Uchiha clan and for the entire Hidden Leaf village. Even Uchiha Madara, formidable as he is, cannot fathom the existence of the kaleidoscope. This malevolent bloodline, often referred to as the god's power, is truly understood only by Uchiha Shursui, who recognizes the immense and sinister nature of this forbidden force. Should the Uchiha clan come to comprehend this power and acquire the knowledge to awaken its forbidden and dark eye techniques, it would undoubtedly lead them down a path of destruction and madness. Nonetheless, a slight comfort for Uchiha Shursui lies in the fact that Uchiha Obito appears to be unaware of the method to unlock the kaleidoscope. However, even so, such information remains among the most profound of taboos. Yet, since becoming the chief instructor of the clan's training camp, Uchiha Obito has not only propagated his radically extreme theories, but has now openly espoused these forbidden revelations. This is utterly unacceptable. The arrogance inherent in the Uchiha clan stems from their formidable bloodline. In the early, more naive days of the Uchiha offspring, There may have been a possibility for them to be enlightened by the noble will of fire. However, with the emergence of Uchiha Obito, that path has been irrevocably sealed. Now, the blatant promotion of Uchiha Madara and the existence of the Manjiki further inflates the egos of the young Uchihas, exacerbating their innate pride and making it increasingly difficult for them to integrate into the village. All of these factors inevitably lead to a further deterioration of the Uchiha clan's external image, ultimately resulting in a deepening rift between the clan and the village. Especially in this increasingly tense period, why is it that the clan members fail to comprehend the greatness of the will of fire? As Uchiha Shisui contemplated this, a profound sorrow enveloped his heart, and his gaze towards Uchiha Jin became increasingly tinged with exasperation. Shisui, although Jin held a deep-seated apprehension towards Shisui's abilities, upon hearing the tone laden with reproach, he abruptly rose to his feet, forcefully casting his beverage to the ground. How dare you speak to me like that? Originally intending to admonish, Uchiha Shisui found his words faltering as he recalled the reasons behind his reluctance to engage with Jin, thereby recognizing another unique aspect of Jin's identity. In that moment, the clouds of discontent on Shisui's face dissipated, replaced by a flush of embarrassment and indignation. As he struggled to retort, there is no way around it. The phonetic pronunciation of Uchiha Jin and his grandfather Uchiha Kagami is strikingly similar, and the generational connection is undeniably compelling. P.S. I am unwavering in my stance. The pronunciations are identical, and I shall not entertain any counter-arguments. Blood is thicker than water. Uchiha Jin's tone grew increasingly fervent, as if Shisui had committed some heinous act, leaving the already bewildered Shisui momentarily rooted to the spot. Indeed, despite the minor age difference between Shisui and Uchiha Jin, due to Jin's lineage of late birth, he could be considered a generation above Shisui in terms of bloodline heritage, had Uchiha Kagami not passed away prematurely. The scene of them referring to each other as brothers in front of Shisui would surely have been quite amusing. This situation, however, rendered Shisui somewhat uncomfortable, as Jin was, in fact, of the same generation as his grandfather, and their names bore a striking phonetic resemblance. Consequently, during verbal exchanges with Uchiha Jin, Shisui often found himself inexplicably ensnared in this awkward predicament, unsure of how to navigate the conversation. Initially, Shisui preferred to avoid Uchiha Jin altogether. However, recent tensions between their clan and the village had made it increasingly difficult to disregard the influence of Jin, a member of the jewel-shattered faction within the Uchiha clan. The radical faction has firmly established its dominance, while the moderates are merely preoccupied with the potential losses and benefits following a coup. In this context, Uchiha Shinsuke emerges as a shadowy puppet master, subtly influencing his fellow clansmen with his nefarious rhetoric through a succession of rapidly advancing Uchiha youths. He shamelessly distorts and vilifies the cherished will of fire of his beloved Shisui, the so-called Konoha, and the esteemed title of Hokage. The name Konoha originates from the Senju clan, while the title of Hokage is emblematic of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Flame Fan. The Uchiha clan, bearing the emblem of the Uchiha Flame Fan, embodies the true will of fire. Especially in light of the decline of the Senju clan, it is imperative that we, the Uchiha, take up the banner of the will of fire and restore the rightful order to the Hidden Leaf Village. Nonsense. How could Uchiha Shisui, who has been deeply nurtured by the will of fire since childhood, accept such absurd rhetoric? Yet, he never anticipated that Uchiha Jin's words would resonate so profoundly, spreading among the younger Uchiha like wildfire over the past 2 years, resulting in several neutral members gravitating towards the radical faction. Consequently, Uchiha Shisui found himself unable to remain passive. He could not idly witness his kin marching towards the abyss, nor could he allow his beloved village to suffer significant losses. Do not speak to me of such trivialities. With a flushed face and a strained voice, Shisui interrupted Uchiha Jin, his tone tinged with desperation. The number of clan members joining the radical faction is increasing alarmingly. If this continues, the Uchiha will truly be beyond salvation. What? At Shisui's words, Uchiha Jin's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement as he eagerly inquired. Are there clan members wishing to join my radical faction? How could I be unaware? Uchiha Shisui's eyes suddenly narrowed, and the expression of anguish on his face abruptly stiffened as he became acutely aware of a far more terrifying issue. The elder Shitana's faction had persistently clamored for a coup during the last clan meeting, although the hope seemed exceedingly bleak. Uchiha Shisui was determined to exert every effort to persuade them. If this jade-shattered faction could undergo a transformation, it would undoubtedly serve as an exemplary model for the Uchiha clan. Regrettably, Shisui's already tenuous hope became even more elusive with a simple question posed by Uchiha Jin. Indeed, are you referring to Shitana's group, which merely engages in baseless chatter as the moderates? Uchiha Jin casually rolled his eyes, reclining back in his chair with an air of disdain, chastising the assembly of weaklings before him. What could a group of such cowardly individuals possibly achieve? They incessantly spoke of a coup d'etat, yet had not once dared to take action. Surely, even you must realize that the Hokage would remain vigilant against such idle threats. Those feeble wretches, if they possessed any true resolve, they would join me. If we were to launch a surprise assault on the Hokage's building tonight, we would have at least a 50% chance of success. Indeed, in every endeavor. There lies a 50-50 chance, either triumph or failure, and Uchiha Jin was prepared to accept the outcome regardless. Oh yes, it is not that I hold the so-called moderates in contempt. But relying solely on such inept and spineless individuals, if they dared to instigate a coup within 3 years, I would gladly sever my own head to repay you. Uchiha Shirsue's gaze was vacant, his eyes filled with astonishment as he stared incredulously at Uchiha Jin. It made sense, although Jin's words seemed utterly absurd and jarring. Upon careful reflection, Shirsue realized there was indeed some truth to them. Without external influences, the radical faction within the clan could not muster the confidence needed to support their coup in such a short time. Wait a moment. If that were the case, Jin's existence had become all the more perilous. In an instant, as Shirsue's emotions surged violently within him, a peculiar pattern, sharp as a blade, unconsciously manifested within his eyes. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan activate. Chapter 4. The innately malevolent Uchiha. What an astounding power of perception. Uchiha Jin fixed his gaze intently upon the slowly rotating crimson blade, his eyes brimming with an unmistakable fervor and avarice. The formidable power of the Mangekyou Sharingan is something outsiders find difficult to comprehend in such depth. Only those of the Uchiha clan who have awakened their eyes, particularly individuals like Uchiha Jin who possess the three tomo, can truly grasp the overwhelming ocular prowess akin to confronting a monstrous abyss. It is no wonder that the seemingly inconsequential Uchiha Abido could wield a single Mangekyou to navigate the shinobi world with ease, swiftly attaining strength comparable to that of elite ninja. Likewise, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke followed in this vein, timid before awakening but striking fiercely thereafter, as if the world itself were inscribing a legendary tale of eyes. It was only when Uchiha Jin genuinely experienced this power that he comprehended the true essence of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Shadow level. Undeniably shadow-level prowess. Merely drawing upon this formidable ocular strength would suffice to unleash illusions that could torment even the most powerful shadow-level warriors. When coupled with enhanced dynamic vision and the remarkable ability to replicate techniques, a typical Uchiha Jin could instantaneously transform into a seasoned shadow-level powerhouse. This implies that a standard Mangekyou could, at the moment of its awakening, effortlessly attain strength rivaling that of the strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Furthermore, when considering the enigmatic ocular techniques and the so-called god's power, Susanoo, it could be posited that as long as the ocular strength of the Mangekyou remains intact, one would be nearly invincible within the realm of shadow-level power. It is no surprise that Sarutobi Hiruzen harbors such trepidation, that Shimura Danzo covets it so greedily. And even the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, known as the inventor of forbidden techniques, perceives the Uchiha as a clan inherently steeped in malevolence. Why? The might of Senju Hashirama is unparalleled, and Senju Tobarama does not deem it evil. The numerous forbidden techniques inscribed in the sealing books are equally potent, yet he does not view them as wicked. The reason is simple. While power itself is devoid of notions of good and evil, those who wield it are not. This power, which can only be awakened by one who has immersed themselves in the madness of gaining love and losing love, has been destined since the inception of the Mangekyou to be wielded by a madman. Indeed, whether it be Uchiha Madara, Abido, Shirsue, Itachi, or Sasuke, they are, in a certain sense, all individuals burdened by profound anguish. A madman holds the power that even shadow-level warriors cannot rival. The Uchiha are truly a clan born of innate malevolence. At this moment, even Uchiha Jin, with his cultivated composure, could not help but sigh in contemplation. Originally, Shirsue was troubled by how to manage the exposure of the Mangekyou, whether to employ its formidable ocular power to enact Uchiha subduing with virtue, or to utilize his own Mangekyou abilities to silence those who might threaten him. However, Uchiha Jin's familiar phrase, the inherently evil Uchiha, struck a nerve, leaving Uchiha Shirsue somewhat disarmed. This catchphrase of the darkness of the shinobi world unexpectedly emerged from the sole member of the Uchiha clan's jewel-shattering faction. What on earth is happening in this world? At this moment, Shirsue felt an inexplicable absurdity and collapse. The panic and murderous intent that had once grazed his face now transformed into a barrage of bewildered expressions. At this moment, Uchiha Jin realized that he had inadvertently spoken his true thoughts aloud. After casting an awkward smile at Shirsue, whose expression was filled with confusion, he mused to himself about the innate strength of the Uchiha clan, chuckling softly. Amidst Shirsue's increasingly skeptical gaze, Jin could only muster a forced smile to cover the inadvertent revelation of his inner feelings. Let us not dwell on the minutiae. Come now, Shirsue. As Shirsue's doubts deepened, Uchiha Jin rose once more, extending his right hand forward. Become my strength. If it is you, we will undoubtedly be able to sway the moderates like Shanai and the surrenderists like Fugaku, and then storm the Hokage building to reclaim the glory that belongs to the Uchiha clan. What? Initially pondering whether Uchiha Jin harbored some hidden secret, Shirsue was taken aback by these sudden declarations. What is the meaning of this? If persuading our kin were truly so effortless, I would not be in such anguish. When conflict arises between our clan and the village, it invariably drags both into an abyss, and the Uchiha are fated to perish regardless. Sighing, Shirsue lamented. Why can the clan and the village not seek mutual understanding? Why must everyone harbor such narrow-minded tribalistic ideologies like Jin's? Attempting to rally the various factions within the clan and seize the opportunity to ambush the Hokage? This is tantamount to courting disaster. But wait, it seems there might indeed be a chance of success. Uchiha Shirsui's inability to persuade his clan primarily stemmed from his ambition to bring the Uchiha under the dominion of the higher echelons of Konoha. A notion that was utterly unacceptable to the pride of the Uchiha clan, something that could not be altered merely by the possession of a pair of Sharingan. However, should a pair of Sharingan serve as a beacon of hope, there exists a significant possibility of uniting the full strength of the Uchiha. As for the ambush on the Hokage's tower, if executed at an opportune moment, when the other ninja clans remain oblivious, it could yield devastating results. Uchiha Shirsui abruptly slapped himself, halting the thoughts that had begun to spiral out of control due to Uchiha Obito's interruptions. He then turned his serious gaze back to the strikingly handsome young man before him, who resembled a devil. Obito, I cannot acquiesce to your ideas. They are far too perilous. Thus, he concluded. At this moment, Uchiha Jin appeared quite indifferent. Observing Uchiha Shirsui, who had regained his composure, he reclined back in his chair with a nonchalant smile and remarked, Do you intend to control me with your Meijiki Sharingan? What? Shirsui felt as though he had exhausted all his astonishment for a lifetime in that single day, gazing incredulously at his counterpart. How could you possibly know about my Meijiki Sharingan? Despite his attempts to forcibly calm himself, Shirsui remained vigilant, scrutinizing his surroundings, and once again focused his attention on Uchiha Jin. The overwhelming power of the Meijiki Sharingan swiftly sealed off any possibility of action from Jin. TSK. Seemingly having acclimated somewhat, Uchiha Jin was no longer shocked by the terrifying might of the oppressive ocular power. Rather, he found it intriguing to experience. After a lengthy pause, he continued, I am a member of the Uchiha Elder Council, the chief instructor of the clan's training camp, and, more importantly, a wise sage with a penchant for reading. Were it not for this, how would I be aware of the existence of the Meijiki and Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Jin slowly opened his contemplative eyes and continued to persuade Uchiha Shirsui. The Sharingan, often referred to as the eye of the mind's reflection, truly awakens at the moment the kaleidoscope manifests, responding to the innermost desires that one holds dear. Uchiha Jin remarked, casting a peculiar and somewhat pitying glance at Shirsui, and continued, considering your absurd ideals, along with your naive thoughts and actions, the direction of your kaleidoscope Sharingan's awakening is not difficult to surmise. The simplest evidence lies before me at this very moment. Standing right in front of me is you. Uchiha Shirsui remained silent, feeling as though he had been stripped bare in the depths of winter, an overwhelming chill enveloping him entirely. The revelation of his most profound secret had been so effortlessly uncovered. At this moment, Uchiha Shirsui felt a chill run down his spine, even questioning whether his abilities had been revealed long ago. However, he understood that this was not the time for such contemplations. Too much time had already elapsed. Years of experience as a ninja had bestowed upon Shirsui a clarity of thought. He recognized that the paramount task at hand was to contain Uchiha Jin. At the very least, to temporarily halt the further dissemination of the secret. My apologies, Jin. The crimson glow of Uchiha Shirsui's eyes grew increasingly intense. Yet the smile on Uchiha Obito's face became ever more pronounced. Just as Shirsui was about to unleash his Kodo Amatsukami, Obito softly chuckled, Since you are unwilling to follow me, I am amenable to another approach. Come forth. A flicker of melancholy crossed Uchiha Jin's face, yet he steadfastly maintained his smile as he continued. Kill me. Control me. Chapter 5. How can I find peace if you do not perish? No, that is not right. In an instant, Uchiha Shirsui's heart was set ablaze with alarm. Despite perceiving no tangible threat, he was acutely aware of the chilling malevolence emanating from before him. At this moment, Uchiha Jin's face seemed to bear the mocking grin of a devil, eagerly anticipating his descent into an irretrievable abyss of torment. But where exactly had things gone awry? It is undeniable that under the overwhelming prowess of the Meijiki Sharingan, the loathsome Yasui leader before him had no semblance of resistance. Yet, this scenario appeared utterly implausible. How could Uchiha Jin, who had the audacity to confront the third Hokage in the shadows of the ninja realm, display not even a flicker of defiance, surrendering so easily before his eyes? No. This could not be the Uchiha Jin that Shirsui knew, the individual who had the gall to rebuke the Hokage and his clan members in their presence, wielding terms like war to dominate the Yasui elder. Such a character would never capitulate so simply. Even with the trump card of Kodo Amatsukami at his disposal, Uchiha Shirsui had arrived fully prepared. Yet, the outcome was inexplicably smooth. Jin, what is it that you truly intend to achieve? Uchiha Shirsui cautiously surveyed his surroundings, the immense power of his kaleidoscopic eyes exerting an overwhelming pressure on the individual before him. With an expression of utmost seriousness, he coldly remarked, The strength of the Meijiki Sharingan is beyond your imagination. Whatever your intentions may be, I advise you to refrain from any futile struggles. So it turns out to be Kodo Amatsukami, is it? Uchiha Jin's tone was tinged with a sense of melancholy, yet his face radiated a smile as he gazed at Uchiha Shirsui. The legendary strongest genjutsu indeed evokes a sense of anticipation. What? Upon hearing the three words Kodo Amatsukami from Uchiha Jin, Uchiha Shirsui, who was already on edge, felt a sudden jolt within his heart, accompanied by an unexpected chill that made his scalp prickle. Why? He had never divulged any information regarding his Mangekyou Sharingan, having guarded this secret even in the presence of the third Hokage. Yet, Uchiha Jinx was able to accurately name Kodo Amitsukami and describe its effects. Despite being acutely aware of the formidable and malevolent power that Kodo Amitsukami possessed, Uchiha Jinx remained remarkably calm, as if he were utterly indifferent to the sinister genjutsu that toyed with the hearts of men. Why? In Uchiha Shirsue's voice, there lingered a hint of choked emotion. Despite holding an undeniable advantage, he now gazed at Uchiha Bido with a countenance full of supplication. At this moment, Uchiha Jin abruptly rose to his feet. His visage contorted with fury as he bellowed at Uchiha Shirsue. What is there to ponder? If you intend to strike, then do so swiftly. I too am capable of feeling fear, you know. What if I explain myself and you hesitate afterward? With the most arrogant tone, he uttered the most cowardly words. Uchiha Shirsue felt that the absurdities he had encountered throughout his life paled in comparison to the outrageous events of today. Yet, at this moment, Uchiha Shirsue found himself entirely entangled in this situation, for he bore the weight of his clan and the fate of his village, resolutely unwilling to wager even the slightest risk. After a long silence, the duration felt interminable, akin to a century in the perceptions of both Uchiha Shirsue and Uchiha Bido. At last, he sighed, enough. Uchiha Jin once again reclined weakly in the armchair, casting a resentful glance at Uchiha Shirsue. If I were to lead that cowardly bunch to storm the Hokage building, I could accept any outcome, no matter how it turned out. Humph. As he spoke, Uchiha Jin spat vehemently in the direction of the Uchiha Nanha shrine. My apologies, my throat feels rather uncomfortable. Under the silent gaze of Uchiha Shirsue, Jin continued to speak slowly. I initially intended to provoke them using your Kodo Amitsukami, but it seems I have overestimated my own composure. Being controlled by others is something I find quite intolerable. What? Uchiha Shirsue, who had merely been puzzled until now, suddenly grasped the meaning of Uchiha Jin's words. Yet the chilling sensation that made his scalp tingle surged back fiercely. Uchiha Shirsue gazed at Uchiha Bido with an expression of disbelief, his right hand trembling as he pointed at him. His lips quivered uncontrollably, rendering his words almost incoherent. The audacity of using himself as bait was astonishing. Uchiha Shirsue could hardly fathom the existence of someone like Uchiha Jin in this world, who would so willingly barter away his own soul. Indeed, under the chilling sensation that enveloped him, Uchiha Shirsue managed to regain his composure, reflecting with a sense of dread how fortunate he was not to have unleashed the Kodo Amitsukami upon Uchiha Jin, an elder of the Tamashii Oto faction, who once harbored the desire to perish alongside the village, had suddenly transformed into a figure akin to himself, embracing a more amiable approach towards the village. It sounded like a tale of the will of fire rescuing a wayward lamb. However, from the perspective of the current leadership of the Uchiha clan, this was an utterly unacceptable notion. Although the Uchiha clan is rife with factions, their division is not solely rooted in ideology, but rather in the paramount importance they place on power. It is the lack of sufficient strength, the uncertainty regarding their own capabilities, and the unpredictability of future challenges that has given rise to the so-called radicals and moderates. Nevertheless, regardless of the faction, they fundamentally maintain an adversarial relationship with the current leadership of Konoha. The interests of the Uchiha clan are of paramount importance. In this context, Uchiha Jin, often perceived as merely an inconsequential figure of the Shattered Jade faction, emerges as a pivotal character. Although the current Uchiha elders harbor disdain for this impulsive individual, they nonetheless regard him as a crucial asset in the impending conflict with Konoha. Moreover, this Shattered Jade faction possesses remarkable teaching capabilities, continuously nurturing new blood for the Uchiha clan, thereby enriching its foundational strength. It is precisely for this reason only the Uchiha clan could unite all factions under the dual pressure of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to protect Uchiha Shin, ultimately allowing him to become the youngest elder in the history of the Uchiha clan. It can be said that Uchiha Jin stands as a paragon. Should the Hokage faction ever contemplate an assault on the Uchiha clan, Jin would undoubtedly emerge as one of the most pivotal figures. Yet, a sudden transformation in the character of such a Shattered Jade faction raises questions. How could the Uchiha clan remain oblivious to the underlying changes? This is not merely a benchmark for the Shattered Jade faction to transition towards peace. Rather, it is evidently the final straw that could jeopardize the delicate political equilibrium between the Hokage and the Uchiha. The very thought that this last straw would be delivered by his own hands leaves Uchiha Shirsue drenched with anxiety. Jin, you are utterly terrifying. In an instant, the images of the Uchiha clan and their fierce battle against Konoha flooded Shirsue Uchiha's mind, his naturally dazed countenance now drenched in perspiration. Please do not say such things. I, too, have shown signs of cowardice. Otherwise, you would not be so taken aback. I believe it would be wiser for me to gather more strength and confront those repugnant individuals with absolute confidence. At this moment, the overwhelming aura surrounding Uchiha Jin dissipated entirely. He then casually leaned on Uchiha Shirsue's shoulder, wearing an expression of resignation as he spoke. Perhaps you could try to trust me. If you are willing to become my strength, we will undoubtedly lead the Uchiha clan towards a glorious future. Snap. Uchiha Shirsue felt a sudden chill run through his body. He swiftly grasped Uchiha Jin's right hand and retreated several meters. ensuring a safe distance before continuing to issue his warning. Jin, I shall not conspire with you. With those words, Shirsui's figure vanished in an instant, leaving only Uchiha Jin, whose expression gradually darkened. Indeed, this art of verbal deception seemed to hold a particular potency against the Uchiha clan. However, such grand illusions must be avoided at all costs. The feeling of helplessness, where one's life and death are not in one's own hands, is an experience I wish never to endure again. Uchiha Jin casually brushed away the cold sweat at his temples, the mingled rays of the setting sun illuminating his remarkably handsome visage, while a chilling aura of murderous intent surged wildly within him. Shirsui, if you do not perish, how can I find solace? Chapter 6, If you do not strive, how can I grow stronger? Silence. With Uchiha Shirsui's departure, the room was once again enveloped in a fleeting stillness. Yet, this silence proved fleeting, as the once proud armchair lay in ruins, leading Uchiha Jin's face to once more erupt with fury. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! If it were within his power, Uchiha Jin would willingly employ every means at his disposal to annihilate the man known as Shirsui of the Body Flicker. Alas, it was not to be. Uchiha Shirsui is not the type of brotherly figure that Uchiha Itachi embodies. He never even had the opportunity to use his younger brother as leverage. Cursed orphan. Uchiha Jin vowed that. Even when confronted by the orphans of the Order of Silver from his past life, he had never felt as constrained as he did just moments ago. Though his heart yearned to rend his adversary into 1,000 pieces, he was compelled to feign camaraderie, urging his opponent to join him in battle. Curse this team, he thought. Were it not for his inadequate strength and the constraints imposed by the game's rules, he would have gladly sacrificed his teammates to the heavens and showcased a 1 versus 9 spectacle. Alas, nature itself is but a plant. Regrettably, Uchiha Shirsui had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, and his mastery in the realms of ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu placed him among the elite of the current ninja world. Admittedly, he was somewhat foolish and orphaned in spirit. However, this was still beyond the capabilities of even Uchiha Jin, whose own 3-tomo Sharingan was not to be underestimated, especially with his hidden trump cards yet to be revealed. Host, Uchiha Jin Bloodline, 3-tomo Sharingan Chakra, 8-card skills, In Release LV5, Fire Release LV5, Taijutsu LV5, Genjutsu LV5, Lightning Release LV4, Wind Release LV3, Water Release LV2, Earth Release LV2, Yang Release LV1, Subskills Omitted Filial Piety Storage, 1 3-tomo Sharingan, 2 2-tomo Sharingans. Jonin glancing at the information displayed on the storage panel, Uchiha Jin took a deep breath and finally found some semblance of calm. In a world of ninjas that loudly proclaim the will of fire, the ultimate arbiter of all matters remains strength. It is strength that empowers the strong to espouse their ideologies, while the words and will of the weak are ultimately mere lamentations of the vanquished, falling on deaf ears. Instantaneous Body, Shirsui. The mere thought of this name, which had instilled fear in him for 3 years, left Uchiha Jin feeling inexplicably constrained. To navigate this period of weakness with a semblance of stability, Uchiha Jin resorted to every conceivable strategy, ultimately deciding to don the guise of the Tamakuza faction, a precarious position indeed. Indeed. Upon his arrival in this world, Uchiha Jin was merely an ordinary nin with a 2-tomo Sharingan, though not weak by the standards of Konoha. Such power provided little assurance to one identified as an evil Uchiha. Following the Knight of the Nine Tails, Uchiha Jin, still merely a 2-tomo Sharingan wielder, often found himself on duty with the Konoha Guard, yet this did not imply he was entirely devoid of peril. Espionage, invasion, and special missions lurked in the shadows. While ninja missions were categorized by rank, countless unseen dangers persisted, whether from assassins of rival villages or the ever-watchful eyes of the darker side of the ninja world. These threats were ample justification for the Kage to exploit as an excuse to weaken the Uchiha clan. Amidst internal and external turmoil, being a nin, one could never be certain when a moment of whimsy might lead to Uchiha Jin, who had yet to become the Uchiha's Terminator, being prematurely extinguished by those he had never encountered. Commander, I am one of our own, he lamented. Regrettably, such words bore no significance to a ninja, let alone inspire trust. Thus, Uchiha Jin had no choice but to remain within the village. And the position of clan instructor served to minimize the likelihood of his departure from the Uchiha clan, which was already quite insular. However, this method was not foolproof, as Uchiha Jin was unwilling to languish through these 3 years of mediocrity, only to joyfully attend a banquet at the home of Shirsui, the master of Uchiha. The collision of thoughts from 2 worlds inevitably sparks a brilliance capable of stunning the indigenous populace of this realm. Furthermore, as the Uchiha clan grows ever more formidable, the benefits bestowed upon Uchiha Obscura will amplify, granting him the confidence to gaze disdainfully upon the harsh and frigid ninja world. However, this very uniqueness of Uchiha Obscura will be difficult to conceal from the vigilant eyes of Konoha's F4, who will undoubtedly take note of the Uchiha clan's movements. One can only imagine the ensuing drama. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi, you shall regret this. Following such a momentous scene, Danzo Shimura, believing he had concealed his intentions well, merrily set traps for Uchiha Obscura. It must be said that while his political acumen may be lacking, His employment of nefarious tactics is certainly beyond what Uchiha Obscura is willing to endure. Thus, while attending a gathering with his kin, Uchiha Obscura accidentally awakened his Sharingan, and in showcasing his formidable teaching prowess, he also revealed his unwavering resolve as a member of the jewel-shattering faction. Let the Uchiha rise to greatness once more. Konoha belongs to the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan should launch a direct assault on the Hokage building, executing a decapitation strike against the higher-ups of Konoha. Eliminate Hiruzen, eradicate Danzo, and personally eliminate Mido Tsumuji, compelling the entire village of Konoha to submit beneath the feet of the Uchiha. In this way, the coach of the Uchiha clan training camp, the soul shatterer of Jade within the Uchiha. It can be said that should Uchiha Jin dare to step beyond the confines of the Uchiha territory, the infamous mutual destruction faction would likely meet a tragic fate. In such a scenario, whether they be the so-called moderates or radicals, all would resolutely oppose such an outcome. Be it a special mission invitation from the Hokage or the deceptive machinations of those masquerading as Umbu, all have been thwarted at the clan's gates. Particularly after the untimely demise of a 3-tomo Uchiha Jonin during a seemingly simple task, the vigilant Uchihas, at a clan meeting. Directly acknowledged Jin as a member of the Uchiha Elder Council. For one who could enhance the Uchiha clan's heritage, Jin stands as the singular figure sheltered by both the radicals and moderates. The notion of sacrificing him to placate the higher-ups of Konoha? Absolutely inconceivable. Consequently, Uchiha Fugaku, once perceived as weak, made it abundantly clear to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Under the influence of the Elder Council, regarding Jin's exceptional status within the guard and the Uchiha clan, Jin is not merely a ninja. Uchiha Jin is a member of the Uchiha Elder Council, solely responsible for the training of his clan and impervious to any commands from others. In such a scenario, the crises he faces are significantly diminished, as long as one does not wish to utterly sever ties with the Uchiha clan. Even the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot exert any influence over Uchiha Jin. As for Shimura Danzo, that individual cannot even set foot within the Uchiha territory. Any root member who dares trespass into the Uchiha domain would be met with a fate of utter neglect, even in death. Consequently, it remains uncertain whether the caution displayed towards Uchiha Jin stems from a fear of provoking him or from a desire to safeguard the lives of his kin. Thus, Uchiha Jin has become the sole exceptional presence within the Uchiha clan, one who cannot and will not traverse beyond the clan's borders. Yet, despite Uchiha Jin's meticulous efforts to craft a relatively secure environment for his development, two proverbial swords of Damocles perpetually hang above his head. Uchiha Bido, Uchiha Shursui. The former's Kamui possesses the formidable ability to effortlessly bypass the barriers of the Uchiha clan, while the amalgamation of the Mangekyou Sharingan and would release is a force that few can withstand. Conversely, Shursui's Kodo Amitsukami remains the greatest source of trepidation for Uchiha Bido. Although he understands that Uchiha Shursui would not casually employ this technique against him, and even if he were to fall victim to Kodo Amitsukami, he is confident that the result would only be mental subjugation rather than death. He believes that after awaiting Shursui's inevitable demise, he would possess a significant chance of escaping the influence of Kodo Amitsukami. However, this remains a last resort, a choice that Uchiha Bido is loath to accept. Thus, the last thing he desires is to confront Uchiha Shursui, attempting to drive him away through family ties, cloaking his intimidation in the guise of the final straw, all while fervently hoping that Shursui's political acumen is lamentably inadequate. Ah, how lamentable it is to be so weak. No, if you do not strive for improvement, how can I grow stronger? Uchiha Jin's gaze turned frigid as he cast his eyes once more upon the group of Uchiha children laboring diligently in the distance, and he let out a furious roar. His entire being felt the weight of an additional 20 kilograms. Chapter 7. You will regret it. I am the one who will. The pathway, paved with bluish stone bricks, meandered through a verdant garden, where the seemingly simple courtyard exuded a touch of exquisite artistry. Clearly, for the Uchiha clan, which boasts a rich heritage, even though they have been relegated to this remote corner far from the heart of Konoha. The profound legacy of this foremost clan of the ninja world remains beyond the comprehension of ordinary ninja clans. Alas, within the Uchiha clan's council hall, where daily affairs are managed, the individuals who come and go are all brutes who revere strength above all else, showing no appreciation for the inherent beauty of their surroundings. Shanai, you were too extreme. Fayek, you were too lenient. In the central chamber of the courtyard, two individuals glared at each other, their eyes wide with fury, as if on the verge of combat. It should be noted that Uchiha Fayek and Uchiha Shanai, as the foremost combatants of the Uchiha clan, have both reached what is known as the Kage level of power. Should such formidable beings truly engage in battle, the resultant shockwaves would suffice to reduce this council hall, spanning hundreds of square feet, to ruins. Moreover, the Uchiha clan is particularly adept at fire release techniques. A single misstep could potentially ignite a conflagration in the already lush outskirts of Konoha, a blaze that even seasoned ninja would find difficult to contain. However, the tense atmosphere, ripe for conflict, seemed to be a commonplace occurrence for the Uchiha guards stationed at the entrance, who continued their duties with the calmness of a gentle breeze. An elite jonin of the Uchiha clan, a formidable wielder of the powerful 3-tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Tetsu, remarkably cold and composed. He merely gathered the elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan to intimidate the Hokage and thereby seize the position of advisor to Shimura Danzo. Is such a demand truly radical? Perhaps a few years ago, it might have seemed so. However, compared to the recent Navi utterances of the Uchiha youth, it hardly appears extreme. Yet, the theory of patiently waiting for the opportune moment, as posited by clan leader Fugaku, raises the question, should such a sentiment even emanate from an Uchiha? As Tetsu, a member of the radical faction, covertly cast a glance at the two individuals in the room, who were engaged in a heated verbal exchange. A sense of absurdity inexplicably welled up within him. How utterly tedious. The esteemed leader and elder Shana frequently seek to provoke one another, and such scenarios seem to occur several times each month, yet they invariably culminate without physical confrontation. TSK for the Uchiha clan, which holds power and prowess in the highest regard, relying on strength and ocular prowess to conquer adversaries, it appears that Jin's games are far more enticing. I yearn for the opportunity to spar with that fellow Tunin. During our last match, I was careless, but this time, I shall deliver a decisive blow. Oh. Just as Uchiha Tetsu began to feel drowsy, even fantasizing about the possibility of Fugaku and Elder Shana actually overturning the table. And whether his recently honed great fireball technique could surprise Uchiha Tunin, his keen perception suddenly detected a familiar presence. In an instant, his crimson eyes flared to life. And the Uchiha clan's unique and formidable ocular power was unleashed, locking onto the source with unwavering intensity. Uchiha Jin. This man has unexpectedly returned to the council chamber? The mere thought of this formidable individual, known for his fearsome moniker Uchiha, ignites a spark of excitement in Uchiha Tei's gaze. Jin? Upon confirming the identity of the visitor, Uchiha Tei sensed the fluctuations in the chakra of his guards, which led Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Fugaku to similarly recognize this surprising guest. Frowning, the two men, who were previously engaged in a heated exchange, remarkably refrained from their usual animosity, their expressions aligning in an unusual uniformity. It seems that, within the entire Uchiha clan, or rather throughout the entirety of Konohagakure, it is only Uchiha Jin, this extraordinary presence, who can evoke such a complex response from two men wielding the utmost power in the ninja world. Although Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui appear to be at odds with one another, they are both acutely aware that their shared vision is the grand revival of the Uchiha clan. Their divergence lies merely in the differing paths and approaches they wish to adopt in pursuit of this common goal. Uchiha Shana aspires to unify the might of the Uchiha clan to instigate an armed coup, whereas Uchiha Fugaku envisions awaiting the emergence of a new Hokage akin to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, or negotiating with the village through more temperate means. It can be said that, should a propitious moment arise, both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shana would have the potential to persuade one another. Whether it leads to Uchiha Fugaku aligning with Uchiha Shana in a coup, or Uchiha Shana bolstering Uchiha Fugaku's position at the negotiation table with the higher echelons of Konohagakure. Such scenarios would unfold naturally. The current opposition? What genuine conflict exists among politicians, if not merely an exchange of time and interests? Even players of lesser stature like Shana and Fugaku are acutely aware of this. And then there's Jin. What a reckless individual. A truly fervent and perilous entity, capable of becoming the sharpest blade of the clan if the timing were right. Yet, it is clear that this is not that moment. Why can't he refrain from acting until I have consolidated the power of the Uchiha clan? Should this individual succumb to madness and commit irrevocable deeds, the Uchiha clan would indeed lose the opportunity to await the fifth Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui exchanged a glance, an instant of mutual understanding passing between them, recognizing the intentions of their long-standing adversary. Indeed, Shursui represents the backbone of the Uchiha clan, a cornerstone ensuring the continued strength of their lineage. However, now is certainly not the opportune moment to sever ties with the entire Leaf Village. Therefore, Uchiha Shana suddenly waved his sleeve. His face once again contorted with fury as he coldly remarked to Uchiha Fugaku, "Fugaku, you shall come to regret this. Shana is the rightful clan leader." Uchiha Fugaku exchanged a knowing glance, casting a similarly cold gaze at his companion. Soon, both resolved to leave this place fraught with trouble. However, familiar voices calling out Patriarch, Elder, caused them to hesitate mid-step. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shana met each other's eyes, recognizing the helplessness that lay within. There was no choice. In their endeavor to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo from targeting Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shana had united to elevate Obito to a member of the Uchiha Elder Council. Only with such a non-combatant elder could they significantly mitigate the perilous mission shrouded in danger. Yet, now that Uchiha Obito had ascended to the rank of elder, the unique right to deliberate as part of the council could not be disregarded. Wasn't that Obito? Uchiha Fugaku sighed inwardly, yet still greeted the somewhat overly audacious young elder with a gaze filled with complexity. In turn, Uchiha Shana also cast his eyes towards Uchiha Jin, but compared to Fugaku, his expression was evidently more intricate when confronted with this even more radical presence. Chapter 8. The Uchiha Clan's Wasteful CP. I, Uchiha Jin, demand funds. With an air of reckless abandon tinged with a trace of arrogance, Jin's words echoed harshly within the already desolate council chamber. Indeed, Upon confirming the identity of the newcomer as Uchiha Jin, both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shanai, old adversaries, simultaneously darkened in countenance, their bodies vibrating with an unusual intensity. Breathe deeply. Do not let anger take hold. It is hardly worth it to quarrel with this impetuous youth. After several deep breaths, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shanai swiftly calmed their emotions, their expressions now imbued with vigilance as they scrutinized the uninvited guest, Uchiha Jin. Indeed, it had come to this. Were they truly to engage in combat with this individual? Moreover, they had previously clashed, and for the Uchiha clan leader and the elder, both possessing strength on par with the Hokage, the prospect of defeating an Uchiha elite Jonin with a 3-tomo Sharingan was assured. Yet, Jin had little regard for the principles of combat. At times, both Fugaku and Shanai questioned whether Jin was indeed a true Uchiha, in a clan where strength reigned supreme. Even those who acknowledged their inferiority would concede gracefully, yet here was a resilient figure who seemed eager to engage in a life-or-death struggle. How could one navigate such a situation? Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui are merely intent on vanquishing one another. Could it be that they truly wish to extinguish Uchiha Itachi on the spot? If Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui were to lose their senses and commit such an act, it is likely that the one known as the darkness of the ninja world, the Hokage's advisor, would find it utterly laughable. However, should they refrain from delivering a lethal blow, even the formidable Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui would find themselves at a disadvantage against an elite Uchiha shinobi who seeks only to match their prowess. Indeed, for the sake of such a headstrong youth, revealing the long-concealed Mangeki Sharingan seems exceedingly unwarranted. This sentiment is especially poignant for Uchiha Fugaku, a moderate who harbors potent secrets yet is held in disdain by Uchiha Itachi. The profound sense of frustration he experiences is profoundly magnified, leaving him to find solace in this belief during ordinary times. Of course, the primary reason that Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Izuna are reluctant to resort to lethal measures lies in the exceptional teaching prowess of Uchiha Bido. It is not merely confined to the training grounds where the young Uchiha are nurtured in the past year or two. Both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Izuna have discernibly sensed a significant enhancement in the overall strength of the Uchiha clan, subtly influenced by Uchiha Bido's guidance. In this regard, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shaka felt a sense of relief, intertwined with an ineffable gratitude. Indeed, even after decades since the establishment of Konoha, the truly formidable teachings of ninjutsu still predominantly resided within the legacies of clans, or more precisely, within familial inheritances. Although the so-called ninja academies emerged, for those clans with genuine lineages, they merely served as ornamental establishments. The true essence lay in the mentor-mentee relationships that extended from elite shinobi teams. However, all of this held little significance for the Uchiha clan, which boasted a rich heritage of exceptional ninjas, complemented by a comprehensive collection of training knowledge tailored to their lineage. This was more than sufficient for the Uchiha clan, teeming with prodigies, to stand proudly above many other ninja clans in Konoha, rendering the ninja academies and mentor-mentee traditions inconsequential. Yet, when the adversary was none other than the formidable Konoha village, the Uchiha's current accumulation of strength was evidently insufficient. The emergence of Uchiha Jin altered this dynamic entirely. Not only did he generously impart his knowledge to every Uchiha without reservation, but he also possessed an extraordinary imagination, consistently formulating the most suitable training methods for his clan. Building upon the already robust family and clan legacies, he introduced a systematic approach to their training. This innovative path developed holistically, grounded in physical prowess, centered on the Sharingan, and encompassing comprehensive advancements in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. This entirely distinct perspective on the art of the ninja was beyond the comprehension of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shaka, as they pondered how such seemingly ordinary advancements had not been passed down through the clan over the past centuries. By enhancing physical capabilities, they could increase their chakra reserves, and through the Sharingan's fundamental copying ability, acquire taijutsu, while benefiting from rapid training in ninjutsu, further bolstered by the Sharingan's innate strength and illusion techniques. There were also various methods to invigorate the Uchiha's relentless pursuit of improvement. The thought of future adversaries encountering Uchiha elites with comprehensive development in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu filled Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shaka with a sense of pity for their foes. Who could have imagined that feats once attainable only by a select few prodigious Uchihas were now becoming increasingly commonplace, democratized by Uchiha Jin's influence? Yet, upon reflection, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shaka found solace in this realization. Indeed, perhaps it was not that no one had recognized this potential in the past, but those who did were not inclined to pass it on, while those willing to share may not have fully grasped its significance, at least. This was the case for Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shaka. After all, what were ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu but techniques executed with a mere gaze of the Sharingan, followed by swift incantations of the great fireball technique to obliterate foes? Uchiha Shanai recalled the orphan, Shun, who embodied stillness, while Uchiha Fugaku thought of his astute and talented son, Itachi. Is instruction truly necessary for such matters? However, one fact remains indisputable. The existence of Uchiha Jin serves as a formidable endorsement for both Uchiha Fugaku, a proponent of moderation, and Uchiha Shanai, an advocate of radicalism. In their respective political aspirations, it was precisely this consideration that led them to exceptionally elevate Uchiha Jin to the position of the youngest elder of their clan, even uniting to exert pressure on the Hokage and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nonetheless, Jin's demeanor is undeniably irksome, displaying an utter lack of respect towards the clan leader and elder. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui exchanged a glance, each filled with a shared sense of helplessness. Yet, upon recognizing their respective identities, they quickly responded with a synchronized huff, turning their heads away to disregard one another. At this moment, Uchiha Jin found himself somewhat speechless. After being overlooked for quite some time, he had clearly observed the subtle interaction between Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shanai. What was with this intense sense of coupling? Chapter 9. Failing to mimic the tiger. Only to resemble the dog. No, that's not right. Uchiha Jin hesitated as he scrutinized the two individuals before him. Given their notorious history as long-standing adversaries within the clan, their demeanor was not particularly surprising. In fact, the absence of a genuine confrontation between them seemed to perplex many outsiders more than their current stance of mutual animosity. Yet, at this moment, the palpable hostility between the two, coupled with the fragmented remarks Uchiha Jin had overheard along the way, inexplicably evoked a peculiar sense of chemistry within him. Was this not a mirror image of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo? Sarutobi Fujitaka? Shimura Shizen? Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku assumes the role of the amiable and affable red-faced leader, while Uchiha Shisui embodies the fierce and tempestuous black-faced high-ranking official. This strategic duo is sufficient to cast a shadow over the innocent ninjas, rendering any attempts at persuasion or suppression remarkably effective. Of course, such rudimentary political tactics appear rather elementary to Uchiha Bido, who has been educated in the art of dragon slaying. It resembles an advanced version of the so-called temporary worker scapegoat strategy, yet it remains potent enough to make a significant impact in the political wilderness of the ninja world. The efficacy of these political machinations has already been exemplified by the neighboring Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. However, Uchiha Bido never anticipated that a clan, which should have perished amidst internal strife and self-destruction, could exhibit the nascent stages of such advanced political thought. This is indeed perplexing. If the Uchiha clan truly harbored such capabilities, how could they have devolved into the disarray currently evident? It is important to recognize that while the overall strength of the Uchiha clan may not rival that of the entire Konoha village, the emergence of two high-ranking officials with sufficient political acumen could indeed facilitate consolidation. Under the circumstances where the Uchiha clan is united internally and strategically engages in distant diplomacy while attacking nearby, they undoubtedly represent a formidable force that any ninja village in this world would prefer to avoid. Damn it. Realizing this, Uchiha Jin clenched his teeth in frustration, and his gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shanai grew increasingly filled with disappointment. What is this guy planning? Both the clan leader and the elder furrowed their brows, sensing that Jin might be contemplating something quite audacious. Indeed, Uchiha Jin's lips curled into a contemptuous smile, offering an affirming expression to the two Uchiha titans before him, while his demeanor increasingly grew more menacing. Indeed, I am mocking the two of you worthless fools. Although the Uchiha clan may lack the prominent authority associated with the title of Hokage held by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the clan's profound heritage and formidable strength render their influence not significantly inferior in certain respects. Uchiha Jin silently scrutinized the unmistakable ferocity in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, as well as the barely concealed gentleness etched upon Uchiha Shisui's aged features. Their appearances indeed fell short, and the dissonance was rather pronounced. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue lies in the fact that you two worthless individuals are utterly inept. With the examples of Hiruzen's and Shimura Danzo before you, you have failed to accomplish even the simplest task of imitation. Despite the emergence of so-called radical and moderate factions, their actual impact has been negligible, nearly sparking genuine internal strife. Attempting to emulate a tiger, only to end up resembling a dog. My apologies. My throat is a bit uncomfortable. Uchiha Jin grinned at the two individuals before him without a trace of remorse, while Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui regarded him with increasingly hostile glares. In that moment, his mind whirled with chaotic thoughts. It dawned upon him that the root of his arduous struggles lay squarely upon the two of them. Uchiha Shisui, donning the guise of the clan leader, exhibited none of the political awareness that would compel him to bear the burden of blame like Shimura Danzo. Instead, he audaciously contemplated dragging Uchiha Fugaku, the esteemed leader, into the mire alongside him. If Elder Shisui had commenced with a warning, "Fugaku, you shall regret this," followed by an act of defiance against the clan leader's wishes, covertly rallying forces for a lightning-fast coup, with the overall strength of the Uchiha clan, evidently surpassing that of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, truly stand a chance of successfully usurping Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo? Should such a beheading operation succeed? At a time when the entirety of Konoha found itself engulfed in confusion and helplessness, Uchiha Fugaku, unable to maintain control over his kin, might emerge to proclaim that it was all the doing of Uchiha Shisui's obstinacy, entirely dissociating the Uchiha clan from the turmoil. Subsequently, he would strip Elder Shursui of his title and confine him for life. This elaborate scapegoating strategy would be executed in conjunction with the imminent threats posed by the 4 major ninja villages facing Konoha. In such a precarious situation, if Uchiha Fugaku were to inadvertently reveal his Sharingan in a moment of excitement, the final outcome might regrettably see him ascend to the position of the 5th Hokage. It is indeed challenging to manage incompetent allies. As Uchiha Jin's thoughts grew increasingly erratic, his gaze towards Uchiha Shanai became ever more peculiar. While his look towards Uchiha Fugaku was imbued with deepening sympathy, ultimately he could not restrain himself and uttered once more, "Patriarch, you have truly endured much hardship over the years." As Uchiha Jin began to speak, not only did Uchiha Fugaku's gaze turn peculiarly strange, but even he himself could not help but be momentarily taken aback. This was not right. Uchiha Fugaku was certainly not deserving of sympathy. Although this individual lacked a steadfast ally like Danzo, who would willingly take the blame, it did not serve as an excuse for him, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, to evade responsibility. Even if his temporary subordinates were lacking in understanding, did that absolve him of his duties as a leader? Uchiha Shanai has become increasingly forgetful, and it falls upon Uchiha Fugaku to assume the duty of reminding him. Otherwise, we risk the tragic repetition of the fateful clash between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Indeed, this confirms it. Within 3 paces of the sleeping dragon, there must surely be a phoenix chick. Whether it be Uchiha Shanai or Uchiha Fugaku, both of these individuals are utterly inept. Indeed, in this world where power is derived from oneself, one must not place their hopes upon the foolish machinations of authority. Fortunately, Uchiha Jin has never harbored any expectations for these 2 ineffectual beings. His singular focus remains on the day he can feast at their funeral. Swiftly, his expression shifted, the fleeting look of sympathy evaporating as he reverted to his previous disdain and arrogance. 100 million Ryo. Stop dawdling, transfer the funds now. In mere moments, the capricious countenance of Uchiha Jin, coupled with his barely concealed malice, incited a furious reaction from the 2 Uchiha leaders. The nonchalantly uttered figure only darkened their already grim expressions further. Do you have any idea how much 100 million Ryo is worth? Despite possessing the moniker of the most fearsome eye, Uchiha Fugaku was the first to regain his composure. He stepped forward to intercept the explosive Uchiha Shanai, coldly questioning the striking figure before him. It is well known that ninjas can accumulate wealth far more easily than commoners. Yet 100 million Ryo is no trifling sum for any faction. It is even sufficient to place a bounty on the corpses of 3 Hokage's sons in the black market. Thus, even if Uchiha Jin's motives seemed suspect, Uchiha Fugaku, as the gentle patriarch, chose to ascertain the reasons before jumping to conclusions. If it were indeed a trivial matter, they could deal with it afterwards. However, having just realized how utterly incompetent these 2 were, Uchiha Jin's expression was equally unwelcoming. With a tone dripping in disappointment, he admonished, "Why ask so many questions? If I request the funds, simply provide them. Allowing such wealth to remain with you is a waste. It would be far better in my hands to enrich the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened in unison with Elder Shanai. Yet a flicker of joy unexpectedly stirred within his heart. Indeed, although Uchiha Jin is exceedingly detestable, it appears that he has genuinely conceived an ingenious idea this time. The clan leader subtly turned to cast a glance at the esteemed elder beside him, who, at that moment, also revealed a faint smile at the corner of his eye. The tacit understanding between them seemed to transcend the confines of space and time in that instant. Ultimately, the matter of wealth is a different story altogether. The gentle expression on Uchiha Fugaku's face vanished in an instant, transforming into an exceedingly stern countenance. In that moment, Uchiha Shursui swiftly positioned himself behind Uchiha Jin, seamlessly continuing. However, today seems to be the appropriate occasion to impart to you the true meaning of respecting one's elders. Chapter 10. Within the 3 steps of the crouching dragon. There must be a phoenix chick. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Accompanied by a slightly bitter cough, a strikingly handsome figure, somewhat pale in complexion, stepped proudly out of the humble courtyard. Ha! He spat a thick, blood-tinged phlegm carelessly onto the statue of the guardian dog at the entrance, and after clearing his throat, Uchiha Jin cast a disdainful glance back. Trash. Indeed, nothing but refuse. I shall no longer feign pretense. There is no need for concealment. I look down upon you, so what of it? 2 powerful figures of shadow-level strength, when collaborating, could not subdue merely a single elite Genin. Ultimately, the esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan bore the unfortunate mark of a black eye, while our esteemed clan leader endured a painful kick to the groin. Truly deserving of the title of ruthless individual, I, Uchiha Jin, shall acknowledge you as the fiercest in this realm. Recalling Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, which flickered with a distorted malevolence. Even Uchiha Jin, a man who considered himself a master of shadows, could not help but feel a chill within. Nevertheless, even with this flicker of admiration, it did not cultivate any positive sentiments towards them. Instead, it deepened his awareness of their utter incompetence. Indeed, Uchiha Jin, this so-called elite jonin, is indeed formidable. Yet he is merely endowed with a visual prowess that surpasses the standard 3-tomo Sharingan by a mere 50%. Despite his mastery in taijutsu, genjutsu, As well as the elemental techniques of Ian release, fire release, and lightning release, his overall strength remains insufficient to rival that of a true Kaga-level powerhouse. It can be asserted that, should Uchiha Jin refrain from revealing all his hidden cards and integrating the plethora of Sharingan and chakra stored within the system's repository, either Uchiha Fugaku or Uchiha Shursui possesses the capability to vanquish him. However, these two inept individuals, in the midst of their confrontation with a common adversary, they are preoccupied with undermining one another, consistently holding back in their attacks, fixated solely on subduing Jin, and even reluctant to employ methods that might inflict severe injury upon him. Do they perceive their opponent as a deity? Ahem. Do they truly consider themselves the Uchiha Stance Kings? Have they genuinely mistaken Uchiha Jin for a mere plaything to be toyed with? Do they regard the Sharingan, renowned for its unparalleled observational acuity, as akin to failing eyesight? Uchiha Jin let out a disdainful scoff, struggling to comprehend how, within the straightforward and strength-oriented Uchiha clan, such hidden talents continually emerged. Disagreements? Conflicts? Old grudges? According to the conventional Uchiha mindset, these matters could simply be resolved through a decisive battle. Whether it meant thoroughly defeating the opponent, laying down on the path of confrontation, or even ultimately finding mutual respect in combat. This was the true essence of the Uchiha's valor. Much like the tumultuous Warring States period involving the Senju and Uchiha clans, it was astonishing that such fundamental lessons from history were overlooked, which explained the increasing weakness of the Uchiha clan under the leadership of these two figures. Once the spine bends, regaining an upright posture becomes a daunting task. It was precisely due to Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shina, along with their inclination towards compromise, that Uchiha Jin could, with mere near-shadow strength, leave the two adversaries humiliated, swaggering away with a bag laden with 30 million ryo. Cough, 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 accompanied by a somewhat hasty cough. Uchiha Jin spat out a thick phlegm towards another stone guardian statue in the courtyard, a hint of shadow flickering in his gaze. Although Uchiha Jin indeed looked down upon the two individuals within the courtyard, he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies. Even after absorbing the combat experience of 2 elite Jonin and 3 elite Chunin, he still fell short compared to true shadow-level prowess. It was only because the two inept adversaries were holding back and harbored some discord between themselves that he could, leveraging the formidable insight of his Sharingan, boldly intervene and barely achieve a semblance of a balanced 1-against-2 confrontation. Alas, his strength still left much to be desired. Uchiha Jin sighed softly, feeling a sense of unease in this increasingly treacherous ninja world. Faced with two inept individuals, his current strength offered little reassurance. In such a tumultuous environment, could he truly rely solely on his own diligence for improvement? It was an impossibility. Throughout his life, he would never commit to rigorous training. Rather, he leaned on his innate talent and the legacy of the illustrious Uchiha clan. Yet, he had already reached the limits of his physical endurance. This wouldn't suffice. It appeared that the intensity of the clan training needed to be elevated by at least 30%. The Uchiha's ambitious plans required swift implementation, for he could not permit those two ineffectual individuals to become a liability. Indeed, while the two were somewhat lacking, it was imperative they devised strategies for their enhancement. Uchiha Fugaku had already attained the Manjiki Sharingan. Augmenting his abilities would likely prove challenging. Nevertheless, one must continue to learn throughout life. Jin contemplated seizing an opportunity to encourage Fugaku to study diligently before he fell victim to paternal betrayal. Every bit of strength gained was a step forward. As for Uchiha Shana, though he appeared frail and aged, his possession of strength at the level of a shadow hinted at considerable talent. Perhaps Uchiha Shana could still be salvaged? But where to begin? The radical approach beckoned. Uchiha Jin contemplated the unique identity of Elder Shana, and an odd thought suddenly emerged unbidden. What if he were to rally his clansmen to denounce the cowardice of the man who judged him, casting this individual down from his most cherished endeavor into the depths of disgrace? Might such an extreme psychological dissonance provoke the awakening of the Sharingan? While the likelihood seemed minimal, it was not entirely absent. Alternatively, if a direct approach proved ineffective, perhaps a reverse strategy could be employed. For instance, substituting denunciation and judgment with profound disappointment in the radicals, and then leading his kin in a public allegiance to the upper echelons of Konoha. Such a provocation could be equally compelling. Otherwise, he could explore the notion of coercing a powerful individual into submission. Uchiha Shana, being a traditionalist, might be susceptible to such tactics. Ahem. Shaking off the murky images that clouded his mind, Uchiha Jin felt that a concrete plan could still be devised. Even the seemingly useless could possess some value. Ha. Within the not-so-bustling grounds of the Uchiha clan, Jin's hearty laughter swiftly drew the attention of many passers-by. However, their curiosity was fleeting, under the predatory gaze of Uchiha Jin. They quickly averted their eyes and departed this contentious locale. To this, Uchiha Jin remained indifferent. Most of these ordinary clansmen lacked any significant training, possessing only a slightly superior bloodline, and held little value for him at present. Indeed, the training plan for the entire Uchiha clan must be prioritized without delay. Accompanied by the relentless clattering of an abacus in Uchiha Shin's mind, his resolute and composed strides continued unabated as he advanced towards the central plaza within the clan's territory. The Uchiha clan, it is time to take action. Chapter 11. Lord Danzo's Restless Intentions. Tension fills the air, although there are no conspicuous signs. An eerie atmosphere envelopes the entire village at this moment. Previously, one could occasionally spot members of the Uchiha police force, whom many villagers disdain, patrolling the streets of Konoha. However, in recent days, not a single shadow has appeared. For the numerous vendors who harbor animosity towards the city management, this should be a cause for celebration, as the absence of oversight allows them greater freedom to engage in activities that violate village regulations. Ah, this stall is mine now. You better keep your distance. Cherish life. Stay away from gambling and drugs. Old man, care to join in? Such sentiments abound. Yet, as the absence of the police force prolongs, the villagers' initial relief gradually transforms into trepidation. After all, rumors concerning the potential betrayal of the Uchiha clan have long circulated through various channels within Konoha, and now, with such significant movements from the Uchiha, what could it possibly signify? In truth, it is not merely the ordinary villagers of Konoha who are consumed by unease. Even some of the common ninjas in the village, particularly the higher-ups of various clans, find themselves lost in thought, succumbing to anxiety. The Uchiha clan has abruptly sealed itself off, severing all connections with the outside world. Could it be that they are about to commence their actions? The formidable prowess of the Uchiha clan is widely acknowledged, yet when internal strife erupts within the village, what path shall they traverse? This question looms larger as the members of the Umbu, affiliated with the Hokage, in the root organization, under the counsel of Danzo Shimura, begin to converge upon the Uchiha territory, inadvertently intensifying the prevailing atmosphere. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sits with a pipe clenched between his teeth, his brow furrowed in contemplation amidst the swirling smoke of his office. His penetrating gaze is fixed silently towards the direction of the Uchiha clan. As the supreme authority of the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi is naturally the first to receive news of the Uchiha clan's unusual movements. It is alarmingly frequent. Since the turmoil of the Nine Tails incident, the activities of the Uchiha clan have escalated significantly. While there are no overt indications of rebellion, an ominous shadow deepens within Sarutobi's heart. Does this foretell that they are poised to take action? Uchiha Jin, the striking figure that often meanders through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, his gaze increasingly shrouded in shadows. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by the rapid sound of a cane, the door to the Hokage's office was abruptly pushed open, revealing an elderly man, half of his body bound in bandages, exuding a chilling aura as he strode in uninvited. Danzo, what brings you here? The voice of the third Hokage, aged and weary, echoed, seemingly indifferent to the man's audacious entrance. Yet, beneath the surface, a flicker of discontent lingered in his eyes. In the entirety of Konohagakure, few dared to enter the Hokage's office without knocking, and among them, only this old man radiated such an ominous presence. The rude has been rather indulgent of late. Perhaps we should consider a culling after this incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze towards Shimura Danzo softened slightly, calming the latter's previously agitated heart. Truly, my old comrade. Such a demeanor is worthy of a leader. Unfortunately, your cowardice renders you incapable of guiding Konoha into the future. Danzo felt a brief warmth in his heart, quickly extinguished as indifference returned to his gaze. After regaining his composure, he emulated the Hokage's demeanor and replied coolly, "What do you intend to do about the Uchiha clan? Their recent activities have become increasingly frequent." Hiruzen fell silent for a moment, yet the swirling smoke he exhaled still bore a hint of disarray. Danzo, noticing this, huffed coldly, reprimanding, "How long will you hesitate? Do you intend to wait until they come to us with violence, as that rebel Uchiha Jin suggested?" Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly halted his smoking, slamming his pipe down onto the desk with a heavy thud, his voice low and resolute. "The Uchiha are a ninja family of Konoha. They are part of our village. Without evidence, I will not condone your unscrupulous tactics." Danzo's expression darkened with rage, retorting coldly, "It will be too late to act once they strike. If you seek evidence, I have plenty." Hiruzen's heart sank at his words, and he glared at Danzo, his tone deliberate and measured. "Danzo, abandon your petty schemes. I shall never permit you to enact your machinations against our fellow villagers." The third Hokage's expression grew grave, his frail body suddenly radiating an imposing aura akin to the blazing sun. Danzo, however, had grown accustomed to this and wore a sinister smile, deriding, "Humph. We both know the Uchiha's nefarious power. This wicked clan is unworthy of trust." The third Hokage's countenance darkened as he continued to puff his pipe. The office steeped in an eerie silence. "Hiruzen, you are growing old. They are merely Uchiha." As time wore on, Danzo's impatience became increasingly evident, his disdain more pronounced. Anyone who poses a threat to the village should be dealt with, be it Uchiha Madara, Hatake Sakumo, or even Minato Namikaze and Shinjiro Piki. None are exempt. You no longer possess the right to occupy the Hokage seat. Only I, Shimura Danzo, am fit to lead Konoha to the pinnacle of the ninja world. With this thought, Danzo disregarded Sarutobi Hiruzen and turned to exit the room that had provoked his ire. "Hiruzen, you will regret this." As the door was about to close, Danzo's cold, somber voice echoed ominously. Danzo, I am the Hokage. The third Hokage fixed his gaze on Danzo's departing figure, unleashing the overwhelming presence of the strongest Hokage in a final display of authority. Initially departing with an air of nonchalance, Danzo's body stiffened momentarily, though he maintained a facade of indifference as he continued on his way. Danzo, you are merely the root of Konoha, while I am the Hokage. The affairs of the village transcend mere violence. Sensing Danzo's presence dissipate entirely, Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed his leisurely smoking. The head must follow the body. As Hokage, he must consider matters from the perspective of the Hokage. The Uchiha clan, the oldest and most formidable family in Konoha, may not enjoy a favorable reputation within the village. However, if one were to act against a ninja clan without any substantial evidence, what might the other clans think? It is crucial to acknowledge that after generations of effort from the Hokage, the common ninja of Konoha have only just begun to emerge. Yet, it is still the various ninja clans that truly uphold Konoha. Should a Hokage take action against a ninja clan, even the oft-maligned Uchiha would inevitably provoke discontent and division among the numerous clans of Konoha. Moreover, is the Uchiha clan truly so easily bullied? As a malevolent lineage endowed with such formidable bloodline abilities, who can confidently assert that the Uchiha do not harbor terrifying powers in secret? After all, that is the forbidden divine power. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a faint sigh, yet he was not overly troubled. For at this moment, he still possessed two pawns, Shursui and Itachi. Although he could not ascertain the extent of their capabilities in the current circumstances, they were sufficient to afford him some preparation time against the impending threat. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that although the village had signed a peace treaty with the Cloud Village, external forces have never ceased their predatory gaze upon Konoha. Should a large-scale conflict erupt with the Uchiha, the Fourth Great Ninja War may not be far off. The village requires time. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sighed softly, then turned his gaze towards a photograph on the side of the room, depicting a golden-haired youth. The young man in the photo exuded both authority and warmth, embodying youth and vitality. Minato, what would you do in this situation? A flicker of nostalgia crossed Sarutobi's eyes, though this fleeting warmth quickly dissipated. He turned his head once more to scan the direction of the Uchiha compound. His gaze gradually clouded with uncertainty. Summon the medical ninjas, and that inexplicable gathering. Uchiha, what exactly are your intentions? Chapter 12, The Powerful Law Enforcement Department. Jin, what do you truly seek to accomplish? Uchiha Fugaku found himself utterly perplexed. A mere organization of a commonplace competition had incited such alarm throughout the entire village. Ostensibly, there was nothing scandalous about the event. Yet Jin had unilaterally decreed the severance of communication between the clan and the village, shrouding all information in an impenetrable veil. However, while one might choose to silence information, what was the rationale behind mercilessly assaulting the root members stationed outside the clan's domain? Was this not an invitation for chaos? Though these root members were adept in the art of subterfuge, they were still confronted by the formidable Uchiha clan, renowned for its unparalleled ocular techniques. Reflecting on the enigmatic Sharingan that had once appeared on the Nine Tails, a flustered Uchiha Fugaku felt compelled to feign ignorance and voluntarily acquiesce to the scrutiny imposed by the village. To his astonishment, Jin, under the guise of the police department, had brazenly dispatched the medical ninjas returning to the clan's territory, ruthlessly incapacitating the Umbu ninjas who dared to inquire. Remarkably, prior to dismantling those self-proclaimed Umbu, Jin had orchestrated the removal of nearly two-thirds of the medical ninjas from Konoha Hospital. It was only upon receiving this unsettling news that Uchiha Fugaku became acutely aware of a peculiar reality. The police department, which had consistently rendered the Uchiha clan unfavored by the villagers, wielded an astonishing amount of authority within the village, tasked with maintaining order and stability within Konoha. The police department was responsible for formulating village laws, apprehending those with criminal tendencies, and organizing ninjas for police duties, excluding the Umbu directly under the Hokage. This information was meticulously documented in a decree personally issued by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and remained securely archived within the police department in the Hokage's office. However, ninjas historically exhibited little interest in such bureaucratic documents, and the politically naive Uchiha clan had, for over 2 decades, largely neglected to revisit these texts. Remarkably, the archival system protected by sealing techniques had preserved these documents impeccably, with the second Hokage's seal still appearing remarkably fresh. Upon receiving the decree from Jin, a missive penned by the second Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku was struck by the realization that the police department, originally established to uphold internal order within Konoha, possessed an almost alarming extent of authority. The power to legislate, the authority to apprehend criminals, the capacity to summon ninjas. It became evident that, barring members of the Hokage's direct Umbu, the Uchiha Police Department inherently held sufficient rights to command the villagers and ninjas of Konoha in police activities without notifying the Hokage. For instance, even if Jin had not provided the 10 million in fees for the summoned medical ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in his capacity as Hokage, would be unable to question the Uchiha clan regarding this matter, unless Sarutobi Hiruzen was willing to defy the will of his deceased mentor. the very individual who had sacrificed his life to enable Hiruzen's ascension to the position of third Hokage, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. If this were indeed the case, Uchiha Jin would undoubtedly burst into laughter. Upon first hearing this news, Uchiha Fugaku was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the intricate subtleties involved, until Uchiha Shinsui elucidated the matter by breaking it down and clarifying the complexities. Uchiha Fugaku has relinquished his ambitions, recognizing the immense authority of the police force. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite his reprimands towards the police department, can effortlessly counter any criticism. Yet, is it truly necessary for matters to escalate to such an extent? The Uchiha clan has always had a strained relationship with the village, so what purpose does it serve to incite discord during such an inconsequential time? This perplexity has lingered in Fugaku's mind. Had it been him, he would have issued a statement to mitigate any potential misunderstandings. However, Uchiha Obito appears to be covertly exacerbating the situation, intentionally provoking conflict with members of the root outside the clan's territory. Will the village and the Uchiha ultimately come to blows? It was evident that Uchiha Jin had no intention of explaining anything to Fugaku. After leaving behind a sarcastic question, he turned away with an air of nonchalance. Fugaku, you are far too timid. Uchiha Shanai found himself quite pleased with the current situation, particularly as Uchiha Jin and his companions had soundly beaten the root members outside their clan's territory, a task he had longed to undertake but had consistently been thwarted in by Fugaku. The actions of Uchiha Jin are perfectly suited to the taste of Uchiha Shikuna, as long as those individuals are not killed. He, the esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan, remains utterly unafraid. At this moment, Uchiha Shanai's expression was fervent, and his weathered, wrinkled visage shimmered with a radiant glow. As he gazed upon Uchiha Fugaku, an air of superiority akin to that of a triumphant victor enveloped him. Shanai declared, I am the clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku let out a cold snort. Although he was uncertain how to counter the argument, did he, as the clan leader, require justification? Absolutely not. Uchiha Shanai momentarily froze, a flicker of hesitation crossing her brows. Yet she swiftly adopted a practiced, stern expression and emitted a disdainful snort. Truly, what a waste. Observing the immature banter between the Uchiha clan leader and the elder from a distance, Uchiha Jin could not help but face palm and let out a deep sigh to the heavens, pondering what sins the Uchiha clan had committed to continuously produce such talents. In Uchiha Jin's eyes, the Uchiha could be categorized into two distinct types: the serious Uchihas, who possessed formidable strength, exhibited extreme personalities, and acted without regard for consequences, only recognizing those who were truly powerful, and the genetically mutated Uchihas, who were exceptionally gifted, wise beyond their years, yet hesitated in their actions, dreamily yearning for the visions they held dear. It was evident that figures like Shinsui, Itachi, Obito, Fugaku, and Shanai belonged to the latter category, politically naive individuals devoid of the need for communication. In contrast, Uchiha Jin naturally preferred the former group of straightforward and earnest Uchihas. Although these serious Uchihas also lacked political acumen and were not particularly distinguished in their ninja lineage, they still possessed a unique advantage compared to other ninjas in this world. With appropriate training and development, they could evolve into elite jonin, and even attain the strength of a Kage was not beyond the realm of possibility. As for the recent events, it was not that Uchiha Jin looked down upon the political drama unfolding within the Hokage building, where they were enacting a performance of I Shadow You Regret. No matter how wary they were of the Uchiha, they would not dare to act at such a moment. At most, they would only grow anxious, break a sweat, and occasionally reenact a few classic scenes from I Shadow You Regret. When these individuals eventually felt that it was merely a false alarm, Uchiha Jin would consider presenting them with an extravagant gift. For now, Uchiha Jin's primary focus was to strengthen himself, as true power would ultimately grant him greater strength within the Uchiha clan. All attention converged upon the grand plaque ahead as a resounding, spirited call echoed through the air. The Uchiha clansmen, who had just concluded their matches and attentively observed, now directed their gaze towards a strikingly handsome youth, seemingly a divine being descended from the heavens, radiating an overwhelming aura of authority under the blazing sun. Uchiha Jin evidently had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. With a swift motion, he tore down 3 crimson banners. At this moment, he stood before the prominent plaque above, where the words that ignited the fervor of the Uchiha clan members materialized instantaneously. The greatest ninja under heaven. Chapter 13. The Tournament of the Greatest Ninja Under Heaven. The Greatest Ninja Under Heaven. Although the Uchiha were summoned with prior knowledge that this was a competition, the overwhelming participation of the clan shinobi was primarily due to the extraordinary incentives provided by Uchiha Jin. The champion of the Chunin bracket would receive a staggering prize of 10 million ryo, along with a trophy certified by the law enforcement department as the strongest Chunin. The victor of the Jonin category would be awarded an even more impressive 30 million ryo, as well as the esteemed Greatest Ninja Under Heaven trophy. Moreover, the runners-up, third place, and the top 8 contenders would also receive substantial monetary rewards, in addition to various medals and trophies adorned with honor. Indeed, the self-important, haughty Uchihas would never admit that their motivations were merely the allure of the prize money. Rather, It was the title of greatest ninja under heaven that they deemed rightfully theirs, and as members of the Uchiha clan, they were duty-bound to strive for glory. As for the appropriateness of this tournament of the greatest ninja under heaven being exclusive to the Uchiha clan, one might ponder whether such a stance bordered on arrogance. Were it to be considered by others, perhaps even the venerable Senju or Hyuga clans. However, the Uchiha clan, aside from a few genetically anomalous members represented by Shursui, found no sense of impropriety in the situation. In fact, the nearly 1,000 earnest Uchihas present were entirely devoid of such thoughts. The Uchiha clan, as the foremost family of the Land of Fire and the most powerful lineage in the Hidden Leaf Village, rightfully embodies the phrase the best in the world. Is there any dispute in this regard? Therefore, it must be noted that upon the unveiling of this plaque, the Uchihas present became increasingly exhilarated and fervent. The sole discomfort experienced by these Uchihas stemmed from the presence of two vertical plaques flanking the prominently displayed best in the world sign, each adorned with robust characters that read, "To concede is not shameful, to cheat is to be scum." Although these contrasting phrases clashed with the atmosphere of the event, they elicited only a slight unease among the assembled Uchihas, who ultimately paid little heed to it. At this moment, all attention was focused on the magnificent figure standing beneath the blazing sun, eagerly anticipating the commencement of this unprecedented grand spectacle. Splendid! Uchiha Jin surveyed the gathered crowd, a hint of satisfaction evident in his expression. 88 elite shinobi. Remarkably, 60 of them had awakened the three Tomo Sharingan, their pairs of eyes, gleaming with a crimson hue, cast a chilling aura even beneath the blazing sun. Behind this formidable array of elite shinobi stood an orderly formation of 188 special shinobi, their uniform two Tomo Sharingan equally imposing. As for the 666 ch Nin at the rear, although they comprised the largest contingent with 2/3 having awakened their Sharingan, they paled in comparison to their esteemed predecessors. And the Genin? A mere handful of youthful children, currently engrossed in curiosity alongside the observing villagers of the Uchiha clan. Together with the Uchiha clan leader on the main stage and 6 members of the Uchiha Elder Council, nearly the entire fighting force of the Uchiha clan was assembled. Close to 1,000 shinobi, all of exceptional caliber. The Uchiha clan undoubtedly stands as the most formidable lineage in Konoha, having accomplished the remarkable feat of subduing a village with a single clan during the Third Shinobi World War. It is precisely due to such formidable strength that the current leadership of Konoha harbors profound apprehension. Uchiha Jin found himself perplexed by the fate of the once mighty Uchiha clan, which was ultimately vanquished by Uchiha Itachi, a mere rebel among them. It was inconceivable that 1,000 ninjas could be overpowered, let alone 1,000 pigs. Uchiha Itachi would surely take a considerable amount of time to eliminate them. And what of the third Hokage, who failed to arrive in time for rescue? Was he merely intent on reenacting the farcical performance of the annihilation of the Whirlpool village? However, considering Uchiha Itachi's unparalleled mastery of Genjutsu and his Mangeki Sharingan, coupled with the unwavering trust the Uchiha clan placed in this prodigal son, it became evident that the employment of insidious toxins, hypnotic suggestions, and ambush seals could have facilitated such a tragic outcome. When one factors in the involvement of Uchiha Obito, who wielded the space-time attributes of the Mangeki, along with the malicious assaults from root members, the downfall of the Uchiha clan does not seem entirely surprising. Perhaps a scheme should be devised to eliminate this rebellious child beforehand? The crop they had nurtured had yet to ripen, and already there were shadowy figures lurking, eager to snatch it away. Did they truly believe he would express gratitude for their intervention? Contemplating this, Uchiha Jin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Uchiha Itachi stepped forward. One of the core objectives of the Grand Ninja Way Conference was to forge bonds and mutual recognition, yet Uchiha Itachi, in Jin's narrative, evidently did not merit such an honor. In the ranks of the elite shinobi, Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. At that moment, tasked with the duty of monitoring the Uchiha clan for the Umbu, he clearly wished to avoid drawing any attention to himself. Indeed, the commotion surrounding the Uchiha clan almost gives the impression of an impending coup. However, at this moment, the Konoha F4 remains firmly in their positions of power. This is, of course, a deliberate act by Uchiha Obito, allowing Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, the two traitorous youths, the opportunity to disseminate information. Consequently, the high-ranking officials of Konoha, led by Hiruzen Sarutobi, likely perceive this upheaval as merely a scheme orchestrated by a certain jewel-shattering leader. After all, if the Uchiha were truly intent on a coup, they would not be foolish enough to incapacitate the very root ninjas assigned to surveil them before even making their move. The formidable strength of the Uchiha clan is well known to all who participated in the Ninja World War. Until the moment it was confirmed that the Uchiha truly intended to betray the village, no ninja clan was willing to genuinely regard them as mortal enemies. Therefore, what the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, truly feared was not merely the silent ambushes of the Uchiha, but rather the potential devastation of Konoha after the Uchiha's downfall and whether it could withstand the ever-watchful eyes of the 4 great ninja villages that coveted its power. If the Uchiha clan were truly reckless enough to confront the entirety of Konoha head-on, Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly possess the capability to swiftly gather the combined forces of the various ninja clans within the village, annihilating this uncontrollable faction, which had been irrevocably labeled as a traitorous entity. As for the subsequent repercussions, that is an entirely different matter. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's mission and duty are to relay the movements of the Uchiha clan, especially now that the Umbu and Root have been rendered incapable of infiltrating the Uchiha stronghold. Consequently, under the chilling gaze of Uchiha Obito, the shadow looming within Itachi's heart is rapidly expanding. Has he been discovered? Itachi Uchiha found himself at a loss, unable to discern where he might have inadvertently revealed any weakness. Even if there had been some oversight, he was confident that no evidence had escaped into the open. After taking a deep breath, he strode forward with resolute steps onto the vast arena measuring 100 by 100 meters. So, this is the infamous leader of. He had heard from Shursui that this was a formidable individual who would dare to use his life as leverage against him. Uchiha Itachi scrutinized the striking figure before him with a vigilant gaze. His heart, brimming with the will of fire, was naturally engulfed in fury towards this villain who disrupted the harmony of both his clan and village. However, as a double agent, he could not afford to reveal even the slightest hint of his true feelings in this moment. Instead, he feigned ignorance and inquired with a look of confusion towards Uchiha Shinsui. What is the matter? Uchiha Jin remained silent, not responding to Uchiha Itachi's inquiry. Instead, he scrutinized the diminutive figure before him with an unusual gaze. Ultimately, the murderous intent within him gradually subsided, replaced by a hint of mockery. A gentle smile emerged on Uchiha Jin's face as he kindly addressed Uchiha Itachi. My dear child, how old are you? Chapter 14, Where Leaves Dance, Fire Endures. Uchiha Itachi's expression momentarily faltered, utterly perplexed by Uchiha Obito's intentions. However, as a ninja of exceptional caliber, he composed himself and, with a feigned tranquility adorning his charming visage, responded, in just 2 months, I shall turn 11. Splendid. Uchiha Jin cast a penetrating glance at Itachi, then provocatively directed his gaze towards the podium before turning back to Uchiha Itachi and coldly uttering, You lack the qualifications to compete. Go play in the mud. This scoundrel. Humph. Uchiha Fugaku, seated on the podium, was instantly filled with a fierce glint in his eyes, his ominous aura radiating outward like a palpable force, causing the Uchiha clan members present to acknowledge the veracity of his fierce gaze moniker. Faced with such an intentional affront towards his son in front of so many clan members, the only reason Uchiha Fugaku could fathom was the recent altercation in the council hall. Damn it. Despite his efforts to overlook past grievances for the sake of the Uchiha clan's future, even enduring that despicable low blow, Uchiha Jin still remained ungrateful, audaciously bullying his son. Uchiha Jin, what exactly do you mean by this? Uchiha Fugaku slowly rose. His tone, though unremarkable, emanated an undeniable aura of authority that commanded respect. Oh, Uchiha Jin, with an expression of feigned innocence, waved his hand dismissively and glanced at the podium once more, a hint of confusion gracing his features. Does the clan leader have any objections? It is perplexing, for Itachi is the foremost genius of our Uchiha clan. Why should he be barred from competing? Uchiha Fugaku's tone was chilling, his imposing presence descending upon Uchiha Shinsuke like a mountain pressing down. Father. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's body trembled slightly, a warm current unwittingly coursing through his heart. However, this fleeting warmth dissipated almost instantly, overshadowed by the increasingly formidable presence of the Uchiha clan. Had it not been for today's gathering, summoned by Uchiha Obito, which brought together a significant portion of the clan's elite for this martial competition, Itachi would have found it difficult to believe that the family's overall strength had reached such heights. What if? The clan was becoming increasingly perilous. Every movement Itachi made was naturally observed by Uchiha Obito, and the rising intent to kill within him grew ever more intense. It seemed that this ungrateful wolf had managed to survive to this day, a testament to the Uchiha clan's unfortunate fate. Yet, fortunately, I am here now. In Uchiha Jin's heart, a surge of lofty ambition had just risen, yet upon recalling his family's great filial son system, he let out a sigh. The Uchiha clan is indeed beset by tribulations. However, Uchiha Obito is not one to wallow in melancholy. He swiftly brushed away the dust of his troubled spirit and, disregarding Uchiha Fugaku's intentions, turned to the multitude of waiting Uchihas below, opening his arms wide. Where leaves dance in the wind, the flames persist relentlessly. The blaze shall continue to illuminate the clan, nurturing the budding of new leaves. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha's water, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha clan members, winky face. Oh, the heavens! Uchiha Jin has been possessed by Sarutobi Izashi. No, could it be that Uchiha Jin has been brainwashed by the Root organization? Or is he under the control of some extraordinary genjutsu? There is a palpable aura of menace. Uchiha Jin was poised to eloquently compose tens of thousands of words. Yet a sudden chill surged within him. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this ominous aura emanated not only from the podium, but also from the Uchiha clan members surrounding him, rising in a palpable wave. Shursui and Itachi, what manner of glances are you casting? However, interrupted by the mix of relief and fear reflected in their eyes, Uchiha Jin swiftly grasped the situation. Though he had no intention of clarifying that he was not ensnared by genjutsu, Itachi awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 8, achieved the rank of Chunin at 10, and joined the Umbu by 11. Such feats undoubtedly marked him as a prodigy. Yet, he bore the burden of a somewhat solitary temperament, having been thrust into the chaos of battle at merely 4 years old by an unreliable father, thereby suffering profound psychological trauma from the horrors of war. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku had managed to seal his own fate. Nevertheless, amidst the growing perplexity of the Uchiha assembly, Uchiha Jin's voice rose dramatically, resonating with clarity and vigor throughout the arena. What embodies the will of fire? Our Uchiha clan, alongside the Senju, quelled the tumultuous era of warring states to establish the Hidden Leaf Village. The wood signifies the unique wood release Kekkei Genkai of the Senju clan's leader, while the leaf is derived from the fan-like emblem of our Uchiha clan. The very existence of Konoha within the ninja world serves to prevent our village and clan from reverting to the dark days of war, where survival necessitated the concealment of one's surname, and even innocent children were thrust into the fray to fight for their lives. How dare those who would forsake our Uchiha clan's legacy of will of fire dispatch unripe children to the battlefield, cowering in cowardice within the village? Do such individuals possess the right to discuss the will of fire of the Uchiha? Humph. My apologies, my throat is not quite well. At this juncture, a fierce anger akin to that of a lion shone in Uchiha Jin's eyes as he roared at the assembly before him. Though this contest was not a battlefield, the inherent dangers were well understood. I hereby declare, an additional rule shall be instituted to embody the Uchiha's admirable virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. The age requirement for participants in this grand ninja tournament shall be set between 12 and 35 years. Who dares to oppose? Uchiha Jin let out a furious roar, his piercing gaze scanning the assembly of Uchiha clansmen inch by inch. They are nothing but prime targets. It is essential to understand that a ninja's lifespan is inherently brief. Typically, the developmental phase lasts until the age of 16, during which one cannot fully harness their potential. It is only after reaching 16 that they enter a rapid growth period, culminating at the peak of their abilities around 30 years of age. However, beyond 35, they gradually succumb to the inevitable decline of age. Were it not for the series of ninja world wars that preceded, most ninjas at the age of 35, lacking the opportunity to ascend to the ranks of the Elder Council, would likely find themselves unemployed at this moment. It remains uncertain whether the profession of a ninja offers any pension benefits, but one might assume such privileges are a mere illusion. Silence enveloped the venue of the world's foremost ninja convention, and Uchiha Fugaku, seated at the podium, could no longer exude the commanding presence he once held. At this moment, the newly established rule by Uchiha Jin, although still directed towards Uchiha Itachi, reflects the current predicament of a clan leader who has never been particularly eloquent. He finds himself at a loss for any justifiable reasoning. How splendid! Uchiha Jin nodded in satisfaction, a fleeting sense of déjà vu crossing his mind. With a heart brimming with contentment, he straightened his chest and bellowed at the crowd before him. For the will of fire. For the Uchiha. The assembled members of the Uchiha clan, stirred by his words, erupted into fervent cheers in unison. For the will of fire. For the Uchiha. Chapter 15. The Resonance. For the Uchiha. For the will of fire. The passionate mountain-like roars echoed throughout the Uchiha territory, startling even the root members stationed outside the clan grounds, who swiftly sent out warning signals and prepared for action. Yet, after an extended wait, the anticipated coup plotters failed to appear, allowing the trembling root subordinates to resume their vigilance with somewhat eased hearts. Not far from these anxious root members, countless invisible parasitic insects swarmed around the Uchiha territory's barrier. Having confirmed that this was not the onset of war, they too settled back into a state of calm. Meanwhile, within the confines of Konoha village, various clans closely monitoring the unfolding events felt as though they had taken a roller coaster ride, their emotions a tumultuous blend of relief and regret. Sarutobi, you will come to regret this. At the root base in the northwest corner of the village, Shimura Danzo bore a grim expression, coldly regarding the two Umbu ninjas before him, a sneer creeping into his thoughts. In the northernmost part of Konoha village, atop the Hokage building, a figure resembling a monkey gazed contemplatively towards the southwest, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The will of fire, indeed. The upheaval within the Uchiha clan struck like a colossal boulder, sending ripples through the once stagnant waters of Konohagakure. Yet, this turmoil seemed to have no bearing on the individuals currently ensconced within the protective barrier of the Uchiha territory, particularly Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, who found themselves amidst this tempest. How could this be? At the forefront of the elite shinobi ranks, Uchiha Shursui's pallid complexion betrayed the tumult within his heart, which was already tormented by the dichotomy between his clan and the village. Though he had sensed the oppressive weight imposed by the village's higher echelons, he had always rationalized it as a necessary measure by the third Hokage to preserve peace, a noble embodiment of the will of fire. However, at this moment, the words of Uchiha Jin differed significantly from the usual senseless ramblings, as he articulated that the will of the Uchiha was indeed the will of fire. He delved into the origins and aspirations of the village, not only igniting recognition of the will of fire among his clansmen, but also peeling away the ornate facade of Sarutobi Hiruzen, dispatching children, scarcely 10 years old, to the battlefield was, under any circumstances, inconsistent with the will of fire, yet this Hokage subtly endorsed the oppression of the Uchiha clan. Does this truly align with the will of fire? On the arena, Uchiha Itachi's expression was momentarily dazed, yet at the tender age of 7, he possessed the capacity to contemplate matters with the mindset of a Hokage, rendering him unshaken. Instead, he grasped the irreconcilable conflict between the village and his family more profoundly. Jisue, you must trust the Hokage. Although Itachi refrained from voicing the latter part of his statement, his fervent gaze and resolute tone ultimately roused Uchiha Jisue from his stupor, who regarded the spirited figure on the stage with a complex expression. Indeed, words alone are not so easily wielded. The notion of altering others' perspectives merely through rhetoric is a feat reserved for the fervent protagonists of youth-oriented tales. The interaction between Jisue and Itachi did not escape Uchiha Jin's keen observation. While a hint of disappointment lingered within him, it did not come as a surprise. Jisue was pitifully weak, unwilling to retaliate even after suffering an ambush that cost him an eye, contemplating only a swift end to his plight, even if his resolve wavered. It bore little consequence. Essentially, he was already a lost cause. As for Uchiha Itachi, within Jin's memories, he was a cold-blooded enigma who had obliterated his own clan for the sake of his brother and the village. It is crucial to acknowledge that not all members of the Uchiha were radical conspirators. Some ninjas would never awaken their Sharingan, posing negligible threat to the village. More importantly, numerous elderly and young innocents remained within the clan. These ordinary souls, incapable of even awakening the Sharingan, were not even ninjas. Yet, regardless of age or gender, from the elderly of 60 or 70 years to babbling infants, they were all ruthlessly exterminated. Such an atrocity had never crossed Jin's mind, even as he sought profits. Yet Itachi went through with it unflinchingly. Truly, what madness! At this moment, Uchiha Jin's resolve to eliminate both Itachi and Jisue solidified further. For he had long regarded the Uchiha clan as his personal possession. Whoever dared to encroach upon his harvest would pay with their life. For the ascendants of the Uchiha clan, for the will of fire to illuminate Konoha, Uchiha Jin harbored a cold smirk within, before proceeding to unleash his verbal prowess upon the multitude of Uchiha before him. Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, Jin's dragon-slaying techniques, though ineffective against those unhinged minds, were more than sufficient to exert dominance over these innocent Uchiha. How cunningly I twist the narrative. For the ascendants of the Uchiha clan, for the will of fire to illuminate the village of Konoha, for the ascendants of the Uchiha clan, for the will of fire to illuminate the village of Konoha, for the ascendants of the Uchiha clan, for the will of fire to illuminate the village of Konoha. The crowd erupted once more in a tumultuous roar, and Jin's smile grew ever more radiant under the complex gaze of Uchiha Fugaku. Ultimately, Jin raised his hand to signal the assembly to calm down. Itachi, what follows is not suitable for children. You may as well sit this one out. Jin regarded Uchiha Itachi with a playful glance, and before the cold-hearted youth could retort, he delivered a swift kick, sending him flying towards the podium. Humph. To Jin, Itachi, who had yet to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan, was merely a little brother. Despite his prodigious talent, he stood no chance of resistance under Jin's influence. Humph. Uchiha Fugaku let out a cold grunt, raising his hand to catch the approaching Uchiha Itachi. However, at this moment, the previous anger had dissipated. He handed Itachi back behind him, choosing to disregard his elder son's discomfort, who was discreetly rubbing his backside. Uchiha Shin's earlier outburst had stirred Fugaku's emotions as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Yet, what occupied his thoughts more was the method proposed by Shin that could enhance the overall strength of their family. In comparison, the minor grievances of a child seemed rather trivial. Excellent. Uchiha Jin nodded in satisfaction towards the podium, then cast a sweeping gaze over the crowd below. A fleeting wave of inexplicable murderous intent flickered within him. Yet this transient aura evidently escaped the notice of Uchiha Shisui, who stood anxiously at the forefront. The glory of the Uchiha clan is forged in the crucible of blood and fire, and thus I hereby declare the commencement of the Grand Ninja Way Tournament. Now, let it officially begin. Chapter 16, Gaining Experience. Firstly, one must never act out of impulse. Once victory or defeat is determined, do not cling stubbornly to the outcome. As inscribed on the 2 enormous plaques behind Uchiha Jin, conceding is not a disgrace, it is the act of dishonesty that is truly contemptible. Secondly, no wrongdoing shall go unpunished. On the arena, one must give their all. Life and death are matters of fate. Communication between hearts should be expressed through fists, and any schemes or charlatans are strictly forbidden. Thirdly, the integrity of the judges must be upheld with utmost fairness. The final interpretation of all actions within the Grand Ninja Way Tournament rests solely with the chief judge, Uchiha Jin. Though these simple yet stringent rules elicited frowns from the assembly of elders on the podium, none voiced dissent. The principle that strength commands respect is etched in the very bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Under the warning of the first rule, the potential for weaker individuals to be ruthlessly crushed by stronger opponents was sufficiently mitigated. This was a matter of particular concern for Uchiha Jin, as the grandeur of such a public event might easily blind the already fervent Uchiha to the realities of their own limitations. Thus, a fresh honor system must be established to guide them, ensuring they recognize their true selves. After all, the Uchiha present are akin to tender sprouts. It would be an unnecessary tragedy for them to perish futilely amidst overwhelming disparity before they even have a chance to flourish. Should any short-sighted Uchiha succumb to reckless ambition in this context, they would serve as a stark cautionary tale, demonstrating the folly of such decisions. Indeed, a punishment as severe as public humiliation would surely engrave this lesson in their memories. Who knows? It might even lead to the discovery of a new spatial attribute for the Sharingan, a guaranteed success. As for the second rule, while it may appear harsh, it faced no objections. Battles between high-attack, low-defense ninjas inherently lack absolute safety, especially among these elite combatants. In the event of any unforeseen incidents, numerous medical ninjas, invited by the police department to assist, would be on hand to provide timely care for the majority of injuries. Lastly, the substantial compensation and subsequent support for families had already been arranged. Thus, even the weeping Uchiha Jin could silence the murmurs of the masses. If even this could not assuage their concerns, the intense bonds ignited by their fury would undoubtedly serve as excellent fuel for awakening their Sharingan. Even if they ultimately failed to awaken their eyes, their ocular power would still experience significant enhancement, though this scenario may invite a barrage of angry gazes. Witnessing the robust growth of his kin would fill Uchiha Jin with nothing but joy. Indeed, one of the central purposes behind Uchiha Jin's convening of the Grand Ninja Way Convention is to forge the fruits of bonds through trials of blood and fire. For an extended period, Uchiha Jin has utilized the family training camp as a foundation to incessantly promote the significance and techniques of martial arts cultivation. For the Uchiha clan, blessed with the power of the Sharingan, engaging in combat with formidable adversaries serves as a more effective means of enhancing one's strength beyond mere physical conditioning. Under Uchiha Jin's subtle instigation, the practice of martial arts under the guise of sparring gradually gained momentum within the Uchiha clan, providing an excuse for the various factions, which had long held mutual disdain, to engage in fierce confrontations. Regardless of the initial perspectives held by each side, after enduring numerous clashes of flesh and spirit, the seeds of connection were inevitably sown among the Uchiha, even among those of differing stances. With these seeds already planted, it is high time for Uchiha Jin to savor the fruits of the bonds that have developed. As for the other core objective of this convention, Uchiha Jin gently raised his right hand and then slowly walked towards the arena below. The moment he departed from the stage, two Uchiha Jonin, clad in red and white striped and blue and white striped referee uniforms, instantly appeared on opposite sides of the platform. Jonin Group, Uchiha Rika, Uchiha Yuta, take the stage. Jonin Group, Uchiha Yahara, Uchiha Chiya, take the stage. With a flurry of swift movements, figures emerged in the center of the arena, each one executed with remarkable precision, showcasing the formidable and solid fundamentals of the Uchiha elite. All present. After the two opposing Uchiha teams from the Chunin and Jonin groups formed their respective seals, Uchiha Jin, who had retreated to the sidelines with a stern expression, commanded once more, "Activate the Sharingan." In an instant, pairs of crimson pupils materialized within the eyes of the Uchiha, the swirling blood-red tomo exuding an enchanting and otherworldly allure. Do you require further instruction on the usage of the Sharingan? Uchiha Jin's lips curled into a playful smile, his gaze radiating an unusual fervor at this moment. So this is how it is. The members of the Elder Council on the podium finally guessed Uchiha Jin's intentions. To think this could be accomplished. Isn't this, in essence, a form of cheating to a mass experience? At this moment, Uchiha Shikudo and Uchiha Fugaku found themselves besieged by a myriad of tumultuous thoughts. They were well aware that the combat style previously conveyed by Jin, reminiscent of Kakashi's approach, was perfectly suited to the Uchiha clan, which boasted a legitimate bloodline limit. However, they could hardly have anticipated that engaging in active duels and accelerating the frequency of such contests would enable them to rapidly absorb combat experience. Thanks to the formidable observational and mimetic capabilities of the Sharingan, one can envision that following this martial arts tournament, although the physical prowess and chakra levels of the Uchiha clan members may not undergo significant changes, their combat experience in ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu would see an extraordinary enhancement. It is worth noting that Kakashi is merely an outsider. The Sharingan would undoubtedly be wielded with greater finesse by the true Uchihas. From this day forth, the overall strength of the Uchiha clan could potentially surge by at least 30%. This alarming increase in power could, to a considerable extent, alter the balance of power within Konohagakure. At this moment, standing beside Uchiha Jin, Shursui wore an expression of sheer astonishment, unable to fathom the magnitude of transformation that had transpired within their clan in such a brief span of time. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui found himself in a state of disquietude, unable to fathom the immense and irrevocable errors that could be wrought by a clan already eager to unleash its newfound power. This cannot stand. He must swiftly inform Lord Hokage. Chapter 17. Rasengan and Chidori. Rasengan. Though lacking the imposing aura of the Uchiha signature fire-style jutsu, this technique, being a ninjutsu devoid of hand seals, allows for a more rapid execution, thus enabling a decisive counterattack on the battlefield, especially when complemented by the formidable observational prowess of the Uchiha Sharingan. Furthermore, the Rasengan is a jutsu that bears no chakra attribute, akin to a blank canvas that can be molded to produce various effects based on different chakra types. This is reminiscent of the fire-style chakra transformations that Uchiha Chie excels in, bestowing the Rasengan with enhanced explosive capabilities. Conversely, while Chidori necessitates hand seals, it is evidently a derivative variant of the former technique. Though it has fixed the lightning attribute, its power and subsequent developmental potential are equally formidable. Moreover, since Chidori requires merely the Cho, Yu, and Shin seals, mastering this technique allows one to bypass the sealing process, albeit with a slight reduction in potency. Yet another ninjutsu devoid of hand seals. For other ninja clans, this may merely represent an exceedingly challenging A-rank technique. However, for the Uchiha, particularly at this moment when they can effortlessly acquire ninjutsu experience, their inherent chakra reserves surpass those of ordinary clans, and their observational skills far exceed those of all other ninja. This presents them with two immensely compatible weapons tailored to their lineage. It can be asserted that in certain specific scenarios, even some Uchiha Chunin could pose a significant threat to a competent Jonin. The mere thought of nearly 1,000 Uchiha ninjas simultaneously unleashing Rasengan and lightning-style Chidori sends beads of cold sweat down Uchiha Shirsue's brow, even as he possesses the ability to manifest Susanoo. And this signifies, oh no. Uchiha Shirsue suddenly lifted his gaze towards the podium, and his heart trembled with an undeniable intensity. There, the usually composed clan leader Fugaku displayed a fervent expression akin to that of the elder Uchiha beside him. Jin, you have succeeded. Upon realizing this, a sense of ineffable helplessness surged within Uchiha Shirsue's heart, and inexplicably, the words he had long held inside escaped his lips. What? Uchiha Jin initially thought he had misheard, but upon observing the intricate expression on Uchiha Shirsue's face, a hint of a playful smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Since he is our esteemed clan leader, it is only natural for him to contemplate the future of our family. How did you acquire the training methods for the Rasengan and the lightning release, Chidori? Uchiha Shirsue, albeit aware of his slight indiscretion, could not suppress his curiosity and posed the question that lingered in his mind. The method of training for the Rasengan is not shrouded in secrecy. With diligent research, one could easily deduce its principles. Shall I reveal that it was Kishimoto who imparted this knowledge to me? As for Chidori, Uchiha Jin gazed towards the northern expanse of the clan's territory, seemingly reminiscing about a rather amusing incident. Although Hitaki Kakashi was a member of the Umbu, the members of this covert division were typically forbidden from disclosing their affiliations. Thus, as part of the police force, it would not be an arduous task for us to create trouble for him. It became clear to Uchiha Shirsue, who nodded slightly, that he did not require further elaboration from Uchiha Jin to comprehend the ensuing events. The copy ninja had been replicated in his jutsu. How ironic. Uchiha Jin, too, found satisfaction in this irony, acknowledging the formidable reputation of the police force. As long as one did not directly confront Sarutobi Hiruzen, one could nearly act with impunity in Konoha. Could it not be possible for the village and the clan to coexist in harmony? Although aware that discussing peace with Jin, this head of the Shattered Jade, was rather futile, Uchiha Shirsue, in his moment of desperation, could not help but plead. Is that truly the case? To Shirsue's surprise, Uchiha Jin provided an affirmative response, prompting him to eagerly press further. Is that really so? Indeed, as long as the village's higher-ups cease their deliberate oppression and harassment, granting the Uchiha clan the most equitable treatment, do you truly believe we would require an armed coup? Lord Hokage, after all, is merely a puppet of Danzo. Uchiha Shirsue opened his mouth, attempting to defend the third Hokage, yet found himself at a loss for words. After many years in the Umbu, dedicated to resolving the conflicts between his clan and the village, it would be sheer self-deception to claim that he was entirely oblivious to the situation. I am well aware that all of this stems from Danzo's machinations, with no relation whatsoever to our esteemed third Hokage, compounded by the lingering repercussions of the Nine Tails incident. At this moment, Uchiha Jin did not hesitate to plant further seeds of discord in Shirsue's mind, knowing that in due time, they would yield an unexpected surprise. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that that incident was truly beyond our control. The clansmen would never comprehend the immense efforts the Hokage exerted for the peace of the village. Instead, we are only met with the ceaseless malice emanating from the village. And now that we have been branded as foes, must we be foolish enough to expose our necks for slaughter? Or do you, Shirsue, genuinely believe that the Uchiha clan has committed some egregious atrocity deserving of the entire Konoha's hostility? Our reputation so tarnished that even children mimic their elders by spitting behind our backs? Shirsue fell into silence. Have the Uchiha clan members ever committed heinous acts? The answer is no. The Uchiha, with their inflated sense of self-worth and haughty demeanor, possess an ingrained pride that renders them disdainful of engaging in illicit activities. However, such a lineage must endure the village's scrutiny, making resistance an inevitable outcome, merely a question of timing. Despite this understanding, Uchiha Shirsue still clung to a flicker of hope, naively wishing for a peaceful resolution to it all. Yet, Recent changes herald ominous signs, indicating that events are racing towards the very direction he most dreads. Therefore, it is all Danzo's fault. Shursui, I hope you appreciate the gift I have bestowed upon you. Uchiha Jin smiled playfully, placing his right hand on Shursui's shoulder and giving it a gentle pat, before speaking with a look full of significance. What? Uchiha Shursui, enveloped in a veil of confusion, gazed at Uchiha Jin before him with a perplexed expression. Yet, what awaited him was not a response from Uchiha Jin, but rather the announcement from Uchiha Dragonfly, clad in a striking red and white referee's uniform atop the arena. The victor of this round is Uchiha Yu, and the defeated shall exit the stage. The winner is to proceed to the rest area. Now, for the next match in the Jonin group, Uchiha Sojin and Uchiha Shursui stepped forward. With a thunderous roar, a searing flame erupted, slowly revealing the figure of Uchiha Sojin, who provocatively turned his Sharingan towards Shursui below the platform. But I did not sign up. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui found himself utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why he, despite not having registered for the competition, was now summoned to the stage as a ninja. However, in the next instant, a resounding thud echoed through the air. With the swift collision of long legs and hips, Uchiha Shursui floated in midair, his expression one of sheer astonishment. In the depths of his furious gaze, he was certain of who was orchestrating this entire farce. Uchiha Jin. Chapter 18. It's all Danzo's fault. The technique known as the Rasengan, despite lacking the flamboyance of the Uchiha clan's signature fire-style jutsu, possesses the remarkable attribute of being a non-hand seal ninjutsu. This allows for a significant reduction in the preparatory movements required. And when combined with the formidable observational prowess of the Uchiha Sharingan, it can effectuate a decisive counterattack on the battlefield. Moreover, the Rasengan is devoid of any chakra attribute, making it akin to a blank canvas, capable of manifesting various effects tailored to different chakra natures. This is reminiscent of Uchiha Chiya's mastery over fire-style chakra transformation, which endows the Rasengan with enhanced explosive and breakthrough capabilities. Conversely, the lightning release, Chidori, while necessitating hand seals, is evidently a derivative of the former technique. Although it has a defined lightning attribute, it remains equally formidable in terms of power and subsequent developmental applications. Furthermore, since Chidori requires only the Ushi, Matsu, and Tatsu seals, mastering this technique allows for the possibility of omitting the sealing process with only a marginal loss in potency. Once again, we encounter a non-hand seal ninjutsu. For other ninja clans, this may simply represent a highly challenging A-rank technique. However, for the Uchiha, particularly at this moment when they can rapidly enhance their ninjutsu experience, their innate chakra capacity surpasses that of ordinary ninja clans, and their extraordinary observational skills far exceed those of all other clans. This presents them with two formidable weapons perfectly aligned with their lineage. It can be asserted that in specific circumstances, even some Uchiha Nin possess the capability to threaten a competent J-Nin. The mere thought of nearly 1,000 Uchiha ninjas simultaneously unleashing the Rasengan and lightning release, Chidori, is enough to induce a cold sweat, even in Uchiha Shursui, who can invoke Susanoo. And this signifies a dire warning. Uchiha Shursui suddenly raised his head, gazing toward the podium, and a tremor of disbelief coursed through him. There, the previously composed Fugaku, the clan leader, now displayed an expression of fervent excitement akin to that of the Uchiha elder beside him. Jin, you have succeeded. Upon realizing this, Uchiha Shursui was suddenly engulfed by an ineffable sense of powerlessness, and inexplicably, words escaped his lips. What? Uchiha Jin initially thought he had misheard. Yet upon witnessing the intricate expression on Uchiha Shursui's face, a playful smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Since he is our esteemed clan leader, it is only natural that he contemplates the future of our family. How did you acquire the techniques for mastering the Rasengan and the lightning release, Chidori? Uchiha Shursui, aware of his slight loss of composure, could not suppress his curiosity and posed the question that lingered in his mind. The method of training for the Rasengan is not a secret. With diligent research, one could easily deduce it. Can I reveal to you that it was Kishimoto who imparted this knowledge to me? As for Chidori, Uchiha Jin gazed northward towards the clan's territory, seemingly reminiscing about an amusing incident. Although Hatake Kakashi was a member of the Umbu, it is well known that Umbu members are not permitted to disclose their affiliation in ordinary circumstances. For us, as part of the police force, it would not be a trivial matter to create trouble for him. It is thus Uchiha Shursui nodded slightly, fully grasping the subsequent events without requiring further explanation from Uchiha Jin. The copy ninja had been replicated in his jutsu. How ironic. Uchiha Jin, too, found satisfaction in this revelation. It must be said that the reputation of the police force is remarkably advantageous. As long as one does not directly confront Sarutobi Hiruzen, one can almost act with impunity in Konoha. Is it not possible for the village and the clan to coexist in harmony? Although he understood that discussing peace with Jin, the Shattered Gem leader, was rather absurd, the increasingly distraught Uchiha Shursui could not help but plead. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Jin provided a positive response, prompting Shursui to eagerly press for clarification. Is it truly so? Certainly. As long as the upper echelons of the village cease their deliberate suppression and harassment, and grant the Uchiha clan the most equitable treatment. Do you believe we would require an armed coup under such circumstances? Lord Hokage is merely a pawn of Danzo. Uchiha Shisui opened his mouth in a feeble attempt to defend the third Hokage, yet found himself at a loss for words. After years of serving in the Umbu and diligently working to resolve the conflicts between his clan and the village, to claim that Shisui was entirely oblivious would be nothing short of self-deception. He was acutely aware that the root of these issues lay with Danzo, bearing no relation to our esteemed third Hokage, compounded by the lingering repercussions of the Nine Tails incident. At this moment, Uchiha Jin was unperturbed, contemplating how to plant the seeds of discord within Shisui's mind. For once sown, they would undoubtedly yield a delightful surprise in due course. However, the crux of the matter was that the previous incident had indeed been unrelated to them. The clansmen would never comprehend the immense efforts the Hokage exerted for the peace of the village. Instead, all they felt was the ceaseless malice emanating from the village. And now that they had been branded as adversaries, must they foolishly offer their necks for slaughter? Or did Shisui truly believe that the Uchiha clan had committed some unforgivable atrocity warranting the disdain of the entire Konoha? To the extent that even children imitated adults by spitting behind their backs? Shisui fell silent. Have the Uchiha clan members ever engaged in heinous deeds? The answer is no. The Uchiha, with their inflated egos and haughty demeanor, possess an ingrained pride that renders them disdainful of such unlawful acts. However, these proud individuals are compelled to endure the village's scrutiny, making rebellion an inevitable consequence, merely a matter of time. Yet, despite this understanding, Uchiha Shisui still clings to a flicker of hope, novelly wishing for a peaceful resolution to the turmoil. Recent developments, however, foretell a swift descent into the very chaos he most fervently wishes to avoid. Therefore, it is all Danzo's fault. Shisui, I hope you will appreciate the gift I have bestowed upon you. Uchiha Jin smiled playfully, resting his right hand on Shisui's shoulder and giving it a gentle pat. Before speaking with a profound expression, "What?" Uchiha Shisui gazed at Uchiha Jin before him, a look of perplexity etched upon his face. Yet, he awaited not a response from Uchiha Jin, but rather the pronouncement of the referee, Uchiha Tanbo, clad in a striking red and white uniform, resounding from the arena. The victor of this match is Uchiha Yu, while the defeated shall exit the stage. The victor will proceed to the resting area. Next up, for the Jonin group, Uchiha Sojin and Uchiha Shisui take the stage. With a thunderous roar, a searing flame erupted, revealing Uchiha Sojin's figure amidst the blaze, who then provocatively turned his Sharingan toward Shisui below. But I did not sign up. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why he, despite not having registered for the competition, was now summoned to the stage as a ninja. However, in the next instant, a resounding thud echoed as his long legs and rear collided forcefully, leaving Uchiha Shisui suspended in midair with a look of sheer astonishment. The furious glare he cast over his shoulder confirmed that he knew precisely who was orchestrating this chaos. Uchiha Jin. Chapter 19. The era of chaos begins with the slaughter of the Holy Mother. At this moment, a warm smile graced the face of Uchiha Jin. A warmth that seemed almost ephemeral, akin to snowflakes drifting in a gentle spring breeze, fleeting yet enchanting. Though that chill was slight, it was deeply penetrating. There was no alternative. If you do not perish, I cannot find solace. With a beaming gaze fixed upon the somewhat naive Shisui standing in the arena, Uchiha Jin's murderous intent surged ever more fiercely within him. Indeed, while he had previously managed to momentarily deceive the politically naive Shisui with his words, such a ruse would falter in the presence of the cunning Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, whose combined insights could easily bring the sword of Damocles crashing down upon him once more. Thus, before that blade descends, Uchiha Jin must create a temporal advantage. And the foremost task is to stir the waters. The inexplicably tense atmosphere, the eager anticipation of the Uchiha clan, the grand tournament shrouded in mystery, these tactics, though not particularly sophisticated, were sufficient to render the Hokage's faction cautious. During this interval, Uchiha Jin must undoubtedly further enhance his clan's foundation while simultaneously elevating his own prowess. Most crucially, he must hasten the arrival of the Reaper's proclamation. Uchiha Jin forcefully suppressed the murderous intent simmering within his heart and subtly nodded towards Uchiha Zongshin on the arena. Uchiha Shisui was currently assessing the middle-aged man before him, who subtly exuded an air of hostility, while swiftly recalling various intelligence reports concerning this individual. Uchiha Zongshin, a distinguished elite shinobi active in the early stages of the Third Shinobi World War, was exceptionally skilled in the art of throwing ninja tools and the combined techniques of fire release. His reputation as the Flame Demon was well known within the village of Kirigakure. Regrettably, during a large-scale confrontation with the Mist Shinobi, Uchiha Zongshin received particular attention from the members of the Hozuki and Kagaya clans, although he narrowly escaped with his life. The hidden injuries he sustained compelled him to retreat from the front lines. Following the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, he withdrew entirely from active duty, dedicating himself to the upbringing of his son. However, Zongshin's son, Uchiha Shisui, sensed an unsettling discord within him. Yet it was evident that Uchiha Zongshin was unwilling to grant him the luxury of contemplation. Fire release, great fire annihilation, a torrent of flames as tumultuous as a tsunami. erupted from Uchiha Zoshin's mouth, cascading down upon the diminutive Uchiha Shursui. The sheer ferocity of the inferno seemed capable of incinerating the entire world. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, outsiders would find it difficult to conceive that fire release could be wielded with such finesse. Truly, he was a formidable man worthy of the title Flame Demon. Uchiha Shursui felt a subtle sense of admiration. Even this semi-retired elder could unleash such a terrifying aura. Indeed, the depth of the clan's heritage is far beyond what ordinary people can fathom. Alas, they are not companions on the same path. The figure of Uchiha Shursui was completely engulfed by the flames. However, at this moment, no one felt a shred of concern. How could Shunshin Shursui be merely a name without substance? Indeed, 7 or 8 phantoms abruptly appeared upon the arena, each one flawlessly evading the reach of the fiery onslaught, simultaneously rushing towards Uchiha Zoshin, who wielded a long blade. The opponent did not form any hand seals. This was no mere training match. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui has fully realized that the figure before him, the Flame Demon, genuinely intends to take his life. Confronted by such a formidable presence, one that has carved a name for itself in the tumultuous battlefield of the ninja world, Uchiha Shursui, who does not wish to reveal his Manjiki Sharingan, remains utterly cautious. Fire release, Peony Blossom Claw. 6 kunai, entwined with peony flames. Ensnare the movement path of Uchiha Zoshin like a dragon extending its claws. Naive. Uchiha Zoshin's gaze grew increasingly stern as the long blade he raised ignited once more with fierce flames. Unlike the astonishingly high temperatures of before, this time the flames emanated a brilliant radiance, their blinding light dispelling the shadows on the ground. Uchiha style, Firefly Light. Meanwhile, Shursui, also a master of Uchiha swordsmanship, swiftly executed a technique that seamlessly followed an instantaneous movement, culminating in the formidable Uchiha style, Sword Leap Flame, advancing once more with remarkable agility. The sheer mastery of chakra control and the exquisite finesse of Uchiha swordsmanship left even the seasoned Uchiha Zoshin in genuine admiration. Should he take on the role of a mentor, Uchiha Zoshin would readily impart his knowledge to the younger generation. However, recalling the unique identity of the individual before him as a member of the Umbu, he hesitated, contemplating the implications of wielding such lethal techniques. Uchiha style, Halo Dance. Uchiha style, Flashing Cut. Without reservation, the legendary flame demon who gained immense renown during the Third Shinobi World War has now revived on the arena. However, the seemingly precarious Uchiha Shursui, in the next moment, appeared to transform entirely, skillfully maneuvering through the impenetrable web of blades, his kunai, a mere foot in length, menacingly aimed at Uchiha Zoshin's brow. Truly, a clan of remarkable incompetence. Observing the current shift in offense and defense between the two, Uchiha Jin below the arena could not help but reveal a hint of derision in his eyes. Even when faced with an adversary intent on his demise, Uchiha Shursui still exhibited restraint in his techniques. Yet, in battles of such intensity, exercising restraint inevitably incurs a price. Should the two continue their fierce close-quarters exchanges, the ensuing outcome would not be difficult to foresee. Uchiha Shursui, gravely wounded yet victorious, while Uchiha Zoshin lies on the brink of death or defeat. He is burdened by the ties of kinship and the attitudes of the clan's upper echelons, as well as the sentiments of the Hokage lineage. Even at the cost of enduring severe injuries himself, this fellow Uchiha Shursui appears disinclined to eliminate his adversary, seemingly yearning for the elders in the audience to prematurely declare the outcome of the match. Truly, he embodies the essence of a saintly figure. Just as Uchiha Shursui had hoped, both Uchiha Shanai and Uchiha Fugaku rose from their seats at the podium. However, at the very moment when they intended to halt this match, which had already been sealed by fate, both Uchiha Zoshin on the stage and Uchiha Jin below it revealed a peculiar smile simultaneously. Do you realize? Uchiha Zoshin struggled valiantly to fend off the onslaught of fiery blades from every direction, yet his gaze pierced through the incessantly exploding sparks, locking onto the crimson eyes of Uchiha Shursui. With a voice barely audible between the two, he spoke softly, "In chaotic times, the saint must perish. You are indeed deserving of death." Unbeknownst to him, intricate patterns of mysterious flames had already enveloped the long blade in his grasp. As he uttered his final words, a blinding radiance erupted, akin to the sun itself, and the searing heat engulfed the entire arena in an instant. Boom! In the wake of the explosive shockwave, Uchiha Shursui found himself swaying like seaweed amidst the tumult. Initially astonished by the extreme turn the duel had taken, he could no longer afford the luxury of contemplating the underlying causes. At this moment, nothing could shake the profound astonishment that resided within the heart of the Uchiha elder. 10,000 Flower Cannon. Uchiha Shanai, trembling, extended his right hand and pointed at the indistinct figure standing amidst the clouds of smoke from the explosion, exclaiming in disbelief, "What?" The kaleidoscope. At Shanai's astonished cry, Uchiha Fugaku and several other Uchiha elders were equally taken aback, raising their voices in shock. Meanwhile, numerous Uchiha clan members gathered beneath the arena witnessed the terrifying scene before them, and upon hearing the tremor in Shanai's voice, they too found it difficult to contain their excitement. The next evolution of the legendary three-tomo Sharingan is the ultimate power of our Uchiha clan. The esteemed Uchiha Madara of your possess such eyes. The power of the divine. Today, they realized that the fabled kaleidoscope Sharingan truly exists. And the rumors circulating in the family training grounds were indeed authentic. The unparalleled power of Uchiha Madara. Although none present have witnessed the full glory of Madara during his prime, who among the Uchiha has not heard the legends surrounding this venerable patriarch? He stands as a colossus atop the shinobi world, second only to the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Despite having forsaken his clan, the Uchihas, who hold strength in the highest regard, continue to take pride in him, viewing him as the ultimate aspiration for which to strive throughout their lives. And today, as they gaze upon the towering figure of a green giant, standing 50 to 60 meters high, enscathed amidst the raging inferno, every Uchiha's eyes brim with yearning and desire. Within the chest of this green behemoth, Uchiha Shursui, his countenance a tapestry of complex emotions, stands with his hands forming the tiger's seal. His gaze fixed vacantly upon the arena below. There lies a shattered corpse, devoid of any trace of the former flame demon, having utterly lost the breath of life. The eerie stillness emanating from the remnants of Uchiha Zongshin is somewhat peculiar, as if it had long succumbed to the embrace of death. However, in this moment, no one pays heed to such trivialities. Even Uchiha Shursui, trained through years of elite Umbu conditioning, finds himself enveloped by an indescribable shock, oblivious to this inconsequential detail. Such a formidable being as Uchiha Shursui was willing to sacrifice his life to achieve a mutual demise. It is evident that Uchiha Shursui was the true individual yearning for peace for both his clan and village, having devoted all his efforts towards this noble cause. Yet, why must he endure such a fate? Furthermore, what is this notion of a saintly mother, and why is the term chaotic times being invoked? Why? Countless thoughts coursed through Uchiha Shursui's mind, with the intensity of his mental turmoil causing the kaleidoscope within him to spin wildly like a razor's edge. Roar. The towering green giant, once standing several meters high, suddenly surged once more from the ground. The tangible chakra surged forth, manifesting as solid bones, flesh, and sinews that materialized from the giant's waist upwards. Ultimately, an exquisite armor forged from condensed chakra enveloped the giant, while in its right hand, a colossal spiral sword emerged. Thus, a majestic Susanoo, exuding the terrifying aura of a world-destroying deity, unveiled itself before all the Uchiha clan members. Is this the legendary power of the gods? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi on the platform wore an expression of exhilaration. On one hand, he was captivated by the unmatched strength of the Susanoo. On the other, he perceived the genuine possibility of realizing peace for both clan and village. In his Crimson Sharingan, this power radiated with a brilliance akin to the sun, transcending the formidable prowess imagined by ninjas. As long as the Hokage is present, this is the Susanoo. It is the ultimate ocular technique that can only be wielded by Uchiha ninjas who have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Do you see? Shursui has materialized his ocular power, summoning a guardian deity that possesses absolute defense and unparalleled offensive capabilities. Lord Uchiha Madara, in his time, wielded the Susanoo to battle against the first Hokage would release in the Valley of the End. This is the divine power of the Uchiha. Any enemy who has witnessed it on the battlefield has found it impossible to escape death. Uchiha Shansher trembled as he pointed at Shursui's Susanoo, his excitement rendering him almost incoherent as he roared to his clansmen, faintly reminiscent of the glorious era of the Uchiha clan. Ultimate power, supreme ocular technique, divine might, each term reverberated through the minds of the Uchiha below the arena, leaving them in a daze. However, Shursui, lost in a whirlwind of questions, paid little heed to the crowd's reaction. At that moment, he finally realized the identity of the individual who could provide him with the answers he sought. With a crack, the colossal green Susanoo slowly turned its shoulders and neck, its fiery green eyes fixated intently on the arena below. There, amidst the throng, under the majestic aura of Susanoo, Uchiha Jin appeared like an ethereal being, detached from the mortal realm, responding to Shursui's questioning gaze with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Why? The formidable ocular power of Shursui surged forth, crushing his mental resolve as an overwhelming fury consumed him. It was not the realization that Uchiha Jin intended to take his life that incited such wrath. Shursui was not surprised by this revelation. However, what crime had Zongshin committed? Having witnessed countless tragedies within the ranks of the Umbu and Root, this fate was not befitting of Uchiha Zongshin. Such exquisite fire release techniques, such resolute mastery of Uchiha swordsmanship. Moreover, he had earned remarkable accolades during the Third Shinobi World War. Through the recent, seemingly brief yet intensely fierce exchange, Shursui had genuinely acknowledged this flame demon, recognizing him as a ninja worthy of respect. Yet, this esteemed individual was rendered worthless in this battle due to the selfish motives of Uchiha Jin, belonging to the Jade Shatter lineage. How could Shursui accept such a reality? Yet, confronting Shursui's silent, yet seething accusation, Uchiha Jin's expression remained unchanged, devoid of emotion, save for a fleeting glimpse of regret. Was it regret for Uchiha Zoshin's death? Or perhaps lamenting the failure to eliminate him alongside? Before Shursui could delve further into these thoughts, a detached voice echoed back, intertwined with his dissipating mental essence. The turkeys on the farm were destined to perish on Thanksgiving Day. What? Uchiha Shursui was just beginning to ponder the meaning of those words when, in the next moment, He found himself utterly distracted, redirecting all his attention to Uchiha Bido. There, Uchiha Jin's face radiated a familiar, mocking smile, with the sole distinction being his pair of spinning Sharingan. Chapter 21. Come and kill me. Ding. Detection of Uchiha clan members' demise. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 Meijiki Sharingan, Uchiha Swordsmanship Mastery LV5, Uchiha Illusion Technique Mastery LV4, Uchiha Fire Release Mastery LV5, Uchiha Jin Chakra. At the moment of Uchiha Zonshin's death, all the power possessed by this elite Uchiha Jin was completely seized by Uchiha Jin through the system's capabilities. Clearly, Uchiha Jin had been prepared. As soon as the system's notification resonated in his mind, he resolutely commanded, "Merge." In the midst of the imposing Susanoo. While the Uchiha clan and the dignitaries on the platform were enraptured by its might, none noticed the profound transformations brewing within Uchiha Jin. 2 pairs of 3-tomo Sharingan. 2 pairs of 2-tomo Sharingan, combined with the single 3-tomo Sharingan that Uchiha Jin had previously fused with his own 2-tomo Sharingan, resulted in the chakra of 6 Uchiha ninjas of the same lineage being perfectly amalgamated under the system's extraordinary power. Satisfaction, power, an indescribable sense of fulfillment and strength flooded Uchiha Jin's mind, a feeling of profound completeness and warmth that made him acutely aware of the defects in his bloodline gradually being rectified. Most notably, his Sharingan was ceaselessly boiling with ocular power, rapidly evolving in both quantity and quality, boldly charging towards that legendary bottleneck. This sensation had been perceived by Uchiha Jin when he first merged with a 3-tomo Sharingan, and he was confident that as long as he could fuse an adequate number of Sharingan, whether they be Meijiki, Eternal, or even the more formidable Rinnegan, they would no longer remain unattainable. Of course, if he truly aspired to reach such heights, it was evident that the current Uchiha clan was insufficient to serve as his support. What a pity. Uchiha Shursui is still alive. However, Uchiha Jin had anticipated this. For the title of Shunshin Shursui is not merely a fade, the potency of the Meijiki Sharingan is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. If merely a mere puppet could vanquish Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Jin would not have felt such trepidation over the years. As for Zonshin, he is the unfortunate soul who suffered at the hands of Uchiha Jin a year ago. The grief of losing his son nearly inciting this flame demon to unleash his Meijiki, yet regrettably, he ultimately could not breach the final barrier, the heavenly obstruction. Although he could not enhance Uchiha Jin's arsenal with another pair of Meijiki, he did provide him with a pawn burdened with the vengeance of a slain son. One must also extend gratitude to the scheming Shimura Danzo. Anyone who dares to sully this man's reputation is almost assuredly correct, especially when it pertains to the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, Uchiha Jin's claims are not entirely unfounded. If there were no machinations of Danzo behind the fall of Zonshin's son, it would indeed be a matter of the supernatural. A mere ordinary escort mission could hardly lead to the downfall of a Uchiha elite shinobi wielding a 3-tomo Sharingan. Considering Danzo's tightly bound schemes, the truth behind it all is hardly surprising. Rest assured, I shall fulfill the promise made to you, Uchiha Jin silently vowed. Although he has lost such a valuable piece on the board and publicly forfeited an ally who was both capable and vibrant, his sense of loss is not absolute. After all, though the flame demon has perished, his power has merely transformed into a different form that continues to linger by his side. It is indeed a pity. Even with the complete fusion of the Sharingan within the system space, the awakening of the Meijiki still failed. After experiencing the uncontrollable sensation of expansion once more, Uchiha Jin has become aware that the tomo within his pupils, though still spinning wildly, exhibits a tendency to solidify into a tangible form, deep within the Sharingan. A terrifying spirit and will, unlike any that has come before, continues to stir restlessly. Yet, despite the system's flawless amalgamation of so many Sharingan, this accumulation ultimately proves insufficient to transcend that celestial barrier. The initial surge of momentum wanes, giving way to decline. The profound transformation within Uchiha Jin's eyes gradually subsided, and the already formidable ocular power once again retreated to the depths of his Sharingan, seemingly preparing for the next surge. Uchiha Shursui, shielded by the immense green Susanoo, could not help but exhale in relief, overwhelmed by a sense of foreboding. He found it unfathomable to consider what horrors might unfold should Uchiha Jin, this peerless harbinger of destruction, awaken such malevolent powers. The prospect of terrifying and wicked ocular techniques emerging, along with the potential calamities that could befall both the village and his clan, weighed heavily on his mind. Fortunately, it seemed that fate still favored the village, as Uchiha Jin's attempt to unlock the Meijiki Sharingan had not succeeded. Yet, this turn of events only deepened Uchiha Shursui's confusion. After all, he had endured the excruciating pain that catalyzed the awakening of the Meijiki. It was only through such profound suffering, born of love lost, that one could invoke this cursed divine power. However, Uchiha Jin had been sent by Uchiha Jin to assassinate him, and regardless of the outcome, death appeared to be the inevitable conclusion. The paradoxical disparity of nearly awakening the Meijiki Sharingan due to the fall of a mere deathly assassin left Uchiha Shursui's heart ensnared in complexity. Despite wielding the formidable power of Susanoo, he felt akin to an insect trapped in a web, desperately struggling, yet entirely futile. His mind was overwhelmed. At this moment, Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Shisui locked eyes in a serene yet indifferent stare, seemingly unperturbed by the terrifying aura enveloping Shisui within the Susanoo. Although Jin had not succeeded in awakening the Meijiki Sharingan, this minor setback held no significance for his overarching scheme. The prospect of success was indeed gratifying. Yet the sting of failure was hardly lamentable. From the moment Shisui's Meijiki was revealed, he had unwittingly fallen into the meticulously crafted death trap orchestrated by Uchiha Jin, sealing his fate irrevocably. What intrigued Uchiha Jin the most at this juncture was the fate of Shisui, a paragon of virtue who would resort to self-destruction rather than face the loss of his eyes. How would such a figure elegantly embrace his demise? As he felt the potent surge of ocular power coursing through him, far more formidable and concentrated than before, Jin discovered his enhanced ability to manipulate his spiritual energy with exquisite precision. Realizing this, a sinister smile crept across his lips, his eyes glinting with derision as they turned once more towards the colossal Susanoo on the arena. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui, having just exhaled in relief, suddenly sensed an insidious wave of ocular power accompanied by a chilling mental connection. Zongxian was sent by me. Jin. Without a moment's hesitation, Shisui's furious gaze shot back towards Jin's direction. Below the arena, encircled by countless Uchiha clansmen, Jin's smile grew ever more mocking as another wave of intent surged towards Shisui through the ocular link. Come, slay me. Chapter 22. Team battles may be lost, but the saint must die. Arrogance. An unprecedented level of hubris. The myriad dangers faced in the past were heart-wrenching, each moment akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade, a profound disgrace to the orphanage of his beginnings. Yet, having traversed through adversity, today marked a turning point. Though the Meijiki Sharingan eluded him, he had nonetheless pierced the veil of mere shadow-level prowess. As for the insufferable Saint Shisui, it was imperative to eliminate him without hesitation. Allowing him even a breath of air was a dereliction of duty. What a chaotic assembly of inept allies. With the formidable legacy of the Uchiha clan, even in the absence of the Meijiki Sharingan, they could still secure a dynamic equilibrium within Konoha's political landscape. Not to mention the existence of multiple Meijiki Sharingan in this era, alongside the dreadfully powerful Kodo Amatsukami. With such a fortuitous beginning, how could one possibly fail? Even the most dim-witted would not meet a fate of utter annihilation. Yet, the evidence lay bare. This saintly disposition was indeed more pitiable than ignorance itself. Not only did he face a tragic end, but he also perpetuated this foolish saintly ideal, casting a shadow that would haunt generations. As the saying goes, it is often the kindest intentions that lead humanity into hell. Inspired by this, Uchiha Jin gleaned a profound truth. Team battles may falter, but the saint must perish. While dying at the hands of an enemy may lack glory, being betrayed by one's own kin is a true disgrace. Thus, from the moment Uchiha Jin entered this realm, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were inscribed in his death note. It was not a matter of right or wrong, nor justice or malevolence. It transcended profit and loss. Whoever embodied the saintly ideal would find themselves marked for death. No divine intervention could save them. From this day forth marked the commencement of Uchiha Jin's relentless pursuit of this aim. So, Shisui, what are you waiting for? Though Uchiha Jin appeared diminutive beneath the Susanoo, he loomed over Uchiha Shisui like a god, his disdain unmistakable in his tone. Uchiha Jin, the colossal Susanoo on the arena suddenly brandished its massive sword, unleashing a roar filled with fury. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui was engulfed in profound regret. Not long ago, he should have decisively employed the Kodo Amatsukami in the clan training ground. Had he done so, perhaps a clan member would not have met an untimely demise, and he would not have had to reveal his long-hidden Meijiki Sharingan. The Meijiki Sharingan, for the Uchiha clan, signified the sounding of war's clarion call, inevitably igniting the fervor for an armed coup among the radical factions within the clan. Even the moderates and fence-sitters would swiftly shift their allegiances. In such dire circumstances, did Shisui's own will truly hold any significance? Regardless of the final outcome, it would undoubtedly be unacceptable to someone of Shisui's virtuous disposition. At this moment, he finally realized that he had indeed been deceived by Uchiha Bido, missing the optimal opportunity to rectify his mistakes. Yet, it was not too late. At this moment, the spirit of Uchiha Shisui was in a frenzied state, contemplating strategies to address the impending events and pondering how to deliver a decisive blow to Uchiha Bido. However, Shisui, take a moment to breathe. Accompanied by the manifestation of two fleeting shadows, Uchiha Shunshin and Uchiha Fugaku simultaneously materialized upon the arena. Their expressions filled with fervor as they gazed up at the colossal Susanoo before them. One of them was a devoted admirer of Uchiha Madara and a grand elder well-versed in the family's secret techniques, while the other had personally witnessed the awakening of the Meijiki Sharingan as the Uchiha clan leader. They deeply comprehended the sorrow that resided within Uchiha Shisui's heart at this moment. It was shocking to discover that Jin was Shisui's beloved. Why had there never been any indication of this in the past? Although Uchiha Shanai and Uchiha Fugaku were uncertain of the underlying reasons, they were utterly convinced that at this moment, Shisui was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder after awakening his Sharingan. If only he could regain his composure, the clan would undoubtedly gain a formidable force. Shisui, you must rein in your emotions. Even the spirit of Zhongxian would not wish for you to act in this manner. Indeed, on the arena, life and death are a personal responsibility, and it is likely that Zhongxian would be pleased to see you unlock the kaleidoscope. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku remained vigilant, closely observing every move made by Shisui, while simultaneously engaging in a synchronized performance of comforting him. What are these two individuals up to? Uchiha Jin gazed in exasperation at the two individuals who had unexpectedly disrupted his meticulously crafted plans. A line of vexation crossed his face as he came to the disheartening realization that his intention to personally bring an end to Shisui had been rendered futile. After all, the compassionate soul was, indeed, a figure of saintliness. Beyond the inability to discern right from wrong, one of the greatest vulnerabilities lay in a propensity to compromise. As anticipated, feeling the formidable aura emanating from Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shanai, Shisui, who had been momentarily consumed by rage, began to regain his composure. At that moment, Uchiha Shisui commenced a deep contemplation. Why? Uchiha Jin dared to provoke with such audacity, having activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Despite having been so apprehensive of the terrifying power of the Kodo Amatsukami not long ago. However, this puzzlement dissipated as Shisui's gaze swept over Uchiha Jin. Taking in the orderly ranks of elite Uchiha ninjas surrounding him, alongside the formidable presence of the elder and the clan leader standing resolutely before him. A chill of realization coursed through Uchiha Shisui as he inhaled sharply, the atmosphere around him suddenly infused with a bone-chilling coldness. The lethal strike of Uchiha Shisui does not rest upon the flamed demon Zhongxian, but rather upon the formidable Uchiha clan standing before him. Yet, why must it come to this? He merely desires to realize a harmonious coexistence between the Uchiha and the village. Why then? Must the life of a clansman be sacrificed to incite this murderous plot against him? Indeed, Uchiha Shisui's heart is aligned with Lord Hokage. However, setting aside the facts, does the Uchiha clan hold no fault at all? In the face of the fervent gazes directed towards him, Uchiha Shisui's heart, once filled with sorrow and indignation, gradually began to cool. Even with the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, it is utterly impossible to confront so many elite Uchiha head-on, and even if he could, the resulting scene would not be one Shisui would willingly accept. Thus, Uchiha Shisui relinquished his resolve, casting an intensely wrathful gaze upon Uchiha Jin, accompanied by a chilling aura of impending retribution. Yet, Uchiha Jin appeared unfazed by this display, although he had failed to mobilize the Uchiha forces to deliver a fatal blow to Shisui, thus missing a fleeting opportunity for significant enhancement. This lapse would not profoundly alter the ultimate outcome. After all, the moment Uchiha Shisui unveiled the Susanoo, his fate was irrevocably sealed, destined to be either tragic or even more tragic. Should Shisui perish in battle, it would indeed fulfill his desires, while Uchiha Jin would reap substantial benefits in the short term. However, such a dignified and merciful conclusion was beyond Shisui's merit. Since he had squandered a rare flicker of compassion today, Uchiha Jin eagerly anticipated the expression on this saintly figure's face when betrayal from the world inevitably arrived. Uchiha Jin's gaze shifted away from the immense Susanoo of Shisui, directing itself toward the four colossal Hokage statues looming in the distance. How exhilarating! Chapter 23, Shisui. You surely do not wish for Lord Hokage to be informed. Very well, let it be. Reflecting on the seeds sown not long ago, along with the fleeting kindness that Shisui had just relinquished, Uchiha Jin found himself increasingly eager for the unfolding events. Shisui was undoubtedly destined for demise. Yet in these final moments, let him extract every last vestige of value. May our clandestine realm of shinobi relish this magnificent gift and witness the true might of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Jin's face radiated a gentle smile, akin to the surrounding members of the Uchiha clan, who reveled in the presence of an additional kaleidoscope. Yet, the murderous intent embedded within his spiritual will surge through the connection of ocular power, invading Uchiha Shisui's mind once more. With the existence of individuals like Danzo, harmony between the clan and the village would forever remain elusive. Consider this your stroke of luck. Next time, it may not be so. At this moment, although Uchiha Jin had not successfully awakened his kaleidoscope Sharingan, the amalgamation of multiple Sharingan had catalyzed a profound transformation within his own ocular prowess. During this process, Uchiha Jin's mastery of illusion techniques finally transcended the bottleneck of level 6. While his proficiency in fire style and Uchiha-style swordsmanship also advanced to level 6 after absorbing the legacy of Flame Demon, it can be asserted that Uchiha Jin now surpassed the threshold of shadow-level attributes in the realms of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Even when confronted with the combined might of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, he felt assured of his capability to unleash the formidable Panda Fist and the Shadow Kick without resorting to underhanded tactics. However, shadow level remains shadow level, and the kaleidoscope remains the kaleidoscope. This level of power, while formidable, was still insufficient for Uchiha Jin to confront the likes of the omnipotent Tenkai Shin directly. Yet, he harbored a belief that his current spiritual will and ocular power possessed the strength to struggle against adversity, and that, in itself, was more than sufficient. Should Uchiha Shisui recklessly pursue his demise, Uchiha Jin could easily conceal himself amidst the ranks of the robust Uchiha army. The might of the kaleidoscope was undoubtedly formidable. Yet a multitude of ants could potentially bring down an elephant, especially with the multitude of red-eyed Uchihas at his disposal. Even if the power of Tenkaichen proved more formidable than anticipated, it was not a soul-destroying mental assault. As long as Uchiha Shursui met his demise on the spot. Stripped of all powers by the system, how could Tenkaichen be any exception? It could be said that Uchiha Jin now stood on invulnerable ground. All he needed was to incite a commotion, and with Shursui's lackluster eloquence and saint-like political stance, he would swiftly become a sworn enemy in the eyes of the assembled Uchiha clan members. One who possesses a kaleidoscope Sharingan unwilling to assist is one thing. Should he also become an adversary of the Uchiha clan, one can imagine that Uchiha Fugaku would not hesitate to reveal his own kaleidoscope. In such circumstances, as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen remained indecisive and did not ally with Shimura Danzo to launch an all-out assault, the outcome would be preordained. As for whether Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo would choose to swoop in and seize the spoils after the battle, would Uchiha Jin be apprehensive? Absolutely not. He would not hesitate to turn the tables. Having inherited the powers of Uchiha Shursui and numerous elite Uchihas, the eternal kaleidoscope would be effortlessly subdued. At that point, should Jin unite with the strength of the Uchiha clan, even if he could not completely annihilate Konoha, he could surely inflict severe damage upon it. Moreover, Uchiha Jin would not find himself easily vanquished. After a brief period of recuperation, he could rally his strength and ensure that Konoha was consigned to the annals of history. Admittedly, the days that followed might be somewhat grim, as revitalizing the Uchiha clan would rest solely upon his shoulders. Should he first seek out Tsunade or approach Koharu? Ugh. Enchantress, do not disturb my resolve. With his spirit severing the unrealistic fantasies, Uchiha Jin once again turned his gaze toward Shursui, who stood not far away. Regardless of the choice Shursui made, it mattered little to Uchiha Jin. The master does not concern himself. Yet, compared to the tragic spectacle of being besieged by the Uchiha army, Shursui's demise would more fittingly embody the frustration and indignation befitting his saintly identity. Since the master's mercy has descended, and Uchiha Shursui fails to appreciate it, then he shall face the inevitable conclusion of his fate. With a detached glance at Shursui, who was already akin to a corpse, he addressed Uchiha Sakataro and Uchiha Fugaku before him. Esteemed clan leader, respected elder. Shursui has just awakened his kaleidoscope Sharingan, and evidently cannot control its immense power. Therefore, I must trouble you both to soothe him. Let our clan's kaleidoscope rest upon the podium for a moment. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui exchanged a tacit nod upon hearing the words. Understanding the profound significance of the Manjiki Sharingan to the Uchiha clan, which necessitated careful reassurance. However, Uchiha Shursui's thoughts were already elsewhere. He urgently needed to make his way to the Hokage Tower to inform Lord Hokage of Uchiha Itachi's sinister intentions. Shursui believed that although he could not presently contend with Uchiha Itachi, the illustrious Sarutobi Hiruzen, who embodied the Great Will of Fire, would undoubtedly be able to address this dilemma. The colossal Susanoo gradually dissipated, and Uchiha Shursui's solemn gaze fell upon the arena before he respectfully clasped his hands towards Uchiha Fugaku and stated, Patriarch, I find myself somewhat fatigued. I shall take my leave to rest. Just as Uchiha Fugaku was about to agree, Uchiha Jin promptly interrupted him. The commotion caused by the activation of Susanoo had evidently attracted the attention of the outside world. So it would be prudent for Shursui to remain here until the conclusion of this assembly. Indeed, at this moment, Uchiha Shana stepped forward to stand beside Shursui, gently grasping his right hand with a warm demeanor and earnestly saying, Let us discuss everything after the conclusion of the conference. It was evident. Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Fugaku, having been reminded by Jin, have now realized the awkward position that Shursui occupies within the clan. This wayward lamb, caught in a state of confusion, requires careful guidance. One must not allow that scoundrel Sarutobi to deceive him. Uchiha Shursui was never one for eloquence, and at this moment, he found himself reluctantly dragged to the podium amidst the banter of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shanai. Yet, before departing, his gaze, brimming with lethal intent, remained firmly fixed on Uchiha Shin. However, Uchiha Shin appeared unfazed, promptly turning to address the gathered Uchiha clansmen behind him. Did you all witness that? The death of Zongxian, while lamentable, signifies the fortune of Uchiha to perish in battle. Surely, Zongxian understood this, which is why he resorted to that underdeveloped forbidden technique. Although the outcome did not grant him victory, it has bestowed upon our Uchiha clan another pair of Sharingan. I believe Zongxian can now rest in peace in the afterlife. On the podium, Uchiha Shursui clenched his teeth, an intense rage threatening to consume him entirely. How could someone be so shameless? Fully aware that his Sharingan did not awaken in the arena, yet still audaciously fabricate lies, attributing Zongxian's death to a mishap with forbidden techniques? Shursui, you wouldn't want the Hokage to discover that you concealed the truth about your Sharingan, would you? Just as Uchiha Shursui was about to unleash his ire upon the fabricator below, another surge of mental energy infiltrated his mind. What? Uchiha Shursui's pupils quivered slightly, as he suddenly recalled that his Manjiki Sharingan was not only concealed from his clan, but also from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. At this moment, The deteriorating relationship between his family and the village seemed poised to unveil the intentional secrecy surrounding the existence of his Meijiki. Shursui felt that he could no longer assist the Hokage in resolving the issues plaguing both the village and his clan. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui, while firmly believing in the wisdom and prowess of the Hokage, found himself choked by the unbearable consequences that loomed over him, rendering him unable to voice his thoughts. Meanwhile, the attention of the crowd, far removed from Shursui on the podium, was fervently focused on Uchiha Obito. As the words laden with madness poured forth from Uchiha Obito, a wave of shock rippled through the gathered Uchiha clansmen and the numerous elders seated on the dais. The former were captivated by the allure of such immense power, a temptation that no Uchiha could ever truly resist. In contrast, the latter experienced a blend of exhilaration tinged with a hint of trepidation. Although not all the elders on the podium possessed the depth of knowledge about the Meijiki Sharingan akin to Uchiha Shursui or Uchiha Fugaku, they were acutely aware, through the annals of their family history, of the potential calamity that could arise from the revelation of the methods to unlock such ultimate power. After all, what clan would be foolish enough to conceal such pivotal information, especially one as venerating of strength and power as the Uchiha? At that moment, even the Uchiha ninjas who had yet to awaken their Sharingan felt a flicker of crimson within their eyes. All present were transfixed on the striking figure before them, eagerly anticipating an answer that seemed divinely inspired. Let us engage in battle. Let us fight. Uchiha Jin's impassioned roar ignited a fervor among the Uchiha clan members in the audience, while the elder council on the platform exhaled a sigh of relief after a momentary shock in their gaze. Only Uchiha Shursui, with a complex expression, bit his lip in silence. Let your battles be unrestrained and challenge your limits. Pour every ounce of your being into experiencing and absorbing the essence of each fight, refining your abilities to the pinnacle of your imagination. Only then shall you be deemed worthy to bask in the trials of life and death, and subsequently, to unlock the potential of the divine power of our Uchiha clan. In that moment, Uchiha Jin seemed to return to his training ground, the formidable aura of the Uchiha chief instructor radiating with full force. Silence. Accompanied by Uchiha Jin's resounding words, the venue once again fell into an eerie stillness. At that moment, the voices of Uchiha Jin, imbued with a tremulous resonance, echoed in the minds of all Uchiha clan members. A brief pause ensued. Uchiha Jin slowly surveyed the entire arena, and as his gaze swept across, every member of the Uchiha clan was aglow with a fervent excitement. Let us battle. Let us fight. With the humblest of dreams, we pay tribute to the wails and roars of the night. Who dares to declare that only those standing in the light are heroes? Ahem. Sensing the enthusiastic response from the Uchihas, Uchiha Jin momentarily lost his focus. Yet it was evident that these brief lyrics had once again stirred the spirits of all present. Let us battle. Let us fight. With the humblest of dreams, we pay tribute to the wails and roars of the night. Who dares to declare that only those standing in the light are heroes? Uchiha sensed that the situation was deteriorating, and promptly turned to look at Uchiha Dragonfly, who was clad in a striking red and white referee's uniform. Indeed, those he had cultivated himself proved to be reliable. The remains of Uchiha Zongxian had already been gathered, and he returned to the arena once more. In the next match, from the elite Jonin group, Uchiha Taihuhuo and Uchiha Tonin stepped forward. Whoosh, whoosh, fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Flow, sword leap of flames. As two ethereal figures materialized upon the arena, an incredibly brilliant blaze once again illuminated the stage. Yet, while an intense battle raged above, the Uchiha clan members below, their Sharingan wide open, absorbed knowledge and experience. At that moment, the clan leader and the elder approached Uchiha Jin in unison. Jin, is this your strategy? Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Uchiha Jin with a countenance filled with complexity. It was evident that the abrupt demise of a three-tomo Uchiha elite Jonin, coupled with the emergence of another pair of Meijiki Sharingan, had profoundly shaken the usually composed Uchiha Fugaku. Had he realized this earlier, he would have undoubtedly intervened to halt Uchiha Jin without a moment's hesitation. The ensuing consequences of such an action left him in a state of perplexity. Unsure of his own sentiments at this moment, the Uchiha clan has acquired another pair of Meijiki Sharingan. Although Uchiha Shursui has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Hokage lineage, from the perspective of the Uchiha clan, this development is undoubtedly a positive one. Indeed, if only Shursui were not so naive and foolish. In truth, even Uchiha Fugaku, a figure often deemed politically inept, could not fathom that his own kin would be so foolish as to follow Shursui's example. Another individual who shared the same feelings of shock and complexity alongside Uchiha Fugaku was Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Jin, a shadow-level ninja. Indeed, although Uchiha Jin has always held a disdainful view towards these two prodigies, it is undeniable that aside from their rather juvenile political maneuvers, they excel remarkably in every other aspect. Uchiha Shursui is capable of detecting any unusual movements in Uchiha Itachi in the shortest amount of time. How could Uchiha Fugaku, a predecessor who awakened his Meijiki Sharingan even earlier, possibly be incapable of doing the same? Moreover, the Meijiki Sharingan of Uchiha Fugaku remains a mystery, while Uchiha Shursui, despite not having awakened that pair of eyes, intuitively understands his old rival. Following the direction of his gaze, he too uncovers this truth. Although both lament the fact that Uchiha Jin did not succeed in activating the Meijiki Sharingan, they effortlessly ascertain that he has undoubtedly ascended to the realm of the shadows upon sensing the transformed chakra and ocular power. The death of Uchiha Zonshien, a three-tomo jonin, has consequently given rise to a new Meijiki Sharingan wielder and an emerging shadow-level powerhouse. At this moment, the heart of Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, is filled with intricate emotions as he finally comprehends Uchiha Jin's scheme. It is the bond. The superficial experience gained from the rapid activation of the Sharingan is merely the surface. Uchiha Jin's true objective lies in fortifying the ties among his kin through these battles. The ramifications of such bonds are unmistakably evident in Uchiha Jin at this very moment. It is precisely for this reason that both Fugaku and Shursui feel a chill in their hearts, profoundly realizing that Uchiha Jin's name, Jade Shattered, is not merely a saying. This is preparation to confront the entirety of Konoha village. In Uchiha Shakuna's gaze, there flickered a hint of fervor, accompanied by an inexplicable flutter within his heart. Even as the leader of a faction known as the Radicals, he had never contemplated opposing the entire village. However, Uchiha Jin is evidently orchestrating a grand scheme. From the very onset of the prestigious Ninja World Summit, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui had already lost the opportunity to intervene. With a faint sigh, Uchiha Fugaku turned his gaze towards Uchiha Shursui. The two former adversaries exchanged smiles, their aged bodies igniting with a fierce spirit reminiscent of a roaring flame. Yet, this moment of reconciliation, this transformation of foes into friends, which should have been a profoundly moving display of camaraderie, instead appeared ominously chilling under the watchful eyes of Shursui and Itachi on the dais. Is the clan leader poised to concede? Chapter 25. A world where only Danzo suffers. In the Hokage building of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kamen, and Nari Koharu, the esteemed members of Konoha's F4, once again convened within the Hokage's office. Crack. The sparks erupted, and the encroaching smoke swirled outward, emanating from the smoking pipe held by Sarutobi Hiruzen, enveloping the three silent figures nearby. However, even the environmentally conscious Nari Koharu, known for her medical expertise, found herself too preoccupied to admonish her old friend for his unhealthy habits. The same could be said for the grim-faced Mito Kamen and the ominously shadowed Danzo. Susanoo. After more than 30 years, they were once again confronted by the malevolent force deeply rooted within the Uchiha clan's bloodline. Even after such a lengthy span of time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kamen, and Nari Koharu could not erase the haunting memory of Uchiha Madara's return to Konoha, the puppet-like Nine Tails, the mountain-like figure of Susanoo, and the countless comrades who perished amidst the chaos of battle. These memories lingered. Once merely in their 20s, the Konoha F4, now nearing retirement, felt an indescribable shock stir within as they ventured to the Valley of the Inn to witness the remnants of that fierce conflict. Clatter. The Hokage's pipe slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, triggering a collective awakening among the four in the room. As they finally emerged from the throes of their haunting recollections, Uchiha Madara possesses the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, yet this does not solely define him. This notion is distinctly clear to the Konoha F4, who have inherited the legacy of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. However, for the Konoha F4, an Uchiha with the Meijiki and one without it represent two entirely different entities. After all, wielding Susanoo, an entity whose power rivals that of tailed beasts, combined with the formidable combat techniques of the Uchiha clan, undoubtedly transforms him into a razor-sharp dagger capable of tearing through any battlefield, even if this dagger is currently positioned at the village's periphery. The chilling winds emanating from its blade remain piercingly cold. Haishi, take action. The roots are prepared. The cold voice of Danzo Shimura echoed, his face adorned with a sinister smile as he regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen. Amidst the silence of the Hokage's office, it is likely that only Danzo felt a flicker of triumph within. As long as he could rally the entirety of Konoha's power to eliminate the Uchiha, Konoha would inevitably belong to Danzo Shimura. After all, one who commands the extermination of a great clan in Konoha can no longer serve as Hokage, especially considering that Sarutobi Hiruzen is merely acting in this capacity. When that day arrives, as the chief architect of this impending civil war, he, Danzo Shimura, the shadow of the shinobi world, would undoubtedly receive a promotion and increase in resources, ascending to the role of CEO, commander of the anti-Uchiha coalition, and ultimately becoming the chairman, Hokage of Konoha, thus steering Konoha toward the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Danzo. In an instant, the furrows of worry on Hiruzen's face vanished, replaced by a surge of imposing presence. I am the Hokage. The dormant bear of the shinobi world, who had been silent for over a decade, now surged back to life before Danzo's eyes, exuding a formidable aura that sent shivers down Danzo's spine, reminiscent of the despondent days when he was perpetually overshadowed by Hiruzen. However, as Danzo's gaze traversed Hiruzen's face, marked by deep wrinkles, a renewed smile crept onto his aged visage, accompanied by a surge of inexplicable confidence. You will come to regret this, he declared dismissively, turning away. Yet the flames of ambition and chilling malice within him intensified. Hiruzen, you have aged. Your heart is filled with hesitation and uncertainty. You bask in the sunlight of Konoha, while I, though rooted in darkness, draw strength from it to nurture this towering tree of Konoha. Observing this, Hiruzen's eyes darkened with foreboding. His political acumen, far exceeding that of the ordinary, allowed him to see through Danzo's intentions. However, as long as he refrained from making a personal declaration, all of Danzo's machinations amounted to mere antics. Understanding Danzo's nature, Hiruzen was confident that even if the day came when he had to make that painful decision, certain individuals would undoubtedly act presumptuously and prematurely. Humph. Hiruzen snorted derisively once more, casting a disdainful glance at Danzo before redirecting his attention toward the Uchiha clan's territory. There, the resounding clash of fire and thunder was palpable, even from a distance, hinting at the intensity of the conflict. Initially, Hiruzen had paid little heed to this farcical endeavor, but the emergence of a Mangeki had utterly caught him off guard. At that moment, Hiruzen yearned for intelligence regarding this newly surfaced Mangeki, yet all channels of information from the Uchiha territory were sealed. Aside from visual observation, no other means of acquiring information were available. What? The telescope technique? That contraption serves little purpose beyond peering into women's baths. Chakra is not so easily manipulated. Not to mention, the Uchiha were inherently sensitive to chakra. Thus, Hiruzen found himself in a position of waiting, simultaneously preparing necessary defensive measures. As long as he maintained his foundational stability, neither the Uchiha nor Danzo posed a significant threat. According to the intelligence relayed by Shursui, this so-called martial arts tournament would last no more than 3 days, a time frame insufficient for any uncontrollable developments. By the conclusion of 3 days, upon acquiring the information regarding the newly emerged Mangeki, he would no longer be in a passive position. With this thought, Hiruzen bent down to retrieve his pipe, casting a casual glance at the other 3 individuals in the Hokage office. You may leave now. What do you mean, Hiruzen? Danzo, feeling a familiar malice, glared at the 3rd Hokage with indignation. Konoha must not descend into chaos. Suppress your ulterior motives. Hiruzen replied calmly, his voice rising sharply. I am the Hokage. You will. Danzo hesitated, and under the invasive gaze of the bear of the shinobi world, he begrudgingly closed his single eye. Rising abruptly, Danzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him. I will resolve this in my own way. As Danzo departed with a resounding bang, a moment of silence enveloped the office, during which Mito Kamen and T-Rune Kamaru exchanged knowing glances, their unspoken understanding evident. Foolish Danzo. After all these years. Still the same, astute in minor matters but muddled in significant ones. How can he be entrusted with great responsibilities? Hiruzen's expression softened as he regarded his comrades. Konoha's connections with various ninja clans will be entrusted to me and Kamaru-chan, for the will of fire. Mito Kamen rose slowly, offering a slight bow to Hiruzen before resolutely pledging his loyalty. From their brief exchange, Mito and Kamaru had grasped the 3rd Hokage's stance. With years of expertise, they would not allow themselves to be blinded by power like Danzo. While it pained them to see their longtime friend walking into a trap, it was indeed most fitting for Danzo to bear the burden of blame. Their duty lay in standing atop the pinnacle of power, ensuring they upheld the great sacrifice made by Danzo Shimura. In an instant, a radiant smile, reminiscent of springtime, once more illuminated the otherwise somber Hokage office. For the will of fire. Chapter 26, The Transformative Uchiha. I hereby declare the first great ninja way tournament of the Uchiha officially concluded. Uchiha Dragonfly stood resolutely at the center of the arena, calling out to the assembly of Uchiha clan members who had gathered at this moment. Let the Uchiha rise to greatness once more. As his words echoed through the air, a thunderous roar of applause erupted, with every Uchiha displaying an unmistakable fervor of admiration upon their faces. Let the Uchiha rise to greatness once more. At this moment, even the elders seated on the dais could not help but be moved to tears, their weary voices, on the verge of faltering, joined in an exuberant roar of enthusiasm. In the eyes of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku, there lingered a hint of moisture, and they exuded a vitality reminiscent of their youth. After exchanging knowing smiles, they quietly echoed the sentiment, let the Uchiha clan rise to greatness once more. Yet, at that moment, the only ones who appeared somewhat out of place were Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui, positioned at the corner of the podium. How could this be? In the depths of Uchiha Shursui's gaze lay a trace of reluctance. He found it hard to believe that within a mere 3 days, the Uchiha clan had undergone such a profound transformation. Once a clan boasting thousands of shinobi, the quantity of ninjas had not significantly increased, yet their quality was now incomparable. After 3 days of intense and high-caliber battles, every Uchiha who awakened their Sharingan experienced immense growth. In this fervent atmosphere, some envious clan members even awakened their Sharingan in a fit of anger. Had it not been for the limitations imposed by each member's innate talent and age, the assembly would not have merely consisted of 1,000 ordinary ninjas, but rather 1,000 elite jonin capable of instilling fear in both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Although Shursui remained deeply astonished, this remarkable development appeared increasingly self-evident after 3 days of observation. Hundreds of high-quality ninja duels showcased not only the skillful application of ninjutsu but also the intricate tactics and strategies employed, as well as the precise timing and micromanipulations that perfectly aligned with the characteristics of the Uchiha Sharingan. Furthermore, during the competition's top 32 phase, Uchiha Jin's intervention compelled the Elder Council on the podium to engage as commentators and summarizers of the matches. This pivotal move significantly enhanced both the participation and professionalism of all involved in the tournament. Confronted with the unreserved display of skills by a group of elite jonin and the analytical insights of shadow-level powerhouses, one could scarcely expect to leave without gleaning valuable knowledge. Otherwise, returning home to wash up and sleep would suffice, forsaking the path of a shinobi. After a series of such combative exchanges, not only the Uchiha Chunin and Jonin beneath the arena felt the impact, but even Shui, who possessed shadow-level strength since the Third Shinobi World War, was astonished to discover he too had reaped considerable benefits. At this moment, both Shui and Fugaku, as well as Jin himself, were caught off guard. In this ninja world, characterized by high offense and low imitation, where the shadows of war loom, every individual who ascends to Jonin status possesses remarkable trump cards, originally intended as a decisive strike to catch enemies off guard. The intense desire for honor and strength among the clan members prompted each Uchiha to unreservedly demonstrate their prowess in the arena. This revelation further solidified Shui and Jin's understanding of the Uchiha clan's formidable potential for warfare. However, Shui's sentiments were primarily rooted in fear, while Jin felt exhilarated. The Uchiha clan now possessed an exceedingly solid foundation, yet Jin was more concerned about the bonds forged among the clan members through this tournament. Despite having spent some time in this world, Jin still struggled to comprehend this somewhat masochistic trait. Yet, for the Uchiha clan, this was an undeniable truth. Nothing bridged the hearts of individuals more easily than the force of fists and blades. Through the hundreds of battles in this tournament, Jin could distinctly sense that the adversaries who had nearly struck each other down moments prior now shared a mutual respect in their post-battle gazes. It was not difficult to imagine that, if led into battle against Konoha at this moment, it would indeed be possible for several pairs of Manjiki Sharingan to awaken amidst the blood and flames. Contemplating this ignited a surge of excitement within Jin, as his previously unsettled spirit finally experienced a hint of warmth and stability. Moreover, Jin was even more pleasantly surprised to find that, beyond the anticipated increase in the number of Uchiha Jonin, two elite Uchiha Jonin had transcended the boundaries of shadow-level prowess. Standing beside Jin were Uchiha Yahara and Uchiha Tunin, who, although they had not unlocked their Manjiki Sharingan, had each finally broken through their respective bottlenecks in fire release and lightning release techniques. Shadow-level strength does not equate to the title of Hokage, while becoming Hokage necessitates the support of shadow-level strength. Possessing such strength does not guarantee one can become a village leader. In fact, what is referred to as shadow-level strength should more accurately be termed S-rank ninja. Generally, clan leaders of prominent ninja clans like the Uchiha, Hyuga, Sarutobi, Inazuka, and Yamanaka clans possess S-rank power, especially within illustrious clans such as the Uchiha and Hyuga. It is common for at least two shadow-level powerhouses to be present in a given era. For this generation of Uchiha, the prominent figures are Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Fugaku, while Uchiha Shui, due to his undisclosed achievements, remains unrecognized as shadow-level. Thus, with the emergence of two shadow-level allies, Jin felt a delightful surprise, while Fugaku and Shui on the podium could hardly contain their joy. Three youthful shadow-level novices, though merely embarking on their journey, were more than capable of challenging even those who claimed to be clan leaders, not to mention the presence of one with a Manjiki. The unguarded glances exchanged between the two, coupled with their intimate demeanor, plunged Shui's already somber spirit into despair. What to do? As he sensed the transformed Uchiha clan and the increasingly radical tendencies of its members, Shui's heart brimmed with hopelessness. Even the most powerful jutsu could not alter the minds of so many individuals. Uchiha Shui felt a profound melancholy within, yet at this moment, he sensed the gentle grip of Uchiha Itachi on his right hand, attempting to uplift his spirits. This sorrowful emotion was momentarily alleviated. Shui raised his gaze and cast a glance at Uchiha Jin. No, this individual is beyond salvation, utterly unpersuadable. He then turned his attention to the clan leader and the elder not far away, before once again looking at Uchiha Itachi as if he had discovered a lifeline. With a trembling voice filled with urgency, he implored, "Itachi, the clan leader requires your comforting presence. After all, you are still father and son. Perhaps only you have the ability to reach him now." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi slightly lifted his head and glanced at the familiar figure in the distance. An intricate expression gradually passing over his face, tinged with a hint of coldness. "Leave it to me, Shui." Chapter 27. Adding fuel to the fire. Comrades, your hard work is commendable. Standing atop a podium formed from earth release techniques, Uchiha Jin held the championship trophy and flowers, warmly greeting the crowd below the arena. Beside him, Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Tunin, also grasping trophies and flowers, maintained their stoic expressions, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. Yet, the slight curve at the corners of their lips betrayed their happiness at the cheers and recognition from their clansmen. Clearly, the fact that they were defeated by Uchiha Jin in the final match did not evoke resentment among the Uchiha clan. If there were any feelings of discontent, it stemmed solely from their own perceived inadequacies in talent and effort. As for Uchiha Jin, who had not participated in the earlier elimination rounds yet had secured a spot in the top 4, This caused some bewilderment among the Uchiha present. However, after witnessing Jin's formidable prowess, no one seemed to mind this minor detail. After all, the rules of the tournament explicitly stated that the ultimate authority over all actions at the Grand Ninja Way tournament rested with the chief judge, Uchiha Jin. That makes sense. Elder Jin, your efforts are appreciated. Feeling the overwhelming cheers akin to a tidal wave, Uchiha Jin could not help but nod in satisfaction, with his plans gradually unfolding. It was time for him to step into the limelight. Casting a glance at Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shanai, who were still foolishly smiling at the podium, Jin disdainfully curled his lip. This was not due to an intense desire for power. Rather, it was because those two inept individuals were incapable of contributing anything substantial. For the Uchiha clan, who revered strength above all, there was no greater way to earn recognition than to demonstrate one's own might. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is comprised of individuals who are inherently obstinate. Once they are thoroughly subdued, everything else becomes manageable. In the past, it was the insufficient severity with which Senju Hashirama confronted Uchiha Madara that permitted the latter to entertain a plethora of discordant notions, thus providing Kagaya's manifestation an opportunity to sow discord. Similarly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the so-called strongest Hokage, appears incapable of subduing the entirety of the Uchiha clan. Hence, one must abandon any lofty ambitions of achieving such a feat. The previous shortcomings of this esteemed Hokage should serve as a cautionary tale against such daydreams. Following this rigorous contest, the premier combatants of the Uchiha clan have undoubtedly experienced a significant enhancement in their prowess. Yet it is likely that this improvement shall be fleeting without unforeseen circumstances. After all, the primary constraints facing the Uchiha clan are not merely the passage of time required for assimilation and reflection, but rather the considerably limited number of Uchiha ninjas themselves. In the grand scope of Konoha, while the term genin may seem inconsequential, it is noteworthy that only the Uchiha clan boasts a greater number of nin than genin. However, this does not diminish the importance of genins, unless one confronts an extraordinary talent like Uchiha Madara. These seemingly underestimated genins still possess the potential to inflict damage upon nin and even j-nin, with the possibility of threatening an Hokage-level ninja if fortune favors them. Indeed, the nature of a ninja is such that most cannot escape the archetype of high offense and low defense, especially in the throes of large-scale warfare. Even a genin possesses the capacity to eliminate a j-nin. This is precisely why we witness freshly graduated academy students being deployed to the battlefield. Adding another genin to the fray can prove to be the difference between victory and defeat, particularly when they may serve as a human bomb in critical moments. However, despite Uchiha Shin's unique perspective that diverges from this world's norms, the issue of insufficient genin remains an exceedingly intricate problem to resolve. The reputation of the Uchiha clan has been tarnished to such an extent that they find it nearly impossible to pursue the path of explosive recruitment. Moreover, the reproductive capabilities of bloodline clans leave much to be desired. Although the profession of a ninja sounds remarkably prestigious, the actual income is rather disheartening. It seems that only those of considerable influence and wealth, such as Uchiha Fugaku and other high-ranking families, can afford to consider having a second child. It appears that the blind sage has stumbled upon a remarkable insight. No wonder the Mangeki and Eternal Mangeki Sharingan are consistently associated with the lineage of the clan leader and elders. It all makes sense now. Uchiha Jin silently criticized the injustices of the ninja world, then gradually shifted his gaze from the cheering crowd beneath the arena towards the direction of the podium. Following this event, the Uchiha clan has witnessed a remarkable increase of 13 elite shinobi, complemented by 2 shadow-level figures alongside Uchiha Jin, thus solidifying their formidable combat prowess. Such strength is more than adequate to subdue any prominent ninja clan within the shinobi world, provided they are not confronted by the relentless assault of an exceptionally large ninja village. However, the Otsutsuki clan residing on the moon remains an exception, unless they consent to refrain from employing their formidable D-jutsu abilities. Thus, the gaze of Uchiha Jin gradually swept across the individuals on the podium, ultimately resting, without leaving a trace, upon the sorrowful faces of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. After 3 days of anticipation, some must surely be feeling quite anxious. Uchiha Jin's disdainful sneer revealed an escalating aura of murderous intent in his gaze. With a hint of melancholy, he murmured, "Just as I have been eagerly awaiting this moment. Allow me to stoke the flames of your demise." What? The keen senses of Uchiha Yuan and Uchiha Tunin detected the fleeting surge of killing intent, prompting them to cast curious glances toward Uchiha Jin. It's nothing. The murderous aura emanating from Uchiha Jin dissipated in an instant, giving way to a warmth reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. After lightly gesturing towards Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Tunin beside him, he turned his gaze once more toward the arena below. "Everyone, stand at attention," he called out, his voice resonating with authority. The Uchiha clan, accustomed to following orders over the past few days, aligned themselves neatly and awaited their leader's address in silence. The outcome of the competition held little significance. What truly mattered was the lessons learned along the way. Now, I shall declare. At this moment, Uchiha Jin refrained from showcasing his formidable literary prowess and instead decisively addressed the crowd. "Lower and middle ninjas, heed my command. You may choose to disband here or remain to share your insights from the competition, striving to integrate these experiences into your very essence. If you can achieve this, the title of Upper Ninja will be within your grasp. A chorus of enthusiastic shouts erupted from the hundreds present, reigniting the once silent Uchiha clan grounds, causing even the root members stationed outside to experience a profound shock. After organizing the lower and middle ninjas, Uchiha Jin once again turned his gaze towards the upper ninjas formation. Upper ninjas, heed my command. Yes. Although their numbers were evidently fewer than before, the upper ninjas exuded an even more formidable presence, each adorned with a confident smile. Let us go enjoy some barbecue. Huh. What? Chapter 28. Be mindful in your next life. The Uchiha clan has made its move. After a full 3 days of anticipation, just as everyone believed the incident had come to a close, the Uchiha clan, in all its grandeur, abruptly departed from their ancestral land. To be candid, Uchiha Fugaku initially resisted this decision made by Uchiha Bido. After all, even someone as politically naive as he and Elder Shanai could discern the current atmosphere within the village. Shouldn't they take the time to prepare more thoroughly? The sudden strike plan could certainly be reconsidered after this tense period has passed. However, Uchiha Jin's response was rather straightforward. He simply wished to treat his clansmen to a barbecue. After all, as the chief judge of this tournament, Uchiha Jin reluctantly accepted a hosting fee of 30 million. And it would be somewhat disconcerting to pocket the substantial prize money for the champion, even if it were well-deserved. Indeed, it was a valid point. Had it not been for Uchiha Jin's significant enhancement in strength, which could lead to a potential series of foul kicks without activating the Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku would have certainly sought to impart a lesson on the true meaning of a patriarch's wrath. However, even as Uchiha Fugaku took a step back, he was still dissuaded from accompanying Jin. At that moment, Uchiha Jin appeared to regard him with an expression of incredulity, silently portraying the scene of the patriarch leading the Uchiha clan in an assault on Konoha. Yes, at this juncture, both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shanai returned home in a state of contemplation, having arranged for the remaining elders to rigorously train the Chunin and Jinin before their departure. Under the patronage of the patriarch and the elder, they were commanded to rise to the occasion. Thus, it was established. The Uchiha clan departed from their ancestral grounds in a grand procession, accompanied by the somber Uchiha Shursui. Such a monumental movement did not go unnoticed by the root members left behind at the Uchiha territory, and the news swiftly spread beyond their confines. As the formidable presence of the Uchiha clan materialized on the bustling pedestrian streets of the northwest, the tidings reverberated throughout every corner of Konoha. Yet, what could this individual possibly intend? Upon receiving this intelligence at the root base, Danzo was utterly elated. After all, the typically reclusive Uchiha Itachi had finally emerged from his shell, presenting a prime opportunity to eliminate this thorn in the flesh. Danzo harbored no reservations. Should he succeed in slaying Uchiha Itachi, there would be ample means to cover up the aftermath. At worst, he could easily designate a root member as a scapegoat, a tactic not foreign to the shadows of the ninja world. As for the potential for the Uchiha to rise in rebellion, such concerns held little weight in Danzo's mind. The Uchiha clan's audacity to instigate rebellion is indeed fortuitous. At that juncture, he shall quell the insurrection under the banner of the dark side of the ninja world, decisively obliterating this nefarious clan. The day he ascends to the position of Hokage shall not be far off. I have foretold that Sarutobi Hiruzen would come to regret his decisions. Meanwhile, deep within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself is taken aback, reflecting upon his political comprehension of the Uchiha clan. After the Uchiha clan stirred such a significant commotion, they now appeared to be quietly developing, waiting for the spotlight to dim. How could they suddenly create such a scene? Could it be that they have become overly arrogant? Reflecting on the Uchiha clan's notorious temperament, Sarutobi Hiruzen considered this possibility not to be unfounded. However, if that were indeed the case, such Uchihas would pose little threat. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already prepared everything. Should anyone dare to assault the Hokage building, the strongest Hokage would possess ample confidence to resolve the situation. Of course, according to the intelligence received from the Umbu, it seemed that the Uchiha clan's trajectory was not directed towards the Hokage building. This direction felt oddly familiar. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his weathered face, a peculiar yet familiar sensation arising within him. If the Uchiha's target was not the Hokage building, then where could it possibly be? This direction? Could it be the headquarters of Root? Surely not, as the true headquarters of Root has always been shrouded in secrecy. Even I was only able to ascertain it through several spies. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned strange, but after glancing at the map, his tone became somewhat uncertain. Could it truly be? A sudden wave of anxiety washed over him, though it was not an overwhelming panic. After all, the necessary preparations had already been made. And according to the reports from the Umbu, most of the Uchiha ninjas remained in their clan territory, with the two old-timers, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, absent. Well, let us observe further. Regardless, they were not coming for him. Even if a conflict were to arise between Danzo and the Uchiha, it could merely serve as an opportunity to gauge the Uchiha's capabilities while simultaneously uncovering what cards Danzo has held close all these years. Indeed, Danzo has been quite lively lately. Whether it be the Uchiha clan or Shimura Danzo, Saratobi Hiruzen leaned quietly against the window, a proud smile playing on his lips as he gazed at the now orange-yellow sky. What splendid weather! The Uchiha army, adorned with the emblem of the flame fan, marched majestically along the spacious pedestrian street under the leadership of Uchiha Obito. In the past, there would undoubtedly have been guards at the entrance, questioning anyone who approached. For while Konoha was nominally just a village, it functioned as a militarized institution during times of war. Typically, not only would a procession of over 100 be scrutinized, even a mere gathering of 10 ninjas would be interrogated. These basic sentinels, mostly genin, were indeed vigilant. After all, few dared to cause trouble within Konoha, and no one would defy the orders given the village's reputation. However, today was different. Not only was there no questioning, but even the act of looking was avoided. They silently observed as Uchiha Obito and his group departed, muttering to themselves not to attract the attention of the Uchihas. Approaching to inquire? Only someone foolish would consider such a course of action. These basic guards were merely supplements to the law enforcement division, and in theory, those before them were their superiors, even if communication had never been necessary before. Now, to approach and seek discomfort would be akin to a petty thief crossing paths with a formidable warrior, an encounter destined for conflict. Even the pedestrians on the street, upon encountering this group of Uchihas, swiftly made way, instinctively clearing a broad path. Yet, clearly, this atmosphere of harmony would not endure for long. At the end of this pedestrian street, a dozen tall figures clad in black cloaks appeared, seemingly having awaited this moment for quite some time. Umbu? Uchiha Jin walked forward nonchalantly, immediately noticing a group of individuals clad in ninja combat attire, their chests adorned with silver armor, and their faces obscured by masks resembling animals. The Uchiha clan has withdrawn to their territory. Uchiha Jin, you are to remain and accompany us to the Umbu, said the leader. A man with a cat-faced mask who appeared to be the captain of the Umbu. His voice was cold and mechanical, devoid of any emotion. And the arrogance that permeated his tone caused Uchiha Jin to furrow his brow in discontent. You may not fully comprehend who you are addressing. Perhaps you should exercise more caution in your next life. Uchiha Jin's face revealed a trace of a mocking smile, and he suddenly turned to the Uchiha clan behind him, shouting furiously, there are hostile spies masquerading as Umbu infiltrating the village, all of you. In the distant, desolate gaze of Uchiha Shursui, who was trailing the main force, Uchiha Jin unhesitatingly waved his hand and commanded, eliminate them all. Chapter 29, Instant Annihilation. Suppression of the Sharingan. As Uchiha Jin's order was issued, pairs of crimson Sharingan gleamed with an eerie brilliance, and spinning Magatama began to swirl in accordance with some peculiar pattern. How dare you? The man in the cat mask was filled with terror, never expecting Uchiha Jin to act so decisively. Showing no regard for the fact that they were in the heart of Konoha. This was not how he had envisioned it. Why was he deviating completely from the script? They had not truly severed ties. Why was Uchiha Jin suddenly intent on total annihilation? Although the man in the cat mask knew that his plan was to drive the Uchiha clan back and then eliminate Uchiha Jin, the so-called threat in a secluded corner. None of that had even begun, let alone leaving behind any evidence. Such a reckless gamble to eradicate them served no purpose beyond venting his anger. It would merely provide Danzo and the Hokage with ample justification to consolidate Konoha's forces against the Uchiha. After all, they were deep within the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village, and one should not act without considering the consequences. Wasn't that the privilege of their route? Moreover, they were currently operating under the guise of Umbu, which had facilitated numerous clandestine operations for Danzo. Against any ninja from Konoha, no justification was necessary. No tangible evidence was required. The opponent would be compelled to comply with their arrangements, and even if they resorted to lethal force, they could easily dismiss it with a simple excuse: you threatened the safety of Konoha. Yet today, the eyes of the man in the cat mask were filled with horror as he desperately screamed at Uchiha Jin, do you even realize what you were doing? But in the next moment, the fear and urgency in his gaze transformed into a blank, emotionless bewilderment. Who indulged this reckless child? At this moment, Uchiha Jin found himself at a loss for words. The hostile intent was glaringly evident. Did they truly consider others to be fools? They urged the entire Uchiha clan to depart, leaving only Jin behind, and after provoking him with such words, they naively hoped he would surrender and submit to their whims. At this juncture, was there any sense in posing such inquiries? Surely, no one could be so foolish. Could it be? Surely not. The visages of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi suddenly materialized in the mind of Uchiha Jin, evoking an indescribable sense of frustration that surged to the forefront of his thoughts. Foolish allies. This is truly exasperating. Nevertheless, Uchiha Jin had never harbored any hopes for these two inept individuals, and soon enough, they would become mere memories, blissfully forgotten. Otherwise, it would not be surprising if one day he were to be driven to despair by their antics. As for those on the opposing side, perhaps in the next life, they might heed the lesson not to be brainwashed into folly again. Swish, 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 swish. Behind Uchiha Jin, the figures of Uchiha Yuya and Uchiha Tunin transformed into phantoms, vanishing in an instant. In truth, the moment the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan took effect, the two had already lunged forward before anyone could even perceive their movement. having just broken through to the level of a shadow. They were desperately in need of blood to validate their growth, while simultaneously seeking to alleviate the frustration of being suppressed by Uchiha Jin in the arena. Who could have imagined that at the peak of their newfound prowess, they would barely have the chance to showcase their skills before encountering an abnormality like Uchiha Jin, who had unfairly cut in line to participate. Although they all possessed the three-tomo Sharingan, the quality and quantity of Uchiha Jin's ocular prowess far surpassed theirs, rendering them vulnerable to the risk of being ensnared by Genjutsu in battle. Not only did this hinder their combat effectiveness, but Uchiha Jin's mastery of fire and lightning techniques was equally remarkable, with his Uchiha-style swordsmanship executed with seamless precision. Fully aware of the vast disparity between them, the final phase of the competition concluded swiftly. Given the circumstances, their only option was to gamble on mutual destruction, as continuing would only lead to self-inflicted suffering. Such a scene of mutual ruin was hardly glorious. During this grand tournament, it had been nearly absent, with only a few younglings igniting genuine conflict, swiftly quelled by several elite jonin who intervened. Thus, you truly deserve your fate. At this moment, Uchiha Yuan and Uchiha Tunin held an unwavering faith in Jin. Having witnessed the formidable strength of their clan firsthand, they felt no reservations whatsoever. Uchiha stands invincible, holding steadfast to this unwavering belief in but a fleeting moment. For spies met their demise on the spot. Concurrently, from behind Uchiha Jin surged forth 7 or 8 elite Uchiha jonin, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. The gleaming metallic glint of kunai and the eerie reflections of blood danced in unison under the sun's rays. Despite the fact that these spies possessed considerable skills, even wielding various self-destructive secret techniques capable of forcibly breaking free from Genjutsu, they were utterly unable to secure the time they desperately sought for reinforcements against the overwhelming onslaught of nearly 10 elite Uchiha ninjas. Within mere breaths, the dozen spies that had been cornered at the street's end perished entirely, their bodies sprawled out in an undeniable display of disbelief and lifelessness. No. At that moment, Uchiha Shirsui's body flickered into view, but alas, it was already too late. Initially, Shirsui had no intention of accompanying them. He merely sought to return swiftly to the Hokage building to report on the changes within the Uchiha clan. However, Jin's sudden emergence had completely disrupted his plans. A faint sense of foreboding stirred within Shirsui, leading him to suspect that Uchiha Jin was scheming. Upon realizing that there were ANBU ninjas outside the clan's territory conveying messages, he inexplicably chose to follow. Indeed, in contrast to the elated Uchiha around him, Shirsui's heart was heavy with sorrow, rendering him somewhat out of place. As it appeared that this was merely an ordinary outing, he languidly trailed behind, ruminating on his own inner turmoil. The exuberance of the former contrasted sharply with the latter's deep-seated melancholy, inevitably creating a palpable distance between them. Upon discovering the ANBU members at the street's end, Uchiha Shirsui was the first to halt and assess the situation. Thus, despite Shirsui's renowned ability for instantaneous movement, he found himself powerless to intervene in such a brief span of time, relegated to helplessly witnessing the Uchiha's blades effortlessly reap the vibrant lives of his companions. Why? Uchiha Shirsui knelt helplessly on the ground, his once ordinary black eyes transforming into a kaleidoscope of patterns, resembling a small, helpless puppy trapped in a dire predicament. Gazing up at Uchiha Obito with a look of utter despair, Shirsui had always believed that the clan was an integral part of the village. The family should not be divided against it, but rather should actively integrate into the community. However, before he could devise a solution to the burgeoning conflict, the discord had escalated to an alarming degree, culminating in the brazen assassination of an ANBU ninja in the streets of Konoha. What was the reason for this? Uchiha Jin cast a silent, disdainful glance at Shirsui before casually approaching the lifeless form of the masked man, whose feline visage was now marred. With a nonchalant kick, he sent the shattered remnants of the mask flying. Are you certain this individual is a member of the Umbu? The 30th chapter, Act 1st. Report later. This is the police department. Echoed in the air. With a light kick from Uchiha Jin, a disheveled body adorned with brown hair fell heavily before Shirsui. Yet, before Shirsui could unleash a furious roar, Uchiha Jin's sardonic remark followed swiftly. Aren't you quite close to the Umbu? Surely you can recognize your own kind. Indeed, on the surface, Uchiha Shirsui is indeed a member of the police force. However, he has long been covertly bribed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, making it fair to consider him an unofficial member of the 3rd Hokage's direct Umbu. In essence, he is akin to a temporary worker. This fact is not entirely a secret among the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan, especially given that Shirsui has a grandfather named Uchiha Kagami. This connection has rendered Shirsui's position within the Uchiha clan exceedingly precarious, leaving him teetering on the periphery of his family. Yet, this unspoken understanding among the clan has now been shattered by Uchiha Jin, who has publicly pierced through that veil, causing Shirsui, who was previously filled with rage, to feel a sudden surge of guilt and subsequently escape from that frenzied state. As Uchiha Shirsui's gaze meticulously scrutinized, he employed the unique Umbu technique to detect the residual chakra information on the body. Astonishingly, it was indeed true. The individual before him was not a member of the Umbu. Shirsui abruptly raised his head, staring in disbelief at Uchiha Jin. his eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and incredulity at how swiftly Jin had unraveled the spy's ruse. In fact, it was Shui who was the genuine UMBU member, albeit an unpaid, unofficial one, yet he should not have committed such a grave error. Have I misjudged Jin? Uchiha Shui lamented that his excessive worry had led him astray, causing him to neglect the immediate verification of the identity of the newcomer, which nearly placed Uchiha Bido in jeopardy. Yet, something felt amiss. Initially, Shui had been seeking excuses for Obito, but as the logic cultivated over years in the UMBU began to awaken within him, he suddenly became acutely aware of numerous details he had previously overlooked. The brown hair, the lingering aura of the familiar in-release chakra, and that abhorrent guise of an UMBU impersonator. With each detail meticulously unearthed by Uchiha Shui, beads of sweat began to form and coalesce upon his brow, while the fabric of his cloak, unseen by others, was thoroughly drenched in perspiration. This individual seemed to hail from the clan of the mountains. Uchiha Shui's rigid head slowly lifted once more, casting a beseeching glance towards Uchiha Kagami. They couldn't possibly be from Root, could they? He mused, laughter escaping him at the end, though the peculiar and jarring sound betrayed the profound despair within his heart. It would be preferable if they were indeed members of the UMBU, if those who lay before him were truly the so-called UMBU. Shui believed there might still be a chance for reconciliation with the magnanimous Hokage. Perhaps if Uchiha Kagami were to offer his life in atonement, it could resolve the strife between their clan and the village. Yet, Root, the mere thought of Shimura Danzo's sinister and domineering visage filled Uchiha Shui with a sense of utter helplessness. How long has it been? Uchiha Shui had lost count of the times he stood outside the Hokage building, hearing that loathsome individual disdainfully utter the words evil Uchiha. It was abundantly clear to him that within the entirety of Konohagakure, if Uchiha Itachi represented the extreme of the clan's radical faction, then Shimura Danzo was the embodiment of another radical faction aiming directly at the Uchiha. At this moment, a squad from the Root organization was ordered by Uchiha Itachi to carry out a massacre within the village, and Uchiha Shui could hardly fathom what calamity would ensue next. Ah, so it was the Root after all. At this moment, Uchiha Jin feigned a sense of oblivion. Yet his affected demeanor and nonchalant tone were evidently incapable of comprehending the anguish dwelling within Shui's heart. This display from Uchiha Jin, indeed, further incensed the already unraveling Shui, who, with his kaleidoscopic Sharingan fixed upon the individual before him, exclaimed with fervor, "Do you even grasp the magnitude of your actions? You are dragging our clan towards the abyss of sin." Uchiha Jin nonchalantly used his right pinky to scratch his ear, disregarding Shui's furious outburst, and instead turned to glance at Uchiha Yuya, who was approaching from the side. "Elder Jin, all 18 enemy spies have been completely eradicated." Uchiha Jin raised his right hand slightly, pointing to his temple, and then responded calmly, "Understood, let's tidy things up." "Yes." Uchiha Yu disdainfully cast a glance at Shui before turning around to direct a few individuals to commence the wrapping up of the battlefield. "Did you hear that?" It was at this moment that Uchiha Jin finally turned his gaze back to the somewhat bewildered Shui, casually uttering, "What?" Uchiha Shui was utterly perplexed by what Uchiha Jin was doing. After a brief moment of distraction, he once again roared at Uchiha Jin. "That is a member of the Root. How do you intend to explain this to Lord Hokage?" "Huh." Uchiha chuckled softly, then feigned confusion as he inquired, "Confess?" "Huh." With that, he spat a thick phlegm onto the face of the Root ninja's corpse lying before Shui. Uchiha Jin then awkwardly continued, "I apologize. My throat has been rather uncomfortable lately." However, this time, Uchiha Jin did not wait for Shui's anger to erupt once more. Instead, he continued to speak, posing a rhetorical question. "Why should I confess? As a member of the Uchiha clan, entrusted with the vital responsibilities of the law enforcement department, it is imperative that I uphold all regulations within the confines of Konoha. These individuals of dubious origin, even if they're not spies from a rival nation, dare to masquerade as members of the Hokage's direct UMBU and plot against me, an esteemed elder of the Konoha shinobi," Uchiha Jin remarked, a hint of derision creeping into his smile, before he directed a menacing glare at Uchiha Shui. "Even if they are indeed members of the Root, my police force will not hesitate to eliminate them. We act first and report later, as permitted by the second Hokage. This is the nature of the police force. Do you have any objections?" Confronted by Uchiha Jin's oppressive gaze, Uchiha Shui felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, instinctively retreating several steps while stammering, You. Behind Uchiha Jin, over 100 elite Uchiha ninjas were ablaze with excitement, finally grasping the significance of their police force identity, which encompassed far more than mundane and trivial matters. As for Shui's current ugly demeanor, it only served to amplify their disdain. What a trivial matter, Uchiha Jin mused, surveying the expressions of the Uchiha clan members around him, feeling a sense of accomplishment in his recent training, as the essence of jewel shattering began to take shape within him. Regarding Shui, witnessing his imminent collapse, Uchiha Jin felt a flicker of concern that this individual might succumb to darkness before the plan could unfold. With a chilling smirk, he once more addressed Shui. "Shui, the ones who perish here are spies from enemy nations. I trust you can comprehend this." After delivering his uncompromising admonition, Uchiha Jin stepped closer to Shui, leaning in to whisper in his ear. Shui, you surely wouldn't want Lord Danzo to find out. Chapter 31. Sarutobi. Come save me. Uchiha. Before Uchiha Jin and Shui could conclude their conversation, an enraged roar echoed from afar. An unmistakably cold and furious chakra presence permeated the awareness of all Uchiha. In the next moment, accompanied by a flurry of flickering figures, a sinister old man, shrouded in bandages, strode forward, flanked by dozens of masked subordinates. Shimura Danzo. Upon recognizing the grotesque visage of the man, both Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Shui furrowed their brows. Though both harbored an evident disdain for the old man, their reasons for frowning diverged significantly. Shui was primarily concerned about the impending crisis, while Uchiha Jin felt a simple loathing for Danzo's very existence. Killing Shimura Danzo would be a universally gratifying act, much like dealing with a certain individual who ensnares others with maternal bonds. However, Uchiha Jin was more intrigued by how this seemingly dim-witted man had managed to survive until now, daring to confront his elite Uchiha with such a meager force. Today marked the first official encounter between Uchiha Jin and Shimura Danzo. Previously, Jin had remained hidden within the clan's territory, sipping tea, and thus had no opportunity to confront the rat that always lurked in the shadows. However, upon their first meeting, both parties immediately recognized each other's identities, their unspoken aura reverberating outward from their figures. In a mere instant, the exchange of pressure left Danzo momentarily aghast at his inability to subdue Uchiha Jin directly. His gaze soon shifted to the neatly arranged corpses surrounding them. Only after confirming that all his dispatched subordinates had perished did he solidify the intense unease brewing within him. How dare you? Danzo had sensed the disturbance in his meticulously laid plans from a distance, yet he never anticipated that his adversary would resort to such lethal measures. After all, those were 8 jonin and 10 special jonin, elite even within the root. Despite years of gathering a meager force, he had just lost over 20% in the blink of an eye. The sting of such loss darkened Danzo's countenance, yet beyond the loss of his subordinates, he was far more concerned with the exceptional opportunity to target the Uchiha. His icy gaze swept across the assembled Uchiha, and despite feeling a flicker of fear, he maintained a stern demeanor as he rebuked, Uchiha Jin, how can you claim to be a leaf ninja when you unleash such brutality upon the Umbu? Not at all. Uchiha Jin responded with remarkable decisiveness, his tone laced with a hint of sardonic amusement. Upon receiving such a blunt reply from Uchiha Jin, not only did Shimura Danzo stand frozen in place, but even Uchiha Shui, who stood behind him, was utterly taken aback. Such audacity. Just moments ago, he had intended to deflect the conversation towards the elimination of a spy. How had he suddenly turned confrontational with Danzo? Was Jin truly unafraid of the consequences? The sweat on Uchiha Shui's cheeks had just ceased, yet now it surged forth again, indicating his growing agitation. However, it was evident that the more incensed individual at this moment was none other than our Danzo Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Jin, with Danzo's furious roar. Dozens of root members behind him simultaneously drew their kunai, adopting a stance ready for an assault. In my capacity as the Hokage's advisor, I declared Uchiha Jin a rogue ninja of Konoha, to be executed without mercy, as Danzo sought to suppress the Uchiha forces with a veneer of righteousness. Intending to command the root ninjas to eliminate Uchiha Jin, a familiar mocking laughter echoed once more. I am an elder of the Uchiha clan, not merely a Konoha ninja. Do you understand? With Uchiha Jun's casual words, pairs of crimson Sharingan eyes, imbued with a chilling gaze, transformed the spacious streets of Konoha into a frigid atmosphere. Danzo, realizing he could not intimidate his adversary, found his already grim expression twisting further, yet he forced himself to scold. Shui, are you Uchiha planning a rebellion? It was clear that Danzo had identified Shui as the weakest link at this moment. Upon receiving Danzo's admonishment, Shui instinctively took a step back, stammering, unsure of how to respond. Yet, Uchiha Jin saw through Danzo's intentions. With a casual kick, he sent Shui flying more than 10 meters away, then coldly fixated on the root members not far off. We just encountered a few clueless spies. The police department was ordered to eliminate them without exception. Do you have any objections? Danzo, furious at Uchiha Jun's retort, barked orders to the Uchiha present, attempting to command them to apprehend their own clan member. Unfortunately, the Uchiha members merely scoffed, disregarding Danzo's orders entirely, while the root members behind him remained motionless. In an instant, Danzo's previously righteous demeanor faltered. Yet, for someone with such a thick skin, this humiliation was hardly significant. Otherwise, the brainwashed root ninjas would have already attacked. Believing he could not command his subordinates in the shadows of the ninja world, it was merely a test of the Uchiha's limits. However, the opportunity to steal a chicken had evidently slipped away, and realizing this, Danzo swiftly altered his strategy. After all, dispatching root ninjas disguised as Umbu to summon Uchiha Jin had already proven a blunder. He had hoped that sending a small contingent would lend credibility, making it easier to lure him out and eliminate him. To his surprise, Uchiha Jin acted with such decisiveness that he had slain them within Konoha, resulting in significant losses for Danzo's side, rendering him incapable of confronting so many elite Uchiha ninjas head-on. The next blunder materialized as he appeared before Uchiha Jin, attempting to employ the village's righteousness to sway him, but this time, it bore no effect whatsoever. Now, he could only stall, waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to respond. For the forces of the ninja clans in Konoha to gather, at which point he could reclaim his ground. Yet, Danzo felt fear. He had heard of Uchiha Jun's infamous reputation. Initially, he believed the Uchiha were merely blustering fools. But he was taken aback by the formidable presence of the individual before him. Danzo sensed that his assassination plan had genuinely provoked this jewel-shattering Uchiha. Should the other party indeed be prepared to fight to the bitter end, Danzo found his situation perilously precarious. Youth, impulsiveness is a devil. Danzo maintained his rigid and cold facade while inwardly pleading, "Sarutobi, come rescue me." As the cool breeze blew and the autumn moon hung vast and unbounded, the atmosphere on the streets of Konoha grew increasingly tense with the last rays of golden twilight. Hundreds of crimson-eyed Uchiha wore expressions of disdain, while Danzo, once standing firmly on the high ground of righteousness, now found himself devoid of his previous authority. Recalling the days of shinobi darkness, when he wielded power at will and could reduce Konoha's white fang to ashes with a mere jest, he pondered how it had come to this. Despite Danzo's confidence in manipulating hearts and minds, facing the multitude of fierce red-eyed youths before him elicited a sense of melancholic nostalgia for a hero's twilight. June. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Danzo understood that this individual was no longer the fool he could easily deceive into sacrificing his life. His tone softened. "If you Uchiha insist they are spies, I kindly request you withdraw for now. The root will investigate and report to Lord Hokage." Very well, as the esteemed Hokage's advisor. And with the formidable reputation of shinobi darkness, Danzo believed he was adequately extending an olive branch. However, the response to Danzo was a thick spittle, unapologetically spat upon him. "My apologies. My throat has been a bit uncomfortable lately." Uchiha Jin wore a mocking smile, clearly devoid of any remorse. However, before his opponent could respond, he spoke again. "You just mentioned your root. It seems you are indeed that ninja Dark Shimura Danzo, are you?" The previous insult by Uchiha Jin, along with his current feigned ignorance, evidently reignited the ire of Danzo Shimura. Were it not for the increasingly blinding crimson gaze of the Sharingan before him, Danzo would have insisted on confronting Uchiha Jin in a lethal battle right then and there. "Breathe. Do not let anger consume you. For there shall be no one to take your place should illness arise." Uchiha Jin. Repeating these self-soothing words in his mind, Danzo lifted his gaze once more. Addressing Uchiha Jin with a chilling tone, "Do you know who I am? Are you aware of what you are truly doing at this moment? Who are you? That I should feel fear?" Uchiha Jin impatiently dug at his ear, the mockery in his gaze intensifying. "I am the leader of Root, the assistant to the Hokage of Konoha. Regardless of the misunderstandings that may exist between us, I implore you to contemplate your actions before committing something you might regret. Your Uchiha can still reside within the village." To utter such cowardly words with a firm tone is indeed the utmost limit of what our dear Danzo can achieve. Looking back over countless years, he has always been the one to intimidate others. Never before has he felt so constrained as he does today. Even during the assassination of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he did not find himself in such a passive position, especially when confronted by a malicious Uchiha child like Jin. However, bowing to a mere child, though humiliating, is far more favorable than tearing apart relations with the Uchiha and jeopardizing the majority of Root's foundations, not to mention the potential fallout for his future role as Hokage. It simply isn't worth the cost. So what if he appears cowardly? After all these years trailing behind Hiruzen Sarutobi, mastering this essence should be effortless. Shimura Danzo, while grappling with his own mental fortitude, fixed his stubborn gaze on Uchiha Jin, striving to maintain the last vestiges of his dignity. Is this what it means to be cowardly? Uchiha Jin's lips curled into a faint smile, yet an odd sensation lingered in his heart. Indeed, today's barbecue gathering was not a spur-of-the-moment idea. This route had been meticulously planned by Jin long in advance. If one were to gaze down from a great height over the entire Hidden Leaf Village, the Uchiha clan grounds, the Akimichi barbecue establishment, and the Root headquarters would align perfectly. Thus, the Uchiha clan's ostentatious march could not possibly escape the watchful eyes of Root, which had been monitoring them closely. Given the cunning nature of Shimura Danzo, it was inconceivable that he would remain idle. He would undoubtedly seek to stir trouble. However, Jin never anticipated that Danzo would so grossly underestimate the Uchiha clan, attempting to manipulate them with mere impersonators from the Umbu. One could only lament, "Fugaku, you truly deserve this." Meanwhile, Fugaku, who was sipping tea with Uchiha Shana in the clan grounds, sneezed. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely Fugaku's fault. One could blame the village for producing such uniquely foolish individuals, much like Uchiha Kagami, Hataki Soma, Yakushi no Nayu, Shursui, and Itachi. Enough of these thoughts that only incite anger. Jin shifted his gaze back to Danzo, who believed he had intimidated him and was now attempting to turn away. With a swift motion of his right hand, Uchiha Jin summoned Uchiha Yahara, who led over 20 elite shinobi to block Danzo's path. "Uchiha Jin, do you truly dare to kill me?" Danzo's expression darkened considerably as he turned back to Jin, raising his voice in fury, and upon spotting Shursui nearby, he added, Shursui, is Uchiha planning to defect from the village? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shursui, who had been lying despondently on the ground, vanished and reappeared beside Jin, pleading, Jin, today as events have already become complicated. Do not escalate the situation further. Caught between the village and clan, Shursui felt that accusing those root members of being spies was a considerable burden. He could not afford to take action against a Hokage's aide in such circumstances. The response to Shursui's plea was a decisive kick from Uchiha Jin, followed by a chilling thought in his mind. Next time, please refer to me as great-grandfather. And should you interject again, I will sacrifice you first before dispatching Danzo and those root scoundrels. For now, just watch how I deal with him. With Shursui once again lying helplessly on the ground, Jin turned his attention back to the now somewhat emboldened Shimura Danzo. You just claimed to be the leader of Root. The Hokage's aide, correct? Indeed, I am Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Jin, do not deceive yourself. Young man, you are in over your head. Danzo, observing Shursui's pitiful demeanor, felt an increasing sense of unease, yet his tone retained the stubbornness of a superior. Precisely. Uchiha Jin surveyed the cold, bandage-wrapped figure before him, a glimmer of approval in his eyes as he remarked, Indeed, it is you, Shimura Danzo. What are your intentions? For reasons unknown. The ostentatious and technically lacking display by Uchiha Jin only intensified the unease simmering within Shimura Danzo. Yuhara, with a soft command from Uchiha Jin, Uchiha Yuhara, clad in a white kimono, stepped forward to pay his respects. Present, Uchiha Jin continued, Are you familiar with Shimura Danzo? Indeed. He is the former advisor to the Hokage of Konoha, the head of the disbanded Root organization, currently under house arrest by the third Hokage in the Shimura clan's territory. Excellent. The dialogue between Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Yuan, a harmonious interplay, caused the already uneasy Danzo's heart to chill further. Did this fellow dare to? How dare you, Danzo, you have crossed the line. Yet, before Shimura Danzo could finish his retort, Uchiha Jin interrupted once more, raising his hand to command the Uchiha ninjas. Shimura Danzo has violated the house arrest order, unlawfully departing from the Shimura clan grounds, and is now suspected of colluding with enemy spies, intending to harm our Uchiha elders. The entire police department is to apprehend the suspect Shimura Danzo and return him for investigation. Anyone who dares to obstruct this order will be dealt with ruthlessly. Chapter 33. Danzo, your voice may as well be a cry in the wilderness. The air thickened with a palpable sense of impending violence, as the fervent Crimson Sharingan gazed intently, making the atmosphere chill even further. Yes, under the leadership of Uchiha Yuan, the clan members shouted furiously at the nearby Root members. Anyone who dares to obstruct this will be dealt with ruthlessly. Ruthlessly? You dare? I am the Hokage's advisor. If you lay a hand on me, Sarutobi will not let you off lightly. Shimura Danzo's eyes widened with rage, his sleeves fluttering without wind, as he pointed his unbandaged left hand at Uchiha Jin. The formidable aura of the Hokage's advisor surging forth once more. Yet, despite the palpable tension, the seemingly righteous Danzo did not advance a single step. Cowardice? Observing Danzo's stance, Uchiha Jin comprehended that he had completely grasped this scapegoat in his palm. That is well. Although Uchiha Jin had longed to see this scapegoat of the ninja world utterly crushed, Danzo still held some utility for him at this moment. To eliminate him now would indeed be a pity. Given that Danzo seemed to grasp the situation, it might be worth considering granting him a sliver of life, allowing him to experience what true despair entails. However, while Uchiha Jin had no actual intention of killing Danzo here, he would not allow this repulsive man to leave so easily today. Do I, Uchiha Jin, have no pride? It seems you have forgotten. Just as Danzo felt he had dominated the situation with his imposing presence, Uchiha Jin's familiar mocking voice rang out once more. Tunan. Show them. Yes. At Uchiha Jin's command, Uchiha Tunan, clad in black clothing, swiftly moved forward and bit his finger. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, horse, summoning jutsu. Boom. With a burst of smoke, a massive dark green scroll appeared in Uchiha Tunan's hand. Read. Uchiha Jin raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of undisguised mockery lacing his tone. Indeed. Uchiha Tunan responded once more, decisively gesturing with his hand to fully unfurl the dark green scroll. With a swift motion, two Uchiha ninjas appeared on either side, catching the open scroll and lifting it high behind Uchiha Tunan. In the 48th year of the Konoha calendar, during the tumultuous Nine Tails incident, Shimura Danzo and the Root organization failed to protect the Hokage, obstructing the Uchiha clan's efforts to rescue the fourth Hokage. Following a council convened by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside the leaders of various ninja clans, an edict was issued to immediately disband the Root organization. All Root personnel were to be integrated into the Umbu. While Shimura Danzo was stripped of his position as Hokage's advisor and ordered to remain under house arrest in the Shimura clan grounds, forbidden from leaving without the Hokage's summons, Uchiha Tunan's powerful words caused the Uchiha clan's ninjas present to be filled with a sense of wonder, yet a profound confusion lingered in their hearts. If Shimura Danzo had indeed been confined, why had he not faded into silence over the years? Uchiha Jin, why do you continue to dredge up these outdated matters? Those are relics of the past. At this moment, Shimura Danzo was visibly furious, recalling how, following the demise of the fourth Hokage, he had recommended himself for the position, only to be betrayed by his beloved Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was Sarutobi who had ordered him to evacuate the villagers. Not only did Danzo fulfill this task, but he also managed to suppress the ticking time bomb that was the Uchiha clan. Yet, during the meeting to select the next Hokage, Sarutobi rebuked him for neglecting his duties alongside Root, ultimately allying with several clan leaders against him. Yes, it was I who suggested it. As Danzo suddenly grasped the implications, Uchiha Jin directly answered the unspoken question in his mind. Indeed, while Uchiha Jin had primarily maintained a steady demeanor over the past few years as a time traveler, he could not entirely endure the tedium. He occasionally needed to stir the pot. Even if his actions bore no tangible results, it was essential to vex others. It was Jin who orchestrated the premature deprivation of Danzo's role as Hokage's assistant and the forced dissolution of the nominal Root. Though Jin was merely an ordinary chunin at the time, lacking significant strength and family support, the circumstances were not favorable for Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku had initially intended to gamble everything, aiming to exchange the Uchiha's concessions and compromises for peace and trust in the village. While Jin found this notion detestable, he was powerless to hinder the prevailing tide. It had presented an opportune moment for self-promotion and showcasing his abilities to the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan. Jin also allied with Uchiha Shanai, a member of the radical faction dissatisfied with the clan leader's decisions. Through their collaborative efforts, even Fugaku, accustomed to compromise, was willing to push back against Danzo, imposing additional conditions on the Uchiha's forced relocation. However, neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor the other two Hokage advisors, nor even the numerous clans that had suffered during the Third Shinobi World War, hesitated to agree to this seemingly inconsequential condition. Thus, a world where only Danzo was wounded came into being, completely excluded from the election for the fifth Hokage and brutally betrayed by his close friend. Danzo saw much of his hard-earned foundation plundered. Of course, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Jin understood that someone like Danzo would never willingly relinquish the entirety of Root's assets. Even with the nominal removal of Danzo's position and the Hokage's order of confinement, such matters could not last long and would hardly impact him. Yet, the situation had shifted. Although Sarutobi had only regained his position as Hokage for half a year, by the time the Uchiha clan completed their relocation, traces of our Shadow Hokage were already becoming apparent. Yet, in a certain sense, all of Danzo's actions, as well as those of the Root members behind him, were fundamentally illegal. Perhaps in the past, no one had cared about this. It was taken for granted. However, when Uchiha Tunin produced the Leaf Village's major incident memorandum, the nature of the situation transformed entirely. While the Hokage's power in Konoha was significant, it was not absolute. Therefore, the role of Hokage's assistant, which could impeach and limit the Hokage, required notifying all major clans, including the Uchiha, even if the Hokage wished to appoint someone. Clearly, Danzo, feeling liberated to act freely, had deluded himself into believing he had regained the lofty status of Hokage's assistant. The Root ninjas, who had always been under his control, further convinced our Shadow Hokage that he had never lost the authority of Root's leader. Thus, even as Uchiha Tunin recited the decisions from the high-level Konoha meeting, Danzo was still consumed by anger at Uchiha Jin for reopening his wounds. Do you still not understand? Uchiha Jin let out a faint sigh, finally grasping why Sarutobi Hiruzen could manipulate his adversaries so effortlessly. It turned out that the individual was merely a cunning fool, devoid of any political acumen when faced with significant moral dilemmas. Sigh. With this insufferable pretender, Uchiha Jin sighed once more, resolving to cease any further idle chatter. Let us act. Indeed. With a gentle wave of his hand, two figures, one white and one black, advanced slowly towards Danzo, completely disregarding the dozens of masked ninjas lurking behind him. Even at this juncture, Danzo could scarcely believe that Uchiha Jin truly intended to make a move against him. However, upon sensing the two approaching Uchiha ninjas and witnessing their unwavering, fearless gazes, Danzo could not help but feel a twinge of panic. Uchiha, are you truly prepared to betray the village? Swish, swish, swish. With Danzo's furious shout, the numerous Root ninjas behind him swiftly drew their kunai, forming a synchronized offensive stance. Yet, though the Root members acted with remarkable speed, the Uchiha clan's response was even swifter. At the moment they brandished their kunai, each member of Root found themselves subjected to the oppressive gaze of at least two pairs of Sharingan. Crack. Some of the mentally weaker Root ninjas collapsed under the sheer weight of that terrifying gaze. Now was the time for the law enforcement department to execute their mission. Uchiha Jin's icy gaze swept across the Root ninjas, then landed on Danzo, who wore a facade of coldness yet trembled slightly. Finally, his eyes rested upon Uchiha Shursui, who had just been sent flying. Anyone daring to obstruct the suspect Shimura Danzo would be regarded as evading arrest out of guilt. It is the duty of our law enforcement department to eliminate them all without mercy. Uchiha Shursui felt a chill in his heart at this moment. He understood that Jin's words were not merely directed at the Root organization, but were primarily aimed at him. Uchiha Jin's gaze narrowed slightly as he noticed Shursui wisely closing his mouth. He added with a calm demeanor, The duties of the police department do not involve personal grudges, but should the opposing party resist arrest, we cannot be held accountable. Uchiha Jin, do not act recklessly. Sarutobi will not let you off easily. At this moment, Danzo was genuinely alarmed. He had never anticipated that the Shattered Jade leader before him would be so serious. Did Uchiha have no reservations whatsoever? Although the Uchiha clan currently held an apparent advantage, Danzo's route was not to be underestimated. Even if a true conflict erupted, they could sustain themselves for a considerable duration. However, this was contingent upon the severe losses incurred by Root, which might delay the arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen's reinforcements. There was even a possibility that Danzo himself could lose his life amidst the chaos. As for placing hope in Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo believed that his ally would not permit him to perish at the hands of the Uchiha. Yet he was equally certain that his good friend would take this opportunity to let them engage in a fierce struggle, ultimately allowing Sarutobi to reap the benefits. How contemptible! Clenching his silver teeth, Danzo found himself at a loss for what to do. To resist would mean incurring devastating losses, while to acquiesce would result in subjugation. Perhaps even humiliation before Sarutobi. After much contemplation, Danzo could not devise a satisfactory solution, while Uchiha Yahara and Uchiha Tunin drew ever closer. Finally, Danzo took a deep breath and suddenly began forming hand seals. Z, Su. Hi. Si. Chun. Wind release. Great sound wave technique. Sarutobi. The Uchiha clan has betrayed us. Come quickly to my aid. The deafening sound wave radiated outward from Danzo, causing even the Uchiha ninjas blocking his path to momentarily freeze in place. Is it truly possible to do this? Danzo snorted derisively, unfazed by the scornful gazes directed at him. Indeed, if a battle with the Uchiha were to ensue, he would not be without a chance. Yet, would he genuinely risk his life for it? Danzo was willing to do anything for Konoha, to sacrifice anyone, even himself. However, only I can lead Konoha into the future. Filled with this unwavering conviction, Danzo dismissed the feeble glances of others. He had long since cast aside any sense of shame. Since you wish to adhere to Konoha's rules, I shall see how you explain things when Sarutobi arrives. A rare, triumphant smile broke across Danzo's face, as a singular eye looked down imperiously upon those before him. Uchiha Tunin and Uchiha Yahara were intent on capturing Danzo, but at that moment, they couldn't help but pause, subsequently glancing towards Uchiha Jin for guidance. Take him down. Uchiha Jin scoffed disdainfully, stepping forward with measured strides, and commanded decisively, yes. Upon receiving their orders, Uchiha Tunin and Uchiha Yuan cast aside all reservations and promptly prepared to apprehend Danzo. Stand aside. I shall confront Sarutobi myself. With a tremor of authority, Shimura Danzo evaded the movements of the two with a single hand, delivering a resounding admonition. What is this? Tunin and Yuan were momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether to allow their opponent to proceed or to continue with the arrest. However, at that instant, Uchiha Jin, who had already advanced before them, suddenly launched an attack. You certainly possess quite the arrogance. As Uchiha Jin unleashed the full might of his Sharingan, a swift kick executed with precision sent Danzo sprawling, emitting a cry of distress as he collapsed in agony. Since when has our police department shown such leniency towards suspects? Have we forgotten the principles of the Uchiha clan? Justice. Justice. And yet, where's the fairness? Uchiha Jin sternly reprimanded Tunin and Yuan, and then his formidable foot descended heavily upon the wrinkled visage of Danzo, each utterance of fairness accompanied by the shoe's friction against those creases. Upon witnessing their leader's ambush, several powerful members of the Root suddenly broke free from their restraints, dashing forth to rescue their chief. The so-called Root individuals, devoid of names, emotions, pasts, or futures, were met with Uchiha Jin's cold gaze, which held no intention of obstruction. Only a hint of mockery as he leisurely remarked, a nameless, unregistered group dared to commit acts of violence against the law enforcement division in Konoha. How audacious. In that moment, Tunin and Yuan, previously chastised by Uchiha Jin, harbored no hesitation as the full extent of their shadow-level strength erupted forth. Uchiha style, Gale Blade. Uchiha Jun's technique. Sword leaping flame, summoned a billowing mist of blood in an instant, followed by a chorus of feeble wails. The Root ninjas, already mentally subdued by the overwhelming power of the Sharingan, found themselves utterly incapable of resistance. Their deaths were swift and merciless. Uchiha Jin and Shimura Danzo exchanged glances filled with rage and disbelief. What was initially intended as a mere probing action by Danzo's subordinates had escalated to a bold assault on Jun's allies. Madness. Was this the infamous Uchiha self-destruction? In that moment, Danzo yearned to retaliate fiercely against Uchiha Jin, yet the suddenness and decisiveness of the prior strike left him ensnared by an overwhelming force of ocular prowess. He was rendered as helpless as a pig pinned to a board, unable to muster any resistance, only able to emit a series of fierce and indignant roars. Uchiha Jin, however, remained unfazed. He pressed a kunai against Danzo's heart, cautioning both the Root ninjas and Shursui against any rash actions, and with a hint of mockery, taunted. Scream all you want. Even if you shatter your throat, no one will heed your cries. Chapter 34. Danzo's Surrender. The Darkness of the Shinobi World? Those who linger too long in the sewers become the vermin of the shadows. Observing Danzo's complexion shift from furious crimson to ashen pallor, Uchiha Jin could only smirk disdainfully. It was not that Jin was oblivious to Danzo's clandestine activation of the cursed seal of self-infliction, but rather, it was precisely this awareness that fueled his contempt for the so-called Hokage's shadow. Indeed, while Jun's sudden assault was undeniably swift, so much so that even the newly minted shadow-level powerhouses, Tunin and Yuhara, were caught unawares by his unexpected strike, Danzo should have been better prepared. Once, this aide to the Hokage had clawed his way through the battlefield, boasting experience and fortitude that set him apart. Otherwise, he would never have been selected as a member of Shinji Tobarama's Shadow Guard. Yet now, in this unmistakably antagonistic scenario, he remained incredulous that Uchiha would dare to strike him. This unwavering confidence led Shimura Danzo to believe that, despite the inevitable scrutiny of the Sharingan on his clandestine maneuvers, he could still act decisively. He resolved to proceed, and what baffled Uchiha Jin further was Danzo's audacity to lose focus in his presence, seemingly contemplating his next steps as if orchestrating a complex scheme. To kill or not to kill? Can the Uchiha clan truly bear such consequences? The outcome is evident. Not only have I eliminated your probing minions, but I shall also ruthlessly grind my size 42 foot upon your face. Uchiha Jin gazed down at Danzo, who was still clinging to the hope of not truly harming him, as he prepared to launch a desperate counterattack with the cursed seal of his own making. With a sharp sound, accompanied by the clash of kunai and flesh, a frail and aging kidney succumbed to its fate, while Danzo's furious roar, akin to that of a pig being slaughtered, reverberated through the heavens. Damn it, you wicked Uchiha. Humph. Uchiha Jin let out a disdainful cold snort, his formidable ocular prowess seizing the moment when Danzo's resolve wavered, effectively severing the latter's control over chakra. Who does he look down upon? That trifling self-destruction seal. Does he think I am blind, swaying about before casting a spell? If it were the inner four symbol seal, it might be somewhat comprehensible, but how could the ever-sacrificial Danzo, who constantly preaches the need for ninja self-sacrifice, falter when the moment demands it? Danzo's already creased visage contorted further in agony, resembling a tormented demon writhing in hell. At this juncture, he found himself uncertain whether the excruciating pain from his kidneys or Uchiha Jin's cutting words pierced deeper. Damn it, Sarutobi will not let you escape. Yet Danzo had come to a stark realization. Uchiha Jin was a true hawk, so uncompromising that he would ignite the flames of war to uphold his ideals. Danzo felt a strange kinship with Uchiha Jin, yet the seemingly youthful adversary surpassed him in resoluteness and tenacity. Jin had capitalized on Danzo's consecutive blunders, first ambushing him and stripping away his capacity for direct combat, and then utterly confining any chance of retaliation. Thus, Danzo could only place his hopes in his dear ally, Sarutobi Hiruzen, praying that the name of the Hokage and the village would stabilize Uchiha Jin, buying him precious time for reinforcements to arrive. Moreover, there was another ally present. Shirzue, come. Danzo felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, unleashing a fervent cry of excitement, only to find himself once again making intimate contact with the dark earth beneath a pair of size 42 feet. Shirzue slowly approached Uchiha Jin, casting a pleading gaze filled with sorrowful desperation at him. However, upon witnessing Jin's resolute intent to plunge a kunai into another kidney, he realized that the police force had already apprehended the suspect. The ensuing matters would be left to the village to handle. Uchiha Shirsue's abandonment of his own desires to plead for Danzo revealed to him the appropriate manner in which to engage with Itachi in this moment. Indeed, this was the right course of action. As Uchiha Jin continued to assist Danzo and engage in intimate activities with the land, he finally cast a glance of satisfaction toward Shirsue. Shirsue, you must understand that the responsibilities of the police force represent the unwavering bottom line of our Uchiha clan. Oh. Watching Uchiha Jin stand before him with the same righteous demeanor as Danzo upon his entrance, even Shirsue, who typically bore a stoic expression, could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Moreover, have you forgotten why the village has deliberately suppressed and made things difficult for the Uchiha? Have you forgotten how we have arrived at this juncture? In the face of such provocations aimed at disrupting the harmony between the Uchiha and the village, this opportunity must be seized to ensure we confront them with unwavering resolve. The words spoken by Uchiha Jin evidently resonated with Shirsue, as he had recently identified the root of the conflict between his clan and the village during his conversations with Jin. However, when it came to Shimura Danzo, a trusted aide of the third Hokage and a common ninja, Shirsue felt powerless to address the underlying issues of the discord. To speak candidly, witnessing Danzo's dismal and fallen state brought a flicker of satisfaction to Shirsue's heart, yet for the sake of the village and Uchiha, he thought it prudent to acknowledge that Danzo, being a close friend of the third Hokage, should have matters left to the Hokage's judgment. Shirsue's words came out somewhat haltingly, as he closely observed the expression on Uchiha Jin's face, fearful that this individual might impulsively resort to drastic measures against Danzo. Thus, it remained to be seen whether our suspect would adhere to the law and cooperate fully with my department's investigation and proceedings. Uchiha Jin halted the twisting of his right foot and, with a hint of mockery, smiled at Danzo, who was feigning death. Humph. At that moment, Danzo retained a shred of his pride, acutely aware that his opponent genuinely had no qualms about eliminating him. Realizing that his only glimmer of hope lay in awaiting the arrival of his loyal allies, Danzo decisively buried his dust-covered face into the freshly dug pit. It was only then that Uchiha Shursui finally sighed in relief, surveying the 20 lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground, alongside the numerous root ninjas subdued by the Uchiha clan. Perhaps, just perhaps, there was still a chance for salvation. Uchiha Jin, meanwhile, could feel Shursui's desolate gaze upon him. But he had long since ceased to concern himself with the other's thoughts. Danzo had, after all, accrued sufficient interest today. And the groundwork laid with Shursui had reached a critical point. Moreover, the fallen root ninjas might still yield unexpected surprises. Thus, it was time. It was time to confront the illustrious Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 35. The Grand Entrance of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In truth, even before the Uchiha began to overpower the obstructing root ninjas, Uchiha Jin had sensed multiple streams of perceptive chakra probing in their direction. It seemed that various factions within the village were converging upon this very spot. However, given that this location was closest to the root base and Danzo's overconfidence in his own abilities, he foolishly believed he could single-handedly meet his demise. Despite the brief duration of his skirmish with Danzo, Uchiha Jin calculated that it had been ample time for the actors to arrive. If only Shursui were not so consumed by his own thoughts, otherwise he would not have failed to notice the surrounding ninjas ready to engage. Nor would he have overlooked the agile figure about to make an entrance. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, a shadow plummeted from the sky, its furious voice resonating throughout the scene. Stop. What are you all doing? Upon hearing this voice, Uchiha Shursui initially felt a surge of joy, only to be overtaken by profound hesitation. If he were to perform a change of expression, he would undoubtedly receive fervent applause. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan, who had been suppressing the root ninjas, withdrew their gaze and gradually returned to Uchiha Jin's side under the leadership of Yuhara and Tunin. The root ninjas, finally able to relax, hesitated as they glanced at their fallen leader and then at the live figure that had just appeared nearby. Under the guidance of several root captains, they chose to remain silent. Evidently, the newcomer was none other than the Hokage of Konoha, renowned as the strongest Hokage in history, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, Sarutobi, the strongest Hokage, wore an exceedingly grim expression. His steely gaze swept over the mangled corpses on the ground, and even with his years of experience in the rear lines, he could not suppress the twitching of his brow. What on earth had transpired? Whose bodies lay here? Fortunately, Sarutobi managed to maintain his composure, allowing his calm gaze to settle upon Uchiha Jin. It was only then that he astonishingly realized that the figure at Jin's feet bore a faint familiarity. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Perhaps his age was indeed catching up with him. Cough, cough. Sarutobi, save me. As Danzo struggled to shout for help while spitting out clumps of dirt, it became painfully clear that this was indeed the same Danzo. Yet, even upon witnessing his beloved companion in such a dire state, Sarutobi, a leader forged in the crucible of war, remained composed. Uchiha Jin occasionally directed his kunai towards Danzo's head, and with the multitude of fierce-eyed youths behind him, it became evident that even the strongest Hokage could not resolve this situation alone. Thus, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely gazed calmly at Uchiha Jin, scrutinizing the blushing Uchiha Shursui with a questioning look. In the blink of an eye, two more figures materialized behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Gate In and TKSH Rin, both members of the Konoha F4. However, akin to Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrival, they silently surveyed the tense atmosphere before them, paying no heed to Danzo, who had once again been buried in the earth. What had transpired previously was of little consequence. It was simply Danzo's own recklessness in mobilizing root ninjas for unsavory tasks. These details had become trivial. The crux of the matter was that Danzo had been defeated. With his defeat established, it was time to alter the course of play. As Mito Gate In and TKSH Rin arrived, it was as if a signal had been ignited, causing a plethora of chakra fluctuations to manifest. One after another, phantoms solidified behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, each solidified figure, after a brief narrowing of their pupils, chose to silently stand behind him, observing the unfolding events with keen interest. Thus, a world emerged where only Danzo was disregarded. At last, as the influx of figures gradually ceased, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke once more with a serene demeanor. Release Danzo, and elucidate what has transpired here. Whose corpses lie upon the ground. His tone bore no hint of accusation, resembling that of an impartial judge promising justice to the aggrieved. Before Uchiha Jin could respond, Shursui stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Sarutobi Hiruzen before slowly speaking. Allow me to explain, Hokage-sama. The matter is as follows. Bang. With a swift and decisive kick, the unsuspecting Shursui was once again sent flying, while Danzo, who had just managed to catch his breath, was buried in the dust anew. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Uchiha Jin. Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly turned stern, yet deep within his gaze, a flicker of satisfaction emerged as he observed the downed Shursui. Of course. Uchiha Jin nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders and then nodded towards Yuan beside him. Yu Yuan initially bowed respectfully to Uchiha Jin before turning to address Sarutobi Hiruzen with a calm demeanor. The police department has discovered a spy masquerading as a member of the Umbu who infiltrated the village, attempting to harm Elder Uchiha. After warning them to surrender without resistance proved futile, we eliminated them all. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow twitched slightly. He paid little heed to Yu Yuan's words, instead fixating intently on the numerous red-eyed youths, including Uchiha Yu Yuan. The Uchiha clan's foundation has been further strengthened. However, what concerns Sarutobi Hiruzen even more is that this newfound power of the Uchiha seems to increasingly distance itself from the will of fire. Without uttering a word, Sarutobi exchanged a knowing glance with Midogate In and Tien Koha, and after a moment of silent understanding, they turned their attention back to Danzo. Uchiha Bido, why did you attack Danzo? Are you aware of the grave sin of harming the Hokage's advisor? Sarutobi Hiruzen disregarded Hayabusa and fixated his gaze on Uchiha Bido, radiating an undeniable authority that commanded respect even in his silence. Indeed, Uchiha Jin spoke in a calm tone, then turned his gaze once more towards Yahara. To harm the Hokage's advisor is to betray the village, an act warranting immediate execution. At this moment, Yahara could not help but let out a strange laugh as he glanced at the prostrate Shimura Danzo, prompting the two Uchiha behind him to once again raise the immense dark green scroll. My department is responsible for maintaining order and stability within the Hidden Leaf Village, formulating the laws of the village and apprehending those with criminal tendencies, including ninjas, excluding the Hokage's direct umbu, and even organizing ninja participation in village policing. With Yahara's continued speech, Tunin cooperatively summoned the signed edict from the second Hokage, Shinji Tobarama. It was only at this moment that Uchiha Jin turned his attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen, speaking with a hint of mockery. The third Hokage? What crime is it to collude with spies to endanger me, an elder of the ninja clan, especially when common ninjas disregard the Hokage as prohibitions? Hiss. As Uchiha Jin's words echoed, the high-ranking ninjas behind Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but gasp in shock. Today, a significant event is about to unfold. Chapter 36. A match of equals. Finally, a worthy opponent has emerged. From the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen laid eyes on Uchiha Jin, an exhilarating sense of encountering a rival surged within him. At this juncture, both sides were merely testing the waters, yet the series of methodical responses from each party, coupled with the subtle yet assertive initiative shown by Uchiha Jin, further confirmed Hiruzen's instinctive belief in his intuition. That fool Danzo. Despite reflecting on Danzo's years of hard work and merit, Hiruzen could not suppress his anger towards his crude subordinate. Sigh. With this thought, Hiruzen sighed and an involuntary warm smile flickered in his heart. It was precisely due to Danzo's nature and intellect that Hiruzen had been able to tolerate him all these years. Otherwise, Yet, evidently, before him, the strongest Hokage faced an Uchiha Jin who maintained an unwaveringly confident demeanor, unlike the feeble opponents he had encountered previously. First and foremost was the choice of battleground. Should they execute a surprise assault on the Hokage building as per their shattered jade rhetoric, a method that appeared highly likely to succeed? It would in truth be a path to ruin. After all, even without Danzo's incessant prattling, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never be foolish enough to be caught off guard. With preparations in place, such sharp tactics would be rendered ineffective. Once the Uchiha clan's treachery was firmly established, Hiruzen could effortlessly mobilize the entirety of Konoha's war potential, leveraging the heavily fortified Hokage building to eradicate the Uchiha clan with minimal losses. However, it was clear that Uchiha Jin had anticipated this, opting instead to target Danzo's root base as a breakthrough point, thereby eliminating the Uchiha clan's geographical disadvantage. This decision led to Hiruzen, along with Midogate and Narashikaku, refraining from an immediate, forceful rescue of the soil-drenched Danzo, confronted by over 100 fierce, red-eyed Uchiha youths. This was not a challenge that could be resolved merely by the Hokage's direct umbu. The village's collective strength was essential for subduing them. Moreover, should such a battle ignite, the repercussions would undoubtedly inflict irreparable damage on Konoha's overall strength. As the Hokage, Hiruzen would not make such a decision until the final moment, for he was not one to share Danzo's innocent disposition, the malevolent Uchiha. It was precisely for this reason that Hiruzen chose to take a step back, intending to exert the Hokage's authority as he had done in the past, believing that the intricacies of the Uchiha matter could be addressed in due time. Yet, Uchiha Jin's countermeasures were equally astute and precise. Beginning with a prior political compromise, he stripped Danzo of his legitimacy as the Hokage's advisor and root leader, subsequently using the second Hokage's edict to proclaim the legality of the Uchiha's police department. Following this, he defined Danzo and the deceased root members as hostile spies in the name of the police department, seeking to direct the flames of conflict towards the strongest Hokage. Thus, a scenario unfolded where the Uchiha clan's assault on root ninjas and the assault on the elderly Hokage's advisor transformed into a political confrontation between the Hokage's faction and the Uchiha clan. This progression prompted the originally passive Konoha ninja, who were merely assisting in guarding against the Uchiha rebellion, to reconsider. Should they allow their clan to pay a heavy price in a potential conflict with the Uchiha? In mere moments, The intricate details of the unfolding situation raced through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind like scenes from a film. Once he grasped the full scope of the events transpiring before him, Hiruzen could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. When did the Uchiha clan transform in such a manner? The seeds of this development were sown as far back as 2 years ago, patiently waiting for today to bloom. Reflecting on the past, when Uchiha Fugaku proposed this exchange condition, Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat surprised that he had seemingly failed to fully grasp the indecisive nature of this fierce-eyed individual. Nevertheless, Sarutobi was not entirely taken aback, for when it comes to the fate of a clan, even a fool would strive to secure some advantage for themselves. Faced with an inescapable destiny, it was prudent to shift a portion of the blame onto Danzo, thereby removing a formidable adversary from power. In response to Uchiha Fugaku's earnest proposal, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only reluctantly admonish his dear friend and delight in seizing Danzo's accumulated wealth and intelligence over the years. In this manner, he mitigated the possibility of an Uchiha uprising, deftly striking at the restless Danzo, while simultaneously acquiring a significant windfall. At that time, Sarutobi reveled in his remarkable ability to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, yet little did he realize that he had unwittingly become a pawn in another scheme. Of course, not everything that transpired at the scene was wholly unfavorable to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What brought him the most solace was the recently cast-aside Uchiha Shisui. Although a powerful figure of the Kage caliber was so easily dispatched, this very fact revealed Shisui's inner turmoil, torn between allegiance to the village and loyalty to his clan. The hostility exhibited by Uchiha Obito indicated that, amidst the struggle, Shisui was leaning towards the village. If this situation were to be evaluated by the Navi Danzo, he would likely condemn Shisui for lacking the loyalty expected of a ninja, deeming him a hidden threat that must be eliminated. Ah, that innocent Danzo. Yet, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen be so naive as to believe that anyone would be so deranged as to turn against their own family? Perhaps, in the eyes of someone like Danzo, the world is a stark dichotomy of black and white, but the reality is far more complex, situated in the shades of gray. All things bear a negative aspect while embracing the positive. This is the essence of humanity. Whether among the various shinobi clans of Konoha or within the Uchiha, none are devoid of intellect, who could genuinely desire to obliterate their own family for the sake of the will of fire. If ever there arises an extremist, one who perceives the world in absolutes, willing to eradicate everything in the name of the so-called will of fire, then Sarutobi Hiruzen would believe that such a blade would eventually be turned upon him. When that moment arrives, it remains uncertain whether Sarutobi Hiruzen would choose to wield this blade or to dismantle it. Meanwhile, Shisui's current predicament is rather fitting. He harbors a belief in the village and the will of fire, while simultaneously possessing an indelible attachment to his clan. In contrast to the soulless warriors of the Umbu, Shisui's disposition may prove to be far more impactful amidst the struggles between the Hokage's faction and the Uchiha. However, in this tedious Konoha village, it seems a worthy adversary has finally emerged. While I play the noble game of Naruto, you choose to indulge in the ancestral traditions of Konoha, do you? Uchiha Jin. Chapter 37. No, you are merely the acting Hokage. I comprehend. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had lost the initiative, his expression remained one of complete control. Unperturbed by the sharpness of Uchiha Jin's words, the technique derived from the second Hokage's notebook was rather distasteful. As it was through the legacy of Shinji Tobarama that Hiruzen had the opportunity to ascend as Hokage, he could never deny his manner. Otherwise, what would his position as Hokage signify? Yet, despite the unpleasantness of such a tactic, it was merely that unpleasantness. The world is not solely composed of black and white. Between victory and defeat lies a protracted struggle. Even if today the Uchiha clan gained a slight advantage, for Hiruzen, it was merely a minor discomfort, one that could not undermine the very foundation of his rule over Konoha. After all, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen completely disregarded Uchiha Jin's accusations against Danzo and turned to the Umbu ninja behind him, instructing them to take over the situation. The remaining matters would be handled by the Umbu, and I shall ensure a fair judgment for the Uchiha afterward. Immediately, several Umbu ninjas, indistinguishable from the corpses on the ground, prepared to clean up the battlefield under the command of a squad leader. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the sound of several projectiles slicing through the air, 3 shurikens struck the ground in a triangular formation, their slightly trembling metal handles seemingly warning the Umbu before them against rash movements. Uchiha, do you intend to obstruct the Umbu from executing their mission? The squad leader of the Umbu narrowed his eyes, halting to sternly admonish Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin paid no heed to the insignificance of those around him. Instead, calmly standing with his foot upon the head of Danzo, fixated on Sarutobi Hiruzen in the distance. The fact that these spies could masquerade as members of the Umbu and infiltrate Konoha indicated their involvement in the village's core secrets, necessitating a rigorous examination by the Umbu. With a mere statement, Sarutobi Hiruzen succinctly defined the deceased members of Root, simultaneously asserting that the Umbu was the official body responsible for managing external affairs. It was an unavoidable reality. Politics is inherently an art of compromise. As long as there was no intention to openly confront the Uchiha clan, these corpses must remain unlinked to the village in any overt manner. Whether these individuals were spies sent from enemy nations or the result of Shimura Danzo's personal vendetta was of little consequence to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The crux of the matter lay in seizing the initiative in discourse, a price that the Hokage faction had to pay today, without needing any directive from Sarutobi Hiruzen. The perceptive T-Ka stepped forward languidly, akin to a shrewish woman, and reprimanded Uchiha Jin with fervor. How does your police department conduct its operations? Leaving not a single living witness. Though aware that this was merely a tactic of bargaining, Uchiha Jin felt an immense irritation brewing within him. Sharingan, suppression. The sound of clapping resonated as T-Ka, her hand pressed against her forehead, staggered back 2 steps, fortuitously collapsing into the embrace of Mido K-10. Uchiha Jin, are you plotting a rebellion? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of elation, recognizing the adversary as merely a brash youth, while the overwhelming presence of the strongest Hokage, Ninja Bear, erupted in full force. Uchiha Jin was well aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions and chose not to engage with him further. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Yamashiro Kahei, standing nearby. There was no need to trouble the Umbu for an investigation. If there were doubts about the evidence-gathering methods of my police department, the clan leader of the Yamashiro could certainly be consulted. I am confident that the Yamashiro clan will provide everyone with a fair resolution. Yamashiro Kahei, who had originally been a mere spectator, was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for the unexpected turn of events that had drawn him into the fray. Lost in uncertainty, he instinctively glanced at Nara Shikaku for guidance. Upon noticing Shikaku subtly shake his head, Kahei awkwardly diverted his attention back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Could it be that the Yamashiro clan was not to be trusted either? Witnessing the anticipated awkwardness enveloping the scene, Uchiha Jin felt a surge of satisfaction. While he recognized that no significant resolution would emerge from today's events, he deemed it necessary to unsettle his adversary. Hiruzen, upon hearing of the potential involvement of the Yamashiro clan, could no longer remain passive. He attempted to rise, struggling fiercely against his restraints. Even though the root ninjas were dead, the information locked within their minds was nearly impossible to extract, and they were unaware of the true secrets. Nevertheless, Danzo remained terrified of exposing them before the crowd. It was but a superficial matter. Yet it was enough to ensure that Shimura Danzo would never ascend to the position of Hokage. Thus, Danzo began to writhe in desperation, hoping that Sarutobi Hiruzen would intervene swiftly to halt the proceedings. However, Danzo, severed from his mental and chakra connection by Uchiha Jin's ocular prowess, could do little more than engage in a futile struggle with the earth beneath him. Damn it. Seeing Uchiha Jin strike a critical blow, Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily dismissed Danzo's plight. After all, the latter had already lost face in front of the assembly, and taking further losses would merely serve as a lesson. The pivotal concern lay with Uchiha Jin. Could it truly come to a point of mutual destruction? Reflecting on Uchiha Jin's so-called Shattered Jade faction declaration, Hiruzen found himself at a crossroads. Yet, having served as Hokage for many years, he quickly discerned the appropriate course of action. I am the Hokage. With a fierce declaration, Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed the formidable aura of the strongest Hokage, Ninja Bear. His ceremonial robe tore away, revealing a sleek black combat uniform beneath. Politics is an art of compromise. Firmly believing in this principle, Hiruzen was equally convinced that any entity capable of presenting him with a worthy challenge would not contravene this rule. The proclamation, I am the Hokage, was not merely an affront to Danzo. Its potency extended to all ninjas belonging to Konohagakure. As such, when Hiruzen's gaze swept across the assembly, every clan leader and ordinary ninja alike found themselves involuntarily bowing their heads. Danzo, trapped in the pit, instinctively shuddered, the phrase echoing in his mind, but was swiftly met with an overwhelming force descending upon him. Finally, the moment had arrived. Upon hearing the classic saying from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Jin finally arrived at the moment he had long awaited. These insects, since you have made your choice today, do not blame me for the future. After internally condemning the majority present to death, Uchiha Jin suddenly straightened his chest, unleashing his own formidable aura in stark contrast to Sarutobi Hiruzen's overwhelming presence. No. You are merely the acting Hokage. Chapter 38. What qualifications do you possess to speak with me? Habit is a formidable force. Sarutobi Hiruzen's nearly 2-decade-long reign over Konoha conditioned countless ninjas and clans, regardless of their profession or lineage, to accept the commands of the third Hokage without question. There was no alternative. During the tenure of Namikaze Minato, the presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen and other members of the F-Force still held sway, even with the absurd existence of the third Hokage's direct umbu. For many of Konoha's ninja clans, this had little impact. Moreover, during Minato's brief tenure of just over a year, he spent most of his time striving for his wife's pregnancy. Truly, he was both young and short-lived. Essentially a puppet under Sarutobi Hiruzen's control, rendering the illustrious image of the Hokage a mere illusion. Thus, it is no wonder that no one has ever questioned why Sarutobi Hiruzen continues to dominate the esteemed position of Hokage to this day. Is it due to a lack of suitable successors? Jiraiya's unwillingness to become Hokage? Tsunade Senju's departure from the village? Such reasons are utterly dismissive of Konoha's vast array of prominent ninja clans and noble families. Perhaps this is indeed the power of habit. Uchiha Jin's disdainful gaze slowly swept across the faces of the astonished crowd, and within his heart, contempt for them reached its zenith. Ridiculous ninjas, despicable bloodlines. Since you are incapable of liberating yourselves from the servility inherent in your lineage, let the noble spirit of the Hana clan either dominate or annihilate you. How dare the offspring of the Uchiha clan slander Lord Hokage? Does the Uchiha clan wish to rebel against authority? Among the crowd, it was Sumuji Kohara who first regained her composure, her boisterous nature uniquely suited to confront such a scenario. Yet, Uchiha Jin would never indulge such an arrogant and antiquated fool. Are ninjas truly so fragile and inept? Sharingan, suppression, skillfully wielding the formidable power of his Sharingan. He forced the young Konoha ninja, Tika, to retreat. Uchiha Jin stood tall, embodying unwavering resolve, and continued to bellow at Sarutobi Hiruzen with palpable fury. The first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, fought valiantly to protect Konoha, persevering until the very end, even as his life force waned. The second Hokage, Shinja Tobirama, sacrificed himself on the battlefield, exhausted from covering the retreat of his subordinates for the future of Konoha. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, engaged in a fierce battle to protect the village from invading foes, ultimately sealing the rampaging Ninetales with his very life and soul. And you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this juncture, Uchiha Jin stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Hiruzen's face, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Only you, the third Hokage, failed in your command during the great battle, leading to the tragic loss of countless young ninjas on the battlefield, ultimately choosing to abandon the hard-won fruits of victory for our beloved Konoha. The incisive words reverberated throughout the venue, causing all present to shudder in disbelief. Their gazes fixated on Uchiha Jin with expressions of shock. The eyes of Uchiha Jin, brimming with a fierce combat spirit, unreservedly fixated on Sarutobi Hizashi, as if silently mocking him with an unspoken derision. It was a moment akin to a mutual destruction, gazing into those eyes filled with madness and martial fervor. Even the seasoned politician Sarutobi Hizashi found himself momentarily stunned, unable to fathom Uchiha Jin's audacity. He is unafraid. I am unafraid. After a series of probing exchanges, Uchiha Jin had finally discerned the mindset of the politician Sarutobi Hizashi, and his confidence had soared to a remarkable 70%. Thus, he felt liberated from all constraints. I, Uchiha, stand alone against the land of water, while the ninjas of Konoha engage in a bloody struggle against the remaining three nations. After enduring countless hardships, we have ultimately triumphed in the Third Shinobi World War, a victory purchased with immeasurable resources, wealth, and the blood and lives of countless clansmen. At this moment, Uchiha Jin stood in high spirits, with nearly all the leaders of the Konoha clans gathered. He trod upon Shimura Danzo, pointing an accusing finger at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and vehemently exclaimed, "It is your pathetic weakness that has cost us the chance to receive war reparations. How do you regard the lives of our kin? Had I been born a few years earlier, you would not merely have abdicated. This is nothing short of blatant treachery against our village." Uchiha Jin, increasingly agitated, approached Sarutobi Hiruzen step by step, his tone growing ever more fervent and piercing, as if confronting a sworn enemy. "You are indeed dismissed." Each word was pronounced with deliberate clarity and resonated powerfully, stunning the assembly. In that fleeting moment, the gathered ordinary ninjas and clan leaders were once again left in utter astonishment. Indeed, historical records confirmed that Sarutobi Hiruzen voluntarily abdicated. Yet they were acutely aware that this was merely a facade, a concession made under the duress of the feudal lords and the higher echelons of the Leaf Village. Uchiha Jin's words, however, ruthlessly stripped away that veil of pretense, exposing the hidden truths that Sarutobi Hiruzen most fervently wished to keep concealed. "What exactly do you intend to achieve, Uchiha Jin?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly enraged at this moment. The exposure of such shadows left him defenseless, unable to counter despite years of mastery and tempering his spirit. Yet, he knew he could not resort to violence. Though the words of Uchiha Jin may be harsh, each utterance bears the weight of truth. Should he attempt to refute them now, he would only find himself in a more precarious predicament. I acknowledge that there were missteps in my decisions during the Third Great Ninja War, yet those are matters of the past. At this moment, my position as the acting Hokage is sanctioned by the entire village. Sarutobi Hiruzen must swiftly summarize his statements in order to evade this unfavorable context. The events of your hold no relevance to today. I merely wish to inquire whether Uchiha will release the individuals in question, and if I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, possess the authority to address these suspects. Gritting his teeth, a fierce light flickers in his eyes. Even while adhering to the art of compromise, one must possess firm measures to safeguard one's own interests. Had it been the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, or if today's matters did not involve that rogue dance, I, Uchiha, would have raised no objections whatsoever. Yet you, once a member of the second Hokage's Umbu, failed to fulfill your duty of protecting the Hokage. Uchiha Jin forcefully stamped down upon Danzo's face once more, then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice filled with fury. Subsequently, when the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, fell under attack, it was you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who failed to provide adequate protection, allowing the illustrious Hokage to resort to such life-sacrificing jutsu. And that wretched Danzo obstructed the Uchiha clan's efforts to rescue the fourth Hokage, and back then, he was merely stripped of his position and condemned to permanent house arrest. Yet today, it is even more outrageous that this scoundrel is here in good health. You dare question my qualifications? Qualifications, huh? Uchiha Jin's cold smirk remained intact, yet at this moment, he unexpectedly released the pressure on Danzo's ocular power, following it with a powerful strike. Bang! Accompanied by the shadow of the pot, Danzo's hunched form rolled to the feet of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Uchiha Jin's words, laced with disdain, echoed once more. How dare you talk to me about qualifications? Chapter 39, My clan leader dares to eat excrement. Uchiha has defected. Danzo, feeling dazed, lay at Hiruzen's feet. But as he regained control of his chakra, he resolutely clutched the warm thigh beside him, pointing at Uchiha Jin and howling in a frenzy, Hiruzen, what are you waiting for? Annihilate these wicked Uchiha. Foolish ally. Sarutobi Hiruzen, at this moment, wished he could eliminate Danzo for his utter lack of awareness. Just moments ago, he had been berated in the name of righteousness, and now he was expected to lead the charge against the Uchiha clan? How many would heed his command? What casualties would this battle incur? After this incident, could he still hold his ground in Konoha? A series of questions flooded Hiruzen's mind. But he inadvertently caught sight of the smugness in Danzo's eyes. Damn, this scoundrel. Even at this moment, he is still scheming against me. Hiruzen felt utterly drained. His relationship with this manipulative figure had always been a tumultuous mix of love and hate, but now he could no longer tolerate it. Seize him. With a wave of his hand, two Umbu ninjas lifted the somewhat weakened Danzo. Yet, aware of their superior-s relationship with Danzo, they did not treat him like a mere criminal. Instead, they supported him as one would assist an elderly man. If only Danzo could balance his temperament with that of Haruno Sakura and Inuzuka Kiba. Hiruzen sighed inwardly. Although the Shimura clan had gained some strength due to Danzo's influence, it had once been a third-rate, decayed clan. Despite Danzo's ascent through sheer talent and tenacity, he had reached his limits. His simple origins, devoid of political finesse, meant that Danzo could never challenge Hiruzen's authority. A modicum of military force and political restraint would suffice to keep him in check. What? Danzo once attempted to assassinate Hiruzen? Nonsense. It was merely a game to provoke Danzo. There was no real chance of success, but it did present an excellent opportunity to deliver a lesson. Politics is an art of compromise. As long as Danzo remains oblivious to this truth, Hiruzen could manipulate him at will, deciding when to deal with him as he pleased, thus extending his favoritism towards this manipulative figure. Conversely, Midogate In and Uchiha Sakura, though slightly less capable, hailed from prominent clans and possessed excellent administrative skills. If only Danzo could learn to balance himself rather than resist it. Danzo, when wielded correctly, was a sharp blade, but once freed from its restraints, it could easily cut its wielder. A reprimand would be necessary afterward. However, for now, although Danzo had just acted out of desperation, Hiruzen believed he would quickly grasp the situation. Do not listen to this Uchiha brat's nonsense. Surely you all witnessed the Sharingan in the Nine-Tails eyes back then. Indeed, though anger had caused Danzo to momentarily lose composure, his years of experience dealing with the Uchiha allowed him to swiftly recognize the importance of uniting the Konoha ninjas against them. Hiruzen felt a surge of relief, realizing that this rabid dog was indeed best suited to bite at such a moment, and he prepared to steer the narrative once more. Silence. Before Hiruzen could utter a word, Uchiha Jin had already commanded the Uchiha ninjas behind him. Sharingan, suppress. Hundreds of Sharingan eyes focused downward, forcing Danzo and the two Umbu supporting him to kneel on the ground. Uchiha, you, Hiruzen began to reprimand, but Uchiha Jin's response was swifter. Bolstered by the overwhelming force of countless Sharingan, which at that moment eclipsed his own, the matter of the Nine-Tails incident has long been settled. It has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. We, the Uchiha, have even relocated our clan as a testament to our loyalty to the village. If we truly orchestrated the Nine-Tails rampage, I must ask how this scoundrel Danzo could hope to stop us. Is it not someone else who seeks to usurp power, deliberately impeding the Uchiha from rescuing the fourth Hokage? Moreover, our bloodline limit has not entirely remained concealed. I recall there being one within the Umbu. Faced with such a crude smear tactic, Uchiha Jin, well versed in the art of countering, felt no perturbation, effortlessly dragging Kakashi and the Hokage's faction into the fray. You speak nonsense. What evidence do you have? Now, not only was Danzo flustered, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Midogate In and Uchiha Sakura, two esteemed advisors to the Hokage, were alarmed. The Nine-Tails incident had been one of the cornerstones upon which they stood morally superior. If this foundation were shaken by Uchiha Jin, it would become exceedingly difficult to unite the village's strength against the Uchiha in the future. Kakashi merely transplanted a mediocre Sharingan. What right does he have to control such a powerful tailed beast? Uchiha Sakura interjected, seeking to redefine the narrative. Her once kind gaze replaced with a fierce glare directed at Uchiha Jin. Yet, Uchiha Jin would not let this opportunity slip away easily. With a light chuckle, he disregarded the threat in her eyes and continued, then what evidence proves that we, the Uchiha, manipulated the Nine-Tails? Our entire clan was obstructed by this scoundrel Danzo, who has the qualifications and capability to control the Nine-Tails. Danzo, realizing the atmosphere was turning against him, understood that this should have been his unbeatable trump card. Yet it had been so easily dismantled, dragging a false narrative into the light. No evidence is needed. Who knows what secrets you Uchiha have hidden? But now that the situation had escalated to this point, Danzo was unreserved in unleashing his savage stubbornness. However, Uchiha Jin's smile remained unperturbed. Utterly indifferent to the few who sprang forth to create chaos, exuding confidence as if victory were already assured. I truly know. You speak nonsense. Danzo was now thoroughly panicked, utterly disbelieving that Uchiha Jin could reveal anything, and he would deny any statement made, no matter its content. Uchiha Jin disregarded Danzo and cast his gaze over the various clan leaders present, ultimately settling upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan stands with a clear conscience. It is quite simple to uncover the truth of the matter. There are numerous shinobi in Konoha capable of probing memories. Provided that Shimura Danzo is willing to allow us to investigate his recollections today. Uchiha Jin pointed a finger at Shimura Danzo, but before he could finish his words, Danzo disdainfully interjected, "No way. My memories are the village's utmost secrets." Humph. Uchiha Jin let out a disdainful snort, disregarding the other party, and continued speaking to himself. I, Uchiha, am guiltless, as long as that scoundrel Danzo is willing to prove his innocence. Both our clan leader Fugaku and Elder Shanai have no objections to having their memories scrutinized. Uchiha Jin's resounding words echoed throughout the venue, his piercing gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd with an air of haughty confidence, as if proclaiming, "My clan leader dares to consume excrement, and so does my esteemed elder. It is I, the clan leader, who dares to delve into the depths of memory. The Uchiha clan, fearless and undaunted by all manner of malevolent spirits, what of you?" Meanwhile, far away in the Uchiha territory, someone is contentedly sipping tea, fantasizing about the future clan leader and elder. A sneeze. Why do I suddenly sense a foul odor? Could it be that my exquisite tea has gone stale? Damn, there are always troublesome folk trying to bring me down. Chapter 40. Do not force it. A madman. This fellow is utterly insane. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously harbored the slightest doubt regarding Uchiha Obito's shattered jade attribute, he is now wholly convinced that this is indeed an irredeemable lunatic. What possible benefit could this bring to the Uchiha? While Danzo's hands are certainly not clean, the Uchiha's misdeeds are hardly any more commendable. Does he truly believe that anyone in Konoha is oblivious to the Uchiha's wolfish ambitions? Yet, they are all restrained by the lack of decisive evidence and sufficient preparation to sanction a founding clan of Konoha. Thus, although the entire village is aware of the underlying intricacies, no one dares to unveil that final veil of shame. What if it ends up as the Uchiha forced your hand? Or worse, being targeted by an enraged Uchiha? Whose fault would that be? Yet, while Uchiha Obito may be mad, why must he drag them down with him? A rational person would seek to find an opportunity to cleanse themselves, not to strip Danzo of his dirty laundry first. What in the world is this? More critically, Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly believes that if he were to strip Danzo of his secrets, pardon the expression, by probing his memories, the resultant revelations would undoubtedly eclipse any Uchiha rebellion in terms of shock and excitement. The experiments with would release the death of White Fang, Orochimaru's defection. Merely the dozen or so incidents chronicled in Sarutobi Hiruzen's notes could lead to Danzo's demise 100 times over. And let us not forget Danzo's penchant for leaving behind traps. Who knows how many more pitfalls await him? Most importantly, Danzo knows that Sarutobi Hiruzen knows. This is utterly absurd. Even with Hiruzen's years of cultivated composure, he found himself unable to maintain his poise, subtly moving beside Danzo and delivering a kick to the kneeling ally. Useless, counterproductive wretch. Hiruzen's heart erupted with expletives. Feeling that all his years of introspection had been in vain, surrounded as he was by such rule-breaking lunatics. Damn it, no more pretenses. Uchiha, calm yourself, of course. The village believes in the Uchiha. There is no need for memory probing. Who would want to delve into memories? Do whatever you please. Who wishes to perish alongside you? Yet, despite Hiruzen's inner turmoil, the tremors in his facial muscles maintained a semblance of the last vestige of a smile. But it was evident that this semblance of goodwill on Hiruzen's face was far more unsettling than tears, resembling a deranged old man, exuding an unsettling grotesqueness. The village absolutely trusts the Uchiha. Oh, are you certain? Feeling the forced kindness emanating from Hiruzen, Uchiha Obito's fury gradually dissipated, once again donning a teasing smile. Indeed. The Uchiha will forever be an inseparable part of the village. Hiruzen's declaration was resolute, exuding the formidable presence of the strongest Hokage. As if this had always been the perspective on the Uchiha. Uchiha Jin let out a light chuckle before jesting once more. Surely, this is not too much to ask. The Uchiha clan has always prided itself on virtue, and Lord Fugaku is a paragon of righteousness, willing to expose even the most private memories to prove his innocence. Uchiha Fugaku, ahem. Damn. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as though he might grind his teeth to dust, yet he recognized that there was no alternative path before him. The true objective of Uchiha Jin is not to clear the Uchiha clan's suspicions, rather, he seeks to drag them into the abyss alongside him. Yet, This ostensibly righteous and politically correct stance strikes at the very core of Sarutobi Hiruzen's vulnerabilities, compelling him to evade confrontation, unprepared for the ramifications. At this juncture, Hiruzen must consider not only his own interests but also those of the Sarutobi clan and the entirety of Konoha. Undoubtedly, Hiruzen comprehends that he can deftly mobilize his elite Anbu and the finest warriors of the Sarutobi clan. Furthermore, his extensive tenure as Hokage grants him the authority to command a portion of the village's formidable forces. However, such resources remain woefully inadequate. While this collective power could subdue the Uchiha, it pales in comparison to the overwhelming dominance the Uchiha previously wielded over the root ninja. Should a decisive battle ensue, the Sarutobi's elite would inevitably suffer catastrophic losses, further weakening the overall strength of Konoha and inviting the covetous eyes of the other four great nations' ninja villages. Engaging in such folly would render Hiruzen a figure of ridicule within the ninja world, forever branded upon the pillar of disgrace in the annals of history. The notion that the barefoot fear not the shod is lost on him. Hiruzen cannot fathom the peculiar logic driving Uchiha Jin. Nevertheless, he is left with but one choice. There is no need for pretense. The Ninetales incident is undeniably unrelated to the Uchiha. Anyone who dares to raise this matter henceforth is disrupting the harmony and stability of Konoha, and the ninja of the village shall enact retribution. As these words slipped from his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the streets of Konoha, punctuated only by Hiruzen's reluctant breaths. It appears that there indeed exists an illogical force, impervious to bribery, intimidation, reason, or negotiation. Some individuals merely yearn to see the world engulfed in flames. Hiruzen keenly perceives the inferno within Uchiha Jin's gaze, as though he seeks to incinerate the very world itself. However, sometimes, rules fail to dispense justice and instead become shackles. In this moment, Hiruzen is horrified to realize that he is ensnared within the very constraints he has constructed, utterly powerless against Uchiha Jin's audacious disregard for the established order. Uchiha Jin shook his head in resignation, feeling a twinge of disdain for Sarutobi Hiruzen's decisiveness, while simultaneously experiencing a sense of ennui. Indeed, time reveals truths more clearly than the eye ever could. In his previous life, upon first encountering the anime of Naruto, he was taken aback by the courageous demise of Hiruzen, the third Hokage. However, upon reflection, he realized that this was merely a manifestation of his innate morbid curiosity. The loyal perish for their fidelity, the schemers die for their allegiance, the thieves fall for their devotion, the selfish succumb to sacrifice, the sunflowers fade before dawn, and the wild grasses wither in the face of indifference. Yet, the true sentiments of Sarutobi Hiruzen are of little consequence. His long-standing actions have already defined everything. Thus, Uchiha Jin found a peculiar irony and delight in the notion of Hiruzen risking his life against Orochimaru for the village. As for the present, decisions made from the rear end. Having secured a significant advantage, it was only natural to strike down the drowning dog. If the third Hokage acknowledges that the Uchiha clan bears no responsibility for the Ninetales incident, then how should Shimura Danzo be dealt with? Damn. Hiruzen anticipated that Uchiha Jin would stage such a performance, yet there was no way to avert it at this moment. He was still just a child. Chapter 41. Impeach the Hokage. Avoid making baseless accusations, as they can disrupt the harmony within the village. Although contemplating whether to resort to trickery, Hiruzen hesitated to employ the formidable tactic he had heard about recently, especially when faced with Danzo's aged visage. The village trusts the Uchiha, just as it trusts Danzo. Though he may be somewhat impulsive, he maintains a firm stance on matters of great significance. Furthermore, Danzo had sustained a head injury during the war, and his mental state could be erratic at times, so Hiruzen hoped the Uchiha and the police force would not hold his indiscretions against him. In this moment, Hiruzen could only engage in jest, for while the situation was already precarious, he still possessed an upper hand and was not particularly concerned about Uchiha Jin's potential outbursts. After all, it had come to this. As long as he could navigate through today, there would be ample time and opportunities ahead. Uchiha is evil, just as Danzo, having regained his composure, was about to proclaim his theory of Uchiha malevolence. Hiruzen interjected with a forceful shout, delivering a swift kick that silenced Danzo once more. Foolish Danzo! Hiruzen scoffed inwardly, bemused that Danzo, at such a low level, dared to covet the position of Hokage, having created such a significant mess. The village unequivocally trusts the Uchiha. With this resolute declaration from Hiruzen, Shursui, who had been lying on the ground, felt tears welling in his eyes. Lord Hokage, although still in shock at Uchiha Jin's accusations against Hiruzen, he realized that the Hokage had a side to him that was far from the noble image he had held dear. It's all Danzo's fault. Yet, it seemed that Hiruzen's reluctance to sever ties with Danzo, forged over many years, had led him to repeatedly shield this divisive figure who threatened both clan and village. But now, all was well. Although Shursui lamented the arduous and twisted journey, it strangely culminated in the outcome he had longed for. The grievances of the Ninetales incident were resolved today, and the third Hokage expressed trust in the Uchiha clan. Jin truly understands. However, Hiruzen's manner of advising the Hokage needed adjustment. He hardly resembled a proper ninja. A conversation with Uchiha Jin was warranted. Bang! Before Shursui could further indulge in self-reflection, Jin abruptly raised his foot and kicked him away once more, then pointed nonchalantly at Hiruzen. Since you are unwilling to discuss who betrayed the village, let us address your position as acting Hokage. With Uchiha Jin's adamant words, his gaze swept across every clan leader present, observing their passive spectating. Starting tomorrow, the Uchiha clan and the police force would formally impeach the acting Hokage, while also recommending our clan leader, Fugaku, as a candidate for the 5th Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku. What? Uchiha Jin's gaze remained fixed on Sarutobi Hisashi, once again revealing that familiar disdainful smile. The initial purpose was to prevent external hostile forces from seizing the opportunity. Your claim of temporarily assuming the Hokage's role barely allowed you to resume your duties in controlling Konoha. However, now that the aftermath of the Third Great Ninja War and the Nine Tails incident has subsided, even the tumultuous Cloud Village has signed a peace treaty. Surely, your Sarutobi clan does not wish to monopolize the Hokage position. If that is indeed the case, my Uchiha clan and the police force will not stand idly by. Even if it means fighting to the last member of our police force, we will eradicate this family that poses a threat to Konoha. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With Uchiha Jin's words, the ninja clans who had been merely spectators could no longer remain passive. It appeared they aimed to dethrone Sarutobi Hisashi once again. Moreover, the reasons for such a dismissal of the acting Hokage were not unfounded. The series of statements just made contained enough information to deliver a devastating blow to Sarutobi Hisashi's political career. However, the more critical point here was that the Uchiha clan was clearly prepared for a confrontation with Sarutobi Hisashi, their words overtly threatening to the Sarutobi clan. It was almost explicitly stated that whether the Uchiha clan would assume the Hokage role remained uncertain, but one thing was clear: Sarutobi Hisashi could not. Such audacity. At that moment, Mido Gaiden and Uzumaki Kohara simultaneously reprimanded him, while Shimura Danzo, after a fleeting moment of delight in his eyes, chose to remain silent. What now? Yet, Uchiha Jin paid them no heed, calmly fixing his gaze once more on the now silent Sarutobi Hisashi. Does my Uchiha clan leader, the head of the Konoha police force, Uchiha Fugaku, truly lack the qualifications to compete for the position of 5th Hokage? Seeing Sarutobi Hisashi still silent, Uchiha Jin continued unfazed. Or do you consider your earlier statement of temporarily stepping in as Hokage during an emergency merely a pretext? I find myself increasingly suspecting that Danzo's previous obstruction of my Uchiha clan's attempt to assist the 4th Hokage was at your behest. Everyone knows that my Uchiha clan leader's wife is best friends with Kushina, and Fugaku shares a deep bond of camaraderie with the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Yet, under such circumstances, an obstruction to our clan's rescue of the 4th Hokage was enforced. Uchiha Jin's gaze was profoundly deep. Yet the concealed murderous intent emanated from him like a flowing stream, causing the air around to drop several degrees. Furthermore, the death of the 2nd Hokage and the negligence of your Umbu Black Ops have now become increasingly suspect to me. Each word struck like a sharpened blade at Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, while the peculiar glances from the prominent leaders of various ninja clans, including Hyuga, Yamanaka, Ayase, Kurama, Tsukikage, Inazuka, and the Ino-Shikacho trio, were particularly piercing. Finally, as Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled deeply, this former hero of the shinobi appeared to age a decade in an instant. With a hint of reluctance, he steadfastly proclaimed, "This village belongs to all of us, and naturally, the decision of who shall become Hokage lies with everyone." That is well. Uchiha Jin finally acquired the answers he sought, and at this moment, he felt no inclination to engage in further banter with those around him. He turned to the Uchiha ninja behind him and spoke once more. "Damn it. Just to enjoy a barbecue. Why all this fuss? Truly absurd. Everyone, let us head to a Kimichi Yakitori house." "What?" Shimura Danzo exclaimed, while the vigilant ninja stood in stunned silence. The upper echelons of the Konoha ninja community wore expressions of bewilderment, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's frustration erupted as he flipped the table in exasperation. Curse Danzo. Chapter 42, Prepare to Ignite. A barbecue that sparked a bloodbath. Reflecting on the headline he had already prepared for the Konoha Daily, Uchiha Jin could not help but smile with satisfaction as he found himself within the Akimichi Yakitori house. Indeed, although Uchiha Jin had refrained from employing the formidable weapon of media manipulation, it did not imply that he was unprepared, having emerged from the lineage of dragon slayers. In this modern age, to still rely on whispers and rumors to control public opinion seemed rather primitive to Uchiha Jin. What left him most exasperated was how effective Danzo's petty tactics had proven to be. It was difficult to discern whether to lament Danzo's fortunate circumstances or to pity those who had sacrificed their lives in vain. Were Uchiha Jin to genuinely desire to incite chaos, he could easily leverage the authority of the police department in Konoha to publicly dismantle the so-called Konoha F4. However, despite the peculiar technological advancements of this world, it remained predominantly a realm where strength reigned supreme. Public opinion could only sway the Navii like White Fang. Uchiha Jin had little faith that Sarutobi Hiruzen would lack the courage to stand up for himself. As for Danzo, that man would likely go to great lengths to preserve his own visage. The mere thought of such a grotesque scene sent a chill down Uchiha Jin's spine. Yet, While public opinion might not wield significant power, it was certainly sufficient to irritate Saratobi Hiruzen and his cunning associates, thereby amplifying the accomplishments of the day. Imagining Saratobi Hiruzen's speechless, begrudging demeanor, forced to concede for the sake of the will of fire, alleviated some of the pent-up frustrations Uchiha Jin had endured over the past 2 years. Human nature is peculiar. In the act of masquerading, one can become ensnared in their own deception. A person is ultimately defined by their actions, and while Saratobi Hiruzen's past deeds might not be deemed unforgivable, his politician's guise reeked of duplicity. Yet, such individuals are often the most self-congratulatory, adorning themselves with eloquent rhetoric, ultimately forgetting their own shadows. Even when faced with darker choices, they continue to cloak themselves in grandiloquent language, a fundamental yet practical stratagem of the dragon slayers. This was not necessarily a flaw. Indeed, in the politically Navi world of ninjas, it could be considered an unparalleled art. However, Uchiha Jin understood that when one wears a mask for too long, removing it becomes a formidable challenge. The will of fire Fade provided Saratobi Hiruzen with ample convenience, yet it also shackled his principles and actions. Thus, Uchiha Jin could act with impunity, while Saratobi Hiruzen, despite wielding the actual power of Konoha and possessing peak strength, could only endure the insults and mockery in silence. Waiter. With a gleam of mirth in his eyes, Uchiha Jin cast a sweeping gaze over the self-satisfied Uchiha Jonin and the rigidly postured ninja from the Akimichi clan, who was reluctantly assuming the role of a server. Indeed, the Akimichi Yakitori establishment was now exceedingly familiar, aside from Akimichi DZA, who was seated at the cash register. Occasionally indulging in skewers, the remaining servers had recently been standing toe-to-toe against the Uchiha clan. However, with the conclusion of the police department's operation to root out hidden spies, the Uchiha entourage set forth with great fanfare towards the renowned Akimichi Yakitori, although many remained skeptical that the Uchiha clan had ventured merely for a barbecue. Having trampled upon the darkness of the ninja world and publicly criticized the strongest Hokage of Konoha as supporters of the Hokage lineage, they could not afford to lower their guard against the Uchiha's true intentions, especially given that the Akimichi Yakitori was established by their clan leader. Thus, the Akimichi ninjas, tasked with oversight and vigilance, resolutely took on the duties of servers due to the sudden shortage of staff at the Yakitori establishment. Indeed, the Akimichi clan's culinary prowess was truly exceptional, befitting their status as one of the butterflies among the trio of Ino, Shika, Sage observing the portly Akimichi servers before him. Uchiha Jin felt his conception of butterflies shattered once more. Through the lens of his Sharingan, he quietly assessed the more than 20 Akimichi Jonin who had dedicated themselves to serving. Jin gained a clearer understanding of Konoha's formidable strength. It was not that Konoha lacked capability. Rather, the leaders were woefully inadequate. Just as Uchiha Fugaku and Elder Shanai, with their fortuitous beginnings, were not particularly impressive. Neither were Saratobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. With the arrival of 4 exceptional talents, how could Konoha endure such calamity? Bring forth the drinks. Uchiha Jin suddenly rose to his feet, brimming with vigor as he proudly addressed the assembled Uchiha clan. Everyone, indulge yourselves. Tonight's expenses shall be covered by the clan leader. Long live, long live, long live. The excitement of the Uchiha, already heightened by the joyous events of the evening, surged to an even greater crescendo at Jin's proclamation. Meanwhile, the Akimichi clan members busied themselves once more. Far away, in the Uchiha territory, clan leader Fugaku sneezed unexpectedly, momentarily questioning whether he was truly aging. Fugaku, damn. Someone must be plotting against me. Amidst the sounds of laughter and merriment, Uchiha Jin's expression gradually settled into tranquility. His profound gaze shifting towards the iconic Hokage building nestled beneath the Hokage rock to the north. This evening had witnessed numerous occurrences, and Uchiha Jin had even achieved feats that many deemed unimaginable. However, he understood that his true ambitions did not lie in avenging the Uchiha against Danzo or seizing the position of Hokage from Saratobi Hiruzen. Such matters were of secondary importance to him, as they were merely actions taken as a member of the Uchiha clan and in his capacity as an elder. On a deeper level, as the host of a system, his aim was to cultivate a more nurturing environment for his clan, akin to tilling the soil and weeding for the flourishing of his own crops. The torment of Danzo and the humiliation of Saratobi held little significance. From the very beginning, Uchiha Jin's singular objective remained unchanged, to reach Shursui, that Shursui who had recently been cast aside by Jin repeatedly. Yet this did not imply that Shursui was truly inept. On the contrary, Shursui's strength was validated through those repeated instances of being cast aside, a reflection of his subconscious desire to evade the overwhelming sense of helplessness that lay between the village and the clan. Uchiha Jin bore no murderous intent. Just as Uchiha Shursui lacked the will to fight, akin to the age-old adage of Shoyu and Huangai, one willing to strike, the other to endure. Thus, as the visage of that woeful old face resurfaced in his mind, Uchiha Jin could not help but stir the embers of the campfire, sending sparks drifting toward the Hokage building. Danzo, prepare to ignite. Chapter 43, The Apprehension of Saratobi Hiruzen simultaneously, within the Hokage building of Konohagakure. The atmosphere in the once somber and smoke-filled office transformed with fervor as Shui, much like in the original narrative, proposed a solution to the village and clan's discord. Don't be a fool. Sarutobi Hiruzen had not relinquished his pipe since returning to his office, exhaling clouds of smoke while casting a murderous glare at the seemingly lifeless Danzo not far away. Indeed, while Danzo appeared to be in a pitiful state, most of his injuries were merely superficial. Thanks to the restorative powers of the root's secret medicines in the first Hokage's cells, he had nearly healed completely. However, recalling the intense fury radiating from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo wisely opted to feign death. Yet, even the astute Shimura Danzo momentarily forgot his charade of grievous injury. Suddenly straightening up in astonishment to gaze at Shui, an aura of lethal intent uncontrollably emanating from him. Yet, before Sarutobi Hiruzen, though Uchiha Shui harbored profound disdain for the loathsome Danzo, he had no intention of imparting the lessons of Kodo Amitsukami at that moment. Shui pondered whether the power of Kodo Amitsukami was truly sufficient. The murderous intent in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered, momentarily concealed beneath Danzo's blatant malice, remaining unnoticed by anyone present. The intention behind bringing Uchiha Shui back was merely to extract further intelligence on the Uchiha clan, thereby equipping himself with ample preparation for the impending changes. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unprepared for the unforeseen turn of events that unfolded. At this moment, Shui, buoyed by an unwavering trust in the third Hokage, failed to perceive the subtle shift in Hiruzen's tone since he had revealed the capabilities of his Manjiki Sharingan. Indeed, Hokage-sama. Shui initially believed that the third Hokage harbored doubts about him, prompting him to elaborate more meticulously on the powers of Kodo Amitsukami. While I have yet to fully unleash the potential of Kodo Amitsukami, I am certain that no one can escape its manipulation. However, the toll it exacts on ocular power is exceedingly severe. To permanently and utterly alter a person's thoughts and will, one must wait at least a decade before attempting to utilize it a second time. In Uchiha Shusui's words, there lingers a trace of regret, intertwined with a subtle sense of guilt for his inability to prevent the conflicts plaguing both the village and his clan. Yet, it is only after Shui mentions the characteristic of Bintan cooling that the coldness deep within Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze begins to wane slightly. After a moment of resolute reflection, he steps forward with unwavering determination to assist Shui, who is now half kneeling on the ground. Shui, it seems, rests solely upon you now. Uchiha Shui felt a warmth in his heart from the concern conveyed through the grip of Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm beside him. With a resolute voice, he proclaimed, "Rest assured, Hokage-sama. I shall use Kodo Amitsukami to halt Uchiha Ibito before he incites the clan leader at tomorrow's clan meeting." "That is not permissible." Sarutobi Hiruzen, unusually assertive, interrupted Shui. After briefly averting his gaze, he spoke decisively once more. "The disposition of Uchiha Ibito is of little consequence. Ultimately, it is only Fugaku who holds the title of clan leader. As long as the leader of the Uchiha clan and the village can coexist harmoniously, true peace will inevitably dawn upon both the village and the Uchiha." Uchiha Fugaku. Achoo. What a jest. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself somewhat exasperated by the lack of insight displayed by the formidable individuals around him, each seemingly devoid of any perceptive understanding. Today, despite the extreme humiliation inflicted upon Uchiha Jin, including the public airing of past grievances, it paradoxically became the very reason that Sarutobi Hizashi refrained from taking action against him. One must acknowledge the surreal nature of today's events. What was intended as a rescue mission for the troublesome Danzo devolved into an assembly of criticism against the Hokage. Having been publicly scorned today, tomorrow he possesses the extraordinary ability to alter the will of others, leaving one to ponder who would dare to associate with Sarutobi Hizashi in the future. Hadn't the slander cast upon him by Uchiha Jin become an undeniable reality? However, should Shui turn his attention towards Uchiha Fugaku, the circumstances would shift entirely. At that juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be able to orchestrate his plans with remarkable ease, if necessary. He could stage a scenario reminiscent of the imperial court, for with ample time at his disposal, he could craft an impeccable strategy. As for Uchiha Jin, once the dust settled, would Sarutobi Hiruzen truly fear his ability to manage an elder of the Uchiha clan? Nonetheless, despite sensing the innocence and sincerity of Uchiha Shui, a lingering apprehension resided within Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thus, he discreetly added, "Shui, the future of Konoha rests in your hands. Consider this a confidential mission entrusted to you by me. Proceed with confidence." At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his hand on Shusui's shoulder, gazing intently into his eyes with unusual seriousness. "Go forth, and should anything arise, invoke my name." "Yes, Hokage-sama." A glimmer of crystalline light flickered in Uchiha Shusui's eyes as he knelt respectfully once more, responding with deference before vanishing in a flash of body flicker technique. With Shusui's presence completely dissipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, finally exhaled a sigh of relief, tugging at his collar to allow the dampness of his inner garments to evaporate slightly. Clearly, despite Hiruzen's confidence in being the strongest Hokage in Konoha's history, Shusui's Kodo Amitsukami was far beyond his control. Although Hiruzen trusted in his own charisma, believing that Shui would never betray him, the thought of a potential betrayal lingered ominously. Having employed several secret techniques to inspect his own chakra for any anomalies, Hiruzen gradually regained his composure. The idea of being manipulated into a mere puppet of the Uchiha clan was an unacceptable fate for him as the strongest Hokage. At this moment, Shimura Danzo, unable to conceal his urgency, stepped forward, unreservedly intending to probe Hiruzen's chakra. "What are you doing, Danzo?" Hiruzen exclaimed sharply, shoving Danzo away with force. Despite nearly stumbling to the ground, Danzo felt no anger. Instead, a sense of elation surged within him. This was the essence of it. Hiruzen must be unharmed. Once he confirmed that Hiruzen had not fallen victim, Danzo's expression returned to its usual somberness, and he spoke loudly to the other 3 individuals in the Hokage's office. "We can no longer allow the Uchiha to roam freely. This malevolent clan is unworthy of trust." With these words, Danzo's gaze turned fervently towards Hiruzen, his voice thick with menace. "Leave this to me. I will eradicate this threat to our village." "Silence. I have already summoned Jiraiya and Tsunade. And this matter concerns the future prosperity of Konoha. I will not allow you to disrupt the harmony and stability of our village." Hiruzen rebuked him sharply, asserting once more, "Danzo, I am the Hokage." With this declaration, Hiruzen regained his confidence as Hokage, turning his back and standing with his hands clasped behind him, dismissing the discontent evident on Danzo's face. Unbeknownst to Hiruzen, however, Danzo's gaze had shifted beyond him, following the direction in which Shui had departed, a glint of cold malice flashing across his eyes. "You are merely the acting Hokage." Chapter 44, Danzo's Ambitions. On a moonless night with the wind howling, the overcast sky was shrouded in thick clouds, while a bright full moon pierced the night, casting its light upon a slender telephone pole. Seemingly starved of illumination for too long, Uchiha Shui, perched upon the pole, trembled momentarily before resuming his usual expression of deadpan stillness. Yet, thump, 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 thump. Although Shui's exterior betrayed no sign of turmoil, the frantic pounding of his heart revealed the inner tempest he concealed beneath his calm facade. For the village and the Uchiha, I have no choice. The blade-like patterns of his Manjiki Sharingan began to whirl slowly within his eyes, as the capillaries around them swelled, diminishing the whites of his eyes. Finally, Uchiha Shui, with a tinge of pain, gently closed his eyes. When he opened them once more, he had fully regained his composure. In witnessing the irrevocable rift between Jin, the Uchiha clan, and the senior members of Konoha, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shui was acutely aware that both his family and village teetered on the precipice of peril. The notion of impeaching the Hokage was nothing short of an affront to the esteemed leader who had uttered the invaluable words, "The village believes in the Uchiha." This misstep had unequivocally cast the Uchiha clan into opposition against Sarutobi Hiruzen. And then there was Danzo, a man who, in Shui's eyes, embodied the very essence of the will of fire. How could the third Hokage be so incapable? It was evident that Danzo, the harbinger of discord, was orchestrating events from the shadows. The Hokage, revered as he was, still held on to the bonds of friendship. Yet, regardless of past transgressions, the village and the clan now stood at the brink of annihilation. Realizing the urgency to act, Shui resolutely responded to Sarutobi's unspoken cue and quietly departed from the Uchiha's gathering. Yet, why did Jin's gaze linger with such profound significance before his departure? Ultimately, such musings became inconsequential, reflecting on Danzo's furious tirade within the Hokage building, where he relentlessly accused the Uchiha and fervently sought to incite a violent clash between clan and village. Shui struggled to contain the tumultuous wave of murderous intent swelling within him. However, the slowly igniting spirit of the will of fire enabled him to master this impulse. By willingly revealing his Manjiki Sharingan and its ocular techniques, he seemingly carved out a moment of potential peace for both his clan and the village. Indeed, while he recognized that under Jin's formidable influence, Sarutobi had temporarily lost the capacity to rally the forces of Konoha against the Uchiha. The concept of impeaching the Hokage and elevating Uchiha Fugaku as a candidate for Hokage appeared to pave the way for a harmonious future. Nevertheless, Shui understood that this was but a fragile illusion. Despite its alluring facade, it would ultimately lead to but 2 potential outcomes: the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha and the village are destined for mutual destruction. However, this is a fate that Shui is utterly unwilling to accept. Yet, the current situation has spiraled beyond his control, even though he possesses a pair of kaleidoscopic eyes that instill fear in anyone who beholds them. Thus, Shui is gambling. If the clan could find a means of compromise, then surely the esteemed Hokage, who can proclaim the village believes in Uchiha, would adeptly navigate the relationship between the clan and the village. Recalling the trembling hands of the third Hokage resting on his shoulders, paired with the resolute gaze filled with trust, Shui is confident he has not misjudged the man. Under the illumination of the will of fire, the Hokage will undoubtedly guide the clan and the village towards a path of harmonious prosperity. Therefore, Chief, I must apologize. With the last flicker of hesitation extinguished within him, the blade-like kaleidoscope Sharingan once again manifested in his eyes. With a swift motion, Shusui's figure dissipated into the air. Dozens of kunai were embedded deeply into a nearby utility pole from various cunning angles. Skillfully evading all of the kunai, Shursui rematerialized. Now standing before several root ninjas clad in black cloaks and wearing animal masks. Danzo, what business do you have with me? Shursui disregarded the cold, murderous intent emanating from the kunai-wielding root ninjas and instead turned his gaze toward the figure emerging from the shadows behind them. Truly, the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. As Danzo began to speak, two shadows suddenly materialized beside Shursui. Clang, clang, with two shurikens aimed at Shursui's vital points. Uncertain of Danzo's intentions and unwilling to resort to lethal force, Shursui could only retreat while employing his proud body flicker technique, gracefully dancing through the narrow street. The body flicker of Shursui, such an astonishing illusion. As the figure emerging from the obscured woods was finally illuminated by the moonlight, it revealed Shimura Danzo, wrapped in bandages and adorned with the appearance of an ailing elder, finally speaking again. Stand down. At Danzo's command, the root ninjas attacking Shursui halted their assault, retreating silently into the shadows once more. Danzo, what is it that you truly desire? Shursui, now growing impatient, felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate this meddlesome fool. However, due to Danzo's unique relationship with the third Hokage, along with the peculiar circumstances surrounding the Uchiha and the Hokage, Shursui restrained himself from taking action against Danzo. I must certainly find an opportunity to teach Danzo a lesson, perhaps by ensnaring him in an infinite illusion, allowing him to experience the humiliation of being trampled by Uchiha Jin. The stakes of the forthcoming matters are significant. How could this old man trust that you can fulfill your mission without testing your capabilities? Danzo's expression was one of lofty authority, his tone devoid of any apology. A sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Foolish Uchiha, to think you have so easily expended a portion of your chakra. Such navet will surely leave a lasting impression on you today. Has the Hokage sent you to assist me? In the eyes of Uchiha Shursui, a flicker of hesitation emerged. However, recalling that Danzo was also present in the Hokage building at the time, he deemed this possibility not entirely unfounded. Yet, Danzo did not respond to Shursui's inquiry. Instead, he slowly approached Shursui, narrowing his left eye to scrutinize the man before him. He continued with a deliberate tone, suggesting that if one were to take action against Uchiha Fugaku, the intention to manipulate the Uchiha clan would cease. Yet the treatment of the Uchiha by the village would remain unchanged. At this juncture, Danzo's gaze fixated on Shursui, akin to a vulture eyeing carrion, revealing a cruel smile. What would you do then? This sudden question from Danzo caused Shursui's heart to tremble involuntarily. It was a query he had long sought to evade yet could not escape. Recalling the powerful yet trembling hand of Hiruzen Sarutobi resting on his shoulder, Uchiha Shursui gritted his teeth and resolutely responded, Lord Third has promised me. He will lead the village and the Uchiha towards peace. Ridiculous. Upon hearing such an innocent reply, Danzo's face betrayed a merciless sneer. And Shursui's naivety only solidified Danzo's determination to seize the Kodo Amitsukami. The opposition between the Uchiha clan and Konoha is merely a matter of time. Even if Fugaku Uchiha is under control, it only buys a little more time. However, the malevolent Uchiha are beyond redemption. The only viable solution for Konoha is their complete annihilation. Therefore, using Kodo Amitsukami to manipulate Fugaku? What good is it to control such a weak, indecisive individual? Such a squandering of power is something that Danzo Shimura cannot accept. One must understand that the ability to manipulate hearts and rewrite wills can only reach its fullest potential under the command of his darkness of the ninja world. If Danzo Shimura can harness this power, it would equate to acquiring the authority to dominate Konoha and the ninja world, leading Konoha to its true zenith. As long as he can manipulate Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 45. The Death of Shursui, Part 1. Sarutobi, you are merely the acting Hokage. The mere thought of using the Manjiki Sharingan to control Sarutobi Hiruzen, leading Konoha to eradicate the evil Uchiha and ultimately succeeding him as the fifth Hokage fills Danzo's eyes with a barely concealed joy. At that time, the deposed Sarutobi Hiruzen would inherit the roots, while he, Danzo Shimura, would shine as the most illustrious Hokage under the sun. Sarutobi, I am the Hokage. Contemplating that extraordinarily beautiful future, Danzo could not help but reveal a foolish grin. Ahem. Realizing he had slightly lost his composure under Shursui's gaze, which seemed to perceive him as an imbecile, Danzo coughed weakly as if an old injury had flared up. Even if Hiruzen were willing to act, the village's suspicions towards the Uchiha would not dissipate, nor would the clan's nefarious desires cease. Seizing the moment of his cough, Danzo subtly moved closer to Shursui and continued with a tone of regret. At this moment, Shursui's mind was filled with the contradictions between the village and his clan. And due to his trust in the third Hokage, he was oblivious to the hidden dangers posed by this Hokage's envoy. After a brief period of naive contemplation, Shursui looked earnestly at Danzo and said with fervor, I will do everything in my power to reconcile the village and the clan. Before Shursui could finish his sentence, Danzo interrupted him with a wave of his sleeve. No matter how hard you try, a suspicious old man like me will never easily change his mind. What will you do then? With the interruption of his sleeve, Danzo, with his head slightly bowed, let out a cold sneer. At this moment, the Sharingan hidden beneath his bandages was primed and ready, silently activating his Anaji. Danzo. A flash of anger crossed Shirsue's eyes, but he still restrained himself from attacking Danzo. What? Are you embarrassed now? Danzo scoffed at the hint of anger finally appearing on Shirsue's expressionless face, then leaned in closer and sternly admonished, "Will you use Kodo Amatsukami on me?" Old man? What? Shirsue was momentarily taken aback by the sudden accusation, causing him to lose focus for a split second. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Danzo, sensing the opportunity, abruptly lifted his head, his left eye gleaming with malice. He discarded his cane and swiftly reached for Shirsue's eyes. "I shall claim this pair of Sharingan." In the chilling atmosphere of impending doom, the battle-hardened Shirsue instantly regained clarity. Faced with Danzo's ruthless assault, Shirsue's Manjiki Sharingan began to rotate, and at that very moment, he seized Danzo's attacking left hand with his own. This is merely a common illusion. It will soon dissipate. As the possessor of the Manjiki Sharingan, Shirsue would not be so easily defeated. With just a simple application of the ordinary Manjiki illusion, he rendered Danzo immobile. Relish in the humiliation of being trampled underfoot. Shirsue slowly lowered Danzo's hand, his eyes betraying a deep disappointment and a hint of malicious glee before turning to leave. However, before Shirsue could take a few steps, he suddenly sensed an unusual ripple in the air before him. Suddenly, a punch struck him hard in the abdomen, and Danzo's figure appeared without hesitation, continuing his assault on Shirsue's temple, spine, and chest. The sequence of attacks was executed with precision and grace, as if rehearsed countless times. Finally, with a swish sound, a narrow line of blood shot through the air as Danzo decisively extracted Shirsue's right eye. At that moment, the pain finally jolted Shirsue into a desperate struggle. He covered his hollow right eye and swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and Danzo. Izanaji. With a cold expression, Danzo unveiled the bandages concealing his right eye. And Shirsue recalled the forbidden ocular technique that could erase any adverse conditions he faced. Damn you, Danzo. In the wake of losing an eye, Shirsue grasped the reality that he could no longer fulfill the task entrusted to him by the Hokage. Furthermore, the root ninjas surrounding him had multiplied exponentially in an instant. Has the root ninjas mobilized? A flicker of despair crossed Shirsue's eyes, not for his own predicament, but for the bleak future of his clan and village. As long as the Uchiha clan existed, the village would remain under threat. Sarutobi was far too weak, but I shall change everything. Danzo Shimura wore a triumphant smile as he gently caressed the now blind right eye, fervently proclaiming to Shirsue, "Give me the other eye, and I shall lead Konoha to the pinnacle of the ninja world." You intend to harm the Hokage? Damn it. Initially contemplating how he could escape this dire situation and avoid the impending conflict, Danzo's words ignited the most fervent anger within Shirsue. Indeed, just as Obito stated. With Danzo's presence, Susanoo, Shirsue, in anguish, covered his eyes, and an immense, skeletal green giant suddenly emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura that oppressed the surroundings. Countless beams of green light surged forth, and within moments, over a dozen unprepared root ninjas fell lifelessly to the ground. What is this? Faced with that godlike power, even the emotionless root ninjas could only stare in shock, their hearts filled with a profound sense of helplessness. Kill. Yet, following Danzo's resolute and cold command, the now mindless root ninjas disregarded their own lives and charged forward. Danzo, you shall perish. Under the excruciatingly intense pain, the power of Uchiha Shirsue's Manjiki Sharingan surged uncontrollably, causing the immense Susanoo to solidify once more, even manifesting a colossal katana. With the weapon drawn from the void, the skeletal Susanoo charged forth with relentless vigor. At that very moment, as the gigantic green titan rose from the ground, Uchiha Itachi, who had been leisurely savoring the barbecue, was abruptly awakened. The sound of his wine cup shattering on the ground echoed as he jolted back to reality, drawing the attention of the Uchiha clan, who had been immersed in laughter and merriment, now gazing back with expressions of bewilderment and uncertainty. Finally, the awaited moment had arrived. Uchiha Jin paid them no heed. Instead, turning to the leader of the Akimichi clan and bellowing, "Make a note of this. I shall seek reimbursement from Clan Fayek." Chapter 46. The Death of Shirsue, Part 2. Cursed be the fate. Once lurking behind a multitude of root ninjas, Dan's expression darkened as he coldly observed Shirsue being besieged. For Dan's, who was on the verge of obtaining Shirsue's Manjiki Sharingan, thus successfully controlling Sarutobi Hiruzen, obliterating the nefarious Uchiha clan, and leading Konoha to the pinnacle of the ninja world, the lives of the root ninjas were of no consequence. To him, they were mere expendables. Once depleted, he could simply extort from the various ninja clans anew. As long as he could slay Shirsue and seize that pair of eyes imbued with power and authority, everything would be worth it. Witnessing the formidable power unleashed by Uchiha Shirsue only solidified Dan's conviction that his choice was indeed judicious. However, Lord Dan's, the perimeter guards have detected the presence of the Uchiha clan. It is the group led by Uchiha Jin, whom we encountered earlier. Uchiha. Dan's already grim countenance turned even darker upon hearing this news. His loathing for the Uchiha clan deepened. He had believed he could eradicate Shirsue's every countermeasure with a single blow, yet the remnants of his power proved to be exceedingly troublesome. With the chakra armor reminiscent of a tailed beast, combined with the extraordinary genjutsu of the Manjiki, it was a veritable nightmare for any ordinary ninja. This alone was sufficient to vex Danzo, but fate seemed to conspire against him, plunging him into further despair. The Uchiha clan's rapid response was something Danzo had not anticipated. Logically, they should not have been able to return so swiftly unless they had prepared from the outset. However, contemplating this now served no purpose. Even with concerns about whether Shursui might activate Kodo Amatsukami before his demise, Danzo felt compelled to strike preemptively, aiming to eliminate Shursui before the Uchiha could arrive. He ordered the sentinels to obstruct Uchiha Itachi and his comrades at all costs. Danzo gazed coldly at a root ninja half-kneeling before him. Mentally having abandoned these pawns long ago, you all must, by any means necessary, swiftly eliminate Uchiha Shursui. His tone, now laced with an undeniable chill, left no room for defiance. Kill. Even if all the root ninjas perished, securing Shursui's Sharingan would constitute ultimate victory for Danzo. It is time for me, the shadow of the shinobi world, to demonstrate my formidable power from the darkness. Erasing all traces of his presence, Shimura Danzo vanished into the shadows, silently seeking the opportune moment to deliver a lethal strike to Shursui. As the synchronized sound of footsteps echoed, 100 crimson eyes streaked across the inky night sky, emanating an unsettling brilliance. What was even more astonishing was the overwhelming battle intent radiating from these Uchiha. It was audacious for anyone to lay hands on the Uchiha in their own territory, despite Shursui's recent choice to accompany the Hokage, which had left many Uchiha disillusioned. They still clung to a glimmer of recognition for one of their own possessing a Manjiki Sharingan. As Uchiha Itachi had conveyed, only the Uchiha could resolve their clan's matters. Should Shursui err, it was for them to judge. Outsiders? Not even the Hokage held that privilege. Moreover, Shursui had been forced to activate Susanoo at the very edge of their clan's territory, a fact that only fueled the Uchiha's indignation. To bully a Uchiha outside their domain was one thing, but to resort to a group assault was utterly intolerable. How brazen. After Uchiha Itachi's stirring words, the well-fed Uchiha surged with fervent battle spirit. Only blood could quell the nameless fury within their hearts. As they approached the battleground, the overwhelming power of Susanoo intensified. The palpable aura of clashing chakra grew ever more daunting. Is this the true power of the Manjiki? Uchiha Itachi mused, yet swiftly dismissed the thought. Judging by the broken skeletal form of Susanoo, it was evident that Shursui had, as in the original narrative, lost one of his eyes to Danzo. Itachi was not surprised. He had long recognized that Shursui's character could hardly withstand Danzo's unscrupulous tactics. Coupled with Shursui's unrealistic hopes regarding the Hokage, if Itachi had occupied Danzo's position, Shursui would have likely perished long ago. As for Danzo, he had underestimated the might of the Manjiki, thus granting Shursui an opportunity for retaliation. He must be regretting his recklessness and folly at this moment. Yet, it meant that Shursui was currently summoning such formidable Susanoo solely through the power of a single Manjiki Sharingan, managing to entangle himself with the root ninjas for so long. No, it was more than mere entanglement. As Itachi drew nearer to the battlefield, he finally grasped the full scope of the situation. Blood saturated the ground, moonlight glistening ominously on the viscous liquid, while Uchiha Shursui, ensconced within a colossal green Susanoo, lay gasping for breath, struggling on the ground. With each feeble attempt to reach out, Shursui's Susanoo executed deft maneuvers, effortlessly breaching the defenses of the root ninjas, sending one flying, unconscious. However, taking advantage of their comrades' attack, more root ninjas swiftly unleashed devastating ninjutsu upon Susanoo. Although such methods appeared cruel and ruthless, they were the most effective means of countering an entity as formidable as Susanoo. At this moment, the Susanoo enveloping Shursui bore numerous gaping wounds, while Shursui's already frail body was pierced by 3 kunai. This is why I did not wish to confront such a formidable opponent. Witnessing the gruesome spectacle, Uchiha Itachi felt a flicker of relief. He had initially believed his preparations during the tournament were sufficient, yet the current scene revealed lingering risks. Nevertheless, that was in the past. From this day forth, everything would change. Suddenly, 2 masked figures clad in Umbu attire blocked Itachi's path, sternly admonishing. The Umbu ahead are on a mission, Uchiha clan, fools. Before the Umbu could finish, 2 silver streaks shot through the darkened sky, undeterred by the presence of the Uchiha's advancing army. In their place, 2 figures, eyes wide with disbelief, collapsed helplessly to the ground. Chapter 47, The Death of Shursui, and Shursui, Your Eyes Shall Be Mine. Under Shursui's resolute gaze, Danzo, emerging from the darkness, had now breached the protective barrier of Susanoo, raising his left hand to seize the precious remaining Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, at that moment, a silver flash descended from the heavens, striking down a stooped figure clutching its chest, causing the already precarious Susanoo to shatter at last. How could this happen? Danzo, once confident of victory, now clutched his chest in agony. His expression twisted in despair as he beheld the striking figure that had suddenly appeared before him. Uchiha Jin. Damn it. Just a fraction more. Just a fraction more. My position is Hokage. My pinnacle in the ninja world. accompanied by an excruciating pain in my heart and the sudden shattering of a dream so close at hand. The dual blows to both body and spirit compelled Danzo, known for his resilience, to emit a painful howl. Ah, damn it. Of course, for others, such injuries would have likely led to their demise, but for Danzo, who had long activated his Anaji, the next moment not only restored his combat awareness, but also instantaneously healed all bodily damage. At this moment, Danzo was being gradually pushed back by the arriving Uchiha clan members, yet the root ninjas swiftly circled around him, vigilantly guarding their leader to prevent further enemy assaults. Get away! Enraged, Danzo kicked aside the root ninja who was supporting him and then stood up abruptly, roaring in the direction of Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Shursui betrayed the village, and I, under the orders of the Hokage, will execute the traitor. Does the Uchiha clan intend to betray the village? What is this nonsense of the villain crying out first? Danzo was currently executing this tactic with masterful finesse. Although he had been caught off guard by the despicable ambush of Uchiha Jin due to his earlier elation, this time was different. Danzo was not as careless as before. At the very least, he was not hindered in his chakra, with the powerful means of Izanagi to protect himself, even when confronting formidable foes like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo possessed the capability to resist. How could he possibly fear a mere Uchiha Jin? Well then, the Uchiha clan members are indeed numerous at present. However, the ninjas from the root have also nearly all congregated here. Despite suffering significant losses during the previous siege on Shursui, their numbers do not significantly disadvantage them in comparison to the Uchiha. They should be able to hold out until Hiruzen Sarutobi arrives for reinforcement. Reflecting on how he cleverly summoned Hiruzen in advance, Danzo's confidence swelled slightly. Yet, what Danzo failed to notice was the complete lack of fluctuation in Uchiha Jin's gaze, which bore only an eerie, deathly indifference. Your role has come to an end. It is time for you to exit the stage. Uchiha Jin cast a fleeting glance at Danzo and the root ninja station not far away, pondering whether Danzo genuinely believed that his previous restraint was due to a fear of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In reality, he had merely been obstructing Sarutobi, creating a rift within the Leaf Village and its Hokage, thus granting Uchiha Jin a respite for his own growth. However, the crux of the matter remained. Shursui. Yet at this moment, witnessing the nearly lifeless Shursui, Uchiha Jin came to the realization that Danzo had lost his utility. Consequently, he had no inclination to engage in verbal sparring with a worthless adversary. Crush them. With a swift motion from Uchiha Jin, Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Tunan transformed into two blades, leading their clansmen unhesitatingly into battle against Danzo and the root ninjas. As Uchiha Jin had articulated, fueled by personal disdain for Danzo and familial hatred for the root organization, the Uchiha clan harbored a singular thought. Crush them. Fire release. Explosive dance of the wind. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Fire release. Dragon flame song technique. Numerous signature fire release techniques of the Uchiha clan erupted, immediately followed by the spiraling spheres and Chidori, as the Uchihas seemed to proclaim to the entire ninja world. The Uchiha clan is indeed the most formidable ninja legion. At this moment, while Danzo could hardly believe that Uchiha Jin intended to annihilate them without uttering a single word, the years of battlefield experience swiftly kicked in, prompting him to command the root ninjas to counterattack. Water style, water chaos wave. Water style, water chaos wave. Water style, water chaos wave. Countless torrents of water clashed with flames, erupting in a violent symphony, momentarily shrouding the world in a thick mist. Within the steam, suffused with a searing heat, silver glimmers and fiery flashes danced in a chaotic rhythm, accompanied by the chilling sounds of metal tearing through flesh and the anguished cries of ninjas, alongside the resolute commands of cold-hearted leaders echoing through the chaos. This is the essence of war. Uchiha Shursui, having regained a modicum of strength, was now overwhelmed with an unmistakable agony in his gaze. This suffering was not due to the loss of his Sharingan or the myriad of wounds adorning his body, but rather the conflict unfolding between the two factions of Konoha. The very turmoil he sought to quell had paradoxically become the catalyst for war. Do you understand? Just as Uchiha Shursui was engulfed in an endless cycle of self-reproach, Uchiha Jin's indifferent voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Struggling to shift his body, Shursui beheld Uchiha Jin, poised and elegant amidst the flames and mist, appearing as if he had transcended the mortal realm, embodying a sage who had seen through the illusions of the world. It is often those noble intentions that propel outcomes into the abyss of hell. Uchiha Jin's expression was devoid of both sorrow and joy at this moment. He appeared particularly at ease, akin to conversing with an old friend as he quietly settled beside Shursui, casting a curious gaze upon this individual whose heart was rife with turmoil. Suddenly, Shursui felt a tremor within, as if he had become aware of something significant. Yet at this juncture, he lacked the mental capacity to ponder further. Jin has taken away my Mangeki. He intends to control the Hokage. You must stop him. Shursui struggled to articulate, crimson blood trickling down his lips, clearly an indication that this was the utmost limit of his capabilities. Even though he comprehended that Uchiha Jin was the least likely person to acquiesce to his plea, Uchiha Shursui still opted to seek assistance from this member of the Uzukir clan. Those root ninjas were innocent. They were merely ensnared by Tuan. Upon witnessing Shirsue's unwavering demeanor even at this critical moment, Uchiha Jin was left uncertain whether to mock or admire him. Nevertheless, it no longer mattered. It was sufficient. Uchiha Jin extended his hand to grasp the kunai embedded in Jishue's chest, silencing the latter's feeble murmurs. Forget about me. I must reclaim my eyes. Jishue mistakenly believed that Uchiha Jin intended to heal him, yet at that moment, he had long since disregarded life and death. His sole concern was to safeguard the eyes that had incited turmoil. Do not worry, Schlick. With the sound of kunai scraping against flesh, Jishue, who had intended to utter a few more words, completely lost the last vestiges of his life. Chapter 48. The Saintly Mother Must Perish. Ding. Detection of Uchiha clan member's death. Ding. Does the host wish to? Upon hearing the system's notification, Uchiha Jin did not experience the anticipated joy, but rather an indescribable tranquility that even he found difficult to articulate. Uchiha Shirsue, a veritable stumbling block on the path of progress, ultimately met his demise at the hands of Uchiha Jin after enduring numerous meticulous schemings. One might find it perplexing, as one gazes upon the now gradually cooling corpse. The face, somewhat innocent in its demeanor, bears no trace of agony, instead exuding an ineffable sense of bewilderment and confusion. It is not difficult to envision the intricate emotions swirling within Uchiha Shirsue in his final moments, so convoluted that he seemed to forget the limits of his battered body and the excruciating pain that signified the extinguishing of life. It appears that even in the instant of his demise, Uchiha Shirsue could not fathom that his curtain call was not a result of insurmountable injuries sustained while valiantly charging forth in the name of the will of fire. Rather, he perished at the hands of Uchiha Jin. Why? Even though Uchiha Shirsue lacked the strength to vocalize his thoughts, the essence of his message was unmistakably conveyed to Uchiha Jin's gaze. What need is there for an abundance of wise? It is the righteous who must face their end. Although Jin inherited the Uchiha Great Filial Sun system, a formidable adversary throughout Uchiha's life, it does not necessitate that he follow the despicable trope of slay every Uchiha he encounters. After all, upon becoming the system's host, Jin simultaneously donned the mantle of Uchiha. Much like a farmer masquerading as a turkey, he may not genuinely consider himself a turkey. Yet he cannot simply stand by and watch as a deranged turkey attempts to drag him and the others into the abyss of destruction. Indeed, the slogan of Uchiha Shirsue resounded with fervor, emanating a sincerity that seemed to spring from the depths of his soul. Yet, it is precisely this quality that renders Shirsue utterly detestable. Politics, by its very nature, is a product of mutual compromise. However, Shirsue's extraordinary existence shattered this fundamental political rule, ultimately plunging the Uchiha clan into the abyss of annihilation. Indeed, it was Uchiha Itachi, a similarly deranged and irrational individual, who took action. At this moment, Uchiha Obito could not help but reminisce about the science fiction novel The Three-Body Problem, where there existed a character whose altruistic heart led to the destruction of humanity, the obliteration of Earth, and potentially the annihilation of the universe itself. If one were to liken Uchiha Itachi to Evans, who sought to bring about the demise of humanity within the Three-Body Problem, then Uchiha Shirsue could be compared to Cheng Xin, who abandoned the deterrence plan, irrevocably pushing humanity toward the precipice of destruction. Their greatest commonality lay in a moral sense devoid of foundation. For such so-called altruists, the foremost demand is to uphold morality, while the actual resolution of issues remains elusive and unattainable. As for the outcomes, they merely lament their pain and innocence, pleading for an end to the conflict. They have never contemplated that in a zero-sum game, protecting the sheep in the name of love would inevitably lead to the starvation of the wolf. Extreme love is inextricably linked to extreme cruelty. For instance, a mother, in her fierce protection of her child, may sacrifice her own life and unhesitatingly eliminate threats. Thus, the saying a mother is fierce exists. If one cannot embody that fierceness, then love and goodness remain perpetually unguarded. Cheng Xian erred in her excessive faith in love, believing that all of humanity and even the universe would adhere to the moral standards she envisioned, ultimately causing humanity to miss countless opportunities for self-salvation. Conversely, Shirsue's greatest folly lay in his belief in Sarutobi Hiruzen and the hollow, vacuous, and distorted will of fire, never once considering the perspective of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha must compromise. Uchiha must yield. They have never contemplated that under the rules of this zero-sum game, if the Uchiha clan fails to exhibit their sharp claws, they will ultimately fade into oblivion, their edges dulled. However, this outcome should not have been inevitable. It need not have reached such a dire conclusion. With the formidable power of the kaleidoscope and the miraculous abilities of the forbidden arts, a harmonious bond could surely be forged between the Hokage and the Uchiha lineage. Though on the surface, discord may persist, both sides would generally exercise restraint, and this dynamic equilibrium would genuinely benefit the entirety of Konoha. Yet, Shirsue fails to comprehend this, naively believing that such actions are misguided. He even wishes to adopt the perspective of the village, Hokage, attempting to coerce Uchiha Fugaku into submission. Even when confronted with the treachery of Danzo, a betrayal from within the village, he ultimately chooses the cowardly path of suicide, seeking to prevent further escalation of conflict between the village and his clan. Even more absurdly, he attempts to impart his hollow and distorted will of fire to Itachi, resulting in the tragic night of the Uchiha massacre, caused by a fool who, due to the ravages of war, had already lost his struggle for sanity. Humanity lost. Much was sacrificed. Primal instincts lost. Everything was forfeited. Reflecting on Mr. Zhou's famous saying, Uchiha Obito harbors no guilt about eliminating Shisui. Rather, in his current capacity as an elder of the Uchiha, he feels a sense of satisfaction in having saved his clan. Indeed, as the farmer, Shisui, the plump turkey, has reached his Thanksgiving. Thus, only the deceased Uchiha Shisui can be deemed a good Uchiha Shisui. Therefore, even fully aware that Shisui is on the brink of death, and that even a visit to Konoha Hospital might not save him, Uchiha Obito chooses to personally end his life. He is unworthy. Allowing Shisui to perish with such foolish, naive hopes is the utmost mockery of the innocent Uchihas who have perished in the original narrative. With a swift motion, he draws the kunai from Shisui's chest, and after the searing embrace of fiery chakra, he discards it aside. As he feels the system prompting him in his mind, Uchiha Obito does not rush to respond. Instead, he casually glances at the increasingly fervent battle ahead, then turns his attention back to the approaching figures behind him. Shisui, accompanied by a somewhat youthful and terrified voice. Itachi's swift silhouette appears not far away, and he stumbles towards Shisui's lifeless body, utterly unable to accept that his dear friend has perished before him. Tears streaming down his cheeks, tracing the natural grooves of sorrow. Obito, what happened? The figures of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui arrived in quick succession, for they were not far from the Uchiha clan's territory, and such a commotion could not escape the attention of these local leaders. Yet, Uchiha Obito remained indifferent to their presence, his gaze still casually sweeping over the countless waves of chakra surging from the distance. Wind release, great breakthrough, a mere C-rank ninjutsu. Yet it instantaneously dispelled the thick fog generated by the fierce battle between the Uchiha and the Root organization. At the moment, the mist vanished completely. Sarutobi Hiruzen descended from the sky, landing heavily on the roof of a building, and bellowed, "Stop! What are you doing now?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's inner thought, why must I say again? Chapter 49. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you wish to betray the village? Beneath the dim night sky, Sarutobi Hiruzen donned a white Hokage cloak and a red Hokage hat, exuding an overwhelming chakra that radiated an alarming presence. Behind him stood an array of ENBU ninjas, each adorned with various animal masks and fully armed, numbering at least 100. In addition to the clearly identifiable members of the ANBU, there were also several hundred elite ninjas, uniformly clad in green vests emblazoned with the Sarutobi clan's emblem, closely following. Simultaneously, in response to the uproar, the various ninja clans of Konoha, which had only recently quelled their activities, hurriedly converged. However, due to the unexpected nature of the conflict erupting so swiftly, they were not as prepared as the ANBU and the Sarutobi clan. Only a few elite ninjas and higher-ups from the clans arrived at the scene, each taken aback by the devastation of the streets of Konoha and the grim traces left by the battling factions. The Uchiha clan is remarkably bold. Do they truly wish to perish alongside the Hokage? In such a tense moment, the elite Uchiha, led by Fugaku and Shanai, confronted the formidable reinforcements summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who arrived with great fanfare. Even as Sarutobi's forces continued to swell, the Uchiha, confident in their clan's strength, remained undeterred and exuded an impressive aura. The Yambu and Sarutobi clan found themselves in a state of tense standoff with the approaching Uchiha reinforcements, each side awaiting directives from their respective leaders. After Sarutobi Hiruzen showcased his exceptional wind release techniques, the fierce battle that had raged in the streets between the Uchiha and the Root ninjas came to a sudden halt. For a brief moment, the once spacious streets of Konoha appeared unusually crowded and eerily silent, littered with lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground. Only the vivid crimson blood flowed steadily, glistening in the moonlight, casting a sanguine veil over the scene. However, this temporary pause in the conflict, prompted by Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrival, did not last long. Just as most Uchiha and Root ninjas deemed it prudent to cease hostilities and await the unforeseen negotiations between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Jin, Uchiha Yahara and Uchiha Tenen, who had previously erred, found no hesitation in their hearts. At the moment when the Root elite, Oil Woman Ryoma and Yamashiro Kaze, sheathed their kunai, the air crackled with anticipation. In a flash, the silvery gleam of metal combined with fierce flames once again pierced the night sky, and the dazzling brilliance emanating from the Sharingan completed a hauntingly beautiful tableau before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events. With a sickening sound of flesh meeting metal, a lifeless head tumbled from its neck, while a crimson streak followed its owner as they swiftly retreated, tracing a graceful arc through the night. One fell. One was gravely injured. As Uchiha Yohara cast a triumphant glance at Uchiha Tenen, the battle, which had momentarily paused due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrival, reignited. Uchiha, what do you intend to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen seethed with anger upon witnessing that the Uchiha did not cease their assault in light of his presence, but rather seized the opportunity to eliminate a high-ranking Root ninja. With a swift descent, Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed a ferocious surge of chakra. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. 3 colossal fire dragons erupted from his mouth, swirling forth from the left, right, and center, clearly intended to cleave the battlefield asunder. Did no one ever warn you not to play with fire before the Uchiha? A more formidable wave of chakra soared into the heavens as Uchiha Jin materialized before the 3 massive fire dragons, casting a disdainful glance before beginning to weave hand signs. Serpent, horse, monkey, boar, rat, tiger, fire release, great fireball technique. What was merely a C-rank jutsu most commonly employed by the Uchiha transformed under Uchiha Jin's immense chakra into a gigantic fireball over 30 meters in diameter. In an instant, the colossal sphere devoured the incoming fire dragons and surged onward towards Sarutobi Hiruzen with relentless momentum. Combined ninjutsu, water and earth barrier. Sarutobi Hiruzen, renowned as a master of ninjutsu, maintained his composure and effortlessly countered the astonishingly powerful great fireball. Yet, at that very moment, Uchiha Fugaku finally rushed forward, halting Uchiha Jin from launching another attack. Jin, what on earth has transpired? Uchiha Fugaku cast a fearful glance across the brutal battlefield, his countenance darkened by a sense of foreboding as he beheld Sarutobi Hiruzen and, not far off, Shimura Danzo besieged by nearly 10 Uchiha Jinin. This was the beginning of a tragic demise. Why was I, the clan leader, not informed? Considering the forces that Sarutobi Hiruzen has summoned, it seems that a full-scale effort from the Uchiha might not suffice. No, that cannot be right. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly realized that he was utterly unprepared, and based on the incessant influx of chakra signatures he sensed, the outcome seemed inevitably destined for mutual destruction. Cease. With this thought, Fugaku let out a fierce roar towards the Uchiha engaged in battle. It was only at this moment that the majority of the Uchiha finally ceased their fratricidal struggle, momentarily pushing back the enemy before gradually retreating behind Uchiha Jin. Swiftly, Uchiha Yuha and Uchiha Tunin, who had led the charge, joined Uchiha Jin's side after simultaneously launching a powerful kick that sent Shimura Danzo flying. Indeed, Uchiha Jin nodded with satisfaction at Uchiha Yahara and Uchiha Tunin. After enduring such extensive training, it was gratifying to see that at least some clan members had regained their sanity. Those fools who would cease their actions at the mere reprimand of an enemy should keep their distance. Although the oil woman Ryoma had fortuitously survived, it was not entirely surprising given the peculiar abilities of their clan. Nevertheless, with such remarkable results, Uchiha Jin felt a sense of contentment. Sarutobi Azashi, Uchiha Jin, somewhat exasperated, forcefully pushed aside Fugaku, finally taking an interest in the elderly figure before him, adorned in the robes of the Hokage. Danzo seeks to usurp the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, and has murdered my brother and grandson, Uchiha Shursui. Now, the police force has been ordered to eliminate him. Yet you dare to intervene? As he spoke, Uchiha Jin took a bold step forward, the swirling flames of his chakra pulsating around him as if they were tangible. With a finger pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's head, he bellowed, Hiruzen, do you wish to betray the village? Chapter 50. My words are proof. The crowd erupted in astonishment. As Uchiha Jin's words escaped his lips, a peculiar sense of absurdity washed over everyone present, from the stoic Umbu, accustomed to the specter of death, to the esteemed elders of the various clans in Konoha, and even the civilian shinobi drawn by the commotion. Why would the Hokage conspire against the village? Yet, as the wave of absurdity swiftly dissipated, an acute tension flooded the hearts of all. The attitude of the Uchiha clan is exceedingly domineering, and tonight is bound to witness a momentous event. Regardless of the outcome this evening, it will undoubtedly lead to a thorough reshuffling of the existing dynamics within Konoha, and indeed, the balance of power across the entire shinobi world. Beneath the looming shadow of blood and flames, those who are already contemplating the future feel an increasing weight of complexity and gravity. Uchiha Jin and Sarutobi Hiruzen, after a moment of stunned silence, found that the foremost emotion rising within them was not indignation, but rather an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Once again, the fates of heaven, earth, and men had conspired against Sarutobi Hiruzen, and before him stood the remarkably youthful Uchiha elder, whose eyes blazed with a fervent longing for war and bloodshed. At that moment, they found themselves in close proximity to the Uchiha clan's territory, where the majority of their combat strength had converged. In comparison, while the strength of the Hokage faction was by no means feeble, even with the reinforcements from the Konoha ninja clan, their power barely exceeded that of the Uchiha by half. Although it appeared that they possessed a significant advantage in overall strength, should a true battle to the death ensue. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen could continually replenish his forces, he would inevitably face intolerable losses. Crucially, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze gradually shifted away from Uchiha Jin's striking visage, finally allowing him to take notice of the remnants of the battlefield. It appeared that the members of the root had suffered devastating losses. The traces left behind seemed to indicate the involvement of Uchiha Susanoo, with that familiar chakra unmistakably belonging to Shursui. Recalling the sudden emergence of the colossal green figure not long ago, along with the chakra aura strikingly similar to Shursui's and the lifeless body now missing an eye, he thought, Danzo, you truly deserve to perish. Sarutobi Hiruzen found it unfathomable what thoughts could possibly swirl within the mind of that wretched Danzo, who had devised an infallible plan. even if Shisui had ultimately failed to control Uchiha Fugaku. The Hokage lineage could still have secured a discarded Meijiki Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, providing them with greater leverage in both combat and negotiations. Yet, at this critical juncture, Danzo had chosen to act against Shisui, foolishly revealing himself to the Uchiha clan. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared resentfully at the sight of Shimura Danzo, who was ensconced and besieged by the Uchiha, appearing utterly disheveled amidst the remnants of the root ninja. Quickly eliminate them. The Uchiha clan has betrayed us, Danzo shouted, finally able to catch his breath as he sensed Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze upon him. Silence. Before Danzo could utter another word, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly interrupted him, his demeanor shifting to one of tempered calm as he turned once more to face Uchiha Jin. Jin. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the details of the scene unfolding before him. Yet his concern for his dear comrade compelled him to make a reluctant decision, waving his hand to signal his followers to remain still. He stepped forward and bowed deeply towards the Uchiha assembly. There must be a misunderstanding. I shall ensure that Danzo faces severe repercussions after today. And I implore the Uchiha clan to remain composed and refrain from actions that would jeopardize the harmony and stability of Konoha. The sight of Sarutobi Hiruzen in such a posture astonished not only the Umbu and the Sarutobi clan ninjas behind him, but even Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, who was incredulous. The third Hokage of Konoha was bowing and apologizing to the Uchiha, a clan with which they had long been at odds. A swift, thunderous sidekick met this bow, yet unlike Shisui and Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not so naive. He remained vigilant, deftly evading the assault with a graceful step backward, avoiding what was clearly a strike lacking in lethal intent. However, this sudden turn of events sent a jolt of alarm through all present, causing even Uchiha Fugaku to feel a bead of sweat trickle down his back. The same trepidation gripped the upper echelons of various ninja clans, including Uchiha Shanai, prompting Mito Gate-un and Uzumaki Koharu, with their keen political instincts, to act swiftly. Uchiha Jin, you brazenly attacked a vital department of Konoha, slaughtering Konoha ninjas. And now you dare to strike at the Hokage? Is the Uchiha clan openly rebelling? They hastily laid the groundwork to accuse Jin and the Uchiha clan, seeking to rally support for Konoha. Do not presume to intimidate me. I, Uchiha, shall eliminate any traitors, regardless of whether they belong to the Hokage's aides, the Mito clan or the Uzumaki clan. I will not hesitate today. The ominous words of Uchiha Jin echoed throughout the arena, his gaze fixated on the suddenly emerging Mito Gate-in and T-Rin Koharu, as if they were mere corpses. Mito Gate-in's inner thoughts. I am of the Mito Gate clan. Uchiha. Upon witnessing his companion being intimidated, Sarutobi Hizashi could not restrain himself from stepping forward once more, his formidable presence accompanied by a torrent of chakra. After all, Danzo was a former advisor to the Hokage. What evidence do you possess to dare judge him? With Hizashi's declaration, the Umbu members and the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan behind him brandished their kunai, adopting a standoffish posture against the Uchiha clan. Negotiation does not imply retreat. Sarutobi Hizashi, fully aware of the rules of engagement, understood the significance of displaying strength. Surely, no one truly desires mutual destruction. Yet, despite Hizashi's commanding aura, the bead of cold sweat trickling from his temple betrayed the tension brewing within him. Evidence. Uchiha Ju was momentarily struck dumb by the words, a hint of amusement flickering across his features as he surveyed the scene with a sense of ennui. He even jested about Danzo, who could only cover the bandaged hand at that moment. Evidence, after all, could be found in abundance, but was it truly necessary? Casting another glance at the anxious strongest Hokage before him, the mockery in Uchiha Ju's gaze intensified. He suddenly stepped forward decisively, pointing an accusatory finger at Sarutobi Hiruzen, exclaiming, My words constitute the evidence. Chapter 51. Uchiha, to death and beyond. Discussing evidence? What nonsense. With so many corpses present, can one not deduce the truth? Is it conceivable that the Uchiha clan would eliminate a prodigy like Shisui, if they had not been driven to the brink? How could the Uchiha clan have descended into such madness? Amid Uchiha Ju's furious reprimand, the assembled crowd found themselves engulfed in a maelstrom of thoughts, piecing together the events leading to this incident based on Ju's earlier remarks and the clues scattered about the scene. An attempt to seize the clan's bloodline. The assassination of a core member. Recalling the critical information from Uchiha Ju's previous words, the individuals present, accustomed to the world of espionage, swiftly began to construct a profile of the incident in their minds. Everything in the vicinity appeared raw and unembellished, with years of ninja experience. It was not difficult to extract useful intelligence. It seemed that Danzo coveted the Uchiha clan's most potent ability, the Meijiki Sharingan, and dispatched members of Root to seize it at any cost, even having succeeded in extracting one eye. However, during the heist, they encountered Shisui's desperate resistance and ultimately collided with the Uchiha clan's reinforcements. While this made Danzo appear reckless and foolish, given the established reputation of the shadow of the ninja world, such a sequence of events was not entirely implausible. In fact, it seemed highly credible. Damn it, Danzo. You truly deserve to die. Even without extracting crucial information from the memories of the deceased, the outcome of the situation was glaringly evident. Consequently, Even the high-ranking officials of the various ninja clans quietly observing the developments in Konoha were incensed. The attempt to seize a clan's bloodline was a grave taboo, an act that the major ninja clans could never condone. If all sought to usurp bloodlines, would those clans possessing them not become prey for everyone? Had they not witnessed the Hyuga clan resorting to inhumane measures to protect their bloodline from leaking? More critically, Danzo had thoroughly enraged the Uchiha. Should war truly erupt, which ninja clan in Konoha could hope to fare well? The reason clans allied with Konoha and supported the Hokage was to pursue their own and their family's development, not to serve as mere pawns under the Hokage's command. Even if many clans in Konoha harbored grievances against the Uchiha, they were compelled to ponder a pivotal question. If it was the Uchiha this time, who would it be next? Sarutobi Hiruzen was equally astonished by Uchiha Ju's resolute declarations. Yet he also sensed the shifting attitude of the various ninja clans, which was of paramount concern to him as the strongest Hokage. The foundation of Konoha must not be compromised. Even amidst the overwhelming fury and frustration brewing within Sarutobi Hiruzen, he understood that he must tread carefully. If he were to declare war on the Uchiha with a single utterance, the ramifications would extend beyond mere speculation. The hopes placed upon him by the second Hokage, the sacrifices made during Konoha's numerous ninja wars, and the fruits of his own clan's ascendance would all be rendered futile. Thus, it was imperative to approach delicately. And a conservative figure like Uchiha Fugaku would serve as an excellent candidate for dialogue. Fugaku, is this the decision of your Uchiha clan? The Hokage, somewhat disoriented by the sudden upheaval, instinctively sought to articulate something, but as he began to speak, he was abruptly met by the piercing gaze of Uchiha Ju, filled with lethal intent. Fugaku, I am the elder of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Fugaku found himself at a loss for where to begin his retorts. However, upon sensing the resolute and battle-hungry crimson gaze emanating from behind Uchiha Jin, he let out a despondent sigh and silently withdrew to the side. Of course, Fugaku was acutely aware that his retreat was not born of cowardice. Rather, he had suddenly perceived a peculiar aura surrounding Uchiha Jin, distinct from anything he had encountered before. It was not merely a matter of the clan leader refraining from inflicting harm upon his kin. Rather, it was a matter of respect and hierarchy. Uchiha Jin softly muttered a remark before raising his gaze once more to observe Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan and the police department refused to entertain any compromises. For the theft of our clan's bloodline and the murder of my beloved grandson, whoever it may be shall pay the price in blood. Almost faltering in his words, Uchiha Jin swiftly altered his demeanor, casting a more fervent glance across the assembly, locking eyes with the leaders of various ninja clans, ultimately returning his focus to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha may fall in battle, yet they shall never succumb to such treacherous schemes. Should anyone dare to obstruct us today? Even if I were to spare that wretched Danzo, I, Uchiha, will ensure that he faces a reckoning. Should the Sarutobi clan attempt to intervene, I, Uchiha, will engage in an unyielding struggle against you. Should the Mito and the Uzumaki clans dare to impede us, I, Uchiha, shall fight to the bitter end against you as well. As long as even one member of the Uchiha stands, the battle shall never cease. We, the Uchiha, may perish in combat, but someone must pay the toll for this. Let us see who dares to bear the burden and accompany us to the grave. With each utterance from Uchiha Jin, he stepped forward with fervor, his ironclad demeanor growing increasingly formidable, while the Uchiha clan behind him exuded an unwavering resolve. Dare you? Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but retreat a few steps, regaining his composure as he attempted once more to assert his authority with his customary stern demeanor. Yet, alas, Uchiha Jin is certainly not Danzo. After casting a disdainful glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could not help but clutch his forehead and burst into a long, resounding laugh directed towards the heavens. Ha 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 ha, accompanied by the signature Uchiha cackle that reverberated throughout the arena. Uchiha Jin abruptly halted his movement and roared towards the multitude of red-eyed Uchihas behind him. Uchihas, do you fear death? The surging sound wave swept over every Uchiha present, instantly igniting the fervor and combativeness within their veins, causing their already crimson eyes to flicker with a bloodthirsty glow. Ha 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 ha. In unison, under the leadership of Uchiha Tunin and Uchiha Yu, the elite Uchiha stepped forward, channeling all their might into an enraged roar. Uchiha to the death! Uchiha to the death! Uchiha to the death! The resounding battle cries echoed across the skies, instilling fear in all who heard. The group of Uchihas led by Fugaku and Shursui was equally stirred, unable to restrain themselves from joining in the fervent chant. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui had unknowingly approached Uchiha Fugaku's side. After a silent exchange between the two, a peculiar wave of ocular energy surged forth. Just moments before retreating to the side, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly stepped forward, his eyes, unbeknownst to him, now shimmering with a kaleidoscope of Sharingan, as he directed a fierce reprimand at Sarutobi Hiruzen in the distance. Uchiha to the death. Chapter 52. Only more suffering awaits Danzo. Come on. Under the unwavering solidarity of the Uchiha, the flames in Uchiha Jin's eyes blazed even hotter, his battle intent pressing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen as if it were a tangible force. Indeed, at this moment, Uchiha Jin felt somewhat elated, yet he believed his buoyancy was justified. The 3-year period had elapsed. For others, This would signify the return of the Dragon King or the successful vengeance upon their enemies. Having vanquished Uchiha Shursui, a figure he had regarded with trepidation for 3 long years, Uchiha Jin finally possessed the capability to unleash the formidable power of the Mangekyo Sharingan at will. Although he may not yet be invincible in this seemingly boundless shinobi world, he undoubtedly commanded the strength to traverse the current realm of shinobi. Looking down upon the majority of the so-called village shadows, with a resolve akin to that of a phoenix breaking through its cage, he felt as though a dragon had been liberated from its golden chains. At this moment, not only did Uchiha Jin possess the might to challenge the very rules of existence, but even Uchiha Fugaku, his formerly indecisive and timid kin, had grown emboldened. It was as if the convergence of favorable circumstances, both celestial and terrestrial, had granted him wings of power. Thus, Uchiha Jin's heart brimmed with profound tranquility, while his fighting spirit surged to its zenith. If even he, in such a state, lacked the right to feel elevated, what could possibly instigate greater pride? He resolved to act with impudence when he wished, to stand firm in his convictions without hesitation, and to defy anyone who dared challenge him. He chose to cast aside doubt and confusion, relishing the intoxicating thrill of his newfound empowerment. If it were not for his lack of musical talent, Uchiha Jin would have pointed directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, unleashing a jubilant yodel that resonated with the exuberance within his heart. Come, let us battle. Before the demise of the Uchiha clan, should I, Uchiha Jin, furrow my brow, I would indeed be your grandfather. In stark contrast to the audacious Uchiha Jin, the expression of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was rendered eerily grim. Aside from Uchiha Shursui, it appeared that another wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan lay concealed within the Uchiha clan, none other than the indecisive Uchiha Fugaku, whom he had held in contempt. In that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chilling wave sweep over him, leaving his heart and mind steeped in dread. How long has Uchiha Fugaku been concealing himself? Does the prolonged concealment of the Mangekyo Sharingan imply the existence of some extraordinary and sinister power? If Shursui's Mangekyo can manipulate the will of others, did Uchiha Fugaku ever employ similar abilities against Sarutobi Hiruzen? Each question strikes at the very core of Sarutobi Hiruzen's psyche. Had he not held his esteemed position for many years, he might find himself faltering at this moment. It is crucial to note that the marks of battle left by Shursui still linger vividly, and given Sarutobi's understanding of Danzo, it is evident that Shursui must have executed some form of ambush. Yet, the severity of the situation remains palpable. The mere existence of a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan has effectively obliterated Sarutobi Hiruzen's sole advantage in combat. If war were to erupt with the Uchiha clan at this very moment, without the incessant influx of reinforcements, Sarutobi Hiruzen would indeed lack confidence in overcoming his adversaries. Nevertheless, while this predicament renders the situation increasingly dire, it does not leave him utterly devoid of options. After all, he has diligently nurtured Konoha for over a decade, and he still possesses a modicum of assurance. Although Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan is undeniably astonishing, considering the conditions for awakening the Mangekyo and Fugaku's actions over the years, one might argue that these eyes are not as lethal as they seem. What truly concerns Sarutobi Hiruzen is the question of how many more Mangekyo Sharingan exist within the Uchiha clan, aside from those of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku. When did the Mangekyo become so commonplace? A pair emerged during the Night of the Nine Tails, and even the young Uchiha Shursui managed to awaken one. Now Uchiha Fugaku, this older coward, possesses a pair as well. What about Uchiha Sh10, or Uchiha Jin? If several more pairs of Mangekyo were to suddenly appear, Sarutobi Hiruzen would feel there would be no need to struggle. After all, communication could suffice. However, even if Uchiha Fugaku were indeed the only one with a Mangekyo at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen would still face a dilemma he has diligently avoided for over a decade. This involves the numerous Uchihas present, willing to fight to the bitter end. United in purpose, their determination is formidable. The last thing Sarutobi Hiruzen wishes to witness is such a scene, should a decisive battle between Konoha and the Uchiha ensue. The notions of gaining affection and losing affection would permeate the entire Uchiha clan. While this may not necessarily provoke the awakening of additional Mangekyo, the risks involved are unacceptable to Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could he gamble the village, his clan, and his lifetime of glory? Thus, to contend with such Uchihas, he must employ various tactics to sow discord among them, ideally finding a pawn who believes in the will of fire, poison, ambushes, restrictions, and sealing formations. Every conceivable underhanded method must be executed by someone who would not genuinely be opposed by the Uchihas. If such a pawn were to awaken a Mangekyo, it would be even more foolproof. It is widely recognized that the Uchiha clan is prone to being swayed, as long as they can be subdued. Their outward defiance will soften, yielding a grudging acceptance. Furthermore, if such a person were an Uchiha, their kin would likely let down their guard. But how could such a person exist? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of defeat despite being a hero of the shinobi world for so many years. His dear friend is ensnared. Countless heroes hiding in the shadows for Konoha await their fate, and in pursuit of the will of fire's legacy, Sarutobi Hiruzen is compelled to make a harrowing decision. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen averted his gaze from Uchiha Jin's piercing stare, briefly surveying the beleaguered Shimura Danzo. With one eye blinded and his body marred by bloodstains and the scars of shuriken wounds, it appeared he had not sustained any critical injuries. Alas, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but sigh again, realizing he must impose further suffering upon Danzo. Jin. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked toward Uchiha Jin. Striving to maintain a gentle tone as he continued, I understand that Danzo has undoubtedly committed many wrongs, but considering his past contributions to the village, I hope the Uchiha can grant him some dignity. Sarutobi. The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen's words escaped his lips, the first to react was not Uchiha Jin, but Shimura Danzo, who had been closely observing the situation, eagerly awaiting his comrade's rescue. But now, Sarutobi, how can you abandon me? Chapter 53. Sarutobi Hiruzen's Resolution. Sarutobi. Do not be deceived by the malevolent Uchihas. Danzo has always been a person of extreme confidence, whether it was when he initially sent assassins after Sarutobi Hiruzen, or his recent ambush on Uchiha Shursui. Even now, surrounded by the Uchiha clan, he remains convinced that he can control the situation. After all, as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage, is present, he believes there is a chance to rally the numerous clans and shinobi of Konoha. If they combine their strength, they could surely eradicate this wicked clan. In Danzo's eyes, even if Konoha must pay a harrowing price, annihilating the Uchiha would undoubtedly be worth it. The Sharingan of the entire Uchiha clan, along with those two pairs of newly revealed powerful Manjiki, could be harnessed by Dan through his own means. Even if other ninja villages were to seize the opportunity and ignite a new round of conflict within the ninja world, Dan could still lead Konoha to break free from the encirclement, truly ascending to the pinnacle of the ninja realm. However, this all hinges on the premise that Hiruzen Sarutobi does not abandon him. Trust me, I will resolve everything. The tone of Shimura Dan's was imbued with sincerity and fervor, his gaze radiating with an unwavering confidence and determination. Indeed, Dan's belief was palpable. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could utter a reprimand, Uchiha Obito found himself unable to restrain his approval for Dan, for at this moment, what lay between the Uchiha and Konoha was merely a spark capable of igniting the entire situation. Uchiha Jin could scarcely believe how swiftly Sarutobi Hiruzen had yielded. Was Danzo no longer the close ally he once was? Was he truly prepared to abandon the fight? At this unprecedented moment of inflated self-importance, Uchiha Jin felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of invectives upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even as Danzo sought assistance, Jin nearly found himself stepping in to respond on behalf of the so-called strongest Hokage. After all, the atmosphere had reached a boiling point, and igniting a fierce battle between the Uchiha and Konoha was the outcome Jin had long desired. With momentum surging and the bonds of unity solidified, they were poised to resist against injustice and tyranny. In such an optimal environment, if he were not to unleash a multitude of Sharingan, Jin would genuinely suspect that unseen hands were manipulating the very essence of the Uchiha clan. Could it be that this world harbored its own insidious schemers? Yet, despite Jin's lofty aspirations and the fervent battle spirit of the Uchiha clan, it did not guarantee that he could lead them to clash with Konoha. Indeed, through the display of power in combat and commanding the Uchiha to exert pressure on the Hokage's lineage, he had garnered considerable recognition and esteem within his clan. However, what truly ignited Uchiha's fury was Danzo. As long as that wretched Sarutobi Hiruzen had shown signs of capitulation, the prospect of eliminating the thorn that was Danzo would suffice to bring unbridled joy to all Uchiha. After all, not everyone possessed the Uchiha as filial son system that Jin did. Provided the village was willing to extend goodwill and compromise, even the more radical factions like Uchiha Shursui would never opt for a mutually destructive path at this juncture. Curse be the moderate and complacent factions, a truly hopeless lot. Uchiha Jin believes that he should be able to influence a portion of the Uchiha clan. However, it is evident that he cannot reach the level necessary to instigate a decisive battle between the Uchiha and Konoha. Therefore, let us engage in combat. I mean to say, if the acting Hokage truly trusts Danzo, then we, the Uchiha clan, will stand by our word and fight until the last of us falls in battle. Uchiha Jin realized that he had almost revealed his true thoughts moments ago. He quickly remedied the situation and fixed his intense gaze upon Sarutobi Hizashi, exclaiming fiercely, "To the bitter end, a true man confronts challenges head-on. I've laid my cards on the table. If you possess any courage, come and fight." In the eyes of Uchiha Jin, there was an unmistakable challenge, as he subtly formed the shape of the words coward with his lips directed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The latter, overwhelmed with a sense of impending eruption, realized in that fleeting moment that the strongest Hokage had discerned Uchiha Jin's true intentions. It was astonishing that such a fanatic existed, willing to gamble the fate of his entire clan just to bring about mutual destruction with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Were it not for the current circumstances, and the fact that the opponent held the title of Uchiha Elder, Hiruzen would have spared no effort to eradicate this dangerous individual. However, the opportunity had slipped away. Regardless of the outcome of this day, a significant chasm would form between the Uchiha and Konoha, with Uchiha Jin emerging as an untouchable taboo between the two. Any future attempts to eliminate Uchiha Jin would necessitate flawless execution and absolute secrecy, a task not achievable in the short term. With a deep breath, Hiruzen exhaled slowly, forcefully calming his skyrocketing blood pressure, while his mind raced to assess the current situation. Danzo could no longer be safeguarded. Yet, recalling the myriad of secrets Danzo had concealed over the years, coupled with his character of always keeping a contingency plan, Hiruzen found a sliver of solace within himself. He then raised his voice towards the multitude of indignant Uchihas before him, proclaiming, Shimura Danzo has attempted to assassinate fellow villagers, seeking to usurp the bloodline abilities of the Uchiha clan. In the name of the third Hokage of Konoha, I declare that Danzo is henceforth no longer one of us. At this juncture, Hiruzen appeared to lose all strength, taking a faltering step back, supported precariously by Mito Gaiden and Nara Shikaku. The handling of Danzo is entrusted to you, Uchiha. I hope the police department will exert every effort. With these brief words from Hiruzen, the Uchiha present erupted with fervor. Their gazes fixated on the besieged Shimura Danzo, brimming with pride and an indomitable fighting spirit. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shanai shared a knowing smile, a fleeting glimmer of tears shimmering in their eyes, as if they could hardly fathom that the Uchiha clan had reached such heights of glory. Protect Lord Danzo. Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Ryoma suddenly shouted, rallying a cadre of root guards to form a protective formation around Danzo. Yet, at that moment, Danzo seemed entirely oblivious to the protection being offered, his eyes filled with disbelief and abandonment, as if he had never anticipated that his long-tolerated confidant would betray him. Sarutobi. You will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently added in his heart, but at this juncture, Danzo's fate mattered little, as Hokage. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. While Danzo was indeed irredeemable, the members of Root had merely been misled and had followed orders, many originating from the great clans of Konoha. Thus, as Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with renewed confidence, he directed a decisive blow at the power player who had caused him such profound humiliation. Can we show leniency towards the members of Root? Indeed, Danzo is Danzo, and Root is Root. Free from Danzo's control, Root still has the potential to return to the light, serving as a valuable asset for both Sarutobi Hiruzen and the various clans of Konoha. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen also recognized the awkward position Uchiha Jin found himself in. The latter could not truly incite a battle between the Uchiha and Konoha. Thus, a more pressing concern lay in strategizing for the future. The Root members, plucked from their respective clans by Danzo, represented the finest pawns in this game. Once this incident was thoroughly resolved and adequate support from the Konoha clans was secured, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained confident in his ability to handle the mere Uchiha. He cast a resentful glance at Uchiha Jin, the one who forced him to painfully abandon his friend, a trace of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. What can you do? Chapter 54. In company with these insects. To release or not to release? For most, this might be a dilemma, yet it was not so for the many Uchiha present, nor for Uchiha Jin, whose thoughts remained singular. The former were likely still enveloped in the fervor of their awakened bloodline, unwilling to relinquish the prey they were on the verge of tearing apart. As for Uchiha Jin, what could serve as a better whetstone for the Uchiha clan than the might of Konoha, the foremost power in the ninja world? Today, Danzo was destined to exit the stage. Even Kagayaheim could not protect him, mark my words. However, after eliminating the scourge that was Danzo, could it be that the Uchiha truly intended to hold hands with Konoha, forging a harmonious and prosperous future together? Not a chance. No snowflake is innocent beneath an avalanche. The Uchiha clan had clawed their way to this point, and Konoha had long ceased to hold any sentimental value. How could one dominate the ninja world in alliance with such insects? The Uchiha of your had no choice, but now, if given the opportunity, I would wish for a fresh start. The present Uchiha clan undoubtedly has a brighter future, one that requires no concern for Sarutobi Hiruzen's clumsy power games. Only through blood and fire can a blade be forged to pierce the heavens. As the ultimate beneficiary of this blade, Uchiha Jin felt no hesitation in his heart, and with a sudden, powerful step towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, he roared fiercely, "Those who offend the Uchiha shall be punished, no matter how far." The words laden with murderous intent from Uchiha Jin reverberated through the vast expanse, sending ripples of tension that caused the onlookers to shudder involuntarily. The Uchiha clan, already formidable in presence, felt as if they had just downed a glass of ice water on a sweltering summer day, invigorated by the chilling sensation. Those who offend the Uchiha shall be pursued, no matter the distance. Humph. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance was particularly grim. He had initially reveled in his own cleverness, believing he could turn the tide, even anticipating the discomfort of his adversaries. However, the overwhelming aura emanating from the Uchiha took him completely by surprise. Although he had achieved his intended goal, he found it impossible to feel any sense of joy. Danzo's heinous crimes were egregious, and his Root organization was equally complicit. My department of police has deemed them all rogue ninjas. Surely, the acting Hokage will have no objections. Uchiha Jin slowly approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, playfully gesturing towards the contorted expression of Shimura Danzo. The hypocritical Sarutobi Hiruzen, the malevolent Uchiha brat. At that moment, Danzo's already creased visage appeared even more pallid and feeble, resembling a sinister specter from the depths of hell. The hope of becoming Hokage had been utterly extinguished, and he had been publicly denounced as a rogue ninja, effectively obliterating the years he had spent striving in the shadows for a semblance of light. Witnessing the righteous demeanor of Sarutobi Hiruzen at that moment was more agonizing than death itself. No. Opinion. As he heard Hiruzen's words, pronounced with deliberate cadence and unwavering resolve, Danzo's heart felt like it was being sliced apart. The resentment of being forsaken surged beyond its limits. I will survive. The more Danzo felt indignant, the clearer his mind became. He understood that he could not afford to fall here so easily, and he was resolutely prepared to sacrifice all members of the root. With the miraculous effects of his Anaji, there remained a glimmer of hope for escape. However, just as Shimura Danzo had steeled himself and was about to command Aburame Shino to unleash his ultimate technique to create an opportunity, he thought, since the acting Hokage has no objections, I too shall not hesitate to grant them a chance. Uchiha Jin's face was adorned with a radiant smile, as he mockingly referred to himself as the acting Hokage, yet his words took everyone by surprise. Was this a sign of concession? As he sensed the multitude of bewildered gazes diverting from him, the murderous intent emanating from Uchiha Jin suddenly grew more chilling and fearsome. A bloody battle awaited. Uchiha Jinsen's cold gaze swept over Sarutobi Hiruzen before locking eyes with various high-ranking members of the shinobi clans present, ultimately resting upon the encircled root members and Shimura Danzo. The Uchiha clan only holds respect for the formidable, thus, they are willing to grant the strong an opportunity. In the name of the Uchiha clan's glory, I offer you a chance to survive. If you can slay an Uchiha in single combat, I assure you that you shall escape Konoha alive. As soon as Jinsen's words left his lips, not only did Fugaku and Shursui beside him gasp in astonishment, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but exclaim in shock. Jinsen. Jinsen. Hiruzen's surprise stemmed from the mockery embedded in Jinsen's words and the reckless disregard for Konoha's rules. Meanwhile, Fugaku and Shursui felt that such actions were unnecessary. Not only could it potentially sacrifice the living strength of their clan, but it would also lay heavy dangers for the future of the Uchiha. However, it seemed that no Uchiha harbored a fear of death. Uchiha Jin paid no heed to the two elderly figures, Fugaku and Shina. Instead, he turned to face the fervently passionate members of the Uchiha clan behind him. No. The synchronized response resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. With this affirmation, Uchiha Jin disregarded Fugaku and strode directly towards the encircled Danzo and others. That wicked little Uchiha. Danzo had initially contemplated utilizing this opportunity for the members of Root to break free, relying on explosive tags and the Oilnin clan's insect explosion technique as cover for their escape. With years of clandestine arrangements in Konoha, he believed their chances of evasion would significantly improve. However, Uchiha Jin's unexpected remarks momentarily halted Danzo's thoughts of breaching the encirclement, leaving him astonished as he regarded the approaching, strikingly handsome youth. Wasn't he supposed to be fleeing in a manner akin to a rat in a sewer? Uchiha Jin bore a mocking smile upon his face, his fingers lightly grazing his chin as if in anticipation, waiting for the spectacle of the man before him, who had previously sought to amuse him with his own disheveled demeanor. Damn it. At this moment, the veins on Danzo's temples throbbed with unprecedented humiliation, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, deep within, he understood that this was his sole chance for survival, which only intensified his anguish and resentment. Indeed, sensing the palpable malice emanating from not far away, Uchiha Jin felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. To simply crush Danzo, that worthless wretch, would be far too lenient. It was imperative to first shatter every flicker of hope within him, and then, with overwhelming force, annihilate his physical form. This would be the true judgment that Uchiha Jin bestowed upon him. Thus, he laughed heartily. Uchiha Jin covered his forehead with one hand, his signature maniacal laughter reverberating throughout the venue. Since you do not wish to become a mere rat scurrying through the sewers, I shall graciously extend to you an opportunity. Uchiha Jin once again surveyed all the members of the root present, his gaze ultimately fixating on Danzo, whose visage had now become grotesquely contorted. Come, please me with your wretched life and sweet blood. As Uchiha Jin's frenzied words reverberated throughout the venue, a formidable force, so intense it instilled terror, began to radiate outward from his presence. Chapter 55, Kaleidoscope, Activate. The sound of a clock ticking was akin to a spark descending into a pot of oil, stirring a ripple so trivial, yet at that moment, Uchiha Jin felt his already formidable ocular prowess, superior to that of ordinary clansmen, igniting at a frenzied pace. No. It was not merely igniting, it was compressing. In this moment, the ocular power of Uchiha Jin is rapidly contracting, and the intensity of this contraction is so swift that to him, it feels as though countless powers are being consumed into oblivion. Moreover, the Sharingan, which typically requires conscious effort to harness its power, is now voraciously siphoning energy from Uchiha Jin's physical and spiritual essence, continuously providing material for this extreme compression. The sensation of time stretches endlessly in his perception, yet in reality, it is merely a fleeting instant. Uchiha Jin, whose chakra and ocular power far exceed that of an ordinary being, finds himself utterly depleted. However, just as he feels completely drained, a resplendent full moon suddenly manifests before him, its warm light delicately caressing every cell within him like a gossamer veil. At that very moment, Uchiha Jin, who had just been exhausted, mysteriously discovers that his body is once again brimming with boundless chakra, restoring him to an unparalleled state of invincibility. No, it is not merely a restoration, it is transcendence. Uchiha Jin experiences an unprecedented sensation of euphoria, an incomparable sense of strength flooding every cell within him. While everything in his vision becomes increasingly clear and profound. Open kaleidoscope. With this command, as if time itself had been suspended for an eternity, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan gradually unfurls, spinning like a hexagram, officially proclaiming its arrival into this realm. Uchiha Jin gently exhaled, gradually extricating himself from the intoxicating embrace of that overwhelming power. In doing so, he came to a profound realization of the latent strength concealed within his own Mangekyou Sharingan. Is this the ability of the eye of the mind's reflection that I have awakened? Indeed, it is a remarkable and tender force. Uchiha Jin's lips curled into his satisfied smile as he began to rapidly condense and control the immense power that was emanating from him. Having just activated his Mangekyou Sharingan, he was evidently still unaccustomed to the sudden surge of power, yet he seemed unconcerned. Like ordinary chakra, mastery does not come innately. It requires relentless honing and exploration to achieve a level of skill that feels second nature. A prime example is Sasuke from the original narrative, who vividly demonstrated the principle that practice leads to proficiency. Jin was particularly mindful not to repeat the mistake of nearly blinding himself shortly after awakening his Mangekyou Sharingan. Susanoo. At that moment, the audience was struck by the overwhelming aura radiating from Uchiha Jin, as well as the terrifying Mangekyou Sharingan that could instill fear in the hearts of anyone present. Suddenly, a towering, blood-red skeletal figure, measuring 7 to 8 meters in height, coalesced around his body. Incredible! Another pair of Mangekyou. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his seasoned composure, couldn't help but feel utterly shaken, his frustration manifesting in a curse. The hands that had been supporting Mito Minyin and Uzumaki Kamachi tensed, nearly fracturing the bones of the two elderly figures nearing retirement. At that moment, both Mito Minyin and Uzumaki Kamachi were grateful that they had not truly antagonized Uchiha Jin. Two pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan, this was a significant factor capable of shifting the balance of power, even during the time of the Shinobi World War. While the remaining members of the Konoha F4 maintained their composure to analyze the situation, Danzo, dwarfed by the blood-red Susanoo, could hardly hold himself together. He had initially believed he could exploit Uchiha Jin's arrogance to eliminate this malevolent Uchiha before his escape. However, he was taken aback that what had seemed to be an ordinary Uchiha youth had suddenly unleashed such a formidable weapon, eliciting a sense of dread even in the shadows of the shinobi world. After a deep intake of breath, Danzo reassured himself, fortunately, Uchiha Jin has merely just awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan. This 7 to 8 meter tall Susanoo should be significantly weaker than Shursui. He was still able to provide himself solace, convinced that if he could ambush a veteran like Shursui, he would have no trouble dispatching this diminutive foe. Yet, before he could further analyze the power dynamics or devise a strategy for certain victory, Uchiha Jin suddenly let out a resounding roar. Boom! The surging blood-red chakra burst forth from Uchiha Jin's body, causing the skeletal frame that had been merely 7 to 8 meters tall to expand into a colossal giant towering over 100 meters. The transformation was far from over. The blood-red chakra continued to coalesce, materializing into solid veins and flesh that rapidly enveloped the crimson skeleton. In the blink of an eye, a towering blood-red Susanoo loomed before the crowd, its overwhelming presence forcing most of the so-called elite ninjas to retreat several meters. Uchiha Jin stood at the heart of this colossal giant, his eyes narrowed as he reveled in the unprecedented power coursing within him. As he opened his eyes once more, the six-pointed star of his Mangekyou began to rotate under the crimson glow, and the blood-red Susanoo conjured an ancient crimson blade. With a swift motion, the invisible blade's energy surged forth like a tidal wave, effortlessly sending the root members surrounding Danzo flying, some of whom didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated. This guy has gone berserk. Danzo was left utterly dazed, all his meticulous plans evaporating into nothingness as he stared blankly at the magnificent blood-red Susanoo. His mind struggled to grasp the absurdity of the situation. Uchiha Jin, standing above like a deity, surveyed the crowd with an expression devoid of hesitation or pity. What? A one-on-one? The opportunity is yours. But if fortune does not favor you, do not blame me. At this moment, Uchiha Jin cared little for the notion of a fair duel, nor did he regard Danzo's consent or the sentiments of Konoha and Sarutobi. The so-called bloodbath was merely a means to immerse his Uchiha brethren in the crucible of fire and blood, yet none of it was as important as his own enjoyment. Thus, with a resolute gaze fixed upon the crinkled face below, Uchiha Jin raised the long blade once more, bringing it crashing down without a hint of finesse. Insect. Let me crush you. As for the update schedule, following today, the competition for new book recommendations will conclude. And whether it can ascend to Sanjiang or merely succumb to obscurity will be left to fate. Thus, I must clarify the system's update timeline. Until the official release and conclusion, updates will occur daily afternoon, with 2 chapters totaling approximately 4,000 words. Regarding additional chapters, I will consider it based on performance. After all, I am merely a part-time novelist striving to do my best. I cannot hope to match the prolific output of certain renowned authors. Moreover, this book aims to present intriguing narratives with distinctive characteristics, rather than hastily padding for word count. P.S. To emphasize, I'm not simply filling space. Having recently revisited the animated series, I find that Kishimoto's pacing is considerably more indulgent than mine. That is all. Thank you, dear readers. Chapter 56. A surplus of life only leads to greater despair. Boom. The heavy blade, devoid of sharpness, and the artifice of skill. The purest form of power bore no embellishments. As the blood-red blade descended with a seemingly sluggish yet incredibly swift motion, the resulting gust of wind shattered the ground beneath, leaving Danzo, who seemed no more than an ant, utterly defenseless. He found himself stripped of any capacity for resistance. Even the thought of fighting back never crossed his mind. In that instant, as the crimson blade descended from the heavens, Danzo could only watch helplessly as every inch of his being dissolved into nothingness. Danzo was dead. Even with ample mental preparation, witnessing Danzo's demise, crushed like an ant, elicited feelings of disbelief and horror among the Konoha ninjas, including Sarutobi Hiruzen. The shadow of the shinobi world, burdened with all of Konoha's darkness, the man whom the entire village of ninjas resented, yet who lived with such carefree aplomb, had perished so simply? As the absurdity of Danzo's fall set in, it was swiftly followed by a wave of terror, the fear of Susanoo, a power that transcended the realm of ninjas. How can such terrifying entities exist in this world? Is this truly something that a ninja can contend with? In stark contrast to the high-ranking figures of the Hokage lineage and the multitude of leaf ninjas now engulfed in horror, the Uchiha clan is undeniably exhilarated. This embodies the true essence of the Uchiha spirit. Had it not been for the sophisticated demeanor exuded by Uchiha Jin at this moment, it is likely that the majority of the Uchihas would be unable to contain their joy and excitement. Yes, maintain an air of aloofness in front of outsiders. However, unlike the ordinary Uchihas, both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shizune wear smiles that are difficult to conceal, yet their eyes betray a hint of concern. How could it be so simple? What was that familiar, strange sensation just now? Could matters truly be resolved so easily? Yet, amidst the swirling thoughts of the crowd, Uchiha Jin, standing resolutely beneath the heavens, reveals a hint of disdain upon his countenance. Indeed, a foul rat lurking in the gutter. With a swift motion, the blood-red long blade is brandished once more. As the terrified leaf ninjas contemplate their escape, it suddenly descends upon a vacant space behind numerous root ninjas. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Accompanied by a familiar voice, Shimura Danzo reappears before all. Yet, at this moment, his use of wind release is not an act of reckless defiance, but rather a calculated maneuver to escape the reach of the blood-red blade. Nevertheless, despite Danzo's resolute actions, the terrifying pressure accompanying the long blade instantly shatters all the wind formations and continues to crush him with relentless force. Thud, thud, thud. Danzo's emaciated form is sent flying like a kite for dozens of meters, eventually rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop in a most undignified manner. It is precisely at the moment Danzo stabilizes himself that the very air seems to freeze, as countless incredulous and furious gazes converge upon his exposed right arm. At some point, the bandages originally employed to suppress the Hashirama cells and seal the chakra of the Sharingan have all disintegrated, revealing Danzo's disheveled right arm, now adorned with a visage strikingly reminiscent of the first Hokage, alongside the unblinking Sharingan embedded within. How can this be? That is the face of the first Hokage, along with the Uchiha Sharingan. Upon realizing that he was not ensnared by Genjutsu, the Uchihas present shift their expressions from rage to one of vengeful fury as they gaze upon Danzo. How dare you? No one anticipated that beneath Danzo's bandages lay such a grotesque visage, and those Sharingan utterly expose the unforgivable sins he has committed. The case of Shursui looms large. At this moment, every bloodline ninja is engulfed in unparalleled wrath, as this is nothing short of a provocation against the very limits of their clan. Danzo, you scoundrel! At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku had completely abandoned his previously indecisive and gentle demeanor. As he pointed an accusatory finger at Danzo, he prepared to unleash Susanoo to reduce his opponent to ashes. However, before Uchiha Fugaku could make a move, a pair of blood-red giant hands effortlessly grasped Danzo, accompanied by the sharp sound of shattering bones and the cries of anguish that ensued. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A shadow, illuminated by a crimson glow, suddenly surged towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. Protect Lord Hokage. The Umbu ninjas, led by Kakashi Hitaki, instinctively positioned themselves in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi, bracing for the unexpected gaseous assault. Yet, what awaited them was not an attack aimed at Sarutobi, but rather, a low thud echoed as each Umbu member felt a sudden dampness, followed swiftly by the emergence of a startlingly crimson new world. Hiruzen Sarutobi, what are you doing as the acting Hokage? As Uchiha Obito's furious roar swept through, the Umbu members, enveloping Sarutobi, began to realize what had sullied their faces. Sarutobi trembled, brushing his dampened visage, wishing to offer a defense but found himself unable to utter a single word. However, in the next moment, a sudden change occurred as Sarutobi was astonished to discover that the crimson hue on his hands was rapidly fading, vanishing in an instant. It is Izanagi. Obito. This is the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. Izanagi. At this moment, the voices of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shanai resonated simultaneously. While a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan and another pair of three-tomo Sharingan spun incessantly, meticulously scrutinizing every subtle movement in the arena. I understood. Uchiha Jin, high above in the celestial dome, was evidently unperturbed by this development. The star-shaped kaleidoscope had steadfastly locked onto that grotesque figure from the very beginning. Was it not merely Izanagi? In simpler terms, it was akin to activating an invincible buff. You strike me, yet I remain unscathed, while my blows upon you remain unaffected. Previously, the Rude and Danzo were confronted by Shui, who wielded the Susanoo, and moreover, he was a vessel of unbridled fury, a Pro-Max version of the wrathful Vajra. Instilled with vengeance by Uchiha Jin. Faced with such a wielder of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, who sought mutual destruction, Danzo, the coward, would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits should he fail to adequately prepare for the invocation of Izanagi. There would be no need for Uchiha Jin to come and deal with him. Indeed, at this moment, upon Danzo's grotesque right arm, 5 three-tomo Sharingan had completely closed, and the remaining 5 open eyes signified that he had but 5 lives left. Yet, do you believe this is akin to playing Contra? Do you aspire for a triumphant return? Uchiha Jin disdainfully gazed upon the wretched figure that still believed it had a chance to escape. Extending once more the immense crimson hand of Susanoo, mercilessly pressing down upon the shattered earth like a rat trapped in a gutter. Believe me, an abundance of life will only lead you to deeper despair. Chapter 57, The Tragedy of Danzo. Indeed, the effects of Izanagi are formidable. Yet they cannot erase the vast chasm that separates an ordinary ninja from such mighty power as Susanoo. Uchiha Jin is certainly not akin to the original Sasuke, who would begin gasping for breath after merely 3 minutes. He maintains his current imposing stature with ease. I can sustain this for an entire day. Indeed, although he did not perceive any qualitative transformation in the power of his Manjiki Sharingan, nor could he ascertain whether he had truly awakened the so-called eternal Manjiki. Uchiha Jin was acutely aware that he was fundamentally different from individuals like Shui and Fugaku, who were limited in their abilities, unlike those who, after exhausting their powers, required a lengthy period of recovery and suffered permanent damage to their bodies. Uchiha Jin possessed the remarkable ability for his Manjiki ocular powers to replenish ceaselessly. From the moment Uchiha Jin fused his first pair of Sharingan, he had come to understand a profound truth. The eyeball is merely a vessel for the Sharingan. The so-called bloodline limit is essentially a unique form of advanced chakra. The fusion of Sharingan does not physically merge 2 eyeballs, but rather absorbs and draws upon the inherent essence contained within the Sharingan to enhance oneself. Therefore, having fused multiple pairs of Sharingan, Uchiha Jin was innately superior in the fundamental source of ocular power compared to ordinary Uchiha, but the quantitative accumulation had yet to trigger a qualitative change, merely manifesting in his superior Genjutsu capabilities and dynamic vision, placing him at a level of genius above that of his peers. However, Shusui's Manjiki was distinct. If one were to liken an ordinary Sharingan's ocular power to vaporous mist, then Jin's absorption of the essence of the Manjiki Sharingan resembled a block of ice that had lain dormant for a millennium. The mist, under the influence of the cold, coalesces into droplets of water, and upon contact with the ice, it crystallizes into frost. The power derived from this state is precisely what fuels the Manjiki Sharingan's requirements for ocular strength. While the essence of a typical Manjiki is undeniably powerful, its quantity is insufficient for direct absorption of external strength, necessitating the extensive extraction of the host's physical and mental energies to manifest its abilities. Though ordinary possessors of the Manjiki Sharingan indeed grow significantly stronger upon awakening, they cannot withstand such ravenous demands. In contrast, although the Uchiha clan did not awaken the Manjiki Sharingan by merging with the original power of Shui, the inherent strength of their Sharingan's ocular prowess proved sufficiently formidable. This unique fusion resulted in a newly born Manjiki Sharingan that was remarkably robust. Was it akin to a Kong Barbie Manjiki? Or perhaps it could be considered a Pro-Max version of the Manjiki, having never truly witnessed what constitutes an eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Jin at this moment found himself at a loss to define the essence of his eyes. Nevertheless, as long as this Manjiki possessed the ability to autonomously draw power from the void for restoration, even if its speed appeared somewhat unremarkable, it was ample enough for Uchiha Jin to decisively overpower the retreating Shimura Danzo. As for Izanagi, had it not been his desire to let that wretched Danzo experience the depths of despair, Uchiha Jin, endowed with the ocular technique of Yasaka, would have never granted him the opportunity to employ it. I intend to repeatedly instill in you a glimmer of hope, only to shatter all the illusions within your heart, until the very last vestige of hope is extinguished, before consigning you to the true abyss of eternal torment. At this moment, a blood-red titan's hand firmly suppressed Danzo within its grasp, mercilessly grinding him against the earth, and then slowly gliding across the ground before the horrified and resentful gazes of the gathered ninjas. Indeed, perhaps at first sight of Danzo being obliterated into ashes, many within the ninja clans and among the ninjas themselves felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, Danzo, with his notorious reputation as the darkness of the ninja world, while not commendable, was still regarded by many as a figure who, despite operating in the shadows, had significantly contributed to Konoha. As for the conflict between Danzo and the Uchiha, those within the village who understood the nuances recognized it as merely a matter of victors and vanquished. The long-standing conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage lineage has deep roots. Naturally, as long as their own interests are not at stake, they would prefer to remain uninvolved. However, Danzo's recent actions have transcended the limits of all ninja clans. Although only the marks of the Senju and Uchiha clans are visible on Danzo's arm, the inhumane experiments that led to this point are well known among these legitimate bloodline families. Moreover, the defection of Orochimaru is not a distant memory. A little deduction would easily reveal the tragic events that transpired, involving the sacrifice of many of their kin. Connecting this with Danzo's repeated claims of severe losses among the root members, he has relentlessly coerced these bloodline ninjas into joining him. Danzo, you truly deserve condemnation. As he felt the piercing glares filled with hatred from various ninja clans, despair washed over Danzo's heart. He had initially contemplated the possibility of regrouping after fleeing from Konoha, harboring the hope that, armed with his title as the shadow of the ninja world, he might rise again and seize the position of Hokage. However, now, with his right hand exposed, Danzo realized that he could no longer count on the support of these clans. Regardless of how far he might go in the future, the coveted position of Hokage had become utterly unattainable for him. Merely contemplating this notion plunged Danzo into a heart-wrenching agony. The psychological torment he faced felt far more debilitating than any physical pain. No, I still have a chance. As long as I survive, I will surely become Hokage. The friction suddenly surged to double its previous intensity, nearly robbing Danzo of his ability to think. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a familiar and comforting presence. Raising his gaze, he encountered the complex expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged face, instinctively yearning to seek assistance from him. Sarutobi, save Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively reached out, only to abruptly halt mid-motion. The acting Hokage's inclination to rescue him was understandable. After all, it was he who had approved the creation of Root. Indeed, they had both forsaken the second Hokage's shadow guard together. The mocking words of Uchiha Jin resonated from the heavens, each syllable piercing the soul of Sarutobi Hiruzen like a dagger. This could not continue, even though a lingering sense of compassion for his dear friend remained in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen, fully aware of the necessity for decisive action, transformed the hand he wished to extend in support into a clenched fist. I am the Hokage. With a thunderous roar, despite the subtle signs of aging manifesting in his physique, Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed a formidable display of power befitting the revered third Hokage. Channeling his potent and unwavering chakra, he struck with such force that Danzo's cries were silenced, leaving a gaping chasm in the earth, deep enough to measure 5 or 6 meters. Yet, in the next moment, Danzo's lifeless form evaporated into nothingness, only for his mournful roar to echo from a distance of 50 or 60 meters away. Hiruzen. Chapter 58. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well done. Why? Even as the merciless and savage Susanoo pummeled him, inflicting upon every cell in his being an agony that would shatter the resolve of an ordinary person, Danzo endured, bolstered by the indomitable will of the Root. Despite the exposure of his transplantation of Hashirama cells and the Sharingan, leading to grievous misunderstandings regarding his sacrifices for Konoha, Danzo gritted his teeth and persevered. The torment of his body, the shattering of his dreams. Yet, none of these could extinguish the resolve of Root that resided within Danzo's heart. He remained steadfast, convinced that all his actions were for the sake of Konoha. And he continued to devise a means of escape. Only I, Shimura Danzo, can lead Konoha to its pinnacle. However, the unrelenting force of Sarutobi Hiruzen's blow shattered Danzo's perceived resilience. Why was Hiruzen turning against him now? The schemes against White Fang, the human experiments, the oppression of the Uchiha clan, even the assassination attempts on Hiruzen himself. Despite all he had done for Konoha, Hiruzen could still comprehend the essence of Danzo's Root. Had it not been for that infinitesimal moment of hesitation on Danzo's part, the position of the third Hokage would not have fallen to Hiruzen. The betrayal of a close friend, in comparison to the dual blows to his body and dreams. This treachery caused the foundations of the shadows of the ninja world to tremble. In this moment, Danzo had forgotten to conceal his presence. He had abandoned the hand seals that had become second nature to him, and he relinquished his plans for escape, consumed by rage as he roared at Hiruzen. Everything I have done has been for Konoha. How could you do this to me? Humph. Hiruzen, devoid of any hesitation, had long since resolved to sever ties with the so-called darkness, especially as the leaders of various ninja clans anticipated his stance. Danzo, you acted unilaterally, scheming behind my back with your nefarious deeds. As the Hokage, the embodiment of the will of fire, how could I conspire with someone like you? You cannot possibly. Silence. Hiruzen interjected sharply, sensing Danzo's intent to slander him further. He swiftly began forming hand seals. Fire style, Fire Dragon Fireball. In less than a second, he completed 7 hand seals, unleashing 3 massive serpentine flames from his mouth toward Danzo, who still sought to defame him. You speak nonsense. Danzo decisively performed the hand seals for Wind style, Vacuum Great Sphere, countering Hiruzen's fire while evading the attack's trajectory. intending to express his grievances towards Hiruzen once more. You know full well. Why is it that in the end, all the blame falls upon me, Shimura Danzo? Is this some tragic drama? Yet before Danzo could continue, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly reverberated from the heavens, sending a wave of terror through every fiber of his being. Not good. The Crimson Susanu's hand descended once more, precisely subduing him beneath its palm. Good decision. After effortlessly repressing Danzo once again, Uchiha Jin descended slowly from the heavens, surveying Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose expression was now rife with caution. Uchiha, what do you intend to do? A masked Dumbu ninja attempted to intervene, but as he began to speak, his body froze in place, rendered immobile. Uchiha. Hiruzen's expression darkened. Faced with the overwhelming power of the Susanu, even with his confidence as the strongest Hokage, he dared not let his guard down. Hiruzen, well done. Truly deserving of the legacy of the Will of Fire. Uchiha Jin exhibited no intention of advancing further. His demeanor remained adorned with a trace of scornful amusement. Yet his tone unexpectedly took on a hint of admiration. Sarutobi Azashi found himself perplexed by the enigmatic nature of his counterpart's words, only to realize in the next moment that Uchiha Jin was mocking him. Indeed, in pursuit of returning to the village to inherit the Will of Fire and ascend as Hokage, he had audaciously relinquished his duties as a member of the Shadow Guard, tasked with protecting the second Hokage. After the Third Great Ninja War, once again for the sake of the Will of Fire, he dared to forsake the fruits of victory. And just recently, he had even sacrificed the head of the Hyuga branch family for the same noble cause. At this juncture, Uchiha Jin cast a sidelong glance at Hyuga Hizashi, whose expression had suddenly soured dramatically. Subsequently, he raised a thumbs up towards Sarutobi Azashi. Now, in service of the Hokage's will, he had resolved to eliminate a former comrade from the Shadow Guard. Truly, he is worthy of being the heir to the Will of Fire. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, indeed did not err in his judgment of you. Uchiha Jin, with a sudden shift in tone after a cold snort, forcefully activated his Susanoo. Boom. Accompanied by the relentless onslaught of the Crimson Susanoo, Danzo, who had been suppressed in the palm of his hand, once again disintegrated into a mist of blood. Eradicating the traitor Danzo is the duty of my police department. Thus there is no need for the Hokage's proxy to intervene. Having accomplished this, Uchiha Jin paid no heed to the reaction of Sarutobi Hiruzen, turning his back and departing without a trace of caution. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled uncontrollably, his chakra swirling violently within him, fueled by an unquenchable fury, as if he might erupt at any moment to slay the fiend who continuously challenged his limits. However, considering the chaos ignited by that scoundrel Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite the humiliation, could only endure. Just grant me time to regroup, and the Leaf Shinobi will once again submit to my Will of Fire. At this moment, Uchiha Jin had lost interest in Sarutobi Hiruzen and turned his gaze back to the resurrected Danzo. As he passed by the visibly distressed Hinata Hizashi, Uchiha Jin suddenly flashed a mocking smile and disdainfully remarked, I, Uchiha, dared to confront Sarutobi for the sake of a mere sure sway. Yet your Hyuga clan only dares to strike at your kin from the shadows, ultimately cowering to deliver their remains to the enemy. Do you think you are worthy to contend with the Uchiha? With a dismissive spit, Uchiha Jin unleashed a formidable aura, sending Hinata Hizashi flying before he continued on his path towards the resurrection site of Shimura Danzo. Boom. As Uchiha Jin swung his fist, the Susanoo behind him, resembling a mountain, charged unhesitatingly towards Danzo. Wind release, vacuum wave. Having faced death once more, in that extreme agony, Danzo's rationality flickered back to life, prompting him to hastily employ wind release to evade the incoming assault. Yet, it was evident that the ordinary ninja's wind release was insufficient, despite exerting all his meticulous efforts. Danzo barely managed to salvage a shred of life, now lying ragged on the ground, gasping for breath. The words of Uchiha Jin lingered like shadows, as the colossal Susanoo launched another assault, its mountain-like fist descending without hesitation. Your amusing performance has brought me joy, but it is time for you to exit. Chapter 59. What illusions are you playing before the Uchiha? I shall not perish here. The agony, both physical and mental, tormented Danzo while simultaneously sharpening his already cold spirit, shattering his illusions regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if it meant relying solely on himself, he was determined to exhaust every means to escape, ensuring that all who obstructed his path to becoming Hokage would pay the gravest of prices. For this purpose, anyone could be sacrificed, and anything could be relinquished. 3 opportunities remain. The Susanoo. Danzo watched warily as the blood-red Susanoo advanced once more, his mind racing to refine his strategy. This is the moment. At the instant the crimson Susanoo attacked again, Danzo abruptly raised his arm, biting his thumb before forming hand seals and striking the ground with force. Summoning technique. As a cloud of white smoke spread before him, a beast towering over 10 meters appeared to the left front of the blood-red Susanoo. The Dream Eater. Danzo commanded the summoned beast sternly. This creature, resembling an elephant with a lengthy trunk and ears akin to those of a cat or dog, covered in short brown-orange fur, suddenly opened its enormous mouth. With a swift motion, the Dream Eater waved its thick trunk towards the incoming massive fist, utilizing its formidable sucking power to firmly restrain it. A golden opportunity. Sensing the colossal fist of Susanoo suspended in midair, locked in a stalemate with the Dream Eater's inhaling force, Danzo seized the moment to dash toward his planned direction. So close, his heart raced with fervor, while his gaze remained icy. Even in such perilous circumstances, the darkness of the ninja world was certainly not a mere title. Uchiha Jin. In the shadows, one can faintly perceive the malevolent specter of Uchiha Madara, evoking memories of that terrifying man who cast countless shadows over Danzo and the people of Konoha. Today, it is imperative to bring this to a definitive conclusion. The Dream Demon cannot restrain for long, but if only a moment can be secured, a mere trifle of skill, accompanied by a disdainful snort from Uchiha Jin. The colossal blood-red Susanoo unleashed a barrage of dozens of punches in a mere second, striking fiercely against the Dream Demon's bizarre suction ability. Boom. In an instant, the summoned beast was obliterated on the spot. Had it not been for the protective pact of summoning, it might have even cost him his life. As he gazed at Danzo, who was frantically rushing towards Shursui and Itachi, a mocking smile played upon Uchiha Jin's lips. Boom. Suddenly, a blood-red longsword fell from the heavens like the sword of Damocles, reducing Danzo to mere fragments in an instant. Yet, in the following moment, Danzo's body once again became ethereal, and his resurrected form continued its relentless charge. Swish. The sword of Damocles descended yet again, but this time, the prepared Danzo, amidst his continued advance, swiftly formed hand seals. Would release. Root explosion. As his outstretched arms sprouted thick, towering trees, they raced towards the blood-red longsword with astonishing speed. Although incapable of thwarting the blade, they managed to divert its trajectory away from Danzo's vital points, allowing him to surge forward once more, propelled by the shockwave. 2 more times. Danzo calculated silently, his form unyieldingly advancing, even tauntingly exclaiming, "With your cursed Sharingan and the first Hokage's would release bloodline, I shall not perish." Even if it was merely a boast, Danzo hoped to stall his adversary for just a moment longer. After all, what was he but a mere echo unable to return to blue? Uchiha Jin wore an unwavering smile upon his face, having never truly regarded Izanagi with any seriousness. At this moment, he was even less inclined to pay attention to Danzo's meaningless rhetoric. If it were Uchiha Obito, his use of Izanagi would indeed pose a genuine concern. But Danzo, merely a pest, continued to flee. The Susanoo, which had initially appeared sluggish, suddenly accelerated, its form darting forth with nearly double the speed, materializing before Shimura Danzo in an instant, a colossal hand descending upon him as if swatting a fly. Danzo, caught off guard. Yet, in the very next moment, he resurrected several dozen meters away, his expression still tinged with panic, but he persevered onward towards his objective. Only one chance remained. However, that was sufficient. Victory was within reach. With a swish, Danzo, having endured countless trials, finally approached Shursui and Itachi, kicking the seemingly distraught Itachi away, and deftly extending his hand towards Shursui's left eye. Boom. The blood-red giant sword descended once more from the heavens. And just as surprise flickered across Danzo's gaze, he was swiftly obliterated. In the next instant, having lost the opportunity for resurrection, Danzo's face bore no trace of fear. Instead, it was filled with a frenzied ecstasy of having achieved his desire. At last, he had succeeded, though he had forfeited the chance to utilize his Izanagi again. As long as he possessed Shursui's eye, Shimura Danzo still held the potential for a comeback, although he had never conducted any experiments. He believed that with the power of Hashirama's cells, he could forcibly activate Shursui's Kodo Amitsukami. This course of action was exceedingly perilous. Yet Danzo found himself with no alternatives. He could only resort to using Kodo Amitsukami to control Sarutobi Hiruzen. Indeed, whether a Manjiki Sharingan could control another Manjiki was a gamble he dared not take. But if he could seize control of Sarutobi, he would be able to mobilize all of Konoha's forces to bring about a mutual destruction with the Uchiha. This was the sole possibility for Shimura Danzo to survive in the darkness of the ninja world. Sarutobi was far too timid, compromising for trivial words. What did it matter if Konoha suffered immense losses, or if the Sarutobi clan were to perish? Did Danzo care? As long as he survived, he would lead Konoha to the pinnacle of power. Yet, despite feeling assured of victory, Danzo sensed an inexplicable disquiet. He needed only to activate the sealing array he had meticulously prepared to seize control of Sarutobi at the very moment he trapped Uchiha Jin. However, a strange sense of incongruity clung to him, especially when he produced Shursui's other Manjiki. Both of Shursui's eyes were in my possession. Uchiha Jin and I still maintained a distance. Victory was so near. The malevolent Uchiha would ultimately perish at his hands. Yet, why was this feeling of discord so overwhelmingly strong? Never mind. Activate. As Danzo abruptly directed his focus to the ground, the root ninjas, who had already received their orders during the earlier conflict, instantly surged forth, accompanied by a rush of blood and chakra. A massive sealing barrier swiftly enveloped Uchiha Jin and the blood-red Susanoo, allowing Danzo a fleeting glance towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi, it is decided. Calmness enveloped the scene, skies untroubled. Realizing something was amiss, Danzo's countenance darkened, his remaining left eye instinctively darting towards the Manjiki Sharingan he had forcibly affixed to his arm. What illusions could one conjure before an Uchiha? Before Danzo could ponder further, a striking figure suddenly appeared before him, a crimson chakra blade slicing him in two without hesitation. My Mangeki. Confusion and madness filled Danzo's eyes, unable to comprehend how he had met such an inexplicable defeat. As he lay there, half of his body barely clinging to life, Uchiha Jin, having gathered his Susanoo, approached him slowly, raising his pristine foot with nonchalance. Crack. Chapter 60. Izuya Sakai Despair. With blood gushing around him, anyone could sense the overwhelming despair that enveloped Danzo in his final moments. Regrettably, this time Danzo could not materialize for resurrection. His shattered form had definitively lost the essence of life. At this moment, Uchiha Jin stood before the remnants of Danzo, the derision on his face replaced by a satisfied smile. While all present were deeply moved by Danzo's demise, Jin slowly raised his right hand. Izuya Sakai Creation. As Uchiha Jin silently recited within, the previously quelled power of the Mangeki surged once more, swirling around him with fervent intensity. In the wake of this exertion, two streams of crimson tears began to flow from Uchiha Jin's eyes. Jin, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui arrived in an instant, their vigilant guards standing protectively before Uchiha Obito, who wore a face marred by concern as he inquired. Previously, they had been troubled by Uchiha Obito's reckless indulgence in the powers of the Mangeki Sharingan, fully aware that such actions would inevitably lead to irreversible consequences for his eyes. Yet, they dared not expose the shortcomings of the Mangeki before the multitude of shinobi in Konoha, leaving them to fret in silence. At that moment, it appeared that Uchiha Obito's eyes were indeed experiencing difficulties, prompting these two to swiftly step forward in defense. Damn it. I merely intended to see who dared to cause trouble, yet it escalated into such a significant affair. I haven't even brought my chakra weapons, armor, or various secret medicines and ninja tools. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku felt a twinge of anxiety. After years of steady progress, even though he had recently mustered the courage to stand firm, the prospect of a potential showdown with Konoha still left him somewhat unsettled. Do not hinder me. At this moment, Uchiha Jin paid no heed to the guards behind him, Fugaku and Shanai, but continued to gaze at the shattered form of Shimura Danzo. In the next instant, the boiling ocular power within Uchiha Jin's eyes finally reached its culmination, accompanied by waves that rippled through the air as if distorting space itself. Suddenly, above the remnants of Danzo, a translucent figure materialized. Danzo Shimura. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of everyone present, and they soon noticed the peculiar phenomenon before Uchiha Jin. Could it be that Danzo could resurrect? Just as the crowd was engulfed in bewilderment, they suddenly observed that the figure resembling Danzo was swiftly consumed by a vortex of distorted space. In the air, a familiar and profoundly resentful voice echoed in the hearts of all present. Sarutobi, you will regret this. At that moment, while the onlookers remained in a state of uncertainty, Uchiha Jin, whose face still bore traces of blood and tears, revealed a smile of relief. The torment of the flesh, the shattering of dreams, the betrayal of close friends. He had exerted every ounce of effort in a desperate bid for hope, only to have it cruelly mocked and extinguished. It would not be surprising for a typical radical from the Uchiha clan to harbor such malice towards Danzo. Yet it was evident that while Uchiha Jin despised this scapegoat, he was not one to vent his frustrations solely on a mere temporary pawn. At most, he sought to use Danzo, a reckless and underhanded fool, as a lesson, provoking the cunning old monkey, Sarutobi. However, at the moment of awakening his Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Jin was struck with a newfound revelation. Ibuyubesa. In mythology, it represents the boundary between the underworld and the mortal realm, an alternate name for the realm of the dead. The ocular technique associated with Uchiha Jin's Mangeki was named Ibuyubesa, although this technique did not differentiate between the left and right eye in essence. It could only achieve its utmost potential when used in tandem, minimizing energy loss while amplifying its power. The differing directional capabilities of each eye distinctly revealed their unique strengths to Uchiha Jin. The left eye embodied creation, while the right eye represented interference. The left eye's ability allowed for the temporary manifestation of a small realm of the dead within the void, drawing upon the ocular power of the Mangeki Sharingan as its foundation. However, this realm was inherently unstable, necessitating a continuous flow of ocular power to maintain its existence. Should the ocular power be depleted, this unanchored realm would inevitably dissipate into nothingness. Conversely, the right eye's interference ability could harness the power of the realm of the dead to affect reality, merging with the physical world similarly to an inherent barrier, thereby unveiling the terrifying might of the underworld. It could manipulate souls, erode all things, and bring about the cessation of existence. Provided that sufficient power serves as a source of support, Uchiha Jin could, akin to a mythological deity of the underworld, wield life and death over any adversary daring to trespass into this domain. Yet, such formidable ability came with equally formidable limitations, and the existence of Ibuyubesa, akin to a divine technique, adhered strictly to this principle. That principle was ocular power, far exceeding the terrifying quantity required to summon Susanoo. If one were to engage in combat by creating realms and interfering with reality, even someone of Uchiha Jin's formidable foundation could not sustain such efforts for long. perhaps even less than the character who lost his sight in the original narrative. Furthermore, one must consider whether opponents would simply evade the manifested realm, leading to a disgraceful demise that could tarnish the entire shinobi world. However, it was clear that the Mangeki was not merely a cumbersome tool, despite its severe energy depletion. Alternatives existed. The vital essence that could sustain the existence of the realm, as well as serve as nourishment for its growth, was inherently linked to the power of souls. The resilient and pure souls of the strong would serve as the cornerstone of the realm of the dead's origin. As long as there was sufficient ocular power and nurturing from the essence of souls, the day would eventually arrive when the ethereal realm would fully materialize into reality. And Uchiha Jin would ascend to become a true deity of the underworld, the arbiter of life and death in the world. Thus, in the instant that Uchiha Jin comprehended Ifu Yubaka, he immediately associated it with the lamb awaiting slaughter, Danzo, while also evoking the image of a soul forged in true purity and resilience. Purity. Resilience. Though these two terms have always been the exclusive domain of victors and champions of justice, in the realm of souls, this assertion does not hold. A soul characterized by innocence, kindness, self-sacrifice, and dedication is indeed precious, yet an extreme darkness filled with hatred and greed can also embody purity. Under the influence of the powers from the underworld, all souls are ensnared in a mirage akin to Izanami, continually recalling indelible memories of their lives. The virtuous reminisce about joy and emotion, while the fallen reflect on suffering and indifference, perpetually sinking and awakening within an endless cycle. In this ceaseless reincarnation, the essence of the soul is extracted, and the underworld, by absorbing this primordial energy, fortifies its own foundation, drawing greater strength from the cosmos to sustain itself. Only the tenacious and pure-hearted souls can endure this relentless cycle, allowing the underworld to flourish at an accelerated pace. Ultimately, regardless of virtue or vice, all will irrevocably merge into the underworld, becoming an integral part of Uchiha Jin's power. Chapter 61. The Shadows of Six Paths? Clearly, Danzo embodies such purity. Although Jin has always looked down upon this individual, he recognizes that Danzo is, in the truest sense, a ninja. Danzo resorts to any means to achieve his goals, committing acts of murder and arson for the sake of wealth. Despite both being genuine antagonists, their understanding of the term ninja is unequivocal, in contrast to those who fabricate slogans of love and peace to the point of believing them. If an entity like Danzo were to embody the title of Shadow and forge a truly ironclad and ruthless ninja legion, then in a realm devoid of bloodlines and the elite, Danzo could indeed become a true sovereign, conquering the world through fear. Thus, who could be more fitting as the cornerstone for the foundation of the underworld than Danzo? It is precisely for this reason that Uchiha Jin seeks to subject him to the utmost suffering. Only through enduring such tribulations, the indomitable will of Shimura Danzo, forged in the crucible of endless resentment and defiance, can be sufficiently potent. Even under the oppressive force of Izanami in the underworld, with his formidable spirit and unparalleled tenacity, he shall never succumb to despair by acknowledging his own errors. Consequently, he remains ensnared in the perpetual purgatory of the underworld, destined to become the most resilient resource for its growth and the sacrifice most anticipated by Uchiha Jin. Swish. The distortion of space flickered and vanished, seemingly leaving everything unchanged. However, at that moment, Uchiha Jin, who had established a connection with a certain miniature realm of the underworld, finally revealed a smile of relief. Indeed, although the consumption was somewhat greater than expected, it had not reached an unacceptable threshold. Listen to me. Thank you. Because of you, the seasons are warmed. The joy swelling within Uchiha Jin was beyond words. Even the past frustrations caused by Danzo had dissipated entirely. Setting aside the returns and torment he had endured during this period, Danzo's current posture of bearing all burdens was already sufficient to negate his past punishments. At last, the first step had been taken. After completing everything, Uchiha Jin did not hastily wipe away the blood tears from the corners of his eyes. Instead, the smile on his face gradually transformed into a serious expression. The Sharingan, also known as the Eye of the Mind's reflection, mirrors the most fervent desires and visions harbored within its host's heart. Remarkably, the manifestation of the kaleidoscopic ocular techniques unveils the power to traverse the realm of the dead, known as Ifu Yubaka. What this truly signifies is something that Uchiha Jin, as the individual in question, cannot conceal. The Sage of the Six Paths? I never anticipated that the entity I would truly dread would be none other than this existence. Uchiha Jin smiled faintly, but upon further contemplation, he realized there was nothing astonishing about it. It was merely something he had been oblivious to in the past. Indeed, Shursue's Kodo Amitsukami had placed immense psychological pressure on Uchiha Jin. Yet deep down, he always believed that this naive individual would ultimately bring about his own demise, requiring only a gentle nudge from behind. As for the other Uchiha, Itachi, who had yet to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, he posed no real threat to Jin. In fact, Jin was confident that as Itachi matured, he too would grow stronger. Regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, despite their considerable disparity in overall strength, Jin harbored a subtle disdain for them, which kept him from truly feeling fear until they completely overturned the table. Thus, the only true concern for Uchiha Jin was the Sage of Six Paths, who operated in the shadows, silently observing the ninja world. This entity, who might ultimately betray him, was the most significant threat in Jin's subconscious. Perhaps the so-called Azuya Saka stemmed from this very notion. Yet at this moment, despite possessing the power of the Mangeki Sharingan capable of opening the gates to the realm of the dead, Jin felt an increasing trepidation towards the Sage of Six Paths after sensing the sheer magnitude and terror of that power. Countless ages have passed. The ninja world has been embroiled in unending conflict, with innumerable strong warriors perishing. How formidable could the Sage of Six Paths be at this point? However, those were matters for another day. The newly birthed realm of the dead was in dire need of sustenance. Just as Uchiha Jin turned to gaze upon the remnants of the root members, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached alongside Mido Kamen and T. Ketsukoharu. Though Danzo had committed numerous wrongs, what was the necessity of tormenting his soul posthumously? Sarutobi Hiruzen, driven by compassion for his dear friend, sought to prevent further suffering of Danzo's spirit, but more importantly, he aimed to gauge the capabilities of Uchiha Jin's Mangeki. Intelligence is paramount in the battles of ninjas. The unique ability Jin had just unveiled was evidently linked to his special ocular technique, and even a morsel of deception gleaned from it would be a considerable gain. Any power associated with the soul is invariably terrifying and malevolent. Impossible. Yet how could such a trivial thought escape the notice of Uchiha Jin? At this moment, he did not mind revealing certain information, viewing it as an opportune moment to further pressure and intimidate Konoha. My grandson, Uchiha Shursui, must not have died in vain. Those clansmen whose Sharingan were forcibly taken cannot have died without consequence. Merely dying does not absolve one of their sins. How could that be possible? Simple death only grants Danzo a chance at liberation from his wicked existence, yet here, his soul shall eternally suffer torment in purgatory. Uchiha Jin surveyed the gathering crowd with a chilling gaze, ultimately fixating on Sarutobi Hizashi. With a voice imbued with a frigid intent to kill, he murmured, "This is the most fitting end for the Uchiha clan." Under the oppressive weight of that icy malice, Sarutobi Hizashi instinctively felt the urge to retreat, yet he abruptly halted, forcing himself to stand firm. After all, Danzo had indeed made contributions to the village. Contributions? Uchiha Jin scoffed derisively, then pointed at the assembly of high-ranking ninja clans with a mocking tone. The so-called contributions you speak of amount to conducting human experiments on the missing members of these clans. If this is considered a grand achievement by Danzo. At this juncture, Uchiha Jin abruptly paused, then unleashed his formidable aura once more, directing an accusatory finger at Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is the sort of business you, as the acting Hokage, engage in. I was unaware of this. Danzo undoubtedly got what he deserved. I merely placed my trust in the wrong individual. Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware that this topic was his greatest taboo and regretted having brought up Danzo. He sought to divert the conversation. In the depths of the spirit world, Danzo. No, I have heard enough of your pathetic excuses. Yet, at this moment, Uchiha Jin was clearly impatient to listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanations. After once again intensifying his aura to push the crowd back, he summoned Susanoo in an instant. Boom. Although it was not as unstoppable as the towering 100-meter giant from before, the Susanoo towering at 7 to 8 meters still exuded an intimidating presence. Uchiha Jin. What are you planning to do? Mido Kamen and Uzumaki Kaharu, though somewhat trembling, understood their roles and chose to step forward to confront him. Whoosh. Uchiha Jin paid no heed to the two buffoons before him. Instead, he summoned forth a crimson chakra, coalescing it into a blood-red long blade, which he then swept fiercely in front of him. The sharp blade's energy surged forth, carving a profound chasm before the retreating Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions. Having accomplished this, Uchiha Jin gazed down coldly upon Sarutobi Hizashi and the others, his tone devoid of any emotion as he slowly declared, "From this day forth, our police department officially dismisses Sarutobi Hizashi from the duties of acting Hokage." Chapter 62. You are merely house slaves. The dismissal of the Hokage? Even after the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, Sarutobi Hizashi, having willingly relinquished the fruits of victory, never dared to openly utter the phrase dismiss the Hokage. One can only imagine the profound influence wielded by the higher-ups over their subordinates within the strictly hierarchical world of Hokage. Yet, in such a climate, even the mere contemplation of the third Hokage's oversights would evoke a deep sense of shame for any ninja. Reflecting the gravity of Uchiha Jin's audacious proclamation, which stands in stark defiance of convention. Even the usually sharp-tongued Kashinobu found herself so enraged that her words faltered, a testament to the tremendous impact that the act of dismissing the Hokage had upon her. Is Uchiha truly about to flip the table? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mido Gate-in possess a characteristic calmness unique to men, despite the raging fury within. They silently begin to assess the disparity in strength between themselves and the Uchiha clan. As for the Uchiha clan at this moment, Fugaku subtly gestures, "Shanai, could you talk some sense into Jin? I fear the situation." Shanai responds with a glance, "Fugaku, I dare not move." What if it is misconstrued as a signal to strike? The Uchiha clan members' gazes burn with intensity. Leader, who shall we confront first? Fugaku inwardly curses, damn it. In an instant, whether it be the Umbu of the Hokage, the elite of the Sarutobi clan, or the Uchiha members, including Fugaku and Shanai, along with the many and different ninjas observing, the world seemed to plunge into an eerie silence, where even the sound of breathing felt excruciatingly loud. Amidst this tension, the only individual exuding calmness is none other than Uchiha Jin, the one who instigated this turmoil. As the saying goes, take advantage of your opponent's weakness. A great man once said, when the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy halts, I disrupt. When the enemy tires, I strike. When the enemy retreats, I pursue. The ever-chaotic Uchiha Jin elevates this principle further, embodying the philosophy of if they advance, I shall stand firm. If they retreat, I shall torment. Given that Sarutobi Hiruzen, due to various concerns, hesitates to sever ties with the Uchiha, how could Uchiha Jin let slip this perfect opportunity to mercilessly attack a drowning foe? If not for the inopportune nature of his identity, Uchiha Jin would gladly brandish a great sword upon his shoulder, pointing directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen's nose, roaring, "Come, brother. Strike me." Alas, even as Uchiha Jin escalates his provocation, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not erupt as others might expect. Instead, he shifts his gaze towards clan leader Fugaku behind Jin. Fugaku, is this the stance of the Uchiha? There is no other choice. The overall strength of the Uchiha clan accounts for nearly 20% of Konoha's total combat power. If it were not for this, it would have been impossible for them to repel the onslaught of the Mizukage ninja solely with their clan's might. At this moment, Danzo and the influence of the root organization have almost completely vanished, while Sarutobi Hiruzen's most esteemed 3 Sannin have either departed, sought inspiration elsewhere, or defected, leaving him with scarcely any reliable forces at his disposal. Though the Umbu and the elite of the Sarutobi clan can be commanded with ease, their strength pales in comparison to the ferocity of the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen is reluctant to place all his hopes on the other ninja clans of Konoha and harbors a fear that the Uchiha might truly unleash a devastating blow during wartime. Merely recalling the tragic fate of Danzo being crushed by Uchiha Obito sends a chill down his spine. However, in response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiries, Fugaku turns his gaze towards Uchiha Obito. Don't ask me. How am I to know if this reflects the Uchiha's intentions? Despite the recklessness and brutality of Uchiha Jin's recent actions in the past, Fugaku, as the clan leader, would have never acquiesced to such behavior. However, the achievements that Uchiha Jin has garnered are undeniably resplendent. Both Danzo and the Root, long regarded as thorns in the side, have been vanquished. It has become impossible for Fugaku to disregard the sentiments of this rising star. What now? Uchiha Jin, satisfied, nodded towards Fugaku before stepping forward to gaze down at the calm facade of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was making an effort to maintain his composure. I shall relieve you of your duties as the acting Hokage. Do you have any objections? The audacity displayed by Uchiha Jin, even with Sarutobi Hiruzen's remarkable restraint, elicited a palpable sense of anger within the latter. Fortunately, Midogate-in and Tsurugi Koharu, both seasoned figures, recognized the growing impatience of their Hokage and promptly intervened, directing their ire towards Uchiha Jin. The police department lacks the authority to dismiss the Hokage. Are you Uchiha declaring treason against the village? They exclaimed. In response, Uchiha Jin erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, followed by a disdainful retort. Konoha was established by both the Uchiha and Senju clans. If anyone possesses the right to accuse the Uchiha of betrayal, it would solely be the Senju clan. You, Mido and Tsurugi, mere diminished clans, should recognize that it was the benevolence of the Uchiha and Senju ancestors that granted your pitiful family's protection. Without that grace, you would not even have the standing to converse with me. When the first Hokage and the old man Madara swept through the land of fire, your insignificant clans were long since relegated to the annals of history. As Uchiha Jin's fervor surged once more, he forced Midogate-in and Tsurugi Kohara back several steps, disdain dripping from his words. If Konoha is the nation within a nation in the land of fire, then the Uchiha and Senju clans are undoubtedly the noble science. You are but mere vassals. Rather than expressing gratitude for our protection, you conspire against us, even openly questioning the loyalty of the Uchiha. I have never encountered such unmitigated shamelessness. With Uchiha Jin's words striking a nerve, Tsurugi Koharu, already frail, found herself overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of Susanoo and, in a fit of rage, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Who, in truth, is betraying Konoha? Uchiha Jin paid no heed to the lamentations of the elderly man before him. His tone grew increasingly severe, and under the enhancement of Susanoo, he unleashed a tremendous wave of sound that engulfed the entirety of Konoha. Amidst this unconventional display, the underlying themes of loyalty and hierarchy resonated deeply, causing all present to experience a profound shock. If the police department cannot dethrone you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, then how can the Uchiha clan be expected to do so? The theory of servitude proposed by Uchiha Jin certainly left many in the gathering feeling discontented. However, upon closer examination, it appears to hold some validity. After all, Konoha was indeed established by the Uchiha and Senju clans, and it was under their protection that these war-torn ninja clans found a sanctuary for their existence. Thus, one must ponder, why would such an Uchiha betray the very village they helped to establish? It is akin to suggesting that the daimyo of the land of fire would turn against his own nation. The succinct utterances of Uchiha Jin rendered Mido Minyin and Toritsun Koharu pale, while the gathered shinobi from various clans harbored disparate thoughts. At that moment, the ones most affected were the Uchiha clan members behind him. It was revealed that we indeed are the rightful lineage. Chapter 63. From now on, heed the tune. Not the declaration. The village belongs to everyone. The appointment of the Hokage is naturally a decision for all to make. Observing Mito Minion and Toritsun Koharu rendered defenseless before Uchiha Jin, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily stepped forward to intervene. Furthermore, Jin, your words are excessively radical. The village is a communal family, devoid of hierarchy, merely differing in roles. Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not allow Uchiha Jin to lead the discourse on hierarchy any further. If the Uchiha clan were to be exalted as the prominent family of Konoha, what then would become of him, the third Hokage? A mere servant? Damn. Were it not for the constraints of the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen would force Uchiha Jin to experience the terror of his strongest Hokage Reaper death seal. Indeed, with Mito Minion's assistance, Toritsun Koharu gradually regained her breath, yet still, she unwillingly added, do not forget that Uchiha Madara betrayed Konoha. Have you all forgotten the losses from that great war? Silence. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Minion simultaneously felt a foreboding sense of alarm, but in the next moment, they sensed Uchiha Jin's formidable aura erupt once more. Uchiha Madara is Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha are the Uchiha. On the day Uchiha Madara departed from the village, not a soul from the Uchiha clan chose to follow him. Do not use him to tarnish our clan, Toritsun Koharu. How dare you? Who knows what you all think? Toritsun Koharu, accused repeatedly, faced a situation she had not encountered in over a decade, and could not help but indulge in obstinate bickering. What she did not anticipate was that her obstinacy, paired with her attempts to leverage her seniority, would serve as a weapon against others, yet before Uchiha Jin, it would yield only the opposite effect. Very well. At this moment, Uchiha Jin could not help but laugh in anger, his gaze emanating a frenzied and fervent aura that spread wildly around him. Uchiha Jin, what do you intend to do? Questioned Natsukawa Koharu, her heart sinking as she feebly attempted to assert herself. What do I intend to do? Uchiha Jin cast a cold glance at the young Konoha ninja, T-Rin Cospring, before slowly directing his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Gaiden, and the other observing leaf ninjas. This was, of course, to demonstrate the unwavering integrity of the Uchiha clan. As Uchiha Jin uttered these words, he forcefully pulled Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui before him, then directed a cruel smile towards T-Kake Haru, continuing, I, Uchiha, am entirely innocent and fear not any slander. We are all ninjas and surely possess various methods to probe into memories. Whatever techniques you have, employ them all. Today, you shall search the memories of our clan's elder and leader. If I, Uchiha Jin, furrow my brow even once, then I shall cease to be a ninja of Konoha. Do not merely restrict yourselves to memory probing, even if it requires stripping us bare for an exhaustive search. I, Uchiha, shall accompany you to the very end. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shana, I always felt as though someone was plotting against me. And it turns out it is you, this rebellious rascal. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui exchanged a glance, both filled with profound terror and shock, each suspecting that the other, along with Shin, had orchestrated a trap for themselves. Uchiha Shin, what on earth are you attempting to achieve? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an exhilarating anticipation, sensing that this might be a favorable opportunity to reverse the tide of public opinion, especially considering that Danzo had already met his demise, his mind obliterated by a single blow. However, he also recognized that the situation would undoubtedly be far more complex than Uchiha Shin had suggested. It's nothing. Uchiha Jin let out a cold chuckle, disregarding the two profoundly resentful gazes directed at him, and instead fixed his unwavering stare upon the assembly, which included Sarutobi Hizashi. Since the Uchiha clan stands for integrity and the village belongs to all, we shall search through every memory. Today, we shall unearth all the malefactors within Konoha. How can this be allowed? T-Run Koharu immediately interjected, and Mito Gaiden added his voice in agreement. Our memories contain the village's core secrets. Nonsense. Before Mito Gaiden and T-Run Koharu could continue their defense, Uchiha Jin impatiently interrupted them. Those present were the very backbone of Konoha. Do you truly suspect that any among us could be a traitor? It is you. Though Mito Gaiden and T-Run Koharu remained silent, their expressive eyes conveyed a multitude of unspoken words. At this moment, Uchiha Jin feigned ignorance and continued to address the multitude of shinobi from Konoha. If we are to scheme and conceal from one another, then what significance does the existence of this village hold? If we cannot trust each other, it would be better for Konoha to disband altogether. Instead, let us seize this opportunity to clear all misunderstandings. This is the true essence of the will of fire. Upon uttering this, Uchiha Jin cast his gaze once more towards Mito and Uzumaki. The Uchiha clan stands with a clear conscience. Do you, the Mito and Uzumaki clans, harbor any hidden, sinister intentions? I would presume that those of you who so often speak of the will of fire would not hold a negative view towards the founding clan of Konoha, the Uchiha. Mito and Uzumaki remained silent, as any words spoken now would only ensnare them further in the other's trap, leaving them to rely solely on the capabilities of their own third Hokage. Uchiha Jin let out a cold laugh before turning to cast a glance at the clan leader of the closest ninja clan, Hyuga Hizashi. What does the Hyuga clan have to say? In my eyes, you are the clan that embodies the will of fire the most. And surely you would not blame Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha for the death of a mere branch family leader, the younger brother of the main family leader. Upon reaching this point, Uchiha Jin's tone suddenly became somewhat wistful, and then, laced with a hint of disdain, he continued, "Isn't it merely a matter of separating households? The beasts and slaves of the main family are dead. What is there to resent? I rather enjoy stamping my donkey at home. Your caged bird appearance is quite charming as well. Perhaps in a few days, I shall stamp my donkey too." Hinata Hinazuki gritted his teeth. A surge of murderous intent coursing through him, yet it seemed not directed solely at Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin slightly turned his gaze towards the silver-haired Umbu. "You must be Kakashi. You might want to search it up. I am quite curious about your thoughts on whether White Fang deserved his fate. After all, a ninja who fails to complete a mission does not merit to live, and you too might face consequences due to your father's betrayal of the village. I hope you will cooperate. Rest assured, I am not referring to you." Before Kakashi could react, Uchiha Jin once again directed his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. "The police department has no time to clean up after the Shadow Guard. You are well aware of what you have done." Uchiha Jin cast his gaze around the arena once more, yet at this moment, none dared to meet his eyes. No one wished to share a fate of destruction with a reckless individual, especially one who wielded the terrifying power of the Manjiki Sharingan, which instilled fear in all. Humph. As Uchiha Jin observed that no one dared to speak, a disdainful smile graced his lips, followed by a frenzied roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. What right do these insignificant wretches have to stand alongside the Uchiha clan? Until the new 5th Hokage is elected, the Uchiha and the police department shall no longer recognize any Hokage proxy. From now on, we shall act solely in accordance with the laws of Konoha. Henceforth, we heed orders, not proclamations. Chapter 64, Another Dojutsu. Eliminate them. Just as the gathering was still reeling from Jin's audacious declaration, his words, laced with murderous intent, echoed throughout the venue once more. In that instant, those who were previously filled with complex emotions, whether tumultuous, agitated, or inexplicably indignant, felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over them on a scorching summer day. Amidst the instinctive drawing of shuriken, the clashing sounds of metal rang out, filling the air with tension. The Uchiha ninjas, though slightly bewildered, were overtaken by an exhilarating thrill, their eyes shimmering with a dangerous crimson light. At the forefront of the Uchiha assembly, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shanai appeared unusually rigid, although they feigned expressions of murderous intent. The subtle twitching at the corners of their mouths revealed the complexity of their emotions. Under the watchful gaze of the Hokage's forces led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Fugaku, braving the chilling atmosphere, slowly approached Uchiha Jin and whispered softly. Though no further words were exchanged, it was clear to all present that Fugaku's intent was understood. The earlier proclamation of heeding orders, not proclamations, theoretically meant that the Uchiha still acknowledged Konoha's existence, albeit now acting independently until the 5th Hokage's election. Why then? Was there a sudden shift towards violence? In response to Fugaku's unexpected actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with dread, Kakashi, whose emotions were a tangled web, Hinata Hizashi, seething with rage, and even the esteemed members of the ninja clans, including Mito Gate and Nara SH Core, were all on high alert, eagerly awaiting Uchiha Jin's response. Was it truly just a glare? Were they prepared to engage in mutual destruction over such a trivial matter? What has transpired? Uchiha Jin, having just retracted his Susanoo and returned to solid ground, felt equally perplexed, uncertain as to why the atmosphere had shifted so dramatically. Had he indeed crossed a line? Yet, regardless, Uchiha Jin adhered to a singular principle. As long as he had not pushed his opponents to their limits, he would persist in relentlessly driving them to their breaking point. What of Yahara and Tunin? Why do they not strike? Uchiha Jin was contemplating whether these two had once again succumbed to their habitual hesitance when he suddenly sensed an intensifying chill of murderous intent emanating from Sarutobi Hizashi's side. Do they intend to strike? Boom. Uchiha Jin immediately unsheathed his kunai, pointing it menacingly at the wary Sarutobi Hiruzen, exclaiming, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you still wish to protect these remnants of root?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hyuga Hizashi, Kakashi, Fugaku, and Shursui, the assembly of ninja clan leaders. Indeed. At this moment, Uchiha Tunin and Uchiha Yahara also came to a realization, their hearts filled with a mixture of astonishment and regret as they resolutely turned to confront the remnants of the root. Before the confirmation of the 5th Hokage, let it be known that anyone daring to defy the laws of Konoha shall face the unwavering and severe punishment from the Uchiha clan and the police force. Uchiha Jin-san's icy gaze once again met the eyes of the prominent shinobi leaders present, ultimately resting upon Sarutobi Hizashi. Without turning back, he commanded a bloodbath. Regardless of the past identities of these remnants of root, any who dare to harm my Uchiha kin must pay the price in blood. Let me see who possesses the audacity to stand in my way. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tunin no longer hesitated. He slowly approached the front of oil girl Ryoma, his crimson pupils emanating a terrifying intensity. He then calmly uttered a single word, "Come." Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Yuan also encountered a formidable root ninja, silently preparing to form the necessary hand seals. In an instant, amidst the watchful eyes of numerous Konoha ninjas, a chaotic yet orderly battle commenced anew. The violent explosions and the blood-soaked ground once again attested to the brutality of war. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku's expression was exceedingly complex. He could not comprehend why. Despite having the upper hand, such methods were chosen. The members of Root were undoubtedly more formidable than most adversaries. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito's gaze remained devoid of any fluctuation, his tone imbued with a chilling indifference. If one could not even contend with Root, which was severely depleted, then they were unworthy of being called a Uchiha. More importantly, Uchiha Jin turned his head towards the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen, revealing a smile brimming with lethal intent. He then spoke softly to Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shanai, implying the dire consequences of opposing the Uchiha clan. The bloody battle continued in an orderly manner. Even though the remnants of the Root had been severely depleted in the previous encounters, their combat capabilities, having been thoroughly brainwashed by Danzo, remained formidable. However, at that moment, Uchiha Jin's thoughts were no longer fixated on the battle, but rather on reflecting upon the gains and losses of the past 2 days. On a side note, he had finally rid himself of that detestable creature, Danzo. His beloved grandson, Uchiha Shursui, a significant source of concern, had been dealt with at last. Furthermore, this incident served to sow discord between Sarutobi Hiruzen and the various ninja clans of Konoha, ensuring that for the foreseeable future, no one would dare to confront the Uchiha's blade head-on. As for the Uchiha clan, despite holding the advantage, some casualties were inevitable in such a grand conflict, though the overall strength remained largely unaffected. From this day forth, one would assume that even the most naive among the Uchiha would recognize the deteriorating relationship between their clan and the village. Consequently, Uchiha Jin would not need to exert excessive effort, as these bloodlines, filled with honor and martial spirit, would instinctively rally together, thus saving him the trouble of rallying them. The only regret was that Itachi, this devoted son, had failed to awaken his Mangekyou Sharingan. How could he not unleash a desperate surge of power when his beloved brother, Shursui, lay dead before him? Uchiha Jin cast a somewhat exasperated glance at Itachi, who lay beside Shursui like a lifeless dog. Ever since he discovered Shursui's ultimate demise, Itachi appeared utterly lost, as if his soul had departed. Even when faced with Danzo's attempt to ambush and seize Shursui's corpse, he maintained that helpless demeanor, as though the entire world had crumbled around him. Where is your rage? Where is your fury? Pathetic. For at that moment, Uchiha Jin was no longer the same as before. A mere pair of ordinary Sharingan no longer instilled fear within him. Instead, he felt as if a succulent turkey was missing from his farm, and he inexplicably felt a twinge of sympathy. Should he consider employing the technique of forcibly restraining a man? Just as Uchiha Jin pondered ways to mitigate his losses, he suddenly perceived an eerie fluctuation of ocular power emanating from Itachi's position. The once listless Uchiha Itachi had, unbeknownst to anyone, straightened his posture, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan. Now fixated intently on the Uchiha ninja engaged in a desperate battle with the remnants of the Root, the blood-red tomo began to rotate slowly, the boundaries between them growing increasingly indistinct, resembling 3 blades intertwining. Another pair of Sharingan. Chapter 65, Itachi, you wouldn't want Sasuke to be unhappy, would you? 3 pairs of Sharingan. With the emergence of yet another pair of awakened Sharingan, the previously murmuring leaf ninjas fell utterly silent. Even upon discovering this newly awakened pair belonged to their own Umbu and was dedicated to the will of fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not act rashly. There was no alternative. The last Uchiha who adhered to the will of fire only revealed the secret of his Sharingan at the very last moment. Moreover, that Uchiha clan leader, whom he had always deemed cowardly, had also concealed a trump card known as the Sharingan. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi appeared to be a spy dispatched by the Uchiha clan. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had suspected Itachi of being a double agent for the Uchiha, who could tell if he harbored a third allegiance? A triple agent? Contemplating this possibility, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly somber. The Uchiha, displaying 3 pairs of Sharingan, seemed to shine with unparalleled brilliance, and having already lost face, he understood that remaining in this place would only invite further humiliation. Humph! With a final stubborn grunt, Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively led the Umbu and the Sarutobi clan away from this place of turmoil. In that moment, the numerous ninja clans of Konoha, including the Hyuga clan, also chose to depart quietly as Sarutobi Hiruzen left. This is the profound legacy of the Uchiha clan, the foremost noble house of the ninja world, capable of growing stronger amidst battle and sorrow. The unrestrained and brazen prowess of Uchiha Itachi compels every entity harboring malevolence towards the Uchiha clan to reconsider their allegiances. As for the survival of the remnants of the Root, naturally, no one cares. With the fierce battle between Oil Girl Ryoma and Uchiha Tunin drawing to a close, Uchiha Tunin ultimately triumphed, sacrificing his own severely wounded state to slay Oil Girl Ryoma, who had endured 2 grueling confrontations. This victory, emblematic in its significance, hastened the conclusion of the remaining bloody skirmishes. Indeed, life and death hold no certainties, even with the Uchiha clan wielding overwhelming advantage. 2 individuals from the concealed depths of the Root managed to successfully retaliate against their foes. The flames of conflict continue to burn. Uchiha Fugaku approached the side of Jin with a complex expression, hesitantly glancing at the 2 precariously balanced Root ninjas. Go away. Uchiha Jin paid no heed to Fyake. instead striding directly towards the two root ninjas who were still valiantly holding their ground. From this day forth, you shall be known as the rogue ninjas of Konoha. Tomorrow, my Uchiha clan will embark on an unrelenting pursuit against you. Exhaust every means at your disposal to struggle until your fate is irrevocably sealed. Despite the silver hair peeking through the cracks of the tattered root ninja mask being strikingly familiar, Uchiha Jin dismissed the two entirely and turned his gaze towards the assembly of Uchihas behind him. You are truly the most disappointing generation of Uchihas I have ever led. Accompanied by Uchiha Jin's scornful taunts, the gathered Uchiha J-Nin and Special J-Nin exchanged glances, bewilderment etched on their faces. Wasn't this the very rhetoric he employed nightly in the training grounds, admonishing the young Uchihas? In the face of Uchiha Jin's relentless derision, the assembly silently lowered their heads, casting sidelong glances at their surroundings. Fortunately, those young ones had not followed. Otherwise, do you dare to defy me? Uchiha Jin's lips habitually curled into a perfectly timed smirk of derision, yet instead of feeling the atmosphere of the clan training ground, he was enveloped by an eerie aura of impending doom. He could only continue to speak coldly to himself. In the face of a weary remnant from the root, how could you allow yourselves to become such a disheveled sight? 4 of your kin have perished today, and yet you dare to feel pride. It was only when Uchiha Jin mentioned the fallen brethren that the haughty expressions of the Uchiha elite faltered, replaced by a twinge of sorrow that permeated their hearts. After all, the root was composed of elite shinobi drawn from various clans of Konoha by Danzo, many of whom had been brainwashed into becoming emotionless killing machines. Even in a position of advantage, it was impossible to annihilate without sustaining losses. A myriad of reasons surged within their minds, yet none of the Uchiha dared to voice them. Ultimately, under the glare of Uchiha Jin's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, all their excuses were rendered hollow. The singular truth remained: they were not strong enough, far from it. Sensing that the atmosphere had shifted, Uchiha Jin spoke again, issuing commands. The medical ninjas we previously detained are still here. Now, return and tend to your injuries. Starting tomorrow, all Uchiha are to participate in clan training. Yes. Under the organization of Yuhara and Tunan, the Uchiha elite began to withdraw. The once bustling streets were suddenly deserted, leaving only 7 or 8 Uchiha directing a few lower-ranked shinobi to commence the cleanup of the battlefield. It was at this juncture that Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shadan approached Uchiha Jin once more. The unprecedented victory had infused them with an inexplicable excitement. What had appeared to be a deadlock transformed into an unprecedented opportunity through Uchiha Jin's reckless onslaught. At this moment, the Uchiha clan had gained not just Jin, but also Itachi, both wielding the power of their own kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Is the resurgence of the Uchiha clan finally poised to manifest in their hands? No. There is still the matter of Shirsue's eyes. Fugaku suddenly recalled a grave concern, long before, when Danzo obstinately insisted on reaching Shirsue's corpse. He had been deeply troubled by Danzo's final actions. Why did he feel compelled to touch Shirsue only to subsequently direct his hostility towards Hiruzen Sarutobi? Could it be that Shirsue's Manjiki Sharingan holds some significance? Who knows? Uchiha Jin casually shook his head in faint nonchalance as he spoke. When I arrived, Shirsue's eyes were already like that. He must have employed some sort of forbidden technique for self-destruction. After all, no Uchiha would willingly allow their Sharingan to fall into disuse. It's likely that Shirsue also cast an illusion on Danzo, leading that fellow to believe he could still turn the tide with Shirsue's eyes. Although Fuyue harbored some skepticism in his heart, he recognized that such matters were now difficult to investigate. Whether Shirsue had destroyed his own eyes or had fallen into Jin's hands, it was not necessarily a misfortune for the Uchiha clan. Jin, you should refrain from casually wielding the power of the Manjiki in the future. While this power is formidable, it comes at a cost. Understood. Uchiha Jinchuan nodded in acknowledgement, feeling no necessity to elucidate his circumstances to Fugaku. At that moment, his attention was captivated by Uchiha Itachi, who had silently approached his side. He raised his gaze to meet those eyes, shimmering with a crimson light, a mesmerizing pair indeed. The 3 blades intertwined, a harbinger of impending slaughter, were they not? Itachi, congratulations. You have awakened the power of the Manjiki. Why? Uchiha Itachi's visage bore no trace of the joy that often accompanies the awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan. Instead, a surging tempest of murderous intent roared deep within his gaze. At this moment, however, neither Fugaku nor Shirsue paid it much heed. After all, the awakening of such eyes was steeped in sorrow, and the demise of his dear friend Shirsue was an unbearable cruelty for the young Itachi. Yet, it was evident that Uchiha Ibito grasped the true reason behind Itachi's awakening of the Manjiki. It was not in witnessing Shirsue's death that Itachi unlocked this power. Rather, it was after bearing witness to the bloody conflict between the Uchiha and the root that he successfully activated the Manjiki. A flicker of inexplicable amusement crossed Uchiha Jin's eyes as he slowly approached Uchiha Itachi, whispering, Itachi, you wouldn't want Sasuke to be unhappy, would you? The 66th chapter, Itachi. You certainly do not wish for Sasuke to come to harm. How dare you? What are your intentions towards Sasuke? Uchiha Itachi resembled a powder keg ignited. Completely oblivious to the trepidation he felt towards the individual before him, he lunged forward, seizing Uchiha Ibito's collar, and roared with a semblance of madness. At that moment, Considerations of village loyalty and the will of fire were utterly eclipsed by the safety of Sasuke, that dear little brother. The mere thought of the ruthless Uchiha Obito plotting harm against his beloved sibling sent waves of murderous intent surging within Itachi, which he could no longer restrain. Itachi, what are you doing? Fugaku, seemingly unaware of Obito's deliberately suppressed tone, recognized his eldest son's blatant disrespect towards a revered member of the Uchiha clan. He swiftly intervened, pushing Itachi back a step, before turning to bow apologetically. I apologize. It seems he has just awakened those eyes and currently cannot control his emotions. It's fine. Uchiha Jin casually flicked the slightly wrinkled collar of his garment, a peculiar yet benign smile gracing his visage as he softly spoke. Isn't it remarkable how potent the bloodline of Clan Fyac is? Both father and son have awakened the Meijiki Sharingan, a phenomenon exceedingly rare in the illustrious history of our Uchiha clan. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku could not help but throw his head back in a hearty laugh, the exuberance and nonchalance in his voice revealing just how triumphant he felt in that moment. After so many years, Fugaku had concealed himself, shrouded in the secrecy of his Meijiki Sharingan, all in pursuit of a hidden ambition. At last, witnessing the fruits of his labor, he experienced a profound sense of relief and vindication. Although Uchiha Shursui has perished, he inflicted considerable damage upon the Root and Danzo. Furthermore, upon awakening his Meijiki Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi led his clansmen to triumph over the Root, a faction that had long been at odds with the Uchiha, ultimately eliminating the treacherous Danzo after coercing the higher echelons of the Hokage. Such feats would have been inconceivable to Uchiha Fugaku in the past, yet they are now unfolding before his very eyes. Remarkably, his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, has also awakened the Meijiki Sharingan. At this moment, whether as the leader of the Uchiha clan or as a father, Uchiha Fugaku has every reason to be overwhelmed with excitement and joy. Uchiha Fugaku gradually subdued his laughter, then inquired with a hint of curiosity, what were you just discussing? What has happened to Sasuke? Father, it's about Jin. Uchiha Itachi was about to remind Fugaku of how Uchiha Obito had interrupted him, questioning the latter's motives behind the destruction of their family and the harmony of the village, seemingly intent on using Sasuke as leverage against him. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Obito's voice, laced with a hint of mockery, interjected. Am I not also responsible for the clan's teachings? Upon encountering Sasuke, I sensed a peculiar quality within him, though I could not pinpoint its nature at the time. Yet, this feeling bears an uncanny resemblance to the aura that envelopes you now, Itachi. Uchiha Jin remarked as he turned once more to gaze at Uchiha Fugaku, offering his heartfelt congratulations tinged with a hint of admiration. Perhaps the clan leader is on the verge of awakening a third pair of Meijiki Sharingan. Is that truly the case? Uchiha Fugaku harbors no doubts for the words spoken by Uchiha Shins, who is not only an expert in education but also possesses the legendary Meijiki Sharingan, carry immense credibility. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku is acutely aware of his own capabilities. Is it possible that the Uchiha clan is destined to possess a fourth or even a fifth pair of Meijiki Sharingan? Oh, ancestors! You may rest in peace beneath the yellow springs. Father, it is not as you think. Itachi Uchiha could distinctly perceive the profound malice emanating from Shin Uchiha. Thus he hurriedly sought to alert his father, who was currently ensnared in confusion. Indeed, however, once again, Itachi's words were interrupted by Shin, who, with a gaze laden with significance, resumed speaking. Not long ago, Sasuke explicitly confided in me his desire to inherit the will of Yamatsumi, to lead the Uchiha clan in reclaiming all that rightfully belonged to them. I firmly believe that with such innate talent and unwavering determination, it is merely a matter of time before young Sasuke awakens the Meijiki Sharingan. What? Uchiha Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted. Although he had long been aware of Sasuke's participation in the family training, ever since the Uchiha clan's disturbances had become increasingly frequent, Itachi had been tasked with relaying information to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Consequently, he felt an unsettling emotion brewing within him, yet he had never found the inclination to delve into it. Could it be Sasuke? As this thought crossed his mind, Uchiha Itachi abruptly lifted his head, immediately locking eyes with Uchiha Obito, whose gaze was laden with profound significance. A chilling wave of icy realization surged through his mind. You, wretched one. Within Uchiha Itachi, a tempest of fury surged, yet Uchiha Obito's response was even more swift, tinged with a hint of hesitation and discontent. I have heard that Itachi is currently serving in the Umbu. Fear not, for Itachi is the spy I have assigned to the Umbu. Uchiha Fugaku, far from being incensed, appeared rather pleased. For the ability to dispatch spies to the Umbu was a matter he and that old fellow, Shina, could boast about for quite some time. However, the rift between the Uchiha clan and Sarutobi Hiruzen had now reached an irreparable state, and it was likely that even the most oblivious individuals would no longer place their trust in Itachi. After all, Itachi possessed the formidable Meijiki Sharingan. With this thought, Fugaku turned to Itachi, his expression filled with pride and approval as he gently stated, Itachi, the covert operations can cease. Your strength will be more crucial for our clan in the times to come. Father? In the depths of Uchiha Itachi's eyes, his pupils constricted once more, and he suddenly became acutely aware of a grave issue. Originally aligned with the moderates, Uchiha Fugaku had merely displayed a semblance of animosity towards Konoha, influenced by the sentiments of his clan. Yet now, it appeared he had genuinely shifted his political stance. Had he become a radical? Or, even more terrifyingly, a member of the Destruction faction? So, it was like this. I had previously targeted Itachi in the arena due to this matter, and I sincerely apologize for that. Although Uchiha Jin's words conveyed an apology, his tone bore no trace of remorse. Perceiving the inner turmoil reflected in Itachi's gaze, he continued with added emphasis. While Sasuke had begun to gradually showcase his innate talent, he was still far too young at this moment. Given that both Itachi and the clan leader had recently revealed the existence of the Sharingan, it was inevitable that those with ulterior motives would set their sights on Sasuke. As Uchiha Jin spoke, an icy aura of murderous intent enveloped him, yet his gaze remained fixated on the currently complex expression of Uchiha Itachi. Even within the confines of their clan's territory, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that someone might recklessly take action, endangering the beloved genius brother of Itachi. In Uchiha Itachi's eyes, it seemed as though flames were about to erupt. However, upon recalling the formidable power displayed by Uchiha Obito moments earlier, and witnessing his adorable younger brother, who now appeared to have been beguiled by the adversary, the initial impulse to retaliate was swiftly suppressed. Itachi, surely you do not wish for Sasuke to come to harm. Sensing the reluctant concession in Itachi's gaze, Uchiha Obito stepped forward. His eyes fixed intently upon the Uchiha youth before him, who was a head shorter. Tears glimmered in Itachi's eyes as he glanced helplessly at Uchiha Fugaku beside him, only to find that Fugaku seemed oblivious to Obito's malevolent nature. Overwhelmed with unspoken words and deeply concerned for his beloved younger brother, Itachi, in a state of turmoil, managed to utter a single word. Yes. Chapter 67, Fugaku's Kaleidoscope. Itachi Uchiha departed without a trace of hesitation, disregarding the secret signals left by Hiruzen Sarutobi. He swiftly made his way back to the clan's territory. In the span of less than a day, both Shisui Uchiha and Danzo had met their untimely demise, and the once formidable underbelly of Konoha, known as Root, had dissipated into oblivion. While these occurrences hinted at a series of fortuitous coincidences, Itachi harbored a nagging suspicion that Shin Uchiha was orchestrating events from the shadows. The very notion that such a figure had already targeted Sasuke was unbearable for Itachi. He felt compelled to return and protect his brother at all costs. Is this the essence of the Will of Fire? As for Itachi's departure, Shin Uchiha offered no interference, though the disdain in his gaze grew increasingly palpable. A cold-blooded monster who would annihilate his own clan for the sake of the village, regardless of age. Whether an elderly man in his 60s or a babbling infant, none were spared from the massacre. If Itachi truly held steadfast to a belief in peace, sacrificing himself after the slaughter of his clan to atone, one might contemplate that Shin Uchiha could only regard him as a fool, lacking in intellect. Yet, he left behind a brother, Sasuke Uchiha, along with a rather insipid yet subtly mocking warning: if you dare to lay a hand on Sasuke, I will divulge all of Konoha's secrets to our enemies. Enough. This is intolerable. Even if this world's Itachi had yet to act, for the sake of himself and the countless Uchiha who perished unjustly in parallel realms, Shin Uchiha would not let this vacillating, foolish paragon of filial piety escape unscathed. Truly, what a disgrace to the concept of filial duty. As the host of the Uchiha Paragon system, Shin Uchiha felt it imperative to make the other party aware of what true suffering entails. How much weight can a sack of rice bear? What? Uchiha Fugaku sensed the whispers beside him and turned his head with a hint of curiosity to inquire. There is nothing to worry about. I can gradually teach Itachi the ways of life in the future. Uchiha Obito resolutely severed the distractions in his mind, then turned to Fugaku with a note of uncertainty and continued to ask, Clan leader, your Manjiki Sharingan is related to me, isn't it? Indeed. As soon as Uchiha Jin's words escaped his lips, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze became momentarily intense, only to relax almost instantaneously, as if he had finally cast aside a considerable burden. Have you noticed? Uchiha Fugaku's tone was tinged with a hint of nostalgia as he cast a contemplative glance at the clan member before him, who concealed an aura of formidable strength. Jin was no longer the young prodigy who relied on trickery to launch surprise attacks. He had evolved into a true powerhouse, standing on the same level as Fugaku, if not surpassing him. Did she Jin by my? Huh? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term from Uchiha Fugaku's lips, a flicker of confusion momentarily crossed Uchiha Jin's eyes. Humph. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku remained unhurried. After waiting for a while and observing that Shinsuke showed no inclination to inquire further, he reluctantly continued speaking. The legendary deity in mythology, known as the god of food, is akin to my ocular technique, which possesses the ability to bestow upon the Uchiha clan the kaleidoscopic power of my eyes. This gift enables our family members to give rise to a greater number of prodigies and facilitates their accelerated growth. Uchiha Fugaku's words were imbued with a palpable excitement, as if he had finally discovered a confidant after years of concealment. In the past, I had believed that the effectiveness of the ocular techniques was lacking, and that the strength of our clan members had not advanced as swiftly as I had envisioned. However, now, witnessing your prowess alongside Itachi and Shisui, at this moment, Uchiha Fugaku's heart brimmed with a profound sense of pride. After years of silent dedication to his clan, he finally reaped a gratifying reward. How astonishing it is! In the eyes of Uchiha Jin, a glimmer of brilliance flickered, and in an instant, countless images began to coalesce in his mind, enveloping him in a profound sense of clarity. No wonder. For many years, the Uchiha clan has seldom produced pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan. Yet, in this era, figures such as Obito, Shisui, Itachi, and Sasuke have emerged in succession. While it may be attributed to the demands of the narrative, this moment serves to fill the void of the original work, completing the final piece of the puzzle. Does the power of the eyes influence the inherent abilities of the Uchiha clan members? It seems that this patriarch, Fugaku, still has potential to nurture, and he must not squander it carelessly like Uchiha Shisui. However, is this truly the extent of the ability? Uchiha Jin, somewhat perplexed, inquired further. In theory, Fugaku's Mangekyou Sharingan shouldn't be so simplistic, right? Shouldn't it unleash Amaterasu or foresee the future? Quite so, Fugaku replied. The potency of the chakra I bestow upon my clan can indeed empower them, yet it can also be retracted at will. Moreover, it renders my Jinjutsu more effective against those who have been graced by my gift. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku cast a sly glance at Uchiha Jin, suggesting that should Jin dare to employ such underhanded tactics again, he would retaliate with a formidable display of contrasting prowess. At that moment, Fugaku's eyes gleamed with profound pride. He had always been deeply invested in the potential of his two sons, aspiring for his gifted offspring to manifest the capability to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. From Itachi's early years, Fugaku had imparted the intricacies of ninjutsu and taijutsu to him, frequently lauding his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, in the presence of others, hoping that Itachi would illuminate the future of the Uchiha clan. Thus, Itachi symbolized Fugaku's aspirations, while he himself might be limited. He firmly believed that with the aid of his sons, his hopes would inevitably be realized. And now, with the presence of Uchiha Jin, it felt as though destiny itself favored the Uchiha clan. Jinjutsu? Uchiha Jinx initially felt a tinge of confusion, yet a flicker of understanding soon illuminated his eyes. No wonder the original narrative could so effortlessly ensnare Itachi within the realm of illusions. It seemed this power had long been lurking within all members of the Uchiha clan. Had it not been for Uchiha Jinx's extraordinary ocular prowess and mental fortitude, he might never have uncovered such a deeply concealed strength. With a swift motion, a wave of ocular energy emanated from Uchiha Jinx's eyes, causing Uchiha Fugaku, standing nearby, to emit a low grunt of discomfort. What are you doing? Fugaku reproached, casting a sideways glance at Jinx, yet he bore no aversion to this probing action. After all, the nature of Jinjutsu rendered it perilous to allow others to inscribe their methods upon oneself, especially when it involved Uchiha Jinx, the harbinger of the ominous title Yuhui. Just a curiosity, once Uchiha Jinx confirmed his ability to break free from this power through his kaleidoscopic ocular prowess, he no longer paid heed to the entangling forces that were evidently beneficial to him. At the very least, the source of the spectral realm's power had been slightly augmented. So what shall our next course of action be? Fugaku inquired, his curiosity piqued after witnessing Uchiha Jinx's playful teasing of the great Shishinbi selling power. Though Fugaku felt confident in his own abilities, he was eager to contemplate the insights of this rising star, who had already showcased remarkable achievements. What comes next? Uchiha Jin's eyes glimmered with a hint of intrigue as he gazed towards the distant Hokage building. Do you understand why there exists an abundance of rules and regulations within the village? Yet, in practice, few seem to heed them? Uchiha Fugaku, somewhat perplexed, inquired with a hint of confusion. What does that mean? Uchiha Jin revealed a hint of a playful smile at the corners of his mouth, and then, with a touch of wistfulness, remarked, it is indeed possible to have substantiated evidence when addressing certain individuals. Author's note, I humbly request your continued support. This is the final push for Sanjiang, and I kindly ask all readers, regardless of your location, to turn to the last page on Chidian. Thank you very much. Chapter 68, The Police Department Should Operate This Way, Part 1. The Police Department. Ever since he comprehended the immense authority possessed by the police department, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but feel an urge to slap himself twice. The Uchiha clan, as the founding family of Konoha, inherently possesses a certain aura. They are endowed with the authority of the police force, a power that provides them the opportunity to stand alongside the Hokage in matters of governance. Yet, the outcome has led them to a state of disdain and animosity from the populace. Indeed, there are nefarious individuals among the masses as well. Uchiha Fugaku does not concede that his clan is overly foolish. Rather, he asserts that their adversaries are far more insidious and cunning than they had anticipated. While the pride of the Uchiha clan renders them utterly disdainful of such treachery, setting aside this trivial rationale, Fugaku, now engaged in contemplation, begins to piece together the fragmented insights provided by Uchiha Shinsui. As he discusses matters with Uchiha Shisui, he uncovers the treacherous implications of the second Hokage's assignment of the police force. The Uchiha clan's inherent pride fosters a profound sense of distance, which, coupled with their unwavering impartiality in law enforcement, consistently alienates them from the villagers, ultimately leading to their isolation within the Leaf Village. Over time, the reputation of the police force has become irreparably tarnished alongside that of the Uchiha clan. Even with this awareness, Fugaku previously lacked viable solutions. After all, He is acutely aware of his clan's disposition. Only a leader of exceptional repute could inspire loyalty and facilitate a balanced approach to law enforcement that cultivates goodwill. However, today marks a departure from the past. The series of remarkable feats accomplished by Uchiha Jin, including the eradication of the Root, the assassination of Danzo, and the intimidation of the Hokage, have propelled his reputation within the Uchiha clan to unprecedented heights. As long as it pertains to Jin, what? Just when Fugaku was anticipating that Uchiha Jin would reform the current state of the police department, thereby facilitating a better integration of the Uchiha into Konoha and potentially ascending to the Hokage's throne, Jin's subsequent remarks left him utterly stunned. Enforcing the law with moderation? Enforcing it with compassion? Such notions can go to hell. Do you not understand that the principle of not utilizing power leads to obsolescence? I truly question whether you are indeed a genuine Uchiha. Such a feeble and irresponsible approach is something my clan, with its 1,000-year legacy, could never accept. Despite the scathing rebuke directed at Fugaku, a flicker of approval flashed in Uchiha Jin's eyes. It is undeniable that Fugaku's past performance was somewhat lackluster. Yet the capacity to contemplate such matters, even if it stems from the fleeting hints inadvertently disclosed by Uchiha Jin, demonstrates a significant challenge for this politically naive, brash ninja. If Uchiha Jin's aim is to gain the recognition of the villagers of Konoha, thereby engaging in a tug-of-war with Sarutobi Hiruzen, ultimately presenting a candidate from the Uchiha clan for the position of Hokage through repeated concessions and disingenuous flattery, then congratulations, Fugaku. This notion is not devoid of a chance for success. However, in the eyes of Uchiha Jin, this approach appears to be akin to arguing with a fool, inevitably lowering one's own intelligence and being outmatched by the fool's richer experiences. Engaging in public sentiment with someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has managed Konoha for decades. Does he truly believe that Hiruzen's so-called will of fire is merely an empty title? Does he genuinely think that anyone can impersonate Mei Changsu? Most importantly, Hokage? Whoever desires that role may pursue it. For the sake of a mere village leader's position, Uchiha Jin, as a time traveler, finds it beneath his dignity to compromise. Furthermore, as the overseer of the Uchiha clan, what could be more effective than the trials of blood and fire to facilitate the rapid growth of his subordinates? Thus, compromising and feigning cooperation? Not a chance. The existence of the police department may well be a product of Senju Tobarama's conflicting psyche as Hokage. He must treat all ninja under his command equally, yet as a member of the Senju clan, he bears the blood debts of countless clansmen against the Uchiha. This has led to the emergence of the police department, a potential pathway to Hokage that will forever elude the grasp of the Uchiha. If your character is flawed, and you are politically inept, do not blame me for your inability to become Hokage. Merely the thought of Senju Tobarama's smirking visage evokes a sliver of admiration in Uchiha Jin for this inventor of forbidden jutsu in the ninja world. He is certainly a figure of note. Yet, little did Senju Tobarama dream that the unyielding shackles of the police department, once placed in Uchiha Jin's hands, would manifest in unexpected and spectacular ways. First and foremost, recruitment must be expanded. The Uchiha clan's energy ought not to be squandered on trivial disputes. Engaging temporary workers from outside can effortlessly address such matters. Allowing outsiders to join the police department? Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. Even though he was aware of the issues surrounding the existence of the police department, his family's inherent pride made him entirely unwilling to allow outsiders to share in their authority. Are you foolish, unaware of what a temporary worker truly is? Uchiha Jin pointed an accusatory finger at Fugaku, vehemently berating him for his perceived shortcomings. What is so disgraceful about the noble Uchiha clan spending a little money to hire a few ordinary ninjas for assistance? Are you truly suggesting that one must even clean their own home? How could you possibly be so certain that this is incorrect? Uchiha Fugaku instinctively offered a defense, only to swiftly redirect the conversation with a probing inquiry. However, what of the funding for recruiting personnel? Although the clan possesses a certain degree of heritage, it would indeed be quite burdensome to sustain such an expenditure over the long term. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku added in a hushed tone, not long ago. You pilfered 100 million ryo from the clan. Even though we belong to the illustrious Uchiha lineage, our liquid assets are rather limited. Let us not dwell on these trifles. Uchiha Jin decisively dispelled Fuyue's notion of extracting resources from his own pocket and once again unleashed a torrent of words towards him. Does the police department not have its own budget? Is it truly impossible to allocate even this meager sum? Upon realizing that his thoughts were ruthlessly rejected by Uchiha Jin, Fuyue helplessly shook his head and, with a hint of melancholy, began to speak. In our village, the financial matters are overseen by Kurama Shokan. The police department's budget has always been pitifully scant. It is only manageable because the clansmen do not incur substantial expenses. At this point, Fuyue suddenly paused, following an inexplicable sensation, and lifted his gaze once more, only to be met with Uchiha Jin's incredulous stare. What is the matter? Fuyue wondered what he had said amiss. Yet under that penetrating gaze, he found himself at a loss. Alas, Uchiha Jin remained silent, but after letting out a deep sigh, his overwhelming aura surged forth, accompanied by his formidable voice. Whatever sum was lacking, he would demand it doubled from that old witch, Chun, who ran the dormitory. Should she dare to obstruct him in this regard, he would ensure she comprehended the true meaning of the county magistrate is inferior to the local enforcer. Chapter 69. The police department can play this way too. To wield power and neglect its use renders it obsolete. If anyone dared to openly exploit their meager authority against the police department, Uchiha Jin would find it necessary to demonstrate to them what constitutes a genuine institution of force. Uchiha Jin harbored deep suspicions regarding the absence of issues within the Uzumaki clan. Seizing this opportunity, he contemplated a thorough investigation into the Sarutobi, Shimura, Mito clans, and other prominent families within the Hokage lineage. As the legitimate governing body of Konoha, it was only fitting for the police department to scrutinize the corruption within the village's finances, and it seemed quite reasonable to involve the Uzumaki clan in this inquiry. Should he uncover any discrepancies during this process, one might wonder if they believed the blade of the Uchiha was dull. If Uzumaki Koharu dared to manipulate the budget, Uchiha Jin would, in fact, be thankful to her. That very night, he would lead a contingent to confront the Uzumaki clan. Any funds with questionable origins would lead them to understand the dire consequences faced by corrupt officials. As for the justification, would it be claimed that the Uchiha were instigating trouble? If need be, memories could be exchanged once more, after all. Uchiha Jin felt that clan leader Fugaku had nothing to feel guilty about, and he imagined Uzumaki Koharu would not believe herself to be hiding anything either. If all else failed, they could wager under the guise of police authority. The Uchiha clan had little to fear from defeat. Yet should they emerge victorious and uncover any evidence, corruption was no trivial matter. It was akin to uprooting the very foundation of Konoha. The Uchiha clan's unwavering commitment to impartial justice in the face of tyranny raises the question, who in the village of Konoha can legitimately oppose this stance at present? Is this truly acceptable? Uchiha Fugaku remained in a state of disbelief. Could it be that by taking such actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his associates would genuinely acquiesce? This notion defied all logic. Surely one must possess some leverage. Leverage? Indeed, the roots of Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly recalled the recently departed Danzo, instantly contemplating how this moment could be transformed into a narrative. Alas! Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jin let out a deep sigh, casting a glance at Fugaku filled with a sense of frustration and helplessness. You must remember that you are an Uchiha. Do not even think about using your intellect. The remnants of Danzo's machinations are not for you to contend with. The moment Uchiha Jin clashed with Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having forsaken his dear friend, had already dispatched someone to clear the battlefield. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, the current leader, it was imperative to avoid provoking the resurgent Uchiha clan in the immediate future. The perilous situation surrounding Konoha left no room for Hiruzen to act recklessly, and his concerns over the losses to the Umbu and his own clan made him equally reluctant to engage. The most prudent course of action in his mind was to gradually weaken the Uchiha's overall strength while attempting to cultivate alliances with those sympathetic to the Hokage, eventually eradicating the Uchiha through sheer momentum. Uchiha Jin was acutely aware of this reality and thus felt no need to tread cautiously. Hiruzen's boundaries would surely be more expansive than he anticipated. Jin shared a similar sentiment. While instigating a conflict was not beyond their capability, it would not be a wise strategy in the long run. Only with Sarutobi Hiruzen as a formidable adversary could the Uchiha clan evolve and mature through repeated confrontations. As for the present, is it not possible to strike down a drowning dog? If Fugaku could excel in this regard, that would suffice. As for contemplating the affairs of the astute, it was perhaps best for the Uchiha's hidden talents to refrain from overexerting themselves. What does that mean? Fugaku felt a twinge of displeasure at these words, yet he recognized the truth within. Indeed, as an Uchiha, one must ultimately place faith and strength. Only power serves as the definitive measure of one's character and correctness. Realizing that merely competing with Nara Shikamaru could alleviate the Uchiha's financial woes, Uchiha Fugaku felt a surge of inexplicable excitement, tempered by an underlying melancholy. Uchiha Jin cast a sidelong glance at his opponent, refraining from further kicking them while they were down, and instead continued to speak for himself. The Uchiha clan has always been akin to wolves that feast on flesh, rather than mere dogs that guard the gates. If one lacks the strength to challenge the rules of my police department, then they ought to adhere to them with utmost sincerity. Whether they are ordinary ninjas or belong to various clans from Konoha, the Uchiha police department shall treat all equally, with no semblance of favoritism or injustice. Furthermore, upon apprehending criminals, it is not sufficient to merely confine them within the station for idle contemplation. They must be thoroughly punished and then paraded publicly to atone for their misdeeds, showcasing the fairness, justice, and transparency of Uchiha enforcement. Should anyone dare to disseminate slander against our clan due to our just enforcement, let them be seized and interrogated to ascertain whether they are spies sent from enemy nations. The Uchiha clan indeed possesses an air of arrogance, exhibiting a sense of superiority and disdain for others. However, the reason their reputation has been tarnished to such an extent lies in the imperfections of their constructed persona. Their desire for validation from others, coupled with their reluctance to reach out, along with an inherent aloofness and indifference to the opinions of ordinary people, renders them an easy target for criticism. Rather than remaining in a state of discontent, it would be far more prudent to adopt a more decisive stance. The nature of one's persona is irrelevant to its quality. Once firmly established, it becomes something others cannot dismantle, leaving them with no choice but to accept it. This Uchiha is known for its harsh enforcement. This Uchiha is oblivious to human sentiment. This Uchiha is unyielding in its principles. This Uchiha, alas, should not be trifled with. Throughout this process, it is essential to decisively eliminate those who seek to incite discord, subsequently employing resolute measures to uphold the Uchiha's commitment to just enforcement. Following this, when the Uchiha engages in actions that may appear extreme yet are fundamentally ordinary, the majority will find them less difficult to accept. The most crucial aspect remains within this very process. The Uchiha clan's practical training within the village has significantly increased, and Uchiha Jin's mastery of PUA techniques has proven to be quite advantageous. The essence of this revised approach can be encapsulated in a single word: audacity. Regardless of whether the opponent is a high-ranking official from Konoha or a ninja from various clans, the Uchiha must heed the call of their own convictions. There is no need for hesitation. If one is displeased, they strike. If one is challenged, they retaliate. If there are slanders against the Uchiha, they respond. If one finds something unsatisfactory, they confront it. As long as one bravely adheres to their inner choices, charging forward with unrestrained vigor. Can the law enforcement department truly undergo a transformation? Uchiha Fugaku was perplexed yet profoundly shaken. Fortunately, the manner in which Uchiha Jin executed this reform was rather effortless for a member of the Uchiha clan, leading one to suspect that its implementation would bear little significance for the clansmen. With that thought in mind, noticing that Uchiha Wulong had refrained from voicing any further opinions, Uchiha Jin decisively turned and departed, as the ensuing matters no longer required his involvement. The Uchiha clan's chives have matured. It is high time for them to learn to draw nourishment and thrive independently. At this moment, Uchiha Obito eagerly anticipates whether Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions will gradually endure humiliation and delight upon witnessing the transformations within the police department, ultimately reflecting upon their own circumstances as they are incessantly taken advantage of. The police department can still operate in such a manner. Chapter 70. The incipient form of the netherworld in the cemetery district of Konoha village, before a colossal stone stele engraved with a multitude of names. Countless small tombstones stand in meticulous alignment. The familiar and unfamiliar names etched upon these markers imbue the long-abandoned area with a faint aura of solemnity. However, on this somewhat unusual morning, a thick stench of blood shatters the tranquility as Uchiha Obito strides toward a small tombstone bearing the Uchiha clan emblem. Clutching a package that continues to drip blood, Zongshian, I have fulfilled my promise to you. As Uchiha Obito's calm voice resonates, he disdainfully tosses the package towards the designated offering spot at the tombstone. The package disintegrates mid-air, scattering a mass of indistinguishable, bloodied remnants across the ground, rendering the scene exceedingly bizarre. TSK. Uchiha Jin retrieved a silk scarf, somewhat disdainfully wiping his right hand, which had previously handled the explosive package. He then began to form hand seals with a single hand. Fire. Under Uchiha Jin's command, blazing flames of chakra surged forth, the intense heat instantly purifying everything before the tombstone. To slay Danzo. To use Danzo's head as an offering to honor Zongshian and his departed son, that was the promise Uchiha Jin made to that flame demon. If it were at all possible, Uchiha Jin harbored the belief that Zongshian would prefer to take matters into his own hands. However, the accumulated injuries sustained over the years rendered him incapable of enduring prolonged and intense combat, and his ninja prowess had diminished significantly. Faced with the ever-watchful presence of root members guarding Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Zongshian found himself bereft of any opportunity for a successful assassination. This predicament compelled him to secretly align himself with the Tamatsukuhai. When Uchiha Jin proposed the rebirth plan, Zongshian resolutely embraced the responsibilities of a death warrior. While Danzo's life was merely a trifling concern to Uchiha Jin, it could undoubtedly bring solace to the spirit of Uchiha Zongshian. Gazing at the small grave marker, which remained silent yet seemed to smile at him, Uchiha Jin's previously agitated thoughts began to settle slightly. Is it too much to ask for some peace from you departed souls? With an inner roar of indignation, a resounding thunder echoed within the ethereal realm, distinct from the reality they inhabited. Under the oppressive weight of a world shrouded in will, the four previously chattering dark-haired ninjas finally fell silent, though their lively eyes continued to communicate fervently with one another. The command for the remnants of the Uchiha clan and root to engage in fierce duels was not solely to showcase the valor of the Uchiha to the entirety of Konoha, but primarily aimed at procuring resources for this nascent realm of the underworld. Even with Danzo serving as a solid foundation, the existence of this ethereal space would still require Uchiha Jin to expend a significant amount of his Sharingan power. The root ninjas meticulously groomed by Danzo, particularly those hailing from the Yamashiro and Wyan clans, while largely brainwashed, possessed a certain resilience in their souls. Their robust spiritual energy was a rare supplement for this emerging realm. Damn you, Danzo. You wasteful fiend. As a flicker of resentment surged within Uchiha Jin's heart. Beneath the mirrored surface of this ethereal land, Shimura Danzo, who had only just regained a semblance of respite, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Even the four battle-hardened Uchiha felt an unsettling tremor resonate within their very souls upon hearing that anguished wail. It was a harrowing experience. In this brief span of time, as the only four capable of free movement in this world, they were acutely aware of the profound suffering and despair endured by those unfortunate souls lurking beneath the surface. The communication between souls was transparent. Through mere eye contact, they could discern that the group led by Danzo, existing below ground, was perpetually ensnared in a cycle of painful memories. After approximately 3 to 4 hours, they would receive a fleeting moment of respite, but it was no blessing. Rather, it was the cruelest punishment, helplessly awaiting the return of obscured memories and the ensuing cycle of suffering. Consequently, the four newly transformed Uchiha spirits behaved with utmost caution, fearful of inadvertently sharing the same grim fate. Fortunately, as per the accounts of the two deceased Uchiha, this realm was likely connected to their own elder of the Temitsugai. Thus, it was surprising to discover how harmoniously the Uchiha souls resonated with the powers of the underworld. As a voice of astonishment echoed, a translucent figure materialized before the four, curiously observing them. "Elder Jin," they exclaimed in unison, stepping forward with faces alight with joy. Thankfully, events unfolded as they had anticipated. Otherwise, they could scarcely imagine the darkness that awaited them. To be tormented even after death, with their souls at the mercy of others, how terrifying. With this thought, Uchiha Nancy took a step forward, her voice tinged with hopeful inquiry. "Is this your ninjutsu that has brought us here?" Upon the utterance of Uchiha Nancy's words, the other three individuals simultaneously cast their eager gazes in his direction, cautiously awaiting Uchiha Jin's response. Indeed, at this moment, Uchiha Jin found no necessity for concealment and offered a straightforward explanation. "This realm has been forged by my kaleidoscopic abilities. Yet the sustenance of its existence demands the consumption of soul power, much like they." Uchiha Jin casually gestured towards Danzo, who was currently beneath the ground, as well as the circle of root ninjas dressed in their distinctive attire surrounding him. Hiss. At this moment, Nancy involuntarily drew in a sharp breath, hesitating slightly before continuing to inquire. "Then we can rest assured." Uchiha Jin inherently comprehended the concerns of his counterpart, and he calmly continued his elucidation. "The souls of the Uchiha clan resonate profoundly with the forces of this realm. If one were to liken them to mere kindling, then you yourselves are the very flames. An integral part of this world, capable of growing ever stronger in tandem with its evolution. Strength." At the mere utterance of this word, a glimmer of fervor ignited in Uchiha Nancy's eyes. No Uchiha could resist the allure of formidable power, especially when such strength seemingly emanated from the divine might of the Uchiha lineage. Furthermore, the notion of growing stronger alongside the world itself utterly ignited the youthful spirits of the Uchihas, making it a proposition exceedingly difficult to decline. At this moment, Uchiha Nancy and the others were exceedingly exhilarated, while Uchiha Jin, standing before them, wore a subtle smile upon his lips. This realm of the Yellow Springs seemed to be gradually taking on the semblance of an ethereal underworld. Chapter 71. Uchiha Madara, you two do not wish for this. Indeed, fortune often lies in misfortune, and misfortune can harbor fortune. The characteristics gradually manifesting within this otherworldly space allowed Uchiha Jin to set aside some of his grievances, portraying a brighter future before him, though the burdens of concern still lingered. At this moment, Uchiha Nancy and her companions resembled the spectral messengers of this newly birthed hell, assisting Uchiha Jin in untangling the powers of this world, enabling the energy drawn from the void to be absorbed more effectively. Yet, it was precisely because this ethereal realm was still so minuscule, and Uchiha Jin, bound to it, possessed near omniscience, that the incessant clamoring of these souls incessantly penetrated his mind, leaving him no respite from their incessant chatter. The sensation was quite overwhelming. Ah well, the Uchiha clan has always been proud and arrogant, and now, in this desolate and eerie space, their plight is even more dire than imprisonment in the police department. If they were to impose stringent regulations upon them, it would be unbearable. Uchiha Jin, who has just tearfully accepted a wave of inherited gifts, simply cannot engage in actions that would evoke guilt even among capitalists. To achieve prosperity, one must first gather resources. Upon contemplating this, Uchiha Jin could not help but display a gentle smile upon his countenance as he continued to elucidate with warmth. At this moment, you have already intertwined with this realm, and I encourage you to endeavor in practicing the art of coalescing the intangible forces that permeate the air, shaping them into flora or architecture. In doing so, not only will you become acquainted with this novel mode of power, but you will also expedite the growth of this realm. I firmly believe that one day you shall transform it into a tangible world, and on that day, you will exist as deities within this domain. With a heart full of aspirations, Uchiha Jin, whose intellect was unparalleled, painted an expansive vision, one that appeared grand and promising to Uchiha Nancy and the others. Elder Jin, we understand, and we shall not let you down. Let us strive forth. Uchiha Jin cast a glance at the desolate realm of the underworld, realizing with a sense of relief that his workload had been effortlessly outsourced without charge. It felt as refreshing as sipping an icy cola on a sweltering summer day. Withdrawing his manifested thoughts from the eerie space, Uchiha Jin, standing before the grave of Zhongshan, suddenly drew forth a kunai. Swish, swish, swish. Uchiha style, throwing technique. As 3 shurikens soared through the air, Uchiha Jin leapt into action, his speed surpassing even that of the projectiles. Before him, a figure clad in a flowing black robe, adorned with a single eye mask featuring a striking black and orange spiral pattern, emerged from a distorted vortex of space. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Through the single eye of the mask, this distinctive attire instantly revealed the identity of the newcomer to Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Obito, another devoted son. Endowed with the remarkable ocular prowess of the Uchiha clan, which fills Uchiha Jin with an inexplicable sense of joy. Given that the visitor is indeed Uchiha Obito, it unequivocally indicates that Uchiha Jin's nearly flawless throwing of ninja tools and his rapid assault will yield no results. Indeed, as Uchiha Jin's kunai grazed the opponent's throat, 3 additional kunai that followed subsequently pierced vital points. Yet, at that moment, Obito revealed no sign of anguish, nor did Uchiha Jin feel the tangible sensation of his strikes. Phasing. With the unique ability possessed by Uchiha Obito, Jin's attack effortlessly penetrated his form, causing him to continue thrusting forward through the air due to inertia. Swiftly seizing this opportunity, Obito decisively reached out towards Uchiha Jin's heart, just waiting for this very move. In the depths of Uchiha Jin's eyes, a glimmer flickered, and the crimson chakra suddenly manifested upon his surface. A blood-red longsword materialized before him, and he decisively swung it downward. Did he truly mistake me for the likes of Minato? Damn it. A flicker of trepidation crossed Obito's single-eyed Sharingan beneath his mask as he hastily activated his intangibility in an attempt to evade the sword strike. Yet, he remained a fraction too slow. As Uchiha Jin executed a swift pivot, directing the crimson blade towards his adversary, Obito, who remained stationary, instinctively covered his bloodied right arm. A wave of fear washing over him. He had nearly faced a fate akin to Yongawa, though oblivious to the tale of the divine Condor heroes. He was nonetheless filled with regret for his earlier recklessness. To treat a wielder of the Meijiki Sharingan, capable of summoning Susanoo, as merely an ordinary ninja, even with Obito's audacity, a faint blush crept upon his cheeks. As long as my mask remains securely in place, surely no one has noticed. At this moment, Uchiha Obito had no intention of continuing the offensive. Both parties had engaged in a fundamental test of their abilities, gaining a certain understanding of each other's strength. In the short term, neither could gain the upper hand, and the previously displayed Meijiki Sharingan, capable of targeting the soul, rendered Obito even more cautious. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a young man of the Uchiha clan, a once hero of the Warring States period, and it has been unknown for over a century since my time. With this thought, Uchiha Obito skillfully donned Madara's guise, preparing to demonstrate and perhaps deceive this young junior, much like he would for Nagato and the others. However, wait a moment. Uchiha Jin suddenly contemplated a self-introduction for Obito, and his tone inevitably took on a shade of melancholy. You must be Uchiha Madara, right? Originally intending to deliver a leisurely monologue, Obito found himself momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for his lines to be preempted by another. What perplexed him even more was how the other party had come to know this. Regarding Obito's astonishment, Uchiha Jin was indifferent. Instead, he let out a resigned sigh, his voice laced with a bittersweet smile as he remarked, I never imagined that after hiding for decades, I would ultimately be discovered by you, Uchiha Madara. What a turn of events. Uchiha Obito felt that everything before him transcended his comprehension, as if he were gazing upon a tapestry imbued with countless secrets. No wonder. The seemingly inconspicuous Uchiha Obito, once a mere shadow within his clan, had remarkably risen to such prominence in such a brief span of time. He had slain Danzo, obliterated Root, and dominated the Hokage. All of these feats were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Uchiha, yet Uchiha Obito had accomplished the impossible. Could it be that he, like Uchiha Madara, had faked his death to escape? The thought deepened the wariness in Obito's gaze, and he readied himself to utilize Kamui to flee at any moment. Indeed, I am Uchiha Madara. Though panic surged within him, Obito's years of impersonating Madara had equipped him with the composure of a true warrior. Very well. Uchiha Jin nodded in satisfaction, then slightly shifted his form to arrive at his predetermined destination. With a thunderous rumble, a pair of enormous, blood-red feet, towering over 7 or 8 meters, appeared behind him. At that moment, Uchiha Jin revealed a peculiar smile towards Obito, who stood before him. It was said that Uchiha Madara placed great importance on the bonds of friendship with his comrades, and here lay the remains of his fallen allies. With that thought, Uchiha Jin commanded the Susanoo behind him to stomp down fiercely, instantly reducing several gravestones adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem to mere dust, ultimately coincidentally halting beside the tombstones of Noera Rin and Obito. Uchiha Madara, surely you wouldn't want your comrades to be utterly forgotten. Chapter 72. I, Obito, am never threatened. What is happening? Uchiha Obito, who had been pondering the true identity of the individual before him, now stood frozen, his expression one of bewilderment as he gazed at Uchiha Jin, who sought to use a host of corpses to intimidate him. Even if those buried here were the dearest friends of Uchiha Madara, what relevance did that hold for me, Obito? I am never threatened. With a hearty laugh that echoed through the air, Obito's words, laden with defiance and arrogance, resonated powerfully, releasing a formidable aura that surged forth unabashedly. Do you truly believe that this can intimidate me, Uchiha Madara? Beneath his single-eyed mask, Obito wore a scornful smile, akin to a darting kaleidoscope, keenly observing Uchiha Jin's every move. The primary reason for Obito's presence here was to test the capabilities of Uchiha Jin's newly awakened Sharingan. He was acutely aware of the formidable prowess possessed by the Mangekyou Sharingan, having effortlessly dominated the ninja world with its powers. The Mangekyou was notorious for birthing grotesque abilities. Much like Uchiha Shirsui's Kodo Amitsukami, when White Zetsu relayed information regarding Shirsui's eye technique, Obito had been too apprehensive to even enter the Uchiha clan's territory. Obito was well aware of the enigmatic and miraculous nature of the Mangekyou, bearing the grand ambition of creating a world where Rin existed. He could not afford to place his hopes solely on his indomitable will and the limits of his Anagi's power, even if it was merely a possibility. Obito was resolute in avoiding such a perilous gamble. But fortunately, it is rather astonishing that Uchiha Shirsui met his demise so effortlessly amidst the internal strife of Konohagakure. And with him, his illustrious Goto Amitsukami Mangekyou Sharingan perished as well. Such a fate is a disgrace to all who share the lineage of the Mangekyou. Yet, what Obito did not anticipate was that before Shirsui's remains had even begun to cool, the Uchiha clan, which he deemed to be rendered ineffective, astonishingly revealed 3 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan. How infuriating! Among them, Uchiha Jin emerged as the most dazzling star, effortlessly stirring chaos within the entirety of Konoha. How could Uchiha Obito remain indifferent to this? The mere activation of the Mangekyou Sharingan allowed for the summoning of a formidable Susanoo, leading Obito to deduce that there must exist a dojutsu capable of enhancing Susanoo's power. Moreover, there was a particular Mangekyou technique that seemingly targeted the soul, which weighed heavily on Obito's mind. Having just escaped the clutches of Kodo Amitsukami, the proverbial sword of Damocles, he was acutely aware of the lingering fear akin to the adage of once bitten, twice shy. Nevertheless, it was imperative for him to gather intelligence on Uchiha Jin. Considering Jin's strained relations with the Hokage, Obito sensed an opportunity to potentially draw him into his fold. With the guise of Uchiha Madara, he felt confident that he could persuade Uchiha to submit to him. Obito harbored aspirations of harnessing this newfound power, believing that Uchiha Jin could be instrumental in realizing his grand ambitions. However, to his surprise, his initial probing seemed to unearth some peculiar secrets. Could there be a presence akin to Uchiha Madara? Yet, after a brief confrontation, while Obito acknowledged the prowess of his opponent, it was evident that he could not contend with the enhancements provided by White Zetsu and Kamui. Furthermore, the need to resort to such coercive tactics underscored the fact that Uchiha Jin would likely prove ineffective against him, instilling Obito with a greater sense of assurance. With an auspicious beginning, akin to a dragon soaring through the skies, he was resolute that he could not possibly fail, embracing an indomitable spirit. Uchiha Obito felt akin to Madara during the Warring States period, his gaze filled with pride and disdain. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jin suddenly let out a strange cry, his face reflecting a disingenuous terror as he incredulously shouted once more, "I cannot believe it. You, more than anyone from the Warring States era, valued them greatly. I refuse to accept that you can truly disregard them." Ha ha ha. Uchiha Obito maintained a serene smile, his gaze increasingly imbued with a sense of pride. I, Uchiha Madara Obito, am never one to be threatened. Upon witnessing Uchiha Jin's audacity to wield the tombstone of the Senju clan as a means of intimidation, Obito felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity and derision. However, in order to uphold his image as a formidable force and facilitate the subsequent plan of enlisting the other party, he could only tilt his head at a 45-degree angle and smirk disdainfully. With a resounding roar, a multitude of earth was violently scattered as the massive crimson foot of the Susanoo, which had been hovering over Uchiha Jin, was now deeply embedded in the ground. Do not be Navi. Obito Uchiha was taken aback by the audacity of his adversary, yet in an attempt to convey his aloofness and disdain, he remained motionless, allowing the countless shards of exploding sand to cascade over him. I, Uchiha Madara, am never one to be threatened, especially by such trivial matters. How could they possibly pose a threat to me? Obito had initially intended to extinguish the flicker of hope within his opponent, subsequently leveraging the name of Uchiha Madara along with the extraordinary power of the Rinnegan to subjugate Uchiha Shins. However, in the next moment, he found himself frozen in place, confronted by a scene that struck a familiar chord. Why does this gravestone seem somewhat recognizable? The formidable dynamic vision afforded by his Mangekyou Sharingan enabled Obito to effortlessly discern the explosive traces upon the gravestone before him, and he could clearly read each inscription etched upon its surface. Uchiha Obito. What? This is my gravestone. Uchiha Obito's Sharingan involuntarily contracted, and he was suddenly struck by a terrifying realization that nearly sent him into a state of panic. Beside the grave of the Shimura clan lay his own tombstone, and next to it was Rin. Boom. A torrent of potent ocular energy erupted from within Obito, his nearly corporeal blue chakra surging forth like a startled beast, roaring furiously towards Uchiha Jin, who stood not far away. Yet, this rage was but a fleeting impulse, soon overshadowed by an even more chilling fear. Despite the murderous intent emanating from him like an endless abyss, Obito found himself paralyzed, unable to take even a single step forward. For merely 20 paces ahead, Uchiha Jin, having inadvertently crushed Obito's grave while manipulating his Susanoo, now lingered near the gravestone of Noera Rin, whether intentionally or not. With the formidable might of Susanoo, even the slightest miscalculation could lead to consequences that Obito could never accept. As he exhaled, Uchiha Jin appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. His eyes gleaming with triumph as he proclaimed, "It seems the rumors were indeed accurate. Uchiha Madara is a man who values bonds and friendships. What do you intend to do?" Obito's eyes burned with unabashed murderous intent, yet within, he secretly rejoiced that Uchiha Jin remained oblivious to his true identity. As long as he could divert Jin's attention away from Rin's vicinity, Obito would ensure that Jin experienced the true essence of suffering and despair. Or perhaps, "You could kneel for me," came Uchiha Jin's inquiry, tinged with curiosity, as though it were a casual request among friends. "Kneel for me?" Listening to Jin's uncertain and bewildered request, Obito's countenance, hidden beneath his mask, was instantly engulfed by a wave of furious crimson, his eyes nearly suffused with a bloody hue. "How dare you?" Obito gritted his teeth, each word forced out with palpable fury, leaving no doubt about the inferno of rage burning within him. "Don't come any closer." Uchiha Jin feigned panic, stepping back a pace. Behind him, the Susanoo accidentally quivered, shattering a tombstone emblazoned with the Sarutobi clan's emblem. In an instant, the crimson chakra also severed a corner of Noera Rin's gravestone. In one moment, Uchiha Obito appeared to be overwhelmed by rage, yet in the next, he found himself rigidly frozen in place. The right leg he had raised was caught in a limbo of indecision, neither advancing nor retreating. He felt ensnared. Obito's heart roared in turmoil. If he could, he would obliterate the person before him. However, his concern for Noera Rin's safety rendered him devoid of even a shred of courage to step forward. Having failed to protect Rin in life was one thing, but now, he could not even ensure her peace in death. This overwhelming sense of guilt pierced his heart like 1,000 arrows, igniting the kaleidoscope in his right eye with renewed fervor. In contrast to Obito's inner torment, Uchiha Jin, observing the scene from the sidelines, felt a pang of embarrassment. Could it be that he had miscalculated? It was not that he feared losing a confrontation with Obito. After all, intelligence played a significant role in battles between ninjas of equal caliber. Knowing the nature of Kamui and the potential trump cards Obito might employ, it was unlikely that he would be annihilated on the spot. Defeating Obito in a direct confrontation was not insurmountable. However, such a superficial victory would yield little advantage. Instead, it would likely provoke Obito into relentless pursuit. Facing such an elusive adversary was utterly exasperating. Hence, it was precisely for this reason Uchiha Jin has never intended to expose Obito's masquerade. "Since you wish to impersonate Uchiha Madara, then perform your role well. I shall feign ignorance to your theatrics." In this manner, the ensuing events are bound to become quite intriguing. Uchiha Madara would remain indifferent to the unacquainted Noera Rin, having no connection to the bonds of friendship from the Warring States period. Thus, in such circumstances, what choice would Obito make? Uchiha Jin was filled with curiosity. At this moment, the reaction displayed by Obito was even more intense than Uchiha Jin had anticipated. This is astonishing. No wonder he can awaken the Mangeki. Even the worldly wise Uchiha Jin could not help but mentally inscribe a grand admiration in his thoughts. He never expected the legends to be true. With a newfound confidence blossoming within him, a touch of exaggerated surprise graced Uchiha Jin's face as he placed his left hand over his heart and gently extended his right hand, continuing his reflections. Indeed, the bonds of friendship and camaraderie forged during the Warring States period are profoundly moving. Even a being like Madara finds it difficult to sever such ties. Despicable. Uchiha Obito coldly uttered 2 words, then turned to the side and continued with a frigid tone, "You may leave. In the name of Uchiha Madara, I shall not pursue you." "Not pursue? How could that be? What does Madara's name have to do with me, Uchiha Obito? As long as you dare to leave the resting place of Noera Rin, I will make you understand what true despair really is." At this moment, Uchiha Obito's heart roared with a frenzied intensity, akin to a churning abyss of murderous intent. Yet, on the surface, he maintained an air of calm, courtesy of his control over the white Zetsu cells, exuding an illusion of tranquility. However, such a trivial ruse was hardly sufficient to deceive Uchiha Shin, who effortlessly discerned the underlying malice in Obito's words. At this juncture, Uchiha Shin chose not to expose him. Instead, he feigned innocence and remarked, "Perhaps you should kneel before me. I shall remember you. Do not let our paths cross again." The crimson hue that emerged from his one-eyed mask enveloped Obito in an aura of dread, warning others to keep their distance. After uttering these words, Obito turned, intending to employ Kamui to escape this place. Indeed, given that he would inevitably face constraints here, it was only prudent to choose to leave. He strained to avoid casting his gaze towards the direction of Rin Noera, deliberately positioning himself to depart in the opposite direction. "Stop." The colossal blood-red Susanoo quivered slightly, sensing the unmistakable sound of cracking stone nearby. Obito's form froze once more in place, caught in the grip of hesitation. "What do you intend to do?" In that moment, Obito abandoned any pretense of concealing his voice and roared furiously at Uchiha Shin. Uchiha Jin shyly lowered his head after a moment of contemplation and continued, "Madara, you are the legendary Uchiha Madara who quelled the tumult of the Warring States. Shouldn't you be accustomed to such trivial antics by now? Surely, The esteemed Uchiha Madara possesses more magnanimity than this. What do you intend to accomplish? Obito enunciated each word with palpable intensity, his repressed murderous intent surging forth like boiling water. At this moment, Uchiha Jin's demeanor reflected none of the previous ostentation. He resolutely countered with 2 words, kneel. With Jin's declaration, his blood-red foot was subtly raised once again, and the crimson chakra pulsated and radiated, distorting the very space around him. There's no way you will leave so easily. Uchiha Jin harbored a cold smile within, his gaze icy as ever. If he did not thoroughly extract what he desired from Obito today, it would truly be a disservice to his nearly flawless performance earlier. Yet, first and foremost, the interest must not be diminished. No. Just as Uchiha Jin resolutely commanded Susanoo to stomp, Obito's terrified wails finally arrived as anticipated. Upon witnessing Uchiha Jin actually cease his actions, Obito's heart, which had been racing, finally began to settle somewhat. Kneel. Just kneel. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth, defiantly lifting his head, yet his form suddenly lowered. Humph. Accompanied by the violent impact of his knee against the ground, a muffled grunt of unwillingness escaped his lips. However, although he knelt for the sake of the white lotus in his heart, Obito found that it was not as unbearable as he had imagined. After all, in the words of Uchiha Jin, the one who should kneel is Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Obito felt as though he was merely playing the role of Uchiha Madara. Thus it should indeed be Madara who kneels. Yes, it is all about Uchiha Madara. The one kneeling is Uchiha Madara. What relevance does this have to me, Obito? Uchiha Madara. Upon realizing this, Obito Uchiha suddenly felt a sense of relief wash over him, as he hastily constructed a psychological barrier akin to a thief covering his ears. He defiantly turned his head toward Uchiha Jin, asserting, "Do not go too far." Chapter 74. No one needs to be saved. A derisive laugh echoed eerily in front of the desolate Konoha memorial stone. As this mocking sound reverberated, the blood-red Susanoo simultaneously dissipated, transforming into a crimson torrent that surged into Uchiha Jin's being. Uchiha Madara, for now, let us address you as such. At this moment, Uchiha Jin had shed his previous aggression. Seated in a serene posture, he exuded a tranquil demeanor, yet emanated an aura of solemnity that commanded respect without anger. Who on earth are you? Sensing the shift in Uchiha Jin's aura, Obito slowly rose, his initial humiliation morphing into a grave seriousness, as he instinctively sensed a looming threat. Since you claim to be Uchiha Madara, you may refer to me as Uchiha Taijima. Uchiha Taijima? This name struck a familiar chord within Obito. Yet he could not immediately recall the specifics of this individual and could only feign understanding as he pressed on with his inquiries. Regardless of your intentions, I, Uchiha Madara, will never be coerced. However, unlike before, Obito's exposed Sharingan now appeared notably indifferent, his aura transformed entirely. The reality of Rin held great significance for Obito. Yet it was the Rin within the infinite Tsukuyomi who embodied true happiness. When the conflict between these two realities arose, he found himself compelled to choose the latter. Oh, have we touched upon a forbidden subject for Obito? In the depths of Uchiha Jin's gaze, there was little astonishment. He had long anticipated such an outcome. At this moment, Obito was no longer the bright youth who once dreamt of becoming Hokage in Konoha. For the fully corrupted and fallen man he had become, the creation of a peaceful world with Rin was the most sacred and untouchable taboo in his heart. Any mockery or insult directed solely at Obito could be met with a potential retreat, for what did it matter to a man engulfed in despair? However, any existence that could impede the execution of the infinite Tsukuyomi would be ruthlessly eradicated by Obito at any cost, as that was where his sole hope resided. Indeed, even if Uchiha Jin were to find an opportunity to resurrect No-Era Rin through Edo Tensei in his current state, Obito might still weep as he obliterated her. This was solely because Obito had succumbed to utter hopelessness regarding this world, for this utter failure in life. The only aspiration he held was to restart and forge a flawless world for all. Such lofty ideals, yet Uchiha Jin could not help but look down upon Obito. The dichotomy of good and evil was of little consequence. What truly disgusted Jin was the sight before him. Having chosen to plunge into darkness, Obito still struggled painfully within, desperately attempting to prove to the world that he was indeed the righteous one, a revolting facade, akin to a child denied a sweet treat. If he sought vengeance, then he should pursue it without hesitation. If he wished to save the world, then he should act on that desire. Yet here he was, proclaiming his intent to create a genuinely peaceful world to rescue a sorrow-drenched existence, while simultaneously unleashing his inner wrath under the guise of revenge, merely to allow himself to experience his own sorrow. Such duplicity was utterly absurd. A world in need of salvation from such a character was truly beyond redemption. At least for Uchiha Jin, he would rather perish than allow it. Let it not be said that those who are despicable must also bear their own tragic burdens. Though Obito was ensnared by the machinations of unseen puppeteers, the ultimate choice remained his own. Even if deceived, it only proved his lack of wisdom. Moreover, the alternative method of salvation that the infinite Tsukuyomi proposed, if not for the sinister plots woven by Kagaya's schemes over millennia, could indeed serve as a viable means to achieve peace. As for the inhumanity of the infinite Tsukuyomi's approach, what of it? The salvation of the world has never been for the insignificant. It is for oneself, for those one truly cherishes. A savior, courageous enough to bear all burdens, need not concern himself with the opinions of others, as long as he steadfastly advances toward the creation of a harmonious, conflict-free utopia. Yet, like Obito before him, who ostensibly yearned to manifest peace through the power of the Ten-Tails, he chose the most inappropriate moment to seek vengeance against his mentor and Konoha. The retrieval of the Nine Tails should have been the culmination of his plans, yet he recklessly leapt into action for the sake of a fleeting impulse for revenge. Had it not been for the discord within Konoha, the unjust death of Minato, the Nine Tails rampage would have severely weakened the village, and Obito's plans might have been exposed. And what then? What of the plan to capture the tailed beasts? What of awakening the Ten Tails to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi? How could he create a peaceful world? Thus, it is evident that Obito is unworthy. Most importantly, this wretched Obito dared to set his sights on Uchiha Jin's flourishing potential. How dare he? Were it not for the troublesome nature of Kamui, and Jin's current state being less than ideal, he might have considered thoroughly eliminating Obito. Having grown weary of the game, he could simply say, "You may leave now, but do not let me see you in Konoha again." With this thought, a glint of coldness flashed in Uchiha Jin's eyes as he looked disdainfully at the masked Obito. Play? Just now you seem to have a revelation. Obito stood frozen. Disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Uchiha Jin, never having anticipated such an outcome. Though Obito felt a sense of frustration, he couldn't help but sigh with relief at the same time. Yet, recalling the mysterious aura of the individual before him, he couldn't resist continuing to inquire. "Are you also a remnant from the Warring States period, Taijima?" Upon hearing the name Taijima, Uchiha Jin sneered once more, then flashed Obito an enigmatic smile. Danger loomed. Sensing the threat, Obito swiftly shifted himself into the Kamui dimension, but the phantom left in reality was pierced by a sharp, blood-red blade in the next instant. "Futile. I am Uchiha Madara. Such trivial tricks cannot possibly affect me." Obito neither dodged nor retaliated but stood resolutely, seemingly awaiting the futile cries of his adversary. The power of Kamui was enough to instill despair in ordinary shinobi. "Join me. Regardless of your true identity, this world is no longer worth hoping for. I, Uchiha Madara, shall usher in a new era and forge a world devoid of warfare." Feeling a newfound sense of resolve, Obito momentarily cast aside his earlier humiliation and resumed his role as Madara's disciple. Whether or not his opponent was an ancient relic from the Warring States mattered little. As long as he was a member of the Uchiha clan, enmeshed in conflict and hatred, Obito believed he would surely be moved. No one needs saving, and no one deserves forgiveness. Uchiha Jin let out a chilling smile, entirely unfazed by his previous failed strike. He swiftly turned and once again swung his blood-red long blade towards Obito. "Forgiveness belongs to the divine, and I shall escort you to meet him." Chapter 75, The Blade of the Underworld. Futile. Faced with the formidable force of the strike, Obito, who had initially felt at ease due to his Kamui, suddenly found himself gripped by an inexplicable chill. This is bad. Having experienced life and death, Obito was once again confronted with that intoxicating sweetness of near demise. Time seemed to slow dramatically in that instant. How can I fall here? Although he was unclear about how Uchiha Jin had achieved this, the fervent will to survive ignited within him, compelling Obito to retreat sharply in that fleeting moment. Swish. The blood-red blade sliced through the illusion of reality. Just as Obito, who had not felt the anticipated pain, began to breathe a sigh of relief, he was abruptly assailed by a chilling blade aura that grazed his brow. Despite the absence of any visible wounds, Obito instinctively clutched his forehead, unable to suppress the anguished cries escaping his lips. How can this be? The power of Susanoo should not traverse space, nor could it threaten one within Kamui's realm. Despite being enveloped in unparalleled agony, Obito's mind grew increasingly composed, frantically pondering the reasons behind his injury. Kamui was undoubtedly his greatest asset in the ninja world. Although it had a 5-minute usage limit, it remained extraordinarily formidable, especially with the enhancement provided by Zetsu's body. Obito was confident that even Nagato, armed with the Rinnegan, could not inflict any harm upon him in a direct confrontation. Yet, Obito pressed his smooth, unblemished forehead, enduring the soul-rending pain, and his figure flickered to a spot 100 meters away from Uchiha Jin. What on earth is this guy up to? Finally grasping a semblance of safety, and slightly overcoming the unexplainable pain, Obito lifted his gaze towards the culprit, Uchiha Jin. Merely that single glance instilled a profound sense of dread within Obito's eyes. 2 streams of blood tears slowly flowed from Uchiha Jin's eyes, while the kaleidoscope in his gaze spun ominously, exuding an aura of sinister and bloody oppression. I was careless, having assumed that Uchiha Jin's ocular technique could not target him. Obito had resorted to various means to provoke him, feeling overly confident in the power of Kamui. However, he never anticipated falling into the opponent's trap. The soul. Accompanied by the memories relayed by Zetsu not long ago, Obito could not forget Uchiha Jin's eerie ocular technique that devoured Danzo's soul, with the bizarre fluctuation that had appeared within Kamui's realm moments prior. Though he still lacked specific information about this ocular technique, it was sufficient to deduce the cause of his injury. Could it be an ocular technique capable of severing souls across dimensions? In Uchiha Obito's eyes, astonishment was palpable. Yet a tinge of relief also emerged within him. The mere application of such formidable power resulted in a considerable backlash, leading Obito to reflect on the inevitability that great strength demands a price. Furthermore, not everyone possesses the unique white zetsu, which serves as a tool to replenish ocular strength. While he was taken aback by the mystifying and extraordinary kaleidoscopic ocular technique, Obito's heart found an unexpected tranquility amidst the chaos. Regardless of how formidable the eye technique may be, unless it is the eternal kaleidoscope, how many more times could it be employed under such severe depletion? Considering the precarious situation between Konoha and the Uchiha, a sense of newfound confidence swelled within Obito. With such ocular techniques, how many more times could you utilize them? Gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain, he snarled fiercely, "Come over and strike me once, and then I shall divulge the truth." Uchiha Jin cast a bewildered glance at Obito, unable to fathom how the latter could pose such a foolish question. Surely, he didn't genuinely believe that someone would divulge their secrets. While Jin felt a twinge of regret for not seizing the opportunity to confront Obito, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, the manipulation of space is an extraordinarily advanced technique and ability, regardless of the world in which it is employed. Uchiha Jin, driven by a desire to experiment, sought to test the efficacy of his ability, Yufuyanbin, interference, to directly materialize within the Kamui space. The outcome was, as expected, evident. The act of transcending dual realms for materialization demanded an exorbitant amount of ocular power, a feat far beyond Uchiha Jin's current capabilities. However, the lingering specter of Obito in the present world provided him with a sliver of opportunity. The Obito within the Kamui space and the phantom in the reality seemed to be interconnected like a mirror, existing in a peculiar state of both intersection and parallelism. Although Uchiha Jin could not bring forth the ethereal realm into Kamui, he could nonetheless maneuver within the interstice of these two dimensions. Thus, the long blade conjured in the physical realm by the power of Susanoo was merely an illusion. The true lethal strike resided in the manifestation of the HZ blade from the ethereal space. Regrettably, a layer of separation still existed between the realms, significantly diminishing the blade's potency and introducing a peculiar delay, preventing it from inflicting a debilitating blow on Obito. Moreover, the consumption of energy required for such manifestations was substantial. Should he attempt this several more times, it remained uncertain whether Danzo could endure the strain. If only it were possible to truly strike Obito with the HZ blade. Perhaps this individual would cease his reckless movements before Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin gazed coldly at Obito, his eyes betraying no hint of restraint in their martial intent. "Come over here," he scoffed. Having failed to acquire any useful intelligence, Obito was not foolish enough to endanger himself. For the essence of the soul is altogether different from that of the body. Should anything go awry, it would be truly disastrous. Just wait, Uchiha Madara will return. After delivering his ominous words, Obito had no intention of lingering in this perilous place, for Kamui only lasted 5 minutes, while his opponent had the entire Uchiha clan at his back. Realizing the necessity of a swift retreat, Obito resolved to return to the base, where he could leverage the powers of White Zetsu and the Outer Path demonic statue to mend his spiritual injuries. With a swift motion, Obito's figure vanished into the distortion of space without a trace of hesitation, and Uchiha Jin clearly had no intention of stopping him. "If you wish to hide beneath Madara's mask, then you shall never remove it for the rest of your life." Wiping the blood tears from the corners of his eyes, Uchiha Jin slumped to the ground. Yet within his heart, he began to contemplate how to harvest Obito, the turkey that had escaped the farm. Just like the police that appear at the end of a drama, the Umbu ninja, who sensed the disturbance at the memorial stone, finally arrived at the scene as the curtain fell. What has transpired here? All right, I have also been breached. I will revise the earlier chapters and update tomorrow. Let me share my thoughts on the upcoming release and additional updates. The official release is next Wednesday. Today's update will be delayed. First, I would like to express my gratitude to all the readers who have supported me thus far. Thanks to your continued reading, commenting, collecting, and voting, I have managed to carve a niche for myself in this month filled with formidable authors, even achieving the previously unthinkable opportunity for a 3-volume release. The primary motivation behind writing this book stemmed from the time I spent reading similar works. However, I grew weary of the frequent compromises regarding the integration of the Uchiha into Konoha, which sparked a rebellious sentiment within me. I pondered whether the Uchiha could remain uncompromising or whether it was others who should yield to them, thus giving birth to this narrative. When I learned that my book had attracted 500 readers, I felt immense joy. Not only did it facilitate my ascendance and recommendations, but I also discovered many like-minded friends. Of course, I am aware of my shortcomings. Upon reviewing the initial chapters, I recognized that my enthusiasm may have been a bit excessive. I've made some adjustments to better align with my preferences, and I encourage everyone to revisit those sections. Next, here are the rules for additional updates. The official release is next Wednesday. If we reach 500 readers, the initial subscription will be calculated starting from 3,000. For every additional 300, I will provide 1 extra chapter. The additional chapters will be released on April 1st, and should we surpass 10 additional chapters, I will ensure they are delivered that month, as I am still juggling this as a part-time endeavor, and excessive overnight writing is unfeasible. Should the subscription performance continue to thrive, I shall endeavor to write even more diligently. I do not seek rewards, but merely receiving an initial subscription would greatly satisfy me and enable me to persevere. Lastly, allow me to present 3 Naruto fanfictions. Naruto, the whirlpool of infinite Tsukuyomi, where a cunning Naruto, a deceitful Sasuke, and a resolute Hinata turn the ninja world upside down, altering the fates of countless individuals. Konoha's yellow flash, salary received. 5 Kaguya rendered useless. With its terrifying power, a single step can dismantle the Otsutsuki. Uchiha, splitting Konoha, a unique narrative that reimagines the Uchiha's path, propelling Shisui and Itachi to prominence together. Chapter 76, with the Hokage absent, where are the Umbu? TSK, Uchiha Jin's gaze lingered on the spot where Obito had vanished, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes. That right eye's Kimui was exceedingly monstrous. The ability to distort oneself to evade attacks was merely a fade. While the true terror lay in the naturally accompanying independent dimension, this granted Obito the ability to traverse seamlessly between the realm of reality and the alternate space, achieving an enhanced version of the Flying Thunder God technique. In terms of both offensive and defensive support, that Kamui, right eye bestowed nearly perfect augmentation. This independent dimension evoked deep envy within Uchiha Jin, especially in contrast to Kakashi's Kamui, left eye, which paled in comparison and eventually served merely as a spatial offensive tool. Obito squandered such an extraordinary gift. However, the opponent's folly was our advantage. With genuine affection for his comrade, Obito, possessing only one right eye, was considerably more manageable than a complete Kamui would have been. Moreover, after today's encounters, though Jin was unable to fulfill his desire to reap Obito, he believed this would calm Obito down, deterring him from reappearing in Konoha or before him in the near future. With this thought, Uchiha Jin felt a measure of cheerfulness, finally finding the opportunity to address the incessant chatter in his ear. The individuals approaching were not only the standard Umbu patrolling the village, but also a J-Nin team led by Asuma. Although the rebellious Asuma typically displayed a contentious relationship with his father, upon witnessing Jin's brazen disrespect towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, his anger surged to unprecedented heights. Upon realizing that the disturbance at the memorial stone was instigated by Uchiha Jin, Asuma stepped forward, disregarding the wary Umbu, and approached the individual he despised, seizing the opportunity to restore the honor of the Sarutobi clan. Yet, to his astonishment, Uchiha Jin regarded them with utter disdain, treating them as mere insects, a contempt that overwhelmed Asuma's pride, drowning him in fury. What transpired here? How dare you, Uchiha, disturb this solemn and sacred place in Konoha? Did you not hear me speaking? Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, a blood-red Susanoo hand, summoned by Uchiha Jin's scornful glance, materialized in the void, instantly pinning Asuma to the ground. Asuma, a pained groan escaped his lips, startling the nearby Umbu and J-Nin team members, with Kurenai, his teammate, instinctively preparing to intervene. However, the crimson hand, having subdued its foe, dissipated, only to be replaced by a pair of enormous feet, which boldly crushed down upon Sarutobi Asuma's face. With the instant his mouth and nose met the earth, the already dazed Sarutobi Asuma could not suppress another pained grunt. Consequently, the Umbu members and J-Nin team stood frozen, drawing their kunai and adopting defensive stances, wary of advancing. Despite being comrades on the same mission, Asuma's identity as the Hokage's son was something none could overlook. Do not act recklessly. A silver-haired Umbu, masked with a cat face, lowered his kunai, raising his hands in a gesture of non-aggression, cautiously suggesting, "First, release Asuma. Let us discuss this matter properly." Oh, Uchiha Jin, feeling a touch of impatience, absently dug at his ear until he noticed the distinctive silver hair of the individual before him, along with the remarkably familiar fluctuation of Sharingan chakra. Only then did he muster the patience to scrutinize the figure closely. It turned out to be Kakashi. The Umbu operative momentarily froze, grappling with a twinge of existential doubt over his failed disguise, particularly since the mask bore a unique sealing technique. However, now that his identity had been unveiled, there was no longer any need for concealment in this peculiar circumstance. Kakashi decisively removed his mask, revealing the visage that obscured his left eye, and calmly proposed once more, "First, release Asuma." So it was indeed Sarutobi Asuma. Uchiha Jin slightly tilted his foot, and upon discerning the somewhat mature visage before him, his tone immediately transformed into one of disdain. No wonder there was such a strong odor of smoke. With a swift motion, he released his foot and executed a powerful kick, sending the chakra-sealed Asuma Sarutobi sprawling before an Umbu operative. Asuma, Kurenai Yuhi rushed forward, her concern evident as she gazed at her comrade. "I wondered why you were so weak." Uchiha Jin disdainfully scraped his foot against the ground, simultaneously expressing his irritation. How audacious of someone lacking even the prowess of a shadow-level ninja to brazenly approach within the range of his Susanoo, and to dare to meet the gaze of Uchiha Jin's Mangeki Sharingan. It is likely that only Asuma Sarutobi, the foolish scion of the local lord, would possess such misplaced confidence that no one would dare to strike against him on the soil of Konohagakure. However, I, Uchiha Jin, take great pleasure in telling those who are so self-assured. No, I hope this kick serves as a lesson to him. Recently, as Uchiha Jin indulged in the role of a superlative CPU instructor, he suddenly felt a profound sense of divine mission to enlighten the masses. Damn it, Asuma Sarutobi, supported by the Umbu ninjas, rose to his feet, and upon being liberated from his seals by the jutsu of Sunset Red, could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. Humph. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Jin merely narrowed his eyes, his crimson gaze igniting a fierce blaze behind him, causing Sarutobi Asuma, who had intended to speak further, to freeze in place. We merely wish to understand what has transpired here. Kakashi gestured for the Umbu ninjas to restrain Asuma, then began to scrutinize Uchiha Jin and the chaotic scene before him. Obito. Kakashi, who had previously maintained a semblance of composure, felt his tone grow icy upon noticing the gravestone inscribed with Obito's name at Uchiha Jin's feet. What on earth has transpired here? The Umbu must comprehend the entire sequence of events. Excellent insight. Faced with Kakashi's suddenly altered demeanor, Uchiha Jin responded with an approving glance, a flicker of sentiment arising within him. If only Kakashi were also an Uchiha. With such a gaze, he possessed the potential to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, a rare talent indeed. Alas, this fleeting disappointment dissipated as he recalled Kakashi's juvenile remarks, and Uchiha Jin once again unleashed a terrifying aura, exerting pressure upon every vigilant person present. The Hokage is gone. Where then do the Umbu come from? Chapter 77, Oppression Through Might? Inyang Release. The Umbu. This elite assassination unit operates directly under the Hokage's command, solely adhering to the orders issued by the Hokage to accomplish relevant tasks. Thus, in any ninja village, the Umbu members, to some extent, embody the Hokage, naturally possessing an elevated status and authority. Consequently, Kakashi and the others had never anticipated that one day they would be confronted, their identities as Umbu denied in the name of the Hokage's dismissal. The wit, logical rigor, and coherent content are not without flaws. At this moment, Kakashi realized the greatest barrier to communication with Uchiha Jin. This individual was an unequivocal opponent of the Hokage. Compounding the issue was Uchiha Jin's formidable strength, capable of subduing even elite figures like Danzo in plain sight, with the Uchiha clan, the foremost noble house in the ninja world, standing behind him. Quite a predicament. Should they acknowledge Uchiha Jin's assertions, they would forfeit any right to question him. Conversely, to dismiss his claims would inevitably provoke him, directly contravening the third Hokage's directive to the Umbu to refrain from antagonizing the Uchiha clan. This peculiar sense of frustration left Kakashi momentarily paralyzed, uncertain of how to proceed. However, Sarutobi Asuma harbored no such reservations. Hearing the disparaging remarks about his father, Sarutobi Azashi, ignited the indignation of this proud scion of the Sarutobi clan once more. Whether my father is Hokage is not for your Uchiha clan to decide. Asuma. The moment Sarutobi Asuma spoke, Kakashi sensed impending trouble and swiftly retreated to shield his old friend, preparing for a confrontation. Contrary to Kakashi's expectations of a tempestuous outburst, Uchiha Jin remained remarkably composed, casting a meaningful gaze towards Sarutobi Asuma. By what authority are you addressing me? As a Jonin of Konoha, the young head of the Sarutobi clan? Or as one of the proud 12 guardians of the leaf? At this point, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh, his disdain evident in his eyes. Sarutobi Asuma's eyes widened in fury, ready to retort. Yet Uchiha Jin did not wait for him to respond, continuing in a languid tone. If you speak as a Jonin of Konoha, then you have no standing to converse with me. When did matters of the police force become a concern for a mere Jonin? Enraged, Sarutobi Asuma shot back. You are merely an elder of the Uchiha. Oh, I have recently become the head of the police force. Did you not know? The gleam in Uchiha Jin's eyes was filled with amusement. How could this be possible? Wasn't the head of the police department Uchiha Fugaku? Sarutobi Asuma could hardly believe that within less than a day, Uchiha Jin had ousted his own clan leader. The playful glimmer in Uchiha Jin's eyes grew increasingly pronounced, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Indeed, the police department has just decided to implement a dual ministerial system. Should you doubt my words, I can summon Fugaku to provide his endorsement on the spot. Do you have any objections? At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma finally grasped that Uchiha Jin was merely toying with him, and his inner fury intensified. Yet, before this wrath could erupt, the next words fell upon him like a bucket of cold water. If you are acting in the name of the Sarutobi clan's young patriarch, it signifies that the Sarutobi clan is disregarding the warnings from both my Uchiha clan and the police department, attempting to seize control of Konoha, which was established by the Uchiha and Senju clans through nefarious means. Uchiha Jinyu's tone suddenly turned chilling, and the previously relaxed atmosphere was instantly filled with an overwhelming sense of oppression. The Uchiha clan will go to any lengths to eradicate the Sarutobi clan. As Uchiha Jin spoke, he advanced slowly, and though he did not adopt any aggressive posture, he undeniably compelled Asuma Sarutobi and the Umbu ninjas present to retreat repeatedly. What? Are you the young clan leader of the Sarutobi? What does it mean to exert pressure through presence? Subsequently, the Uchiha clan's formidable aura indiscriminately overwhelmed ordinary ninjas and villagers, even dominating an entire ninja clan with sheer force. In the past, Asuma Saratobi had never experienced such a sensation, nor had he ever oppressed his comrades as Uchiha Jin did. Yet at this moment, he abruptly seemed to realize the privileges that his identity as the Hokage's son had bestowed upon him throughout the years. Oh right, as Uchiha Jin spoke, it seemed he suddenly recalled something and continued in a leisurely tone. Weren't you the one who presumptuously took on the title of Guardians of the 12 Shinobi? I've heard that to fulfill your mission, you sacrificed quite a few comrades. Surely you do not intend to use this title to intimidate me? At this point, Uchiha Jin cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, a hint of coldness flickering in his gaze. No wonder you could associate with Kakashi. You both share the trait of sacrificing your companions for the sake of a mission, unlike Saratobi Hiruzen and Hitaki Shomo, who are merely the refuse that abandon their tasks. Crack. Kakashi, who had been striving to maintain the situation's stability, suddenly found his expression darkening, his knuckles turning white as he gripped his kunai. The death of Hitaki Shomo was a thorn in Kakashi's heart, once he could numb himself with the delusion that a ninja must complete their mission. Yet, in Uchiha Jin's absurd, yet factual statements, the Hokage who had once pulled him from the shadows had similarly abandoned his own mission. One became Hokage while the other succumbed to despair under the village's scrutiny. Kakashi forced himself not to ponder the reasons behind this. He had to firmly believe in the will of fire proclaimed by the third Hokage. Abandoning a mission does not make one a good ninja. But abandoning one's comrades makes one worse than garbage. But why? Kakashi's gaze grew ever colder, while Uchiha Jin showed no signs of halting, his tone dripping with mockery. If not for your identity as the Hokage's son, you should have been declared a rogue ninja the moment you stepped out of Konoha. Not to mention sacrificing your comrades to protect that worthless daime. How can you wear the fire symbol around your waist with pride? Do you honor those leaf ninjas who perish for it? What was that saying? Those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. With his Yin-Yang release at its pinnacle, Uchiha Jin thoroughly shattered the defenses of Saratobi Asuma and Hitaki Kakashi. The beliefs they held dear were mocked as worthless, and they abandoned any pretense of caution, yearning only to unleash their fury through force. As Saratobi Asuma and Hitaki Kakashi charged at him, Uchiha Jin's face bore a hint of approval. That's more like it. Allow me to measure your worth. Chapter 78. You started at what reason is there to discuss with Uchiha? Such elementary truths that even Shinja Hashirama could comprehend were utterly lost on the likes of Saratobi Hiruzen and his ilk. No. Gazing at the rapidly approaching figures of Saratobi Asuma and Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Jin's lips curled into a sardonic smile. They did not misunderstand. They merely feared. They feared their own weakness. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp, piercing sound of wind chakra friction grew increasingly jarring, followed by the distinctive razor-like aura of chakra-infused metal as Asuma's seemingly bulky yet explosive figure surged forward. Although Kakashi had not conferred with Asuma on tactics, years of camaraderie and combat experience allowed him to predict and lock onto Uchiha Jin's escape routes with his two kunai. Up and down, left and right. They surrounded Uchiha Jin, sealing off all angles of advance and retreat. However, 3 crimson tomo appeared in Uchiha Jin's eyes, and in the potent dynamic vision of the Sharingan, everything before him appeared to freeze. The supposed flawless coordination and speed of their attacks would be impossible for an ordinary person to evade. Only absolute power could forcefully break through such an encirclement. Thus, Susanoo, a smile of excitement flickered across Uchiha Jin's visage, even amidst this brutal game of life and death. Navigating through the intertwining chakra blades of wind and lightning, Uchiha Jin merely sidestepped and grasped Asuma and Kakashi's wrists. Without hesitation, he yanked them outward. What? Disbelief shimmered in Asuma and Kakashi's eyes, but before they could fully comprehend the situation, an irresistible force slammed them together. Before they could register the pain that followed, they simultaneously delivered powerful kicks to each other's chests, sending them crashing to the ground and sliding several meters. After several rolls to dissipate the force, both elite Genin struggled to steady themselves, using their kunai to anchor into the ground, leveraging the intense friction to halt their momentum. What astounding speed! What terrifying power! Asuma and Kakashi exchanged glances, instantly sharing the intelligence gleaned from their encounter. This was no ordinary physical prowess. Even someone like Might Guy, a master of taijutsu, would not possess such formidable strength. They also sensed Uchiha Jin's disdain, as if he regarded them with the amusement of an elder playing with children. Indeed, Uchiha Jin, having sent them flying, made no move to pursue. He stood there, condescendingly beckoning them forward. Come, continue the dance. Kakashi. A glint of resolve flashed in Asuma's eyes. After sharing a glance with Kakashi, he gripped the hilt of his chakra blade, merging it seamlessly with the blade itself, and charged forward once more. Chakra blade, true one character. With a surge of wind chakra infused into his hands, 2 blades radiating blue light erupted forth. Asuma, employing his expertise in Konoha's martial arts, launched an aggressive assault on Uchiha Jin, weaving a web of slashing light. Yet, even with Asuma's enhancements to attack range and speed, his strikes appeared riddled with vulnerabilities to Uchiha Jin, who danced like a butterfly, skillfully evading each assault with a subtle motion. Each attack seemed perilously close to connecting. Yet everyone understood that this minuscule margin represented a chasm of terrifying disparity. Only Asuma's frantic strikes, fueled by rage, could be brushed aside by Uchiha Jin as if flicking away dust. This was no mere demonstration of physical might. It was the culmination of refined combat artistry honed through countless battles. How infuriating! The derisive manner in which Uchiha Jin toyed with him intensified Asuma's fury. Yet the coldness within his gaze remained unyieldingly frigid. It was time. As Asuma's internal countdown reached its end, he abruptly halted and began to retreat while forming seals. Fire release, ash pile burning. A torrent of scorching ash erupted from Asuma's mouth, hurtling towards Uchiha Jin like cannonballs. Was this truly the only means to strike the enemy? Feeling the overwhelming heat of the encroaching ash, as well as the imminent fire chakra sensed from Asuma in the distance, Uchiha Jin's gaze revealed a hint of amusement. Indeed, Asuma's assault was far from merely straightforward. The previously web-like blade strikes were merely intended to disrupt Uchiha Jin's line of sight. At this moment, the smoke generated by fire style, ash accumulation, along with the impending violent explosion, was equally significant. Both Asuma and Kakashi understood that pure taijutsu attacks would prove futile against the almost impeccable dynamic vision of the Sharingan. The obscuring ash, the disorienting explosion of fire chakra, and the long-accumulated Chidori, lightning cutter lurking in the shadows, all converged. As the fire chakra ignited the endless searing ash, blinding flames erupted forth. The piercing light shone brightly, akin to the cacophony of 1,000 birds in distress, with lightning flickering in all directions, illuminating a world bathed in fire. Death is imminent. Uchiha Jin had always believed himself indifferent to the allure of combat. He found solace in overwhelming force as the most reliable approach. However, in this very moment, he suddenly realized the thrill of dancing on the edge of a blade, teetering between life and death. A flicker of satisfaction glimmered in his eyes. Yet, it was you who first employed ninjutsu. With a spirit somewhat stifled by the haze of ash and the blaze of fire, Uchiha Jin yearned for the expanse of the azure sky and the purity of white jade, his hands crossed resolutely before him. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A massive surge of fire chakra coalesced within him, transforming into searing flames. With a powerful exhalation, Uchiha Jin unleashed a torrent of fire. The overwhelming inferno engulfed the surroundings, sweeping forth like a tsunami, consuming everything in its path. This is not good. Initially, they had intended to join forces to eliminate Uchiha Jin.